This is Electricity by Cassie Alexander. Copyright 2025. Audio copyright 2025. Be forewarned, it has intense themes. Electricity. Cassie Alexander. I heard Lacey's phone ding the second that I felt mine buzz in my back pocket. We gave each other a look. It was Friday night, and despite its comparatively low rating on the health inspector's website, the Snacks Shacks was full. Lacey and I both knew who the messages were from. Sarah, coming through on our party invites. 30 minutes too late. I slammed the cash register closed more roughly than normal and heard the change inside it shimmy. Up until half an hour ago, Lacey and I could have both called in sick, claiming to have Ebola cholera and gotten off somehow. But now, hip deep in the weekend rush with the mist of grease from the fryolator heavy in the air? Burton would never agree. Lacey made a face in my direction, and I shot one right back at her. This fucking sucked. Break time, my lovely ladies of the register, Burton said, sidling up to me with Darius behind him. Burton was our boss in name only. Everyone that worked here knew how to run the place better than him. But our last name wasn't the same as the absentee owner of Shacks, who could give two shits about what really went on here as long as the cash kept rolling in. Come on, Burton said, bumping me aside with his hips. He liked to work the counter on the weekends so he could comp cute girls' fries. Made him feel generous, saving someone a whole $1.50. I didn't move quite fast enough. Unless you want to stay, because you like my company? He was always leaving you these creepy openings to butter him up. No, Lacey said, grabbing my arm and pulling me aside. No, thank you, I said, giving him a smile wide enough to make up for the fact that Lacey had forgotten hers. I needed this job more than she did. Mad at myself a little, I turned away from him and trotted quickly with her back to our small break room. I hate him, she announced, the second the door was closed. Me too. The break room wasn't air-conditioned like the rest of the restaurant was, which meant that taking a break felt like you were running laps, minus Coach Stevens shouting at you. I pulled my phone out to confirm what I thought I knew and saw Sarah's picture, a goofy triple-chin one she'd unwisely sent me off of Zoom Boom years ago, that she begged me to delete anytime she remembered I still had it. I got you guys invites. Look good. World's worst timing, I said. You have got to be kidding me, Lacey said with an angry sigh. Sarah, Lacey, and I were the trailer park trio, plus or minus the trash depending on who was saying it and who else was in earshot. Or we had been, until Sarah's dad started making better money and they'd moved out last summer. Then 3 months ago, she'd started dating Ryan, a senior on the baseball team, and she'd almost disappeared, apparently sucked into the vortex his mouth created whenever they made out. The only upshot was that for the first time in our entire high school career, we, two relatively uncool sophomores, had an official invite to a senior party that we couldn't attend because we were here. Look good, Lacey sing-songed, like she'd even see us if we were there. She's probably already in some closet with Ryan. I know. But it was the principle of the thing. I swiped my thumb across Sarah's face, sweeping her message away. She knew we had a time limit. She hadn't waited until the last minute on purpose, had she? And Liam's going to be there. I know that too. I couldn't help but know. The party was going to be at his house, and he was only 15 lockers down from me. Cooler kids than I had been herding around, talking about tonight all week. And ever since he'd broken up with Haley, there'd been a chance, a Powerball lottery ticket-winning chance, that he might accidentally look at me. Like we'd both happened to be after school for some reason, and we'd slam our lockers simultaneously, look up and over at each other, and just know. From that day on, he wouldn't mind that I was too smart for him, and I wouldn't mind that his letter jacket I got to perpetually borrow was weighed down by so many red R's. Somehow, we'd both managed to get by. Lacey gasped. Jessie. She flapped her arms excitedly. I loved her, but when she did that, she looked like a bird. Her pointy nose and glasses didn't help. What? I have a plan. I shoved my phone into my pocket and leaned forward. I'm listening. You know how when we're good, we're good? I mean, we've each run this place before. Her voice had a tone of hope, and I latched on. Yeah? And you know all we have to do to get sent home is to start waving tampons around. Yeah. Burton apparently had no sisters and perhaps had never had a mom. If someone told me he'd been spawned from the gunk that lives under a refrigerator, I would politely nod and say, "Do go on." I could tell where she was going, however. "He's not that stupid, Lacey. If we ditch now, he'll fire us." "Only if both of us go, which is why one of us should go." She held up a dramatic hand. "If the other stays and covers for them?" "He'll never know," I finished. I was smart. But Lacey was a goddamn super genius, which was why she was my best friend now that Sarah wasn't around. "Same way we choose everything?" I said, making a fist and bouncing it on my other open hand. "Of course." She made the gesture back. 1, 2, 3, go, we said in unison. I kept my fist in my hand and she shot hers flat. Without a word, she reached over and put her paper on top of my rock. "Winner, winner, chicken dinner." Ugh, you sound like Coach. She'd already danced up and was reaching for her bag. "Don't be a sore loser, Jessie." I'm not. I'm more jealous that you get to leave here, honestly, even though I'm sure the party will be fantastic. I hear Liam's brothers installed a unicorn with a beer tap in its horn that trots out at midnight. Lacey beamed at me, Snacks Shack's cap doffed. "If he does, I'll tell you all about it tomorrow." "You'd better. I want details. Excessive details. Who gets drunk, who pukes, who makes out with who, everything. Got it?" "Got it. And if you start dating Liam somehow at the end of this, I'm going to have to hate you forever. I just want you to know." She punched the paper with her name in and out of the time clock. "Just try to keep me from getting fired, will you?" "I'll do a good job." She gave me a hug and then ran down the hall for the shack's back exit. "Don't forget to look good," I yelled after her as sarcastically as possible. She laughed and turned around to shout, "I love you," at the same time as she flipped me off. I waited the precise 2 minutes I had left on my break and then went back out onto the floor. Burton was there, his grin as greasy as the fries he was pushing across the counter. "There you are. They're in the weeds on drive-thru." He started talking and then blinked. "Where's Lacey?" "About that." I make sure I took on a worried look, the kind of look that said, "I don't want to tell you this in front of the customers, but we may have just fried a rat accidentally on purpose." He keyed onto that and stepped behind the side wall with me. "What's up?" he said, doing his best to look managerial. "Lacey, it was bad, Burton. It was really bad. Like, you know how sometimes you just get that awful feeling inside of you like your period's going to be massive, like your vagina's holding back a Red Sea? And then all of a sudden it comes out? In a tidal wave of blood and chunky things? We're talking a 3-tampon situation. Burton, at least, like, I don't know. I went into the bathroom with her and I took one look and I was all, "Lacey, you've got to go home. You'll be anemic at the least, and at the worst, shit, that could have been a baby arm." I don't know. I shook my head, horrified. We flushed it too fast. I just don't know. The look on Burton's face then, it was better than Sarah's 3-chin photo. His head was pulled so far back I think he had 4. "Get back out on the line, Jessica." "Yes, sir," I said, and trotted to do as I was told. The rest of the night was the same as every other Friday night at the shacks. Incompetent coworkers, deliberately so or otherwise, idiots queued up out the door for their pre-made, pre-cooked, recooked slabs of beef. People who wanted no salt on their fries, like that was going to be the difference between them and their incipient heart attack, who didn't understand that that meant waiting at least an extra 7 minutes for new ones because somehow we hadn't hired any pixies or other wee folk capable of individually dusting salt off our current regulation fries. College kids stumbling and drunk and puking into our trash cans, people getting into fights in the parking lot, someone loudly claiming they got shorted change. It was Darius behind the counter, and if he had, I wouldn't blame him. In short, the glorious regular weekend shit show. What made it tolerable most weekends was Lacey's close proximity. Knowing I could look over at her, no matter where she was in the restaurant, and give her a glare, and she'd nod and know exactly what I was thinking and who about and why was priceless. The whole Snack Shack's experience was a hell of a lot harder to put up with, without her. I pulled my phone out a few times, just in case. There was the chance she'd take a picture of what she wore to look good to show me. Or something would happen that would be so amazing she'd have to instantly inform me, her either first or second best friend. But no, nothing. I counted the minutes, how long it'd take her to get home from here, to shower the grease out of her hair, blow dry it, and then get dressed again to go out. She'd have to explain to her mom how come she got off early on a Friday. Her mom was a tougher customer than Burton. Maybe the reason she hadn't texted me was because she hadn't gotten to go out at all. She'd gotten home, and her mom had smelled the lies on her and grounded her instantly. "Jessica!" Burton shouted. I yelped and hid my phone without thinking. "Fries." "On it," I shouted back, and ran for the fry station. 12 o'clock rolled around, and we finally got to close the doors. Raj stood guard so that no one else could come in while the rest of us waited for our remaining customers to leave. A family of 4, eating burgers like they were chewing cud. Couldn't they feel all our eyes on them? The weight of the hush as we cleaned, our intermittent stares? Why was an 8-year-old and his 6-year-old sister eating fries at midnight? Were their parents the best parents ever? Or the worst? I looked down at my phone again. No messages. God damn it. Finally, Darius muttered from the broiler. I looked up and the family was waddling toward the door. One by one, we finished our end-of-shift tasks. Being quiet for the family had totally killed the end-of-shift mood, and made our way to the back. Burton was counting out the tills in his office, and the rest of us were trying to escape before he finished and could think of new chores. Which was when I realized the flaw in Lacey and I's plan. She had been my ride. Shit, Dash. Darius made a querying sound as he hitched his black backpack on over a green military jacket, the canvasy kind with lots of pockets. He was relatively new to school, as he'd been yanked to Kansas from California at the end of last year. And if he was trying to look cool now, he wasn't succeeding. He was also our restaurant's resident pot dealer. This was the 3rd burger joint I'd worked at, since beginning to work the day after I turned 14, and every restaurant had had one. Darius, or someone like him, practically came pre-installed. I did a quick inventory of people who had cars in the parking lot divided by people who lived on my side of town and people I could stand. Darius made the cut, just barely. Lacey had to leave. Yeah, I heard. Female problems? He said. I gave him a pained smile. She was my ride. Ah, he said, nodded and then nothing else. I leaned forward expectantly, waiting for him to catch on, while he looked back at me, slowly turning his head to one side like a confused dog with a smattering of light acne. I slumped, broken. Look, can I get a ride with you? The corners of his lips curled up. Sure, he said, and started for the door with me at his heels. The humidity outside hit me like a wall. If the air had been any more damp, we'd have needed scuba gear. I wondered, not for the first time, why anyone had ever moved to Kansas. How could so many people have simultaneously lost a bet? Darius fished in one of his coat's many pockets for keys. A Toyota Corolla in the corner beeped as its doors opened, and I took a small amount of satisfaction from the fact that dealer Darius was driving a cream-colored car meant for a mom. He went for the driver's side, while I scraped my way through the bushes that lined our parking lot's far side and opened the passenger door. Fry cartons spilled out as I did. Technically, I should have picked them up and thrown them away as a good Snack Shack's employee. But technically, someone would be here for the breakfast shift in under 6 hours with parking lot duty, and they could do it then. Are you stealing these for an art project? I said, sweeping his passenger seat clean. Careful about those. He lunged to grab something, and I saw what they were through the thin plastic bag. Comic books? Everyone needs a hobby, he said, putting them carefully under his own seat. You getting in or what? I'm getting in, I said. I closed the door and did that thing where you make yourself small and tried not to touch anything. I was almost glad for the protective layer of Snack Shack's grease separating me from his junked-out car. What was it we called it in biology? A lipid bilayer. You live in Ventana Park, right? Ventana meant window in Spanish. I'd learned that in 7th grade and wondered, window to where, ever since. Yeah. I got my phone out again. Still nothing. I watched the passing streetlights we drove under reflect off of its screen. There was a pick wedged in between the door's armrest and the door. Darius's hair was far too short for it, close cropped over his head like a layer of dark velvet. Maybe he had a sister. Must be nice, Darius said. I glanced over and realized he was giving me side-eye. What? To get out of work so easily. I shrugged. It is. The trade-off, though, is that when you are at work, you sometimes catch Burton staring at you creepy. He made an appropriately disgusted noise and then said the wrong thing. Dude, that's totally worth it. I inhaled to ask him how he'd feel about that if he had boobs, then stopped since I'd rather not attract attention to my own. They'd been doing a fine job of that themselves ever since I'd turned 12. When I'd turned 13 and realized why guys were staring, I felt like I'd been putting up with Burtons my whole life. Darius had no idea. Here's my turn, I said, pointing. I know, he said and rolled in, sans turn signal. I directed him back through the park to where our trailer was, refusing the temptation to make him drive by Lacey's. Allie was alone, hopefully not waiting up, and my mom'd be home soon. I needed to beat her there. He parked on our driveway and I hopped out, looking back. Did you really not know that I wanted a ride earlier? He was a year older than me and in a sprinkling of honors classes, just like I was. But just because he was math smart didn't mean he couldn't be stupid. He had an easy smile, revealing bright white teeth. No, I just wanted to hear you say it. As I suspected. He laughed. You're welcome, Jessie, he said, and leaned over to close the door. I watched his Corolla drive away and tiptoed up the stair. My little sister had ninja hearing. No one would ever manage to break into our trailer before she called 911, but it made it really hard to sneak out. Or in. I opened the door only as wide as I needed to sidle through and then closed it quietly, sealing it shut with my hand and then carefully latching the lock. No guarantees my mom was even coming home. She didn't always. Wouldn't want anyone to break in and rob us of our Rent-A-Center TV in the meantime. Then I walked down the hall to my right. If Allie's door was closed, she was asleep. But if it was open a crack and if I could see light from inside like I could now, I inhaled, pushing it open, ready to give her a lecture about staying up too late again. But Allie wasn't in her bed. My heart leapt into my throat as I looked at the tangle of pink sheets. She'd been in her bed at some point in time. Allie? I spun around. "Min here," came a voice from inside my bedroom. My room was next door. I opened its door and saw her there by the neighbor's omnipresent porch light that filtered through my blinds. She was in my bed with a fortress of stuffed animals around her. I had a nightmare, she announced. I sat down at the foot of the bed. You should have called me. Didn't want to get you into trouble. Well, I'm home now. Go back into your own bed. I reached over and wiggled her legs. It was a really bad nightmare, Jessie. She sat up and scratched at her face. I could see the exhaustion in her eyes. She'd been fighting sleep for hours. The kind that if you talk about it, it gets better? Or the kind that if you talk about it, it gets worse? Worse. I hate those, I said, kicking off my shoes. But I'm home now. Everything's fine, so get. I made to tickle her toes through my blankets, and she zipped her feet up out of reach. Only if you come to bed with me. Allie, I was disgusting. I always was when I came home from my job, but without Lacey there, I'd actually hustled a lot, and the layer of grease all over me was mixed with sweat. Please, Jessie. Pleasey. She squirmed beneath my sheets, knocking stuffed animals off the bed. She was at that stage of tired that there was almost no return from, and we both needed to be in bed before, if Mom got home. All right. Go get in your bed while I shower. I washed myself in the shower until the water went from murky to clear, and by the time I was done, Allie'd moved her army of stuffies back into her own room. I tugged on pajamas and pulled my phone out of the pocket of my discarded uniform before walking down the hall, hoping I'd find Allie already asleep. But she wasn't. She was waiting up for me. She scooted over, making room, and patted the bed. I flopped into it dramatically, making her and her stuffed animals bounce. "Okay, bedtime," I demanded. "'Kay," she agreed, and I pulled the cord on her bedside lamp. I waited to pull out my phone until I thought she was snoring. Tilting the screen away from Allie, I turned it on. Still nothing. If Lacey was grounded, I didn't want to give anything away. But if she wasn't, if she was too busy having fun to get back to me, like I didn't matter anymore, I couldn't help myself. I texted Sao Kali no wire and wow or no Mensi Sir Hans Sarah Mao I can see the light, Allie complained. Because your eyes are open, I said, and Fake smothered her with a bunny. I left my phone on vibrate in case Lacey responded. Allie'd already started to toss and turn. I wasn't sure where Oliver was anymore, if the pointy thing in between my ribs was Mr. Snuffles' nose or her knee. I waited a little longer and then carefully got up just as I heard my mom's keys scratching the doorknob. Oh, God. I hustled down the hall but wasn't fast enough. "Shouldn't you be in bed?" my mom asked at volume. She wasn't worried about waking anyone else up. And I saw the light inside Allie's room flick on under the doorway. "I'm going," I said and ducked into my room, closing the door behind me. I flung myself into bed and hauled up my sheets. She was alone. That was something. I could hear her stumble down the hall, 2 steps for every thump where she leaned her hand against the wall for balance. I knew if I were out in the hallway with her, I'd smell the cigarette smoke and stale beer. My mother voted best bartender of the worst dive bar in Redson, 3 years in a row. I listened to her make her way down the hall, praying that she'd pass my room. But no. She paused outside, fumbled with the doorknob, and then leaned in. "You know you mean everything to me, don't you?" The words were drawn out long with an alcoholic accent I'd come to loathe. "Of course, Mama," I said, soft and kind for safety's sake. "Good," she slurred. I made myself small again and waited, hoping that she was done. Emotionally overwrought, Mother was only a few turns of the dial away from verbally abusive Mother, was a few turns of the dial away from the mom who threw things until she puked. As if sensing my surrender, my mother grunted knowingly, then retreated back into the hall, leaving my door open like a ventana into the blackness. If I'd had to bet on what my little sister was having nightmares of, I'd pick her. I waited, tense, until I heard my mom shut her door, then checked my phone one last time before plugging it in to charge for the night. Chapter 2. I woke up in the morning and swung an arm out for my phone, but the only thing it showed was the time. 10 o'clock. "Lacey, you're killing me," I hissed at it. I could hear the sounds of morning cartoons blaring from the living room and stumbled in their direction. My little sister was sitting mere feet from the TV, wrapped, spooning cereal into her mouth from a pink plastic bowl. "Good morning," she shouted without turning around. "Good morning yourself," I said, scratching my stomach and walking into the kitchen. "Did you leave some for me?" "Yeah." I shook the box Allie'd left on the counter. "Barely." "Some," she corrected. I poured it out into another bowl and brought it into the living room to eat dry, flopping into the couch to watch TV over Allie's head. "You do your homework last night?" "It's Saturday." "Which means no, I take it." I picked some dehydrated marshmallows out of my bowl to crunch on, as Allie purposefully ignored me. In general, the more stuff we could get done before Mom got up, the better. You never knew how she would wake. Sick or starving, pleasant or pissed. She could have gotten a good tip last night. From the residents of Redson, doubtful but appreciative truckers drove through from time to time and could wake up in a great mood and take us all out for donuts. Or she could sleep in till 3 and wake up like a person that liked to break things. It was a tough call. There was a reason all our bowls were plastic. I pushed a hand through my hair. It had gotten all wavy in the night with me sleeping on it wet, and tried not to think of the mounting evidence of Lacey's betrayal. Clearly, she'd gone to the party. Clearly, she'd had such a good time she couldn't be bothered to inform me. And clearly, she and Liam were dating now, something that I'd find out 15 lockers away from me on Monday. I glowered at my phone, just as it lit up. "You have 3 messages." "About time," I muttered and swiped in. Sarah's triple chin greeted me, as did her texts. "OMG. Come to breakfast with me. Get to the diner, now. Nothing has ever been this important." Followed by a string of gesticulating emojis that I got 3 into before I gave up on even attempting to translate them. Staring down at my phone, I wasn't sure how to feel. If it was something Sarah could tell me over text, she would. The girl had calluses on her thumbs from texting so hard. So what couldn't she? Was Lacey really going out with Liam? Like after one night? Okay, I texted back. I just had to figure out how to get there. I sauntered back into my bedroom. If I acted like anything interesting was going on, Allie would want to know what, where, why, and if I was going to get out and back safely. I needed her on my side. I brushed my teeth and pulled on clothes and walked back past my mom's room through the kitchen to sagely open the fridge and cabinets like I was taking stock. Then I walked back into the living room and yawned like life was boring. "I'll be right back, okay? I'm gonna go get more cereal before Mom gets up." Allie jumped up. "Can I come?" "Nah, it'll just be a fast trip, super fast. Stay in your jammies." I waved her down and slowly walked toward the door. "But..." "And get your homework out or else," I threatened. Allie made a series of faces at me, culminating in sticking her tongue out until I quietly closed the front door. I could only borrow the car for family things. Getting to work, going grocery shopping. Nothing personal, not school, and never dates. Not that I had any. I had some cash left over from last paycheck, enough to pay for my half of breakfast and cruise by the store to get a box of cereal for cover's sake. Hopefully I'd get back before my mom got up, or shortly thereafter. If I didn't, well, whatever Sarah had to tell me had better have been worth it. I pulled the Buick into the diner's parking lot and did a little dance outside it where I tried to air the smoke smell off. The next door store's sign didn't advertise the home goods you could see in the window. Instead, all the letters had been arranged to say, "Go Bison Baseball." Go where? I wondered, and opened the diner's door. Sarah was there. She had the booth in the back, a wall behind her, and a view of the whole busy restaurant. The second she saw me, she started flagging me down. Seeing her, my heart did the quick thump-thump it always did. Apart from whatever likely tragic news she was going to tell me, there was the fact she wanted to tell me, personally, and not anyone else. Her naturally blonde hair fell down and swept back in a perfect wave, and her makeup was just barely there, although I knew she mostly woke up looking perfect from multiple slumber parties. She was tall and lean and smart and sarcastic and athletic and just kind enough. Sarah was everything that was great about the Midwest in a way that shorter, chunkier, brunette me wasn't. Lacey and I had always gravitated toward her like she was a son. How could we not? I walked over to her, grinning, and sat down, flipping my coffee mug over. Sarah flipped it back and jerked her chin at the waitress trailing me. I looked up and thought I recognized her. Hadn't she been my teacher's aide in 7th grade English? That was the problem with this town. Everyone always knew everyone else. "She'll have what I'm having, and you can bring the coffee then," Sarah said, and the waitress broke away before I was sure. "This had better be good," I said, betraying my nervousness that it might not be. "I know." She got that wolfish grin she sometimes got at other people's expense, and I swallowed. Guess what? What? You have to guess, Jessie, or it's not any fun. Fine. Lacey and Liam are dating now? I said it as sarcastically as I could, to both indicate how little chance I thought of it happening and to cover the pain I'd be in if I were right. Sarah's eyebrows crawled up her forehead and she laughed. "Number hell no. Where did that come from?" "I just got up, Sarah," I said, flipping my coffee mug over again, hoping the waitress would come and save me. She leaned across the table and spoke in a rush. "Ryan and I are like really boyfriend and girlfriend now. Like, you know." She gave me a knowing look and tilted her head provocatively. "Of course you are. You've been dating for 3 months already. It counts now. For real." Her expressive face encouraged me to get with the program, which I would if I had telepathy. "You know," she said with an emphasis on the no. My eyes widened. "You didn't, did you?" "We did," she confirmed, pulling back to her side of the table again. I sat back and blinked. "What did you say to your best friend who just told you they'd lost their virginity?" The waitress swooped in with food and coffee just in time. Chapter 3. "Congrats?" I guessed, as the waitress set our plates down and Sarah laughed. "Is that all?" she asked. I quickly shook my head. No. There was more. It was just figuring out how to say it. "What's it like?" Sarah took on that face she got that teachers loved, the one she used from 3 rows back to lecture fellow students on the Krebs cycle. "It was good. Like all the stuff you see on TV or movies, it's like that. Only it was better. It didn't hurt, but he went slow, just in case. And then he went faster and..." She shook her head and flushed, unable to explain any more of it to me. I did a adult check over both my shoulders before leaning in. "Did you use a condom?" She gave me a look. Jesus, Jessica. There'd been a time in 8th grade where, as far as Sarah was concerned, Jesus, Jessica could have been my name. "How'd you know it was time?" I went on. "The stars aligned. We were kissing and it just felt right. We didn't even get out of his truck. We left the party and drove out to the point." I had never been to the point. She broke the yolks of her sunny-side-up eggs and yellow juices flowed out. "Only time I've been out there and it was empty, because everyone else was at Liam's." "Wait, I stirred the contents of my plate up into an eggy potatoy pile and started eating. What about Lacey? What about her? Sarah said. You can't tell her about Ryan and I. We're the mature ones, she said, gesturing between us with her fork. Her mom still makes her wear floral prints and go to church. But you got us invites, remember? Yeah, but I figured you'd both be at work. So you didn't see her there? We were only there for literally 30 seconds, she said, and looked past me for a moment, and I knew she was remembering something private, like Ryan's hand creeping up her thigh. My gut twisted in disgust and jealousy, and I decided to hide it by rechecking my phone. She didn't text me back last night. Or this morning. She's probably hungover and grounded. If her mom found out, we won't see her outside of school for weeks. Yeah. Lacey's mom had threatened her with Catholic, private, all-girls school before. I had no idea where the money for that would come from, seeing as she was in the trailer park with me. But who could say? Anyhow, Sarah said, refocusing our attention back on her, which was where she liked it. Ryan and I are now definitely a thing. Like he was a thing with Erica last year? I wanted to say, but knew better. I just kept shoveling breakfast in. I gave money to Sarah to pay for things and hit the corner store on my way home. The weather had gone from sunny to gray, and by the time I left the store, I was using the cereal box as an umbrella to avoid big fat drops of rain. I could have driven straight home then, but Lacey's house was practically on the way. I pulled over in front of it. Her mom's car was in the driveway, like most cars were on weekend mornings, and I trotted past it to her front door, determined to play it casual. I knocked and waited with a cheerful but not manic grin on my face, playing through a dozen age-appropriate variations of, "Why hello, Ms. Harper, can Lacey come out to play?" In my head. I heard shuffling behind the door, but the door itself didn't open. "Hello?" I asked the doorknob, leaning forward with my ear. The blinds covering the window beside the door crinkled, and two dark eyes peered out between slats. I didn't know what to do, and before I could do anything, it was too late. The blinds flipped back closed, hiding Ms. Harper again. I waited, for her to shout for Lacey to come get the door, for her to get the door herself. But nothing happened. I raised my hand to knock again, but she had seen me. Wouldn't knocking now be rude? It was obvious she didn't want me here, probably because I was, as Lacey'd told me she'd said before, a bad influence. I trudged back to the Buick. Lacey was definitely grounded. The only question was for how long, and if her mom'd let me see her before she got sent to parochial. I pulled the Buick into its spot in front of my own trailer and walked up the steps with the cereal box under my arm. I opened up the front door quietly, expecting to hear the TV blaring again, and was dismayed when it was not, because I knew why. Mom was up. "Hey, darlin'," she said from her spot on the couch. Allie was curled up in her arms. They were still watching cartoons, albeit much more quietly, as befit my mother's hangover. "Hey," I said, waving the cereal box as my proof of innocence. I had reasons to go out. Foraging, for my people. "Been gone long?" I froze. Had I known that waitress? And had she known my mom? No, that was silly. I knew Redson was small, but come on. Breakfast hadn't been that long. I wished I could see Allie's face to help me judge. Not too long. The weather outside's getting awful. We were just out of cereal. "You get any milk?" I shook my head. "So it took you 45 minutes to get to the corner store?" Busted. My stomach sank as my mother pushed Allie off her lap. Allie looked back at me quickly and gave me the look I imagined drowning people saw from people on overcrowded lifeboats. Sarah and I went to breakfast. She had something important to tell me. She's dating Ryan now. I spilled almost every bean I had, hoping to outrun the storm. You know the rules. I do, but for some reason you can't follow them. It was just breakfast, Mom. Do you think I'm stupid? Do you? She didn't really want to know the answer to that, but maybe she could see it flicker in my eyes. "You're grounded," she said. "What?" My voice rose without thinking. You heard me. What is there to ground me from? It's not like I do anything. Give me your phone. No, Mom. Give me your phone, she said again, more ominously, holding her hand out. I gritted my teeth and handed it over. She looked at it dismissively. You know I pay your phone bill. I give you over half my paycheck, I said before I could bite my tongue. And we're barely breaking even, Jessica. You know that. If I can't trust you with my car, with my phone, she said, emphasis on the my, and to have any money. She shook her head. From now on, everything comes through me. I stared at her, jaw dropped. You told me last night that you loved me. And I do, but I can't trust you. I'm doing this for your own good. A tidal wave of anger built in me then. For every time actions ought to have had consequence and didn't or shouldn't have, then did. My mother was the most confusing, most frustrating, most worst person ever. But I saw her fingers flex around my phone. If she threw it and it broke, I might never get a new one. For how long? I asked, doing my best to sound contrite and utterly failing at it. For as long as it takes. She put the phone in her robe's pocket and nudged Allie with affection. You two have fun. I'm going back to bed. I waited until she left the room and dropped onto the couch. Allie's hand crept out and found mine. I took it and squeezed it once. She quietly squeezed it back. Go get your homework? I asked after a few minutes of TV. Next commercial? Kay. I spent the afternoon helping Allie with her times tables while I studied for my chemistry class. As the only class I had Liam in, it had priority over all other classes. The sound of my mother's chainsaw snoring reverberated through the back of the trailer all the while. I had tonight off at work. Why couldn't the party have been tonight? Then I could have gone with Lacey and neither of us would have ended up grounded. At 6 o'clock sharp, I made our dinner. Fish sticks and tater tots, Allie's favorite, cheap and easy. We were sitting in front of the TV when my mother lumbered forth again. Save me some? In the fridge, I said with a finger point. She walked past us, still wearing this morning's robe. I could see the outline of my phone pressing against its thin pocket. When she was in the kitchen, I heard the fridge open. There was a quiet clink as she pulled out the plate I'd left her, and the pop and deflating hiss as she opened up a can of beer. How are you getting to work tonight? I asked casually. Barbara, she answered, and retreated with her drink and dinner back into the bathroom. It took my mother upwards of an hour to get properly ready. When I was little, I used to sit on the toilet and watch her, mystified, as the air clouded with Aquanet. When I was older, I used to wonder how she managed to put on mascara while buzzed, but older still, I realize now she probably couldn't manage it sober. She paced from her bedroom, the bathroom, and the small porch outside, where she took pensive smoke breaks in between phases, staring out at the rest of the trailers on our block. Allie and I did our best to stay small, pretending whatever was currently on the TV was fascinating, until she emerged from the back, all made up, an empty plate in one hand and her purse in the other, wearing a low-cut top designed to induce tipping in Neanderthals. She handed the plate over to me. How do I look? There was only ever one answer. Like the evil queen in Snow White, my mother always had to be the most beautiful in all the land. Gorgeous, Allie said, enthusiastically. I could see the dark circles that foundation couldn't quite hide, and all the thin lines radiating out from her lips because of smoking. But if I was still being honest, I had to admit she still looked pretty good. Thank you, she said, tilting her head at us, her cord of two, regally. Then she reached into her purse and pulled out my phone. For a heart-flippingly hopeful second, I thought she'd toss it to me. But no. I'm only showing you this so you don't go into my room looking for it. She waved it between us and it beeped. Her perfect eyebrows rose and she flipped it to look at the screen, reading my messages. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Sarah and Lacey knew that my mom could see my phone. But what if this was the time they forgot? What the hell? Huh. She licked her front teeth. Lacey's in the hospital. Wants you to come visit. What? I stood up from the couch so fast. What's wrong? She didn't say. Mom, you have to let me see her. I was a second away from dancing like a toddler who needed potty. I've got to go to work. Don't worry, I'll call her mom and see what's going on. But why can't I just go? Barbara's picking you up. Because you stole my car this morning. Stealing implies I didn't bring it back. My mother sighed a sigh like a freight train. Jessica, you need to learn that everything in life you do has consequences. She dropped her keys into her purse, and outside our trailer, a car honked. Barbara's here. We'll go tomorrow, I promise. Get to bed early, girls, she said, and waved like a prom queen on her way out the door. I stared at the closed door once she was gone. There was a chance my mother was lying to me, but she'd seemed as surprised as I was at the news. My mother was many things, most of them awful, but a good actor she was not. What's wrong with Lacey? Allie asked, coming over to stand at my side. I don't know. But I knew where to start finding out. Chapter 4. I waited a good 30 minutes, long enough for my mom to get to work, and if she'd forgotten anything, to have decided to go without. Then I reached under her bed and pulled out our laptop. It was ours, no matter that she treated it like it only belonged to her. Our dad had gotten it for us last Christmas, but she hoarded it and wouldn't let us see it unless we had school projects to work on, and then only while she was awake to watch us. Allie danced up to me, sitting on Mom's bed with an, Look, are you telling? Or not? My little sister weighed her options. She could kick me while I was down or trade for bigger things. Can I watch pony videos when you're finished? Deal. Give me 30 minutes, okay? She nodded and lingered. I gave her a look. Shoo, I said. She stomped out to the living room and then called back, I'm timing you. I know, I shouted back at her, tapping my fingers on the keyboard as I waited for the computer to boot. It wasn't top of the line. It was top of whatever Dad's new wife would allow him to buy us 2 years ago. I'd only met her twice, but twice was enough to imagine the face she'd made seeing his credit card bill that January. She wanted him to spend all his time and money on her kids. On their kids, now that they shared one. Whereas for us, well, I supposed parenting was a skill like any other that you could figure out how to get good at. But no kid slept well at night knowing that they were just the practice ones. The generic Sunrise desktop my mother installed came up, and along with it, all the tabs and folders and files. I pulled up a web browser and knew exactly where I was heading next. Zoom Boom. It had started as some silly photo-sharing app and had slowly become something more. I had it installed on my phone, but I could log into it here under duress. I typed in my info. I was Ms. Marmalade, named after the orange cat we'd had while growing up. And zany colors greeted me, along with the obnoxious ticking sound of photos expiring. Everything on the site was only there for one day, and it wanted you to know that. If you weren't constantly on it, you were guaranteed to be missing something. I turned the volume off so I wouldn't have to hear it count down. Since the party was last night, I only had a few hours left to see what there was to see. And that was limited by the number of connections I had at the party. Personally, 0. But via Sarah's newfound popularity, I could see some of her boom buddies. The name was intentionally horrible, I was sure. Even with only a day's worth of time, there were at least 100 crap photos between her friends and mine. Dinners, shoes, dogs, cars, clouds, with witty comments and without. I swiped through them all until I finally got to Liam's. Apart from the generic herds of older classmates posing with red cups that could have honestly held soda. Officer, sir, I knew I was in the right place when I found his couch. The one I hoped we would still someday make out on. This was, not the first time that I had stalked Liam. But now that I was at the right time, I was looking for Lacey. Scanning the faces at the periphery of the photos, people who hadn't been meant to be in focus. I'd recognize even the back of her head instantly. I'd sat behind her on a bus often enough. I glanced through clusters of people, the sports teams, the smart kids that still partied, the cheerleaders, the hangers-on, and Lacey was in none of them. She'd clearly gotten grounded the second she'd come in her front door. Are you done yet? Allie shouted from the living room. Aren't you timing me? I shouted back. Liam's face lit up the screen, in close-up. His brown blonde hair was roguishly ruffled, his eyes doing that green-gray-blue thing as the corner of his mouth pulled into a smile because of something set off screen. And underneath, some semi-anonymous person had written, "Suck it, Haley." If he only knew what he did to me, if I ever had the guts to tell him, if there was ever a point in sharing my feelings, which clearly there wasn't. I swiped past him regretfully, knowing I'd never get to see that particular photo again, but having too much pride to save it. Much less on my laptop where there was a chance my mother would see. And then I found her. Lacey, like Waldo, at long last. She wasn't the focal part of the picture. That would be Mason and Chase in the foreground. But she was sitting on the same couch that I'd imagined making out on an embarrassing amount of times before. She was clearly talking to someone off screen, with her mouth open and one hand out. It wasn't a great picture. Her hair was flat and her face a little greasy, but it looked like she was having a good time. She was wearing the least worst of the shirts her mom had bought her recently. And hey, floral patterns were a little in this year. And there was a red cup in her right hand. So why was she at the hospital? Without warning, the photo exploded while I was looking at it, in a shower of pixelated confetti. "Your 30 minutes is up," Allie said, dancing back into the room. "Pony time." Hang on. I rushed through another 20 photos. No Lacey. And if she was in the hospital, it didn't really matter what I saw on Zoom Boom, did it? I needed to see her in person. Allie lunged for the computer, but I pulled it back. Her jaw dropped and she inhaled to call me a liar. "What if I said you could look at an infinity of pony videos?" She made a shrewd face and waited. "What if I let you watch whatever you wanted on TV and on the internet while I go to the hospital real quick and check in on Lacey?" She gasped again. Take me, take me, take me." "It's a really long walk, Allie. So far that I can't carry you if it gets too long, you know? It's like 10 miles. It was really like 5 miles, which was more than far enough. She harumphed and her eyes narrowed, weighing me. "All the TV I want?" "Yep. And computer. And no bedtime. You can stay up till I get back. Only Dash." "Don't tell Mom," Allie finished for me. "Yeah." Allie pondered our deal for half a hot second, then said, "Okay," and reached for the laptop again. I almost felt bad about leaving her alone, but not as much as I was worried about Lacey. I smooched her forehead, and 3 minutes later, I was out the front door. Chapter 5. I knew the way to the hospital because it was on the same route as the elementary school bus, and because of the time that Sarah had been in a car accident in 4th grade. Her dad had gotten sideswiped by a drunk driver at an intersection, and the collision broke her leg when it crunched her door in. She still had scars from where the pins were. We'd spent that summer doodling between them, thinking we were cool, pretending that someone had given our underage friend an illegal tattoo. I reached the entrance to our trailer park and took a right. The roads here were one lane in both directions with wide shoulders and then swathes of gravel and grass on either side, until the grass won and led up to people's houses again. I walked in the gravel zone with the flashlight I'd brought off. The moon was almost full, and a raincoat tied around my waist. The night was as hot as it was humid, and I hoped I wouldn't need it. I couldn't believe Sarah had slept with Ryan. Slept with was such a weird phrase. It wasn't like they'd been sleeping in the cab of his truck. Or maybe in the back of it, I hadn't super pressed. Making love as a phrase was absolutely repulsive, but fucking sounded worse than what it was. So what word could I use to describe it if I had to? I knew Sarah didn't want me to tell Lacey. But come on, I had to tell someone. If not Lacey, then who? Besides, Lacey was still on my side of the virgin line, which gave us some intrinsic loyalty to one another. I hadn't even had a boyfriend yet, and Lacey had only gone out with a boy twice before her mom locked down hard. I could have had a boyfriend if I wanted just anyone. There were enough boys at Redson High to go around, but most of them were stupid or hideous or stupidious and not worth my time. The few that weren't, like Liam, had been claimed by one girl or another ever since they'd turned 11. Clouds hid the moon, and I brought my flashlight out. I could hear the rain like it was chasing me, a million tiny footsteps just behind. And then I was in it. I barely had time to pull on my coat. I danced between sleeves, tucking the flashlight in and out of armpits until I was covered, but I could already tell that my coat would not be enough. This was the kind of rain that'd soak my jeans straight through, and mud was already starting to suck at the bottom of my shoes. I angled up closer to the road where there was less dirt and kept walking. When I saw Lacey, when she saw me, if she was not in the hospital for something life-threatening to make being this disgusting worthwhile, I started thinking about relative values for assorted illnesses versus how uncomfortable I was and how long I'd be that way, seeing as even once I got to the hospital, I was still going to have to walk back home. The rain camouflaged the sound of a car pulling up behind me. I didn't know they were there until they honked their horn and I nearly jumped out of my skin. "Hey!" someone shouted from the passenger side of a white four-door as their lights came in range. They slowed and pulled over toward me. "You go to Redson?" I nodded mutely. "My brother goes there too. Need a ride?" The lights of the dash illuminated 4 college guys, one for each seat. "We've got space," he went on, jerking a thumb toward the back. Just then, the rain decided to go from loud to deafening. His mouth moved, but I couldn't hear what he'd said, although I saw the guy in the back seat smirk. "I'm good," I shouted, waving them away. The guy in the passenger seat looked at me like I was dumb. "I'm fine, thanks," I shouted louder, grinning like the idiot they likely thought I was, and took a step or two back from the road. I could see a collective shrug ripple through their group until the window rolled up and the car zoomed off again with a shoe-soaking splash. Half a mile away, my blisters were getting blisters. Walking in wet socks and shoes guaranteed it. I'd stopped thinking about Sarah or Lacey and was only focused on myself and my current misery. If I'd let those guys take me to the hospital, I'd be there by now. Right foot. But who the hell takes rides from strangers? Left foot. What kind of cynical jerk says no to a ride in the middle of a rainstorm? Right foot. The kind that doesn't wind up in a serial killer movie. Left foot. Was I an idiot? Right foot. Or wasn't I? Left foot. Soon I was too cold, hot, uncomfortable for actual thinking. If Hannibal Lecter pulled over, I'd have gladly gotten in, as long as he'd promised to let me get all the way dry before killing me. The rain was ebbing, though. I was over halfway there, and this time when a car came up, I was able to hear it approaching. I turned. The car was definitely slowing down, and its headlights were blinding. I stood still just like deer do, waiting, unable to see anything but the painful brightness of its lights. And then it sped up again, zooming on in a white blur. I stood on the roadside, blinking after it, until it rounded a corner and disappeared. Was it residual light burn from the headlights? Or was it really the same white four-door? If it was, why did they slow down? Why didn't they say anything? If it wasn't them, same question. Who does that and why? I panted, exhausted by the time of night and exertion used thus far, unable to tell myself what I'd really seen, scared of being right, and scared of convincing myself I was not right, so I wouldn't be frightened. Then, as much as my feet hated me for it, I trudged back into the deeper gravel and muck so I'd be farther from the road, and found myself a very large stick to drag along. Mercy Hospital appeared like a brightly lit angel on the horizon. If my life were a movie and Mercy were a person, I'd be running down an airport causeway toward her right now, arms extended and shrieking. Instead, it took me another long 15 minutes or so to reach the edge of its expansive parking lot. The lobby was closed, but the emergency room was open. I walked through it and out into the lobby through a side door like I belonged, and no one questioned me, which made sense. High school had already taught me that half of life was looking like you belonged. The other half was looking like you had somewhere to be. There was a map printed on one wall. There wasn't a "Lacey is here" stamp on it, but it did list the pediatric floor. And since Lacey was 16 like me for 2 more months before I became the hotter and wiser of our pair by turning 17, I figured she'd be there. I found an elevator and let it take me up. 3 floors and one more map consult later, I was outside the kids' floor. I knew because it said so. In bright pink letters stenciled over the desk, assorted women in scrubs sat behind. One of them looked curiously at me, and I looked down at myself. I'd trailed water from the elevator over, and despite my coat's hood having saved me from some of the rain, I probably both looked and smelled like a wet dog. The kind you'd shoo away if it came up to you on the street. However, I was still a kid, so I tried to wag my tail with a winning smile. "Hi, I'm looking for my friend Lacey Harper," I said, walking up to the desk, trying to ignore the way that my wet sneakers squeaked. She typed slowly, giving me plenty of time to wonder how old the chipped enamel bison on her lanyard was, before telling me, "We can neither confirm nor deny her being a patient here." The first thing I wanted to say was, "What are you, a robot?" But I caught myself in time. "Well, I know she is. She texted me. Told me to come. Go ask her." She took in my bedraggled state with pursed lips. Her continuing silence rattled me. What if something was really wrong? "Look, I just walked 5 miles in the rain because I was worried about her, and I have to walk 5 miles back. Can you at least tell me if she's all right?" My voice may or may not have broken a little. Her eyes narrowed and she finished measuring me. "Stay right here," she said, before standing and walking off. I did as I was told for once. The clock over her desk said it was 10 p.m. When the nurse came back, she had a warm blanket in her arms and said, "Follow me." She led me down the hall. The lights were dimmed here to mimic the nighttime outside, and she tapped on one door. "Come in," I heard Lacey croak. The nurse pressed the door open and handed the blanket to me. "For you." I nodded, pulling it up over my shoulders, and went in. Lacey was there, huddled up on her side, facing the other wall. I sighed in relief at seeing her without all the tubes and wires and pins I'd imagined. I waited until I heard the nurse shut the door before sagging over the nearest chair. "Oh my God, Lacey, what the hell? Do you know how far I walked?" I slung my feet over one arm and kicked my shoes off. My feet hurt so bad. My shift at work tomorrow is going to suck. "Yeah," she said, and nothing else. I expected words to come pouring out of her like they always did. Lacey had something to say, frequently a hilarious something, about everything. Her silence bothered me more than seeing her with wires would. I waited as long as I could before hitching the blanket up over my head and going, "Boo," in a cheesy, spooky voice. "Boo," I went on, standing and lumbering over to the bed to sit down on it before flipping the blanket back. She was still turned away. "Remember how we were ghosts for Halloween in 3rd grade? Because our moms were cheap and lazy?" I bounced up and down on the bed a little, waiting for her to face me. "Are you germy? Is this going to be like the time I had mono and we weren't allowed to share sodas for 6 months?" She shook her head, no back and forth into the pillow. "Come on, Lacey, what's up? How was the party? Did you have a good time or what? Why are you here?" She shook her head no again. I waited and waited and waited, and bounced the bed one more time. "Can you use your words? Because this silent treatment's starting to freak me out." Lacey rolled over beside me to curl up the same way she had been, only facing me this time. Her eyes were red and swollen and ringed with black. "I don't want to talk about it, all right? I just wanted you here." I opened my mouth, exhausted and exasperated, but I managed to close it again before words came out. I gave up and snuggled next to her, like we had when we were younger, watching marathons of Dora the Explorer on TV. "Puede usted leer el mapa?" This was not like Lacey. I did not know what to do while having that pressing feeling that something must be done. I reached for the flashlight, put it under my chin, and then turned it on and made goofy faces with it until she watched me. After a minute, she started to laugh. And then, as if that laugh were a pop-top on a shaken can of soda, tears started to bubble out from everywhere. Her eyes, her nose, her mouth, All of her frothed as she started to wordlessly shake. I pulled her to me, panicking. What did you do when someone cried like this? I hadn't cried this hard since my dad had left. Maybe not even then. I put the flashlight on her bedside table and the room went dim. It didn't feel right to interrupt her. She sounded like the storm outside, and each time I thought it had ebbed, something brought it back on again. Lacey, what is going on? I asked, when I was worried she'd forgotten how to breathe. She took gasping inhales and wiped the back of one hand across her spitty mouth. Are you rabid? Because I've read Old Yeller. I know what to do. She shook her head, lips quivering on the verge of another storm cloud. Don't joke. No jokes. Tell me, okay? She swallowed audibly, then nodded and reached up to pull my head toward her lips so she wouldn't have to talk very loud. Chapter 6. I didn't hear her talking so much as feel it, as she whispered what had happened into my ear. Once I knew where the story was going, how things were going to turn out, that there was no way I could grab the wheel and somehow yank us both off to the side of the road to safety. A sharp and bitter taste raced across my tongue. The words coming out of her mouth were like little bits of freezing shrapnel. I could feel them jab their way inside me, lodging under my skin like splinters, one by one. I pressed her hair out of her face as she kept sobbing, and I only had one question. Who? Because whoever they were, I was going to tear them apart. Her head shook against my shoulder. I don't remember. I woke up and it was happening and I pushed them off. But everything was spinning. You mean you don't know? The words had an accusatory tone without my meaning them to, and I felt her jerk like I'd slapped her. I pulled her close again. It's only because I want to kill them. I know. She was quiet then for a long time, and I was uncomfortably aware of how my wet clothing clung to me, sticking in 100 awkward places, clasping me like dirty hands. I could barely stand Jessie, she said, her voice so small. But I knew if I fell back asleep there, she said, and I heard her swallow. I know. I closed my eyes, imagining her desperately pinballing through the other drunk people in Liam's living room, trying to get somewhere safe, like a broken-winged bird surrounded by cats. How'd you get home? I didn't. I made it out to my car and locked the doors. My mom freaked out when I wasn't home by midnight. And at 2 a.m., I woke up to a cop breaking the passenger window. Found me in the back seat, covered in my own blood and puke. Oh my God, Lacey. You're lucky you didn't die. There was a pause between us, then she croaked a bitter laugh. Yeah, I'm so lucky. She knew what I meant and I knew what she meant, so I just went on. But you told them, right? Yeah, but by then the party was mostly over. Everyone who was left was too drunk to be a witness. I don't even want to know what stories they said about me. She shook her head again, gathering herself, gaining control. They brought me here and tested me and had to stitch me up. I pulled back and looked at her face again. It was still her, just tired and puffy, and she didn't have a split lip. Stitch you? Down there. I tore. My jaw dropped in horror. Yeah, she agreed. I slowly closed my mouth so that nothing wrong could come out. I didn't have any words that could encompass the situation. What I wanted to say was, are you fucking kidding me? But that wasn't for her. It was for the world at large. Are you fucking kidding me that my best friend got raped? Her breathing evened out and she turned away from me to face the ceiling. Everything feels unreal. It's like I'm floating, like I'm not even here. You're here, I said, and put my hand in hers to prove it. We lay in the bed beside each other, just breathing after that. Chapter 7. There were complicated patterns in the ceiling of Lacey's hospital room. Irregular dots. In the shadows, if you squinted, you could turn them into topographic maps, or profiles of presidents, or pictures of famous internet cats. You could make them into anything you wanted, but you couldn't make them disappear. Lacey broke the silence first. You can't tell anyone, Jessie. Of course not. I mean it, not even Sarah. I won't, but don't some people know? After the cops got involved, yeah. But if someone doesn't know, I don't want them to know, you know? Yeah, I nodded. But if the cops ask questions? I know, she said quietly. She sank on herself almost, shrinking down as if pressed flat by the weight of things, and I felt it too. Over the course of one weekend, everything had changed. Lacey wouldn't get to just go to high school anymore. She'd be that girl as soon as news got out. And our classmates? Our classmates would be like wild dogs. I'm really sorry, Lacey, I said, knowing that that sentiment did not even begin to cover the half of it. She nodded absent-mindedly. Me too. I heard the clock on the wall counting faintly, seconds ticking away one by one. My mom wouldn't be away from home forever, especially if the bar closed early with the weather like this. And I needed time to put my clothes in the dryer when I got back. I didn't know what she'd say if she knew why I was here, but it didn't matter because I couldn't tell her anyhow. I propped myself up. I gotta go. Are you sure? Lacey asked, sounding small. I don't want to, but I have to. I'll come back with my mom tomorrow, okay? I'm grounded, so don't let on I was here. I slid out of the bed, taking half of her sheets with me. I put my shoes on and picked up my coat before looking back at her. I still love you. I love you too. I nodded, grabbed the flashlight, and went for the door. I walked past the nurse's station, and one of the women there cleared their throat at me. Do your parents know where you are? Yeah, I said, and kept walking like I belonged. As soon as the last glass door fell shut behind me, I raced out into the rain. I ran till I hit the edge of the parking lot and kept going. I didn't even put on my coat. Each raindrop that hit me stung, but that was nothing. Nothing, compared to all the stinging on the inside. I felt like I was full of wasps. And if I felt like that? Lacey, God. Lacey. Why'd he, whoever he was, do that? Hurt my friend, tear my friend. Why? My questions pounded in time with my legs, and the puddles that splashed me back were my only answers. I ran until my stomach burned and sagged to my knees, a stitch in my side, panting for each humid breath, fat raindrops pelting the back of my head like pennies. The storm screamed down, and I screamed back at it. Each time I heard thunder, I howled. I couldn't outrun it, and even if I could, there was nowhere to go. Nothing I could do would change what had happened to Lacey. I wished I'd been the one to go to the party instead, or that I'd blown off work and gotten fired and gone. I imagined myself racing in, with a gun that I didn't have, with karate that I didn't know, breaking beer bottles with shuriken pool cues, screaming until someone called 911, somehow stopping, changing, the past. 1,000 scenarios from books, TV, movies played out in my head. But at the end of all of them, I was just me, kneeling in the rain by the side of the road, stupid and powerless. Thunder roared as if the sky itself were mocking me. It's not fair, I muttered. Tears streamed down my cheeks, and I could feel my dinner rising up my throat. It's just not... I burbled, and then threw up, a small geyser of sick, quickly washed away. I clenched my hands into the roadside gravel and waited in case there was more. When there wasn't, I rocked back on my heels. The world around me was a wet blur, the sky overhead a hateful smear, the nearest streetlight far and flickering. Lightning strobed bright enough to blind me. Lacey was right. Nothing felt real anymore. Time seemed to stretch on forever, and I started feeling weightless, which made sense because I wasn't here. I couldn't be here, in this strange world where somehow things like this could happen. Things had gone wrong. Everything had gone off course. All the hairs on my arms stood on end like I was starting to pull apart. In this new place where everything was wrong and spinning, the only thing I was sure of was that the second worst thing in the world to getting raped is finding out someone you love has gotten raped and not being able to do a goddamn thing about it. A lightning bolt punctuated my pain, washing everything in cleansing light before thunder pounded, as if echoing the awfulness I felt back down. I wasn't myself anymore, just a broken and blubbery mass of tears and snot. But I still had to get back home. I stood up too fast, feeling even lighter. Maybe I could just float away, unhinge from this world and go someplace easier, more safe. I looked up at the dark sky, and the last thing I remembered was a bright light and the sound like a clap from God. Chapter 8. Something tickled my face. I blinked as I reached for it. I touched my face like it was someone else's and felt something pokey resist. I pulled my hand back and looked at it and saw an obstinate ant crawling over a fingertip, and past that, morning sun. I lurched up in bed. But I wasn't in bed. I was out. By the side of the road. And it was dawn. Dawn. What the fuck had happened to me? I scrabbled to standing, mud sucking at my clothes, squishing inside my socks. My socks. I looked down, and my shoes were 6 feet away from me. What happened? I asked myself as if I could answer. I shrugged muck off of myself, scraping my feet on their opposite calves before putting them back into my shoes. What did I remember? Walking to the hospital in the rain. Running away from it in the rain. Lacey's confession. At that, the pounding in my head thumped louder. That, I remembered. But this? I looked around at myself, at the place I'd apparently spent the night. Maybe I'd been abducted by foot fetishists. Every confused moment I spent there was another chance a classmate might drive by and see me, and was another year on the grounding I was going to get from my mom. Shit. I started limping quickly for the trailer park as fast as I could. There was no way around it. I was going to have to go in the front door. I inserted my key into the door quietly, hoping beyond hope that my mother'd just come home and gone straight to bed and wasn't up yet. What my key did to the lock could rightfully called making love, and I turned the handle in almost complete silence. When I opened the door, I found a cloud of cigarette smoke waiting for me. My mom hardly ever smoked inside, trying to preserve the resale value of our trailer, but faced with my insolence, she'd apparently given up. I stepped in and closed the door behind me. She didn't turn for a long moment, long enough for me to wonder if I was a ghost, if I was dead. And then she turned, and the look on her face made me wish I had been. Where the hell have you been? The table beside the couch was littered with beer cans. My mother hadn't stayed up all night without company. In my long hustle here, I hadn't thought of any acceptable alternatives. I'd been too busy panicking. So I went with the truth. I woke up by the side of the road. You... What? Fear fought with the anger on her face, but then anger re-won. Really? That's your story? You chose last night of all nights to sneak out and then you think you're going to pull one over on me? I went to the hospital to see Lacey. There was no point in lying on that front. It's not like she was going to take me there now. Then on my way back, I don't know. I slipped and fell or something, knocked myself out. I stood on the small patch of linoleum by our front door, shivering. Allie told me about the hospital. They're lucky they don't have a lawsuit on their hands. She stood up and inspected me with bleary eyes. Where'd you go afterwards? I didn't. I was coming back here. And it took you, 8 hours to get home? Allie was crying when I got home, you know that? She was so worried about you, she'd stayed up. I inhaled. I felt awful about that, I really did, but I'm home now. Nothing happened. It's fine. You disobeyed me. There's nothing fine about that. She lurched upright. Until you tell me where you were, whose house you were at so I can have a word with their parents. But I wasn't anywhere. I was by the side of the road. Look at me, I demanded and spun so that she could see the state I was in. I hit my head or something. I've got a terrible headache, I don't know. You've got a terrible headache? She asked, taking a step toward me. It was moments like this that I thought that maybe, just maybe, she actually cared. But then she made a snorting sound and turned to go into the kitchen, returning shortly with another can. I am too old for this shit, Jessica. You're grounded until you can tell me the truth. I inhaled to tell her the truth all right, about how she was an alcoholic and the worst parent ever, but caught myself in time. Fine. Can I go to my room now? Please? My mother didn't answer, just shook her head gravely and walked back to her bedroom, beer in hand. I peeked into Allie's bedroom first. My sister was asleep in a tangle of sheets and stuffed animals. It wasn't worth waking her up to tell her I was okay. After that, I went into the bathroom, locked the door, and cranked the water up. I was cold, freezing. So cold I could feel my bones inside myself, like they were carved from ice. I pulled layer after layer of clothing off, putting all of it in the sink to drain, before ducking behind the shower curtain. The water stung. I placed my hands on either side of the faucet and let it rain down. It was just like last night, only this time the water was sizzling. What had happened? Why had I passed out? Was this how Lacey'd woken up? Not knowing and sore? A wave of nausea ran through me. There was nothing in my stomach, so I crouched down and gagged. What if I'd been like that on the side of the road and that white four-door'd come back again? I stayed in the shower, curled into a ball, feeling my own skin. Nothing bad had happened to me. Just some freakish fainting thing. I was in one piece. But Lacey, when would she come home? Or come back to school? How could she go back to school, not knowing who? Another wave of nausea, and then another. And I clapped one hand over my mouth to muffle the retching sounds. I stayed crouched over for so long my knees hurt, then carefully stood, reached for the soap, and tried to wash myself without thinking. 20 minutes later, long enough that my mother had beaten on the door twice, shouting about bills and hot water, I stepped out of the shower and wrung out my hair. "You're not the only person in this house who needs to use the bathroom," my mother shouted through the door. "I'm hurrying," I shouted back, flipping my head over to wrap a towel around my hair. And before I flipped back up, I caught a glimpse of red on my back out of the corner of my eye and rose more slowly, turning to gasp. My back, my normally completely white, minus a few moles and blemishes back, had a jagged, vividly red mark across it. I leaned in toward the mirror and the mark resolved into bundles and branches. It was like I had an upside-down blossoming tree, starting at my left shoulder and ending at my right hip. "What the hell?" I whispered, sitting my butt on the counter and scooting back. I stretched a hand over one shoulder, watched the marks move as my shoulder moved, and touched them. They weren't raised, but when I rubbed at it, I realized they weren't going anywhere. It was like I'd gotten a very sudden and odd tattoo. "Mom," I said, my voice rising as I began to panic. "The water's been off for 5 minutes. Pick your zit some other time," my mother shouted from just outside the door. I grit my teeth and swallowed my fear down. Whatever it was on me didn't hurt, and I doubted there was such a thing as overnight skin cancer. I must have scraped myself when I landed last night, but telling my mother that wasn't likely to earn me any mom points. I'd show her later, if it didn't go away. I grabbed another towel, cinched it underneath my armpits, and went directly to my bedroom. Chapter 9. I woke to my mom coming into my room and zinging up the blinds. She hadn't properly calculated the extent of her hangover. She wounding, stepping back like a vampire in the daylight, hissing, "Get up." "What?" "Time for your shift." I blinked awake and looked at my clock, one of those black cats with the swinging eyes and tail. It was 4:30. The last thing I remembered was crawling into bed and willing myself to sleep because sleeping was better than thinking anymore. "Mom, can I please call in sick?" I put a hand to my head. "I'm not rewarding your bad decisions, Jessica." "Please, Mom." It was like there was a drum session happening inside my skull. "I can drop you off. Lacey can bring you home." "But Lacey's still in the hospital, Mom." "All the more reason for you to go into work. They'll be short without her." I writhed in bed pathetically. "Can I have my phone back? Maybe she's better? I could call her." She gave me a look that made it clear what the chances of that happening were. "I'll be in the car. Don't keep me waiting," she said. Then she left the room, and I started hunting for my uniform on my floor. I hadn't washed my uniform since the last time I'd worn it on Friday. It still smelled like sweat and fry grease. But what smelled worse than it did was my mother's Buick. If the before segment of a no-smoking ad was scratch and sniff, it'd probably smell like me. I coughed loudly as I settled in and got my seatbelt on. I waited until my mom pulled into the parking lot to ask the obvious question. How am I getting home? You can catch a ride with someone. And what if there's not anyone who can bring me back? Then you can call me. I can get off early on a Sunday. Call you? With what phone? There's one in the Snack Shack's office, I'm sure of it. I inhaled to plead my case, but she cut me off with a glare. I made it just fine through my childhood without a phone, and you're still grounded. Fine, I said, and shut the door. I trudged into the back of the Shacks, slammed the door behind me the way I couldn't slam the Buicks without getting grounded more, and walked to my locker. I had a ferocious headache. I hadn't eaten all day, or had anything to drink now that I thought about it. And something about being here, the smell, the trapped feeling, general desperation. I pulled away from my locker and looked around, sure I was seeing things. Everything was blurry, a little shiny like there was too much sun, even though we were indoors. Darius came into the break room and took me in. Female problems? He asked. The look I gave him then could have broiled hamburgers. Darius, Raj, Joey, and I presented ourselves to Burton prior to our shift start. He looked pointedly at me. Where's Lacey? I flushed. Her mom didn't call? Number why? The weight of what I knew, what I absolutely was not allowed to tell anyone else, pressed against the roof of my mouth. I used the first plausible lie I could think of. She has appendicitis. Burton stared at me, and I felt my face going red. Really? Scout's honor, I said, and made a vague sign of a cross over my chest. Burton then did his best to impersonate some sort of rallying figure, the kind of man who brought his team together for the final play in the championship game. Listen up, he said, pacing up and down our line. We're down a person, but we've worked through worse before. We can do this. I know we can. Apparently, Lacey secretly piloted nuclear submarines instead of the Fry Station. Who knew? You've got this, he said emphatically. We all looked at each other awkwardly. Only Raj dared break the silence. Yeah, we'll be fine. Burton smiled at this, as though his leadership had pulled us up from the brink. Go, Bisons. Go, Bisons, the rest of us said, as sarcastically as possible. Burton either did not notice this or did a really good job of pretending not to, and we quickly dispersed to our stations. I stood in front of the fries, scooping them from their paper bags, carefully pouring them into the fry basket, which then got dropped in hot grease. I felt Burton's presence looming nearby. I hoped by ignoring him I could avoid whatever interaction this was going to be, and went on shaking the fry basket like he wasn't there. Jessica, he said, interrupting me with a hand on my arm. Yeah? Tell Lacey not to bother coming back. But, I sputtered, just like the grease I shook. She has a... And my voice drifted off, looking for the right word. I don't care. 2 unauthorized absences in 1 week? She's a liability, and you can tell her that I said so. I shrugged his hand away. Like she wanted to work here anyways. He inhaled to say something to me. But if the Shacks went 2 men down, there was no amount of speechifying that would save it. I watched him bite his tongue and walk away. Sunday evenings weren't so bad. It was still storming. The rain cut down on the crowds of kids after soccer practices and made the evening church rush of people who'd gone to late services mostly chose the drive-thru. We could have done it without Burton's help. Would have rather if Burton were giving us an option. But he insisted on working the register in the vague hope that his future wife would come in, with an endless hunger for free fries that only he could fill. What we got instead was half of the baseball team. Well, hello, guys. Burton wasn't that far out of school himself, so he ought to know that pandering to the cool kids would never make you cool. And yet apparently he couldn't help himself. What do Redson's finest want tonight? Oh, God, Darius muttered under his breath behind me. I turned around and gave him the look I would have given Lacey if she were there. Danny, Mason, Chase, Nathan, Bruce, and Liam were approximately half the popular kids at our school. and the other half would be once they made varsity. They had nicknames like Lefty and Benz and Bowser, based on assorted physical attributes, cars owned, and family dogs. Seeing them together reminded me of a calendar I'd seen the last time the Buick was in the shop. Danny'd been the action pose for January, one of his hands pointing a bat toward the horizon, the other hand held up to channel God. And they'd all been at Liam's party. I'd seen them there myself on Zoom Boom. My heart started thumping a mile a minute, and I grabbed hold of the counter and swayed. My headache, which had been plain old bad before, now scaled the heights of Mount Everest. Little pre-migraine lights began to twinkle. "Mason," Danny said, and Mason followed his team captain's unspoken command, pushing his way forward to order half the menu. Burton's hands were dancing happily over the register until he looked at me. "What are you waiting for? Get some fries going." Danny put both hands on the counter and leaned in, looking into the back as I started a fresh basket. "Nice place you have here." Burton's chest swelled with pride. "Thanks, I saw last game. That was something else." "It was," Danny agreed, pushing himself back. His white blonde hair glinted under the fluorescent light. "Don't wait here," Burton fluttered, lest they be inconvenienced in the slightest. "Go get your sodas. We'll bring it out when everything's ready." Within the next 10 minutes, Raj and I loaded up 3 trays full of fries and assorted half-pound burgers, and then after that, all the guys in the kitchen looked at me expectantly. I growled quietly, deep inside my throat. "What, because I'm a girl I get to be the waitress?" "Jessica, just do something for once without complaining," Burton demanded. I frowned at all of them. "Fine," I snarled, and went through the door that let us kitchen gnomes out into the dining room's real world. Chapter 10. I walked over to the table they'd taken, one red plastic tray in each hand. "Here you go," I said, trying to sound the right combination of sincere and sarcastic that would let me keep both my job and my pride. I set the heavier tray of burgers down first, and then leaned in to set the tray of fries further up the table, and felt someone pinch my ass. "Hey!" I yelped, dropping the tray the last few inches, sending fries bouncing off. I jumped back and rubbed my butt like I could wipe away his, whoever he had been, touch. "What?" Mason asked. "What did you do that for?" Liam turned to look at Danny. "Do what?" Danny said, the very voice of innocence. Liam frowned and then looked at me. "I'm sorry, he's a douchebag." I saw Mason kick him under the table for it. "No, it's..." I started apologizing like it had been my fault, then caught myself. "Yeah, you should be," I corrected. Liam nodded, accepting my approbation on behalf of his team, and then I turned, and someone slapped my butt. I whirled, and just then all the lights in the shacks flickered. "All of you can go fuck off," I addressed them, each and every one. "Language," Burton hollered from inside the kitchen. It didn't matter. I had a vision of myself sweeping the full tray of burgers onto their laps. But then Burton got there. "You can go back into the kitchen now, Jessica McMullen." "But this," he said, gesturing at the crew and speaking slowly as if I were dumb, "is Redson's finest." "Damn straight," said Chase, holding his hand up. Mason slapped it. Pressure built inside me, the kind that threatened to choke out any other sense. My throat tightened. My tongue went numb. I was angry. So angry. Everything got shiny again, just as lights dimmed, the storm threatening to take the power out. "Go empty all the trash cans outside before the power goes," Burton commanded. I whipped my head to face him. It was Raj's turn. I'd done it last week. He puffed up, sensing my rebellion. "Now, if I got fired from this, who knew how long I'd be grounded for, or how I'd ever get another job again? My mom wasn't like Sarah's. I didn't get an allowance. If I didn't have a job, I'd never have any cash, and we'd be completely dependent on my mom, who was, how should I put this? Fucking unreliable. "Fine," I said and stalked outside. I heard Burton apologizing for me behind my back, and the entire team's harsh laughter. I picked up water-laden trash bags, watching mysterious brown liquids pour out of small tears in them as I attempted to carry them to the dumpster one by one without letting anything from them touch me. How was I going to keep working here without Lacey? When and where would she get another job? Would she? Would she even come back to school tomorrow? Or was her mom packing her room up right now to send her off to boarding school? Her room still had posters of horses and kittens because her mom wouldn't let her put up the bands she listened to in secret with Sarah and I. If she was home tonight and was staying home, how would she be able to go to sleep in her own bed with all those stupid kittens looking down? I yanked the last trash bag out of the container and knotted it fiercely. Why wasn't life fair? What was the point of it all when it wasn't? How were we supposed to go on? I heard the laughter of the baseball team as they left the shacks, their hoots and hollers, the sound of the doors opening and closing on their fancy trucks as they took off, and threw the last bag of trash into the dumpster angrily, feeling unnamed things spray me as I slammed its lid shut. I walked in the back door of the shacks. The lights of the shacks were dim. We were done for the night, and if I was lucky, Burton would be hiding inside his office counting tills. I snuck past his office door and saw Darius scraping the grill with the grill brick and watched him quietly from the doorway. He was still the most appropriate person to get a ride from. Nothing about my math from Friday night had changed. And he'd actually been with me on Friday night, working for the most of it. And yet, he paused as if finally feeling my presence and looked back at me. "You look like hell. It's raining outside. There are these things called coats," he began. "I need another ride," I said to cut him off. He looked at me then, not in a gross way, but in a humane way. Trust me, I could tell the difference, and possibly saw that I was trapped between pissed off and crying. "Sure," he said softly. "Thanks," I said, and headed to get the trash out of the bathroom. By the time I finished running the rest of the trash out, Darius was done with whatever less disgusting in-house chore he'd been assigned and was waiting in the break room with his army green coat and backpack. "Ready?" he asked. "Absolutely," I said. We ran out in the drizzling rain to his Corolla, where I slid into the passenger seat again, ever so glad that Darius didn't smoke. I mean, not cigarettes at least. "So what was that about?" he asked, settling in beside me. To admit what had happened would be letting him know that it had bothered me, and showing weakness, no matter how legitimate, was often to invite repetition. "Nothing." "Really?" I sighed and looked up at the ceiling of his car. The fabric in the corner had disconnected from the roof and was starting to sag. I stifled the urge to reach up and press it back into place. "One of them pinched my ass," I admitted. Because if Darius ever did that, I could throw a lava-hot fry at him. He made a revolted sound. "Ugh, fucking baseball team. Think they own the school and everyone in it." I twisted toward him, finally feeling understood. "Thank you. This shit is why I'm going to college back in California," he said, and stuck his keys in the ignition. "I know. Me too," I agreed emphatically, even though I knew I'd be lucky to manage affording Kansas State. He twisted the keys, and the Corolla tried to cough to life. It made a wheezing, grinding sound and then almost sighed, as all the interior lights that had turned on went dark. Darius hit his hand on the steering wheel. "Shit. What's wrong?" "The battery's dead." "Maybe you should spend less money on comic books and more money on car maintenance." Says the person bumming a ride, he said, getting out. "Where are you going?" "To go ask Burton for a jump. There's cables in the trunk. Pull them out for me?" He reached for a lever beside his steering wheel, and I heard a metallic thunk. Then he stepped out of his car and stalked back into the shacks. I got out, hunching down so the rain wouldn't run into my collar, and popped the trunk of his car. It had a spare tire and a set of jumper cables and a soccer ball. No duct tape, no tarps, no guns. For all the military shit and glower, Darius did not have active school shooter status. I had the cables by the front of the car when Darius returned. "This happen often?" "Often enough." "How much does a new battery cost?" "More than I'm currently willing to spend." "I thought you had a lot of money." "What, from working here?" he said as he leaned in and clamped the jumper cables on. Number from the. I tried to make a hand gesture like I was both holding and lightning bong when I'd never seen one in real life. He gave me the look that my gestures deserved. I've got overhead. So what now? I asked. The rain had let up a little. I could safely stand straight now. Now, we wait till Burton brings his Kia over. I couldn't decide what'd look weirder, hanging by Darius's side or sitting inside his car like I belonged there. And as Burton got out of his car, I realized it wouldn't have mattered where I waited. You two a thing? He asked, gesturing between us. I couldn't tell what he found more disturbing, that anyone found a girl as troublesome as me worth dating, or that Darius had netted someone willing to date him, skipping ahead in line. No, Darius and I both said at the same time. Huh, well. Burton made a confused face at us, then popped the hood of his own car and lassoed the jumper cables over. Burton's car might as well have been called the Bison-mobile, with the number of bumper stickers for assorted sports factions it had on it. I'd noticed it in the parking lot before. I just hadn't put two and two together till now. He was only a couple years older than us, and clearly he hadn't moved on. Darius and Burton both ducked inside their cars and turned on engines, and Darius's car was having none of it. After 5 minutes of attempting to get it to turn over, he got out and cursed. You have AAA? Burton shouted through his window. Darius gave him a look as he got out. Sorry, man. You can leave your car here overnight if you need to. Thanks. Need a ride? Burton said. Nah, I'll call my uncle. What about you, Jesse? The thought of being alone in a car with Burton. I'll call my mom. Thanks, though. You're welcome. Burton nodded cheerfully at getting the civility he expected from both of us at last. He carefully handed the jumper cables over to me, hopped into his own car, and drove off. I looked down at the clamps in my hand. They were red and black and looked like tiny dragon heads, with metal teeth, handle horns, each with a screw for an eye. And for a second, holding them, it felt like they were alive, like they were going to writhe away, and I knew I needed to catch them. As if I couldn't help it, I grabbed them harder, touching the skin of my palm to where the metal teeth were. Both hands, on both sides. Everything went white. Jessica? Jessica. I woke to Darius, shaking me, because I was laying on the ground. What happened? I was breathing in sharp, short bursts and sat up almost into him. He was so close. What happened to me? He looked at me, stunned and relieved, fighting to be on his face at the same time. I don't know. I was dialing my uncle when I saw you go down. Down? Dropped, like a bag of hammers. Heard it, too. He reached out slowly like I was something feral. I made a face but sat still as he patted the back of my head roughly, and he let out a held breath when he retrieved his hand. No blood. Thank God. My head hurt again and I was dizzy. What had happened to me? Why was this keeping happening to me? I tried to stand. Are you sure? He asked, getting up by my side. Yeah. I reached for the side of his car and held on. We were still in the Shax's parking lot, his car's hood still open. Not much time could have passed. I took a step and things spun. Whoa, he said, catching me as I tripped over the end of the jumper cables. He set me straight as I stared down. I'd been looking at them. They'd been calling to me. Hadn't they? They were glinting now, like winks. Darius tracked between me and the ground. You didn't touch them, did you? I opened my mouth to deny it, but it was too late. Don't you know better than that? You could have died, he shouted, blocking my view of the cables. Not all of us took shop, okay? I shouted back, taking a step away, solidly on my own. I crossed my arms, aware of my hands finding the spots where he'd been holding me mere seconds ago. You're freezing. Put this on and get in the car. He had his coat off, handing it over to me. I was about to say something else when lightning cracked overhead with thunder close behind. We jumped into his car as the skies opened up, me still holding his coat as he fished his phone out of the Corolla's center console. "Don't argue," he said, staring pointedly at the coat. "And be quiet," he said, swiping his phone on. I put his coat on sullenly, watching the skies outside. "No, I know the weather sucks, Jimmy. I'm sorry." He explained the situation as lightning blossomed across the sky, one fat stem zigging and zagging out into a million smaller points. I'd seen that design before. I recognized it. I know, Darius repeated for his uncle. "It's just like my back," I whispered. Darius twisted to give me a look, then returned to his call. "Also, we need to give a friend a ride home. No, she's on the way." I'd been hit by lightning. It was the only explanation. Passing out, my back, my shoes. Passing out again tonight, the headaches earlier. I looked at myself again, imagining myself like some cartoon character, flipping from black to white to X-ray and back again, zapped by a million jillion volts. I had to tell Sarah and Lacey. They were the only ones that'd believe me. Darius hung up and slumped back into his seat. "My uncle's coming." "Awesome," I said flatly. All those times I'd wanted to be alone in a car with a boy, and here I finally was. Only it was this one. "I can't believe you touched the cables like that. Why dash dash?" I cut him off. "You ever know something's a bad idea, but you still want to do it anyways?" "All the time." "Well, it was like that." I wasn't going to say anything about feeling like the cables wanted me to hold them. There was cool insane and literally insane, and I wanted to stay on the right side of the line. "Could have stopped your heart. And then you would have been shit out of luck. I haven't done CPR since Boy Scouts." "Good thing it didn't then," I said back with the same amount of attitude. I kicked off my shoes and pulled my feet up onto the seat with me, huddling inside his coat, arms tucked into their opposite sleeves. Between the earlier rain, the more recent rain, and having apparently fallen into some sort of puddle, I was freezing. "No heater, sorry." "It's okay," I said. My eyes fell on his phone, back safe in his console. I knew Lacey's number. I could call her, but then he'd be listening. "So what's really wrong with her?" "Who?" I said. Darius made a face. "You know who. I heard Burton fired her." "Yeah, well..." Bile rose in my throat and I looked out the window, not at him. "She's sick as all." Okay," he said, clearly disbelieving me. "If you say so." "I do." I huddled deeper into his coat. It smelled like him, like boy and deodorant and sweat, and the collar chafed up against my ears. My teeth began to chatter. "You sure the engine's dead?" "Yeah, of course." But it didn't feel dead to me. How did I even know that? I yanked my arms out of his sleeves and looked at my hands. They looked the same as they always did, but there was some sense, with them or inside me, of where the power was inside the hood. Like I could reach out and stroke it, the fur of some exotic beast that pressed back not with bristles but with charges. It wasn't gone, and it wasn't dead. It was alive as I was. "Try again," I pleaded. "Please, I'm freezing." Darius sighed heavily, but leaned forward and twisted the key. His engine sputtered twice and then caught. The lights turned on, basking us in a soft golden glow, and the radio started blaring hip-hop. He pumped his fist in the air, shouted, "Yes!" and then turned his radio down. We idled in the lot for another minute while he called his uncle off, and while he was on the phone, he cranked the heat up and pointed all the available heaters at me. "Yeah, Jimmy. No, I got a charge from someone else. I'm good now. I'll be home soon." He put his cell phone away and we sat there idling, him revving the engine now and then to make sure the charge would hold. Somehow, holding my hands out to the engine like I was warming them, I knew that it would. How the hell did I know that? The more I thought about it, the more it scared me. Maybe I was going crazy. I pulled my hands back and twisted in my seat, determined to act like a normal person. You really can't afford a battery? Dealing looks a lot more glamorous on TV, he said, and ran a hand over his head, feeling the short nap of his hair, and nodded at his hood. And I have other things to save up for. Like what? Getting the hell away from here. He made a swirling gesture in between us that was clearly meant to include not only me, the shacks, the parking lot, Redson, and the entire state of Kansas. Yeah, of course. I turned to look back out the window as he put his car into reverse. Normalcy accomplished. We drove in silence. The Corolla's heater didn't do much to dry me off, but it didn't matter. I was just minutes away from a shower once Darius took me home, and he didn't need directions tonight. He stopped the car outside my trailer but didn't cut the engine. Can't lose the charge, he said. Thanks for the ride, I said, getting out. Thanks for not dying, he said. I made to slam the door shut, but he leaned down to look at me before I could. Hey, when are you on next? Tuesday. Are you going to keep needing rides, now that Lacey's fired? I couldn't imagine working at the shacks without Lacey, but I couldn't quit till I managed to find another job. Maybe? Cool, let me know. You're on the way and all? Sure. I nodded and shrugged at the same time and closed the door. It wasn't until I was safe inside my house that I realized I still had his coat on. Allie, still up like she was supposed to not be, noticed it immediately, just as I heard Darius drive off. Where'd you get that from? Oh, this? I said, trying to play it off. No one, I said, taking it off. But she saw through my lies like she always did. Is it a boy? Do you have a boyfriend? She asked, and then started dancing wildly around me like she was worshiping a pagan god. It's a boo-y, it's a boo. How much sugar have you had today? She jazzed-handed out, scurrying to one side of the hallway like a crab before scurrying back and slowing down long enough to inspect me. Why are you wet? It was raining outside. And yes, a boy lent me this coat, which I now had to figure out how to get back to him at school tomorrow without letting anyone else know or see. I went into my bedroom to hang it up in my closet, and Allie followed me, bouncing slightly less. My sister was tired, whether she liked it or not. How was Lacey? I inhaled and exhaled. I didn't know. I wanted to know. But I said, she's just sick is all. Appendicitis. Might as well stick with the same lie. Is she better now? I don't know. Mom still has my phone, and I'll probably never be ungrounded. I could walk over in the rain, but tomorrow was a Monday, and if I somehow got caught out again, my mom'd put my phone in the microwave. I didn't want to tell her. She made me. She lied. It's okay. I would have told her too. I rubbed my hands across my face. It's a school night, Allie. Time for bed. For both of us. I'm just gonna take a shower first is all. 'Kay. Good night, Jessie. Good night. Instead of taking my clothes off and dashing to the shower naked, I went into the bathroom this time to disrobe alone. If the marks were still there, I didn't want Allie to see them. And sure enough, they were. Just like the lightning I'd seen earlier, zapping a line down my back. Bright, bright, bright red against my pale winter skin. To think of all the times I'd stood in front of this mirror looking at myself, mad about things that were wrong with me. My boobs for messing everything up, too many moles, my assorted pimples and their subsequent scars. Now, I really did have something wrong with me. Legitimately wrong, but it was cool. Kind of. I turned around, brushing my hand past the awkward plug on the side of the wall that made my mother's hot curling iron into a trip trap, and felt a wave. I repeated the motion and felt the same thing. Pieces of my brain tried to parse it. When I did this, it was weird, and it did that to me. But I didn't have any words for what was going on. Other than I felt that the plug was there. Like the slumbering beast of Darius's engine, I could feel this plug in miniature, like I was pushing into a staticky softness that gave. I waved my hand in a circle. There was a tug both above and below the plug, where the wires behind it flowed out. I wrapped a towel around myself and followed the wires. They went down, under the floor, or up too high for me to follow. But it didn't matter. I could catch up with them again at the next plug. And the one after that in my bedroom, and then the ones after that in the kitchen. Oh, the kitchen. With its microwave and oven and refrigerator and can openers and tea kettle. Everything with its own individual and then cumulative pulse. I stood in the center of the kitchen. It was like I could feel the entire trailer's circulatory system. Its power, pumped by an electrical heart. And if I closed my eyes and concentrated just right, I could see it beating. This is awesome. What is? Allie asked, peeking out from around the corner. Your new boyfriend? Get to bed, I shouted. She ran off with a snicker, and I stomped back into the bathroom to shower. Chapter 11. Without Lacey, I took the school bus to school, and I sat near the front like a chump. It had been so long I'd completely forgotten bus etiquette, and even though I was older than most of the other kids trapped aboard, if I'd wanted to sit near the back of the bus, I didn't have much pull. Not in that way, at least. I sat by myself with Darius's coat in a nondescript grocery bag beside me and waved my hands back and forth. The bus's engine was massive compared to Darius's car, and I could feel it thrumming in front of me. I waved my hands in front of myself like I was petting it, feeling the charging sensations ripple. By the end of the route, the bus was almost full, and everyone else on it had someone else to talk to but me. Did you hear? Of course I heard. I didn't. 3 separate voices from not far behind me. I knew who they were without turning. Emily, Shannon, and Courtney. Because you're lame. So shut up and tell me. Lacey Harper ruined Liam's party. I stiffened in my seat. The bitch couldn't handle her beer. She called the cops, got everyone busted. I ground my teeth together as Courtney's crew made appreciative sounds. That wasn't what had happened, but I couldn't tell anyone the truth. We were almost to campus. I just had to hold on a little longer. Then Emily said, she'd better not be at school today. I couldn't take it anymore. I wheeled in my seat to look back at them. Why? They were surprised by my interruption as the bus driver put the vehicle in park and shut the engine down. The sensation of power around me dropped, and watching them look at me like wolves surrounding a sheep, I felt my stomach drop too. Courtney stood. You know why? She said before stalking off down the aisle. Emily and Shannon laughed, following her. I waited for 5 more kids before I grabbed my backpack and Darius's coat and got off. If Lacey was on campus today, it was going to be up to me to protect her. But how? I had to figure out a plan, and fast. I ran up the steps to the doors, and everything felt different the moment I stepped inside. I stopped in the doorway as students swirled around me. I could feel it. There was power here. Power everywhere. Sharp boar bristles reaching out from sockets in the walls. Soft feather strokes charging the fluorescent lights above. Scaled conduits running from room to room beneath the ground below. Almost too deep for me to feel them. I knew now what I hadn't known before. There was no part of Redson High that wasn't plugged in and charging. And for a moment, standing there, I felt like I was a part of it. A conduit. Charges jumped to me, flickered up and down and out through me and back again. I felt like I was alive. No, double alive. Like radiant wings of light were cascading down from my back and arcing up from my feet simultaneously. My classmates, however, saw none of this, and someone's backpack hit me accidentally. I'd been standing in one place too long, my knees locked, so I stumbled forward and the moment was gone. I blinked and ordinary Redson High was in full effect again. There was no magic electricity here, just brick walls, closer to a jail than any other building, except for the lockers and posters, cheering us on for the next baseball game. I walked over to Lacey and I's lockers feeling out of place and found Sarah already there, pissed. So when were you going to tell me? I relaxed a moment. Lacey'd confided in her too. With me offline me for a day, who else was she going to talk to? And I wouldn't have to fight this fight alone. Then Sarah grabbed my shoulder and started dragging me down the hall. I got you invites. Invites. I promised you'd be cool. I dug my heels in. What? You know what? Lacey, at Liam's party, blowing it for everyone. I shrugged her hand off of me. Sarah, I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm grounded for going to breakfast with you. So explain what you think happened. Nice and slow. Sarah's face took that shrewish turn. As embarrassed as she was for her own sake, it was still really juicy gossip. At the party, Sarah said, dropping her voice like the whole school didn't know already. She drank too much and started puking everywhere, I guess. Then someone called an ambulance and the cops showed up. Lacey's story hadn't included an ambulance. Was that because she was too drunk to remember it, or was her story already being embellished? They shut the party down, started asking everyone questions. Her eyes went dark and serious. It's all her fault, Jessie. And the seniors blame me. They know I invited her, even though I wasn't there. What? Didn't Ryan vouch for your whereabouts? In his truck? Went unsaid. She rolled her eyes. In a manner of speaking, yes, she said. But this is serious. There's going to be fallout. Like what? The warning bell dinged. I looked over her shoulder toward my locker. Lacey hadn't shown up yet, which meant she probably wasn't going to today. Thank God. I don't know. I just know that they're pissed. When you say they, do you mean the entire senior class? Just the ones of them whose parents got called that night, like half of the baseball team. Which half? I wanted to know who was still there at 2 a.m. It doesn't matter which half, Jessie, she hissed. Parents know their kids' party, but they don't want to know, you know? I know. Sheesh. The halls around us cleared. Maybe it'll all blow over, but until then, I'm glad she's not here. Glad for her sake or for yours? I asked. She pursed her lips like she was sucking sour candy. See you in biology, she said, and brushed past me. I made it through history, my attention in class as perfunctory as Coach Stevens' efforts in teaching it, and got back to my locker. No Lacey. I knew her locker combination. I was tempted to look inside in case she'd shown up late and some jock brute had origamied her inside. I felt someone coming up behind me, the same way as I felt the charges in the walls, like the pressure from a gentle hand. I whirled just as a familiar voice said, "Hey." It was Liam. He'd come down all 15 lockers to talk to me. "Hey," I said back, completely bewildered. How had I known he was there? Why was he there? How was this going to go? Why was this going at all? About the other night. Which other night? Mine or Lacey's. My friends can be real jerks, he finished. I asked the first thing that came to my head. Why are you friends with them then? He paused and looked at me with his currently greenish eyes that played off the rust color of his polo shirt. I don't really have a good answer for that. Yo, Jessica? You got my coat? And all of a sudden, Darius was looming beside both of us, like a lanky scarecrow. Of course he'd interrupt this. The first time Liam had spoken to me, despite our having been in 3 consecutive years of English class together in middle school. Darius's presence proved the utter impossibility of what was happening to me. He was entropy and personified, the universe righting itself. There was no point in fighting. Yeah, I've got it right here. I handed him the bag. You going to need a ride tomorrow night? I ignored Liam, the way he'd ignored me for the entirety of my life so far. I don't know. Depends on my mom's mood. Want my number? Sure. What's yours? I'll call you. I'm grounded. No phone. Harsh. He went through his backpack and pulled out a piece of paper, tearing it in 2 before handing me half. Got another line? Yeah, the old one. I wrote it down for him as he wrote his down for me. Let me know in time to get you, if you do, he said, handing his number over. Sure. I folded the paper up and shoved it in my pocket. He gave Liam a head jerk of acknowledgement, who mutely returned it. Everyone knew Darius and walked on. I returned my attention to Liam, who'd watched our whole exchange like we were a TV show. You know him? Yeah, I said, shrugging one shoulder. Liam's left eyebrow rose a little, as if his estimation of me had gone up as well. Oh, do not tell me that I was cooler than I had been prior for knowing Darius. As if I needed more examples that life was unfair. The warning bell rang overhead and biology was 3 halls away. Gotta go. See ya, I said, shouldering my bag. In chemistry, he said, like he had at some point actually noticed me there before. Yeah, I agreed, trying to play it cool, then pretending to calmly walk down the hall. Chapter 12. Actually, being calm was hard. If I concentrated on everything that was supposed to be there, that I knew I was supposed to see, I could fake being normal me. But if I stopped doing that, I didn't have words for what was happening. Bear with me if none of this makes sense. In the immortal words of Mrs. Jade Barry in the 9th grade, just because you've passed English, Jessica, doesn't make you a poet. It's just, I kept having the sensation that my high school was a living thing, and like I was walking in its brain, or stomach, or maybe it was a jellyfish and those 2 things were the same. I could feel the waves of electricity pulsing through the walls as lights and computers and air conditioning turned off and on. And in between classes, I was assaulted by sensations like stinging, beeping rain from all my classmates that got worse as they neared and faded as they walked away. The building breathed around me, recharging and discharging, rumbling to life, then slowly falling quiet again. And my classmates were like blood cells, always announcing their presence with their phones that were always on, even when they were in their pockets. I felt myself detach a little bit, like a loose tooth, barely hanging on. And then Sarah grabbed my arm again, pulling me into biology to sit beside her. I heard Liam talk to you, she whispered. The world screwed back into place and things were normal and everything I could feel here around me dialed back into a muted roar as I looked at her expectant face. Yeah, how did you know? I know everything worth knowing, she said with a catty smile. Which meant that no one knew Lacey'd been assaulted. If word was out, Sarah was sure to know. I sank back in my desk a little. What if it was Liam who'd assaulted Lacey? What if it wasn't? Could Lacey maybe narrow it down for me? What kind of asshole was I for thinking about myself right now? The worst kind. So, what did he say? She pressed. He apologized for his friends being jerks at the shacks last night. She waited, then prompted me. And what did you say? I sort of insulted him for hanging out with them. Sarah smacked my shoulder. You're the worst, Jessica. Definitely. With Darius's help, I'd gone and blown the first and likely only interaction with Liam I would ever have. But if this past weekend had proven anything, Liam's type and mine weren't meant to overlap. No matter how many times I'd seen pictures of his couch. Ms. Liebel clapped her hands loudly and started class. Halfway through class, we broke into groups by table to spend time drawing examples of meiosis and mitosis and explain them to one another. Like any good group assignment, most of us talked about other things instead. I'm super glad Lacey's not here today, Sarah said. Why? Sarah gave me a look. You have no idea how much heat I'm taking, Jessie. None. So? Lacey wouldn't be able to handle it, is what I'm saying. Lacey was far stronger than Sarah knew. Are you deflecting it some? As much as I can, but there'll be a reckoning of some sort. That didn't sound good. How? Or where? I don't know. But if she doesn't start apologizing from the moment she hits campus next, to everyone she sees, freshman to senior, she's over. Apologizing? Her? After what had happened? What does being over even mean? I asked through clenched teeth. The shininess was back, as was my headache in full force. Sarah gave me a pitying look. Let's just hope we don't have to find out, okay? I was going to press her again, but Ms. Liebel clapped her hands again for our attention and started lecturing. I tried to concentrate, but chromosomal abnormalities didn't hold my attention the way worrying about Lacey did. I wound up writing, "Can I borrow your phone?" to Sarah on the corner of my notebook. Sarah read it, nodded subtly, then waited for Ms. Liebel to look away before handing it into my lap. "Tell her I'm mad at her," she whispered as I typed in her birthday to unlock it. Sure thing," I whispered back. It felt strangely warm in my hands, like Sarah had handed me a puppy or a kitten to hold instead of plastic and metal. I could see the denim of my jeans and the faded linoleum of the floor, but if I concentrated just right, letting my eyes relax and my mind wander, there were things shooting out of the phone, and other things were shooting in, like fireflies. All the time. It was like the lit tip of a sparkler, like a firework that felt alive. I held it for a moment, tapping the screen often enough that it wouldn't go dark and need a fresh key, marveling. Could anyone else see this? I watched the waves shoot in through my hands and out again, making me a part of it. I concentrated, blinking back to the real world, and tapped on the message screen as Sarah watched on, making sure I wasn't going to open up any of her likely 10,000 texts back and forth with Ryan when, come on, it's just her bra. Pictures of Sarah's niece playing at the beach. Send me pictures. A video of a cat tripping. Her grandma blowing out 80 candles. Bye, babe. A mirror image of a ripped male torso. I just want to see you naked. Lacey, Sarah, and I pouting upwards on a sunny day. 40 pictures of not too blonde but just blonde enough hair. It's been 2 months, babe. Heels with sequins. A wrist striped with lipstick tests. Sarah's dog Sprite leaping. Sarah's dog Sprite sleeping. Sarah's dog Sprite with his head out a car window. "Jessica?" Ms. Liebel asked, startling me. "Kleinfelters?" Sarah whispered. "Kleinfelters," I repeated aloud. "Good," she said, and scanned the room for her next victim. I blinked, looking around. Reality, or what I'd always assumed was reality before, looked sharp and harsh. My head was throbbing, and now I wanted to puke. All those pictures, they were all Sarah's. I'd seen them. Why? How? They were still swirling around inside my brain, and I'd read, downloaded, every single one of those texts. I need it. I'm dying. Too bad, babe. I was going to be sick. But then the bell rang. Sarah put her hand out for her phone. I hadn't managed to text Lacey yet. I tapped the on button and waited for my chance. But it didn't turn on and the screen wouldn't light up. Worse yet, it didn't feel alive anymore. Shit. Sarah, I think it died. Literally. She shouldered her bag and took it from me, trying to turn it on herself. It had a full charge this morning. She played with the on button some more. I didn't mean to break it. I didn't do anything. I lied. I'd done something. I just didn't know what. But phones were expensive. If I killed mine, my mom would kill me. She tossed it into her bag. I'll charge it at lunch. And if it doesn't work, then whatever. I told my dad I wanted the newer model anyways. I've got backups. A weight lifted from my shoulders. Cool. Talk to you later? On what phone? She asked, and then grinned. Don't worry, I'll probably get a new phone before you get ungrounded. Then she leaned forward. But if anything happens in your chem class with Liam, figure out a way to let me know. Keep an eye out for smoke signals rising from the west at 6 p.m. then, I said with feigned solemnity. She laughed. Bye, babe, she said, shouldering her bag. I wondered if Ryan knew that I'd been bye, babe, first. Chapter 13. I fought to stay with this version of reality, the one I could feel solidly under my feet, but the other kept calling me. There were blurs in my vision, like water drops caught in my eyelashes every time I stopped and stared up at a wall, feeling the cables pulsing behind it. I had a sudden silly image of impossibly long ferrets running through the walls. And everyone's phones were sparkling now, like everyone had a jar of fireflies on them but me. I wanted to touch them, but I was afraid. I didn't want to break anyone else's phones, or accidentally read all their texts or see all their photos. I'd been on the internet long enough to know that some things couldn't be unseen. So the rest of the day was one long, nervous ramp up to chemistry. I got there before Liam arrived, in the hopes of giving him the opportunity to continue whatever conversation we'd been about to have earlier before Darius walked up. But I didn't want to look like I was stalking the door, so I made sure to be staring off into space in that I'm not really here way that I got at crowded places to cover when you really were staring at someone over something but didn't want them to know. So I saw him walk in, pretended to be glazed, then blinked back to life, and did some sort of weird smile nod of acknowledgement that I instantly hated myself for doing afterwards. For the half a second it took for him to return it back. Then I felt myself flush and ducked down to busy myself bringing my textbook out of my bag to hide behind my hair. He took his seat behind me, and I could swear I felt him there. Not just his phone, which I did feel, along with everyone else's in the class, but him. I didn't have like a super lot of reasons to be looking behind me. But once I yawned and twisted like I was stretching, and another time our teacher pointed back and I made sure to look, and another other time I dropped my pen and leaned over to get it in a complicated fashion. Each of these times only served to confirm what my new sixth sense was telling me. Liam was looking at me. A lot. Had he always been looking at me? I mean, I'd been looking at him since 6th grade. Turnabout was fair play, but if he was, I figured I should put on a show. I went through assorted moods over the course of all 50 minutes. I pretended I was a beautiful supermodel who of course tossed her hair back over her shoulder and smiled blandly at nothing in particular with a soft pout. I felt stupid doing that and slouched into being a punk, tucking my seat forward and hunching my back like I was too cool to be here. I pretended to be studious. I pretended to be insane. I eventually got tired of overthinking things and wound up being my plain old self and generally feeling like an idiot by the time the bell rang. I packed up my books without thinking and stood to find him beside me. "You're doing good in this class, right?" I brushed my bangs out of my face. "I'm doing well in this class, yes," I said, wondering if he'd catch my correction. "Our finals coming up. Think you can help me study?" "Sure," I said, like it was a question. "Cool, thanks. We'll work something out." He gave me a smile and brushed by me. Our arms touched and a spark jumped between us, and then ran up and down my spine. Suddenly, all I could think about was working something out with him. I clamped down on it before it could go anywhere. "Static, sorry," he apologized, then turned away. "No problem," I lied. I rode the shame train home, and Courtney ignored me in that overly ignoring you way where you knew you were being ignored and occasionally laughed at. It didn't matter. All I could think about was Lacey and Liam, and Lacey at Liam's. Between that and my phone zapping powers, I'd never been so confused. But by the time the bus reached my park, I had a plan. I'd go home, check in with Allie, avoid my mom, and then head over to Lacey's, where I'd somehow avoid her mom and talk to her. Several parts of it were impossible, the avoiding mom's parts, but I had to try. Luckily for me, Lacey was waiting at the bus stop. The snickers on the bus stopped, replaced by silence before starting up again, redoubled. "It's her." How dare she show her face? "It's the puke queen." I stood and walked off the bus right toward her as she stood stiff-backed, glaring past me. The cretins in the bus behind me hooted like animals as Lacey stared them down. "Puke princess," one of them shouted through an open window. I shuddered. That kind of alliteration would be hard to live down. Lacey flipped off the bus with both hands as it drove away. "What are you doing here?" Didn't she know better? I hugged her tight. She hugged me back and pulled away. I had to show them I wasn't scared. "Why?" "They're idiots, you know that. Ignore them." She looked at me out of the corner of her eye. "You're still grounded, aren't you?" "Yeah. I'll show you. In private." She turned to walk toward my trailer. "Good luck getting that at my house," I said under my breath. I followed her with a half-open mouth. Something had changed for me too, and I wanted to tell her. After killing Sarah's phone, Lacey was the only person that I could tell about it. But compared to what had happened to her, it just seemed so weird I couldn't bring myself to bring it up. Lacey, are you okay? Allie sprang off the couch and ran for Lacey's open arms. I am, thanks. Did it hurt? Lacey looked at me. I don't ever want my appendix out. She went on in a rush. Lacey gave her a half smile. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend it. Is Mom asleep? I asked. She went to take a nap about an hour ago. I glanced into the kitchen where 3 beer cans were lined up, waiting for there to be more room in the recycling. We probably had another safe hour without her. Lacey and I have to do homework, I said. I took Lacey's arm, ditched my backpack, and started hauling her toward the back door. Outside? Allie said with a squint. Yep, just for a little bit. It's a biology thing. Weather patterns. Clearly my sister wasn't buying it. But after that, we'll come in here and help you out with yours. Together? Allie's face lit up. My sister thought that all my friends hung the moon. Together. For a little bit. My mom gets home at 5, Lacey said. Allie nodded, understanding the nature of avoiding moms. Okay, hurry. I'll save you good coloring. Thanks, Lacey said, ruffling Allie's hair once before letting me drag her outdoors. Sorry about that. We gotta go somewhere she can't hear. I understand. We walked to the end of our property, angling away from Razor, who'd started barking the second I'd opened the door. Our trailers were spaced far enough apart that only people who had dogs had fences, and Razor needed his. I'd had nightmares about him getting out and eating Allie for years. My trailer was on a slight hill, and the land behind it had a hump and then a ditch where water ran off after snow melt and got trapped in shallow puddles that bred mosquitoes every summer. We walked over the hump to sit behind it, and once Razor couldn't see us, he stopped snarling, out of sight, out of mind. And I was surprised to find out that I wasn't even away from electricity out here. Power lines were strung overhead, like God's own piano wire. They sizzled in the humid summer air, and if I squinted a little, they glowed. How was school? Lacey asked. I made a disparaging sound. I should have punched Courtney in the face this morning. Bad, but not that bad. It'll ease up, I think. I don't know, but no one seems to know if that's what you're asking. They all think you broke up a senior party. Technically, I did, Lacey said, mostly to herself. Everything about her was dampened, like someone had turned her dial down from 10 to 3. That's not why that happened. She shrugged a shoulder. What was that at the bus stop? She sighed and took out her phone, tapping on the screen and handing it over to me. Here. I made to touch it, and then stop myself. I couldn't break hers like I'd broken Sarah's. She wouldn't have backups. I can't, Lacey. Why not? I looked nervously over my shoulder. Because if my mom comes out and sees me with your phone, I'll never get my phone back. Lacey looked at me like that was absurd, because it was, but then said, Here. I'll do it for you, she said, and then acted like a hand model, scrolling through pictures for me on Zoom Boom, all tagged as her. They were all assorted buttholes. Dog, cat, giraffe, cow, horse, dog, cat. I suspected I was looking at the buttholes for every house pet from the entire senior class, with more being added every second. I wondered if I knew Sprites well enough to spot his, after having gone through approximately 4 million of his pics on Sarah's phone. Jesus. Yeah, Emily texted me to tell me she'd started it, which was why I had to go and stare her down. It's bullshit, I said, as she took her phone back. And then there's this. She flashed me the screen again. You know you liked it. I felt sick. Oh, God. Lacey nodded and kept nodding. Who sent that? Who do you think sent that? It took all the power I had to not rip the phone out of her hand. He did, whoever he was. But he used ZB. I groaned. ZB had a chat function. I hardly ever used it because it was generally awful and full of people looking to hook up. or talk about hooking up at least. You could chat with anyone on ZB from anywhere, but they could block you at the drop of a hat. It was generally catfishing central, with everyone lying to everyone else. But it felt real. Even when I wasn't the one holding the phone. What's his name? On ZB? Mysterious Ajo 1E, she said with a snort. Does anyone at school, anyone, know? I didn't hear anything. They think you broke up the party by getting too drunk to go home. Your mom's a bitch who called the cops, that's all. I could see the muscles in her jaw clench and unclench. Lacey, take this to the cops. This is a clue, let them figure it out. She turned and gave me a glassy stare. Have you met any cops from Redson? Other than when one of them visited in 5th grade with his partner McGruff the crime dog? No. I shook my head. I have. They're not exactly helpful. What do you mean? They haven't started their investigation yet. When things happened, I wasn't in a state to testify. They've called once a day since then to see if I'm ready. But until I am, they're waiting on me, she said, doing an impersonation of a male voice. Fuckers, I cursed. You know what they're doing, right? They're being lazy assholes. They don't want to do any work they don't have to. The humming of the power lines seemed to pick up behind me. Yeah, but I know why. It's me against him, Jessie. Whoever he is. They told me he wore a condom. She shrugged helplessly again. That was the first thing they told me. That they might never figure it out. They made it pretty clear they weren't that interested in trying. I inhaled, pissed off at them. Him and all of them. And the power lines overhead took an alarming tone, like a plane was landing overhead. And suddenly I realized the connection. Oh God, I bit down on the next thing I was going to say. They won't if they don't start doing their jobs, and tried to control my breathing while my heart raced. And my mom, she won't stop crying, Lacey said, then chewed the inside of her cheek contemplatively. I thought of poor Ms. Harper crying, her mascara smearing each time she dabbed at her eyes. And the power lines went back to their normal thrum. Dog butts I can take, but if word gets out, which it will if the cops start asking questions, I don't know. Lacey ran her hand through the grass beside her hip and pulled up a few long blades to pick at with overbitten nubs of fingernails. I just want things to go back to normal. Back to the way things were. I didn't know what to say to that, which didn't stop me from talking. But you're different now, Lacey. She shrugged again, half-heartedly. I know, but I don't want to be. She sighed and fell back to lay on the ground behind us. I flopped back too and just lay beside her, watching cumulus clouds sweep overhead. The power lines intersected our view of the sky. Quiet again, I could feel, see the power traveling through them. Their thrumming sound like spring cicadas, each line a streaming bolt of sunlight. You'll love me no matter what I decide, right? She asked beside me, her voice small. My hand found hers in the grass. Absolutely. We lay there quietly, listening to the power lines and the wind, until Lacey got up. My mom will be home soon. I got up and dusted myself off from laying in the dirt for the second time in a week. Lacey did the same, and we started walking back up the hill. I'm gonna just head out, she said, veering off to one side to walk around my trailer rather than get ambushed by Allie inside of it. That's fine. You coming to school tomorrow? Not sure yet. 'Kay, I'll wait by our lockers for you, just in case. Thanks. She had a hard-to-read expression on her face, wistful, wise, and sad, and I realized she looked like my mother did sometimes, smoking on the porch. I grabbed her into a fierce hug because I didn't want that for her. No one should have to be that old this young. She was startled, then hugged me back just as tight. Okay, see you soon, Jessie. Always. I waved and watched her go before heading back inside. Allie looked around me and said, "Oh," the second she realized Lacey had ditched her. You still have me, I said. The look she gave me then was withering. We colored until Allie's stomach rumbled. I glanced over my shoulder at the clock on the microwave. It was almost 6 o'clock. Can it be dinner time already? My lips pulled into a thin line. I'd been waiting for my mother to get up, hoping that she'd take over kitchen duty tonight. I'm really hungry, Allie complained, holding her stomach in an exaggerated fashion. I know. I was too. I hadn't eaten much at lunch, since I'd been eating covertly in the library, alone, Sarah off in the bleachers watching Ryan practice and Lacey absent entirely. Mrs. Frost had better hearing than Allie did. She'd hear if you ate anything louder than a grilled cheese. But if I blew things up at home, nothing in here had an insurance policy half as good as Sarah's phone plan. What the hell was happening to me? How could I figure things out safely and control it? I needed to figure out a way, but until I couldn't imagine us getting by without a fridge or a stove. Which left me with... I turned back to the dining room table. Hey, Allie, want to play a game? What kind of game? She said, looking coyly up at me from her coloring. Her reluctance was my own fault. You can only pretend the quiet game is actually a game so many times. Chef and waitress. Her eyes lit up. I want to be the waitress. No, I want you to be the boss. Then I want to be the waitress. The chef is the boss of the waitress. My little sister had been in so few restaurants, it wasn't like she could disagree. She gave me a look and I started selling. It means you're going to get to cook everything, I explained, adding, with my help, lest she get any ideas that turning on the stove while no one was home was a good idea. I guess... Come on, I said, bouncing up. Let's go. Let's go, let's go. Under my expert tutelage, my little sister managed to make fish sticks and tater tots without burning the house down. And when we were almost done, my mother joined us at the table. I, the dutiful waitress, put a plate in front of her. This? Again? My mother pushed a tater tot around her place with a fish stick like it was a hockey puck. I made it, Mama, Allie said, proud. Thanks, my mother said dryly. You did a really good job, I said. Allie bobbed her head up and down, pleased with herself, mouth full of warm potato, as I tried to shield her from our mother's sour tongue. It didn't used to be like this. Mom used to be happy, sometimes, not just for a shining moment between just drunk enough and too drunk. I could remember it from my childhood, from before Dad had left. Could Allie? Or had she been too small? I wondered if she was luckier than I was. I was pretty sure knowing what we'd had and lost was worse than never having had it at all. I asked how school was. My mother said in a sharp tone that let me know I'd already missed the question once. I turned back from the sink and shrugged instinctively. It's fine. I washed dishes in the sink, ignoring the siren song of the microwave, fridge, and oven behind me, and my mother went off to work that night with a minimum of fuss, although I had no doubt that the car keys and my phone were still safely in her bag. I wouldn't be able to use my phone if I had it anyhow. I had to figure out a way to control whatever this power was that I had. Someplace safe where I could practice and get control without hurting anything. And that was if I could get control. I scrubbed at the brown stain that never moved on our baking sheet. What if I couldn't? What if I was just a weird live current for the rest of my life? Come get zapped by the amazing shock girl. But I'd held Lacey's hand without hurting her, which was good. Lacey didn't need anyone else hurting her right now. Which might be another reason she didn't want to talk to the police. I turned the water off and watched it circle down the drain. Was she doing the right thing? That someone could hurt her so badly and just get to walk away with no repercussions and then send her notes like he knew her or something? Like it hadn't mattered. Like it had been no big deal. Because for him, it hadn't been. I wrung the sponge out fiercely before setting it on its shelf. Jessie, what's wrong with the TV? Allie asked. I turned around and saw her shaking the remote. The characters on her favorite TV show were frozen. That was me. I inhaled and exhaled firmly, and as I calmed down, the show jumped back to where it was supposed to. I was so angry at him. Whoever he was. It wasn't right. It wasn't fair. And because of how awful and unfair life was, he might just get away. What if Lacey wasn't the only girl? Or what if she were just the first? She had to do the right thing for her. I couldn't blame her for not wanting to involve the cops, not when doing so would essentially alert the entire school. But Lacey wasn't the only one who'd changed. I carefully dried my hands and joined Allie on the couch. During the next commercial break, I nudged her. What? Go get the laptop. Chapter 14. It had been painful to talk my little sister through the act of logging onto Zoom Boom, coming up with a lie about why there were so many pictures of dog butts on it, and then watch her slowly pick out the letters of Liam Lewis's screen name. The only key she found quickly was the Enter key, and after that, it was too late. My request to be his Zoom buddy was off on its way. At the time, it had felt like I could feel it jetting off into the ether, a tiny green streak of information, like a miniature bottle rocket. Then I'd rub my eyes and the feeling was gone. This morning on the bus, I had a different feeling entirely. The hovering impression of having acted on an incredibly bad idea. So which one do you think looks most like Lacey? Emily asked, holding up her phone to show me an image of a dog's butt. I think it's this one. Something about the color of the hair matches her eyes. Grow up, Emily, I said, and slumped into a seat to ignore them. I wanted Lacey to get better for her own sake, but I also wanted her to drive me to school again, because riding the bus. Ugh. The bus pulled into park and opened the doors. Shannon said something to Emily, who cackled madly as she left, all the while looking pointedly at me. I waited as long as I could, and then followed after her. The typical crowd was in the hallway. Only instead of standing around Liam's lockers, they were all in front of mine. I pushed through, listening to snark, and a wave of sulfur hit me. Oh man. No matter how much I hated the bus, I hoped Lacey'd stayed home today, because I could smell at 20 paces out that her locker had been egged. Egging involved putting eggs in front of the locker vents and expertly smashing them hard and fast so that egg contents spewed inside. Judging from the smell, and because the smears of yolk on the locker weren't still sticky, someone had come by yesterday afternoon. As my locker was over Lacey's, it had taken some collateral damage and the smell was... The school hushed around me and I turned around. I assumed I'd have a target on my back. I forgot about my poor locker. Lacey walked into the ring of people waiting for her reaction like a prize fighter, head swiveling slowly to see who was waiting to laugh. Bitch! Someone shouted from the back where they couldn't be seen. She cast a withering look in their direction. Always. I stared at her as she walked closer, taking step after deliberate step. Where had this person even come from? Who had taken my best friend and dipped her spine in steel? She nodded at me and then bent over to undo her lock. By now, the congregated crowd was thinning. If there weren't shouting, tears, fights to be had, they had better, more interesting places to be. She tugged after entering her combo. The lock opened, and together we surveyed what was inside. Most of the egg had landed on a binder she'd wedged in over her books and slid down, sealing her geometry book to the locker's wall. She tugged it out with a sticky sound, leaving a tear from the cover's cheesy clip art behind. Ugh, she said, with the right kind of tone to imply her disdain, not that this had been done to her, but at whatever half-wit had done a poor job of it in the first place. I took her cue and shrugged. You didn't like that class anyhow. She looked up at me and smiled. My thoughts exactly. In the periphery of my vision, even more kids dispersed. We were doing this. She was doing this. I watched her calmly inventory the rest of her locker's contents in silent awe. All this time, Sarah had always thought that she was the cool one, but Lacey was a fucking Frigidaire. Hey, I saw your message on ZB. When can we meet up to study? Liam asked from right behind me. My eyes were still on Lacey, and so I saw it. The way she went still, frozen solid, looking forward and not to either side. I frantically waved him off. We'll figure something out in class. Okay, later, he said, shrugging and turning away. I turned back, and Lacey, still kneeling, looked up at me. My best friend had just run the gauntlet of everyone, knowing that the person that attacked her could be one of them, lying in wait. But what had broken her was my betrayal. what I'd done. I could see it shimmering in her eyes. She thought I'd joined the other side. "It's not like that," I started to explain. She slammed her locker shut so hard I jumped, then started running for the back doors. A bitter taste flooded my tongue and my heart beat like a hummingbird. "Lacey!" I shouted, running after her. Then light bent again. I was in that other world, half a step away from our own, seeing people as colors, feeling phones as sounds, the conduits in the walls like snakes with power, seeing heat trails and electromagnetism. My eyes burning with colors they were never meant to see. "Lacey!" I shouted, blind. When I opened my eyes to reality, everyone was looking at me. "God damn it," I shouted, angry at myself and with her for assuming the worst. And a second later, the fire alarms clanged on. Chapter 15. I lost Lacey not because of the subsequent chaos, although there was chaos as everyone who wasn't in a class yet headed toward the nearest exit, and none of our fire drills had ever covered an before classes start experience without teachers to be inmate counters. No, I lost Lacey because she wanted to be lost. I started running again, but there were even more kids in the halls now. "No, no, 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 no," I shouted at her, at everyone, trying to weave through them to get to the parking lot where I thought she'd gone. But then Coach Stevens was there and started whistling in the halls, directing the flow of students a different way. "Oh, come on," I said, fighting with him blowing his damn whistle in my face until I finally gave up and walked in the direction I was supposed to go, outside. The morning was ruined. How was I going to make it up to Lacey? How could I get her to believe that I was on her side? Why had I ever thought it'd be a good idea for me to branch out on my own? Who did I think I was, Nancy Drew? I skulked around our lockers as long as I could in between every period and never saw her again. She'd gone home without me. I knew it. "I didn't see any smoke signals," Sarah said, sliding in beside me in bio, oblivious to all that had come before. "He just wants someone to study with is all." I shrugged and turned her way. "Lacey was here this morning. I heard her locker got egged." "Gross, where is she now?" "I'm pretty sure she just left campus again, during the fire alarm." Sarah's lips took a prudent turn. "She's going to have to face the music someday. She can't hide for forever." "She wasn't exactly hiding before that," I said, my voice drifting, until I ruined it all. I inhaled to defend her and explain, but then Ms. Liebel did her irritating clap thing to quiet the room. By lunch, the word on the street was that Lacey'd pulled the alarm herself after talking to Liam. No matter that he hadn't said a word to her, and that it was physically impossible for her to have pulled it, since she was running down the hall away from me at the time. The janitors were still stalking around, trying to figure out which switch had been flipped, so they could backtrack to find a guilty party. I was the only one who knew there wasn't one. It had been me. I hadn't been able to control myself. Startled and angry and upset, somehow I'd lashed out and set the sirens blaring. I even had the headache to prove it, my own personal fire alarm sounding inside my head. I crouched in the back of the library, the only place I felt safe from my powers, since the only thing electronic in here was the air conditioning system overhead. I was sitting in a U-shaped bend between religion and philosophy, sucking on chips so that they wouldn't crunch when I chewed them. What the hell was wrong with me? And would I ever get Lacey back? I looked down at myself and my orange-stained fingers. My powers were useless until I could control them. And I had to figure out a way to do that without hurting anything, or anyone else. The next class bell rang, and I rolled my bag of chips up without making any sound. I made it to chemistry first, the library being closer to the science hall than the cafeteria, and sat down. "So, about studying," Liam said, making a beeline for my desk when he got there. I stared up at him darkly. Everything was his fault. For being popular, for having famous older brothers, for being on the baseball team just like them, for having parents that didn't care about drinking. My hands curled underneath my desk, and that halo light thing started happening around the edges of my eyes. I inhaled and exhaled deeply. I couldn't do this, not twice in one day. He tilted his head, looking down at me. What did I do? The look he gave me was blank, puppy-like, and innocent. Was he that dense? Did he not know anything? Or could he really act that well? Nothing, I said, and turned back to face the chalkboard. Our lecture today was on noble gases and Boyle's law. I wrote down notes, trying to keep my mind on the lecture and not other things. I usually liked math and science. They always had to make sense. But I knew Liam was behind me, just like yesterday, just like he'd been all year. What was I going to do? Given the absolute pressure of high school, what kind of volume should I be screaming at right now? Class ended, and I heard him come up to me again, saw the fireflies swirling in his pocket near his phone. So can we study tonight? Looking up at him, I froze. He was the boy I'd spent hours dreaming of kissing on ZB, and the reason that bad things had happened to Lacey on Friday night. His place, his party, his horrible friends. I wanted to stand up and tell him off, but Lacey didn't want anyone to know. And here he was, looking innocent and expectant with those gray-green eyes. I had never been so confused. I shook my head. None of it mattered anyways. I have to work. What about tomorrow? I inhaled to say I'd have to work tomorrow, the day after that, and the day after that one, and any days in between I'd be washing my hair. But as he looked down with his letter jacket slung over one shoulder, I realized he was the only in I'd had into what had happened to Lacey. He, or someone in his group, knew who hurt her, and who was sending her messages on ZB. She may not want to know what happened now, but what if she changed her mind? Sure, I heard myself say. He flashed me one of the smiles he was famous for and said, "Kay." I spent the bus ride home imagining 1,000 different ways I could prove myself to Lacey again, if only she'd give me the chance. I just needed for her to believe in me. I ignored when Shannon and Emily said things, egged on by Courtney, and I hopped off the bus to walk straight to Lacey's. Her car was in the driveway, so I rang the doorbell and waited, listening for any movement inside. When I heard nothing, I knocked politely. After that, I knocked harder. Come on, Lacey, it's not like it looked. I waited patiently after that. When I got no response, I tromped around to the back of her trailer where her room was. Lacey, I know you're in there. Go away, she shouted. I was stupid, okay? I'm sorry. No response. Look, I was only trying to figure things out. Things are weird right now. At that, she slammed her window open. Yes, they are. Now go away. I opened my mouth to say something, anything, to fix things, but announcing that I thought I had superpowers was not going to help here. I knew it. Love you, bye, I said meekly, and followed the direction she was pointing, walking off of her lawn. I got home to my own trailer and slouched. Mom was in hiding again, and Allie was playing. She'd taken several Barbie dolls and popped their heads off. Other Barbies were attempting to solve the crime. I sincerely hoped she was acting out an episode of Law and Order when the phone rang. She abandoned her dolls immediately and ran for it. Only 2 people called this place. The truant officer. After that, one time Mrs. Jadeberry had screwed up attendance and gotten me grounded for a month, even though I was right there. And Dad. Hello? Allie said, breathless from the speed with which she'd crossed the kitchen floor. Her face took on a strange expression, at once disappointed, yet hopeful. Yeah, she's here. She held the phone out for me. It's for you. I crossed the kitchen slowly. If it were Lacey, Allie wouldn't be acting like that. Hello? I made sure to hold the earpiece away from my ear. Hey, Jessica. It's Darius. Oh, hey. Allie started doing a crazy dance on the kitchen floor. Oh, God. In her mind, we were already married or something. What's up? I thought you might need a ride tonight, and that you might still be grounded. You thought right, on both counts. 4:45? Sounds good. See you then, he said, and then hung up. Allie leaned in, waiting for the moment the earpiece hit the receiver. That was a boy. It was, I agreed, and took myself back to my bedroom before she could ask any more questions. I emerged, still sullen, in time for my ride. And during my absence, my mother decided to make herself known. She was putting together a peanut butter and jelly sandwich for herself and Allie. They assumed I'd eat at work, like I always did. Are you going to bring home any fries? Allie asked. I'll try, I said, shouldering my bag. Who's taking you? My mom asked, without looking up. Darius. Is that his name? Allie said. I knew instantly she'd never forget it. Ever. No matter how much I might want her to. At that, my mom looked over. What about Lacey? She's still sick, Mom. I think she's gonna get fired. My mother grunted, licked peanut butter off of one finger, and then made her way to her bedroom. When she returned, she held my cell phone out. It was a tacit acknowledgement that if a girl were to get into a car with a strange boy, they ought to have a cell phone for just in case. If only I'd known it'd be so simple to get it back. I made to reach for it, and then remembered Sarah's phone and whirled. Can you just toss it in there? I asked, presenting my backpack to my mom. She didn't bother to hide her eye roll. She slid my phone into the front pocket and zipped it shut. There you go, she said, tone belabored by the weight of having a perpetually quirky and disappointing daughter. Thanks. Tires crunched in the road outside as Darius pulled up. Gotta go. Don't forget fries, Allie shouted as I ran outside. Chapter 16. I hopped into the Corolla and slumped against the door. Having a good day? He asked. The opposite. I could feel the edges of my phone through the safety of my backpack. When would I ever be able to use it again? What about you? I forced myself to ask, because at one point in time my mother had raised me to be polite. Can't complain. Get your battery replaced? Haven't needed to. Darius reached out and wrapped his dashboard. For some reason, she's running just fine. Hooray. I could use my powers for good. I could make sure that pot dealers didn't have to get new car batteries. That was just swell. How's business otherwise? I asked, implying things. It's none of yours, sunshine. He gave me a lopsided grin before pulling on the entry ramp. No one was outside at work to see us both get out of the same car, thank God. Not that it mattered, though, because no one here mattered. Working at the shacks was the definition of not mattering. What if Lacey never heard me out? What if we were on the outs forever? Because I did one stupid thing? Which I hadn't precisely stopped doing yet? I put my backpack into my locker and slammed it shut. Watch it, Jessica, Burton said, coming out of his office to give me a look. I am. Watching it. Whatever it is. I muttered under my breath as we assembled. Now that I was quiet, I could feel the other world that I had access to all around me here. I knew if I blinked and kept my eyes closed, I'd see the traces of all the power here as well. The cables running through the walls, the elements controlling the grill, and the heat sources for the burbling grease beneath the fry baskets. I bit my lips together and stared straight ahead. Okay, dinner team, I've posted your assignments. I raised my hand. I don't want to do register tonight. Because A, people, and B, what if the register zapped me? Or worse yet, I zapped them. If Burton accused me of stealing... He made a face like I was crazy, then pointed at Raj. You're up then. And Jessica, you can work the fries back there with Darius. I made my way to the back of the shacks where the fryolator was, and Darius took a place by my side at the grill. It was the hottest part of the entire shacks and the most disgusting, with all the grease in the air. Don't you hate being back here? I asked. He was scraping the grill even though it was already clean. Yeah. I leaned on the counter carefully. Then why do you do this job anyhow? Surely your other one is more lucrative. I need to have a job to explain my income to my uncle. He doesn't keep a close eye on me, but he's not dumb. He said, and then looked at me a little too long, like he could see something I couldn't. You clearly hate it here. What's in it for you? Up until recently, it had been a chance to hang with my best friend. I pressed buttons, scraped gum off the bottom of tables, ignored when men older than my dad hit on me, and made a little cash. Now, though, I shrugged. My mom's income. It's, variable. Darius's full lips pursed. Oh, that's tough. Yeah, it is. Nothing I could do about it now. We were ready to go by the time the dinner rush occurred. It had been a long time since I was grillside, but I hadn't forgotten any of my skills, and once I got into a rhythm, it wasn't half bad. Being busy kept my mind off of other things, like when and if Lacey was ever going to talk to me. Break time, Raj announced, tapping me on the shoulder. I nodded and stepped back, letting him take over my station. Then I walked around the front to see how the floor was looking, and saw Burton working the register, and her there. A blonde college girl. No matter the weather, whenever she came in, she always wore shorts that barely covered her ass, with a tank top or without, but with some amount of cleavage showing. It was her uniform, and she wore it well. And Burton, he was like some old-fashioned cartoon wolf, eyes bugged, mouth drooling. She took out her money, and he did what he always did for her. Your money's no good here. This was normally the point when I'd look for Lacey. We'd give each other the strength to persevere. But without her, knowing that she was fired, knowing why she wasn't here, I said words I'd never said to him before. Are you kidding me? Both Burton and the girl looked at me. I hadn't even been talking to them, really. More to the universe at large. But now that I had their attention, I found I couldn't stop. I mean, really, are you serious? I'm always serious, Burton said, attempting to be suave. I turned to the woman. Are you happy with that? She looked at me, doe-eyed. I like free fries. You know who else liked free fries? My little sister. And it was all too easy to imagine some point in the future when my sister was older, and Burton would be staring at her and… Whoa, 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 Raj shouted. Grease fire! I whirled. The grease we dipped the fries in had sparked and was burning away, sending a plume of black smoke up. No, don't use water, Darius shouted, but Joey threw some on it anyways. Grease hissed like a living thing and spattered, and the fire started climbing up the wall. Raj screamed, and customers started running for the exits. Darius yanked a fire extinguisher off the wall and started hosing its contents at the base of the fire, while I heard Burton shouting at a 911 operator on his phone. I stood in the middle of the chaos as customers ran for the door and the rest of my coworkers evacuated or tried to help or grabbed their own things before running. Jessica, go, Darius shouted at me, breaking my spell, and I turned and ran without thinking. Chapter 17. Oh, God. I hadn't meant to. Oh, God. I stood outside for a moment, watching things be on fire because of me, and then ran back inside and got my bag from my locker, and Darius's too, then ran back out as the fire truck arrived. The rest of everyone evacuated as firemen replaced them. We huddled together, and I handed Darius his things. He took them with a nod. The sirens the truck had rolled in with were nothing compared to the blaring inside of my head. I wanted to kneel. My headache was so bad it made it hard to stand. How the hell did that happen? Someone could have gotten hurt. Burton was shouting, like that was the only volume he had. He walked up and down our line. Are you okay? I shook my head. Where are you hurt? He yelled. I'm fine, I said, lying. He inhaled deeply. Okay then, we're all accounted for? No one injured? We all looked at one another. 3 boys and 1 girl who accidentally blew things up. We're all here. Okay then. There's no point in everyone gawking. Go home. I'll call you all when we're ready to get back to work. He swept us back with both arms. The boys gave a series of affirmative grunts, whereas I just stood watching the firemen run in and smoke rise up. It had gone from gray to black, like dirtier things were burning. Darius took my arm. Come on, Jesse. I shrugged my arm back from him out of habit, but followed him anyhow. The Corolla barely fit around the fire truck. I was quiet as Darius did a 12-point turn, and then we hit the highway. You okay? he asked, looking over at me at a stop sign. I'd almost hurt people. I could have killed people. Look, I know that was scary and all, he went on, us idling. I closed my eyes and I could see the blossoming of light of his battery and engine and feel them call to me, almost asking to be petted. I snapped my eyes open again and tried to concentrate on this world, the real and normal one. You don't understand. What's there to understand? Sometimes things catch on fire. You just don't. I closed my eyes again and put my hands to my face and rested the heels of my palms in my eyes, trying to overwhelm the strange shapes and forms there with the ones that pressure caused. I leaned down, like my hands were holding tears in, because they were. Jessica, it's okay. It wasn't even that bad. It'll just be a week or two. Probably more water damage than fire now. I swallowed everything back. I had to get calm, to be calm before I did something else bad. I opened up my eyes with my head between my knees, and from down here I could see the corner of a forgotten comic book wedged underneath Darius's seat. Lacey might not believe me, but I did it. I sat bolt upright and looked at him. Darius, it was me. His face was the epitome of disbelief. You couldn't have. You weren't even nearby? Unless you hit the dial. Did you hit the dial? No, A car arrived behind us at last and honked. Look, is there somewhere we can go to talk? My mom wouldn't be expecting me home until our shift ended, which gave me a few hours to unburden my soul. He still didn't believe me, it was clear. Yeah, sure, he said, turning back to the road, driving off with a purpose. I didn't even ask where we were going. Was I really going to tell him? I couldn't not. Not now. I had to tell someone or I'd burst. How was Lacey not going to tell anyone, ever, again? We pulled into an unfamiliar driveway and parked. Where are we? My place, Darius said, getting out of the car. Don't worry, my uncle's off on a hunting trip. Great, I said flatly, and followed him up to the front door. The door opened into a place that was full, literally, of dead things. There were rifles on all of the walls, and animals in different stages of fighting and repose, murderous bears and cud-chewing gazelle surrounding a couch facing a TV. I stopped on the door jamb. Are you now, or have you ever been, a serial killer? He laughed. Look at me, I'm half black. This is your people, not mine. Then your uncle is... My mom's brother. My mom and dad met when he was stationed at Fort Leavenworth. I stepped inside and spotted a wildcat recoiling a paw, like it had just hurt itself swatting the horns of a nearby jackalope. They were both set onto the same base, some sad taxidermist's joke. How can you live here with all their dead eyes are staring at you? My mom didn't give me much choice. Plus, the eyes are just buttons. I reached out to tap the glass of one without touching any of the creepy fur. That doesn't make it better. Well, I wasn't going to have us sit here anyways. Serious conversations require going downstairs, he said, pointing to a descending stairway. Downstairs? Sure. Why not? If I could light things on fire on accident, I was pretty safe from everything. But lighting things on fire on accident. I made a face, but followed him. The stairs led to a door. Houses, real houses, in Kansas had basements for tornado shelters. And this basement was apparently Darius's lair. Welcome to the laboratory, he said with a flourish, opening the door and sweeping his arm inside. I was sort of disappointed when smoke didn't billow out of it, what with the name and his alternate occupation. It was a dim room, largely because of the number of posters papered on all 5 sides, since some were on the ceiling. Comic books, movies, bands, art, a little bit of everything Darius was all over the walls. His bed occupied a corner, and then a small couch, a wide TV, and assorted game stations made up the other half. Everything was neatly organized and stacked, very different from the mess inside his car. I had never been in a boy's room before. I didn't know what to do. The couch was too small for 2 people, but I didn't want to sit on his bed. He made things easier by folding himself up on the floor, and I sat opposite him, perched on the couch like it might bite me. "Where's the fry containers?" "Those are in case I get pulled over by an officer with a drug dog. Of course the dog'd be interested in fry boxes," he answered. My turn. "You set the shacks on fire?" "It was an accident." How much of the story did I have to tell him for him to believe me? I twisted my lips to one side and decided to start as close to the beginning as I could. "I was hit by lightning a few days ago." He studied me again, then asked, "For real?" "For real. It happened. And after that, remember how I held the jumper cables for your car? And all of a sudden the engine worked? And the fire alarm at school this morning? And now the grease fire at the shacks? I've got weird powers and I can't control them." The words burbled out of me, but his concerned expression didn't change. I folded my knees into my chest. I stank like burger grease and sweat, and the longer he was quiet, the more I wished I could just melt into the ground. "Never mind." No, I can tell you're serious," he said, and I looked up. "It's just weird. You'd be surprised how many delusional people I've had to deal with in my 17 years. "Occupational hazard?" I guessed. "Yep. But since you're not currently high and don't appear to be psychotic, can you prove it to me?" He wiggled his fingers in the air between us to indicate whatever magic I could do. I inhaled and looked around. Half of this world and half of the other. I could feel his house around me, all of its wires and volts, but I didn't want to try anything if I couldn't control it. I didn't want a repeat of the shacks or to fry either of our phones. So what else was there? I twisted around, looking for something safe, and remembered the marks on my back. "Here, I can show you." I turned on the couch and lifted up the back of my uniform, up to just under my bra. First time in a strange boys' room, and here I was already halfway to taking off my top. I heard him make a low sound and crawl nearer. "Can I touch?" If anyone was ever going to believe me, I nodded quickly. "Yeah." He reached out and I felt a fingertip lightly trace the line from my mid-back to my hip. I shivered, then I shoved my shirt back down and turned to find him very much closer. "Those are trippy." It happened that night, and ever since, I reached out at the walls. When I close my eyes, I can see things, like fireflies darting back and forth from phones, and power cables inside walls. I can feel them too. So why the grease fire? Burton pissed me off. Darius nodded like that was rational, no matter that I could have burned the whole place down with everyone inside. "I can't control it yet." "Have you tried?" "Where can I?" I looked around in frustration. "I don't want to hurt anyone." "Here." He crawled backwards and reached for some remotes, turning one of the game systems and his TV on. Then he handed a controller to me. I dropped it like it was on fire. "I can't. I might break it." He picked it up and handed it back. "It's last gen. Don't care. Do your thing." I took it from him hesitantly. I could feel its charge, see the stream of fireflies shooting in and out of it, and I could feel the game system revving up. "Okay." I held onto it with both hands and let my fingers find the controls. A game booted up. "Alien Atrocity," the load screen informed me. It had a lot of guns and was US versus aliens. I was some sort of warrior and I died. Once. Twice. Again. "Are you even trying?" I inhaled and exhaled without saying anything. "I have never played this before." "You're not letting yourself go." "Because letting myself go is dangerous." "So is ruining my reputation online," Darius said. "If we were playing the team version of this, my teammates would be howling for your blood. As it is, you're embarrassing me." I sighed and closed my eyes. The controller I held rumbled. I knew by now that meant I was being shot. Or eaten. The game was pretty violent. But I could be violent too. I let the other world close in. I stopped trying to pretend things had to make sense, that there was anything blocking me from my power. Walls melted away and I could see the power lines running behind them like shining ribbons, and the TV in front of me became iridescent like a beetle's wing, and the fireflies streaming back and forth from the controller to the system stopped and started flowing back and forth from me. I died without dying in the manner of games and rebooted, and instead of trying to play the character, I was the character. A creature of light and power, and the things that fought me I could see coming from miles away. Fragments of code, instructions, complicated, yes, but trapped like cable cars to preordained paths, whereas I ruled here. I raced around at the speed of light. Nothing could touch me. Nothing could stand in my way. Code ran after me, and it was like being chased by kittens. What I didn't disintegrate, I kicked out of my way. I didn't participate in the game by its parameters because I was beyond them. It couldn't contain me with its silly rules and story logic. I didn't need anyone else telling me what to do. Never again. For the first time in my life, I felt powerful. I was power. Jessica? Darius shook me and I dropped the controller, breaking the connection. I was still sitting in the same place, facing the TV screen. It was blurry, covered in spatters of green alien blood. I was panting like I'd run a race and my head was roaring. What happened? I whispered quietly. For my head's sake. You either got the high score or you broke it. One of those two. He looked from the screen to me. It was like you were a machine. You were racing through levels I'd never reached, and the screen kept going black, and my own body felt so small now, so constrained. I don't really have words for what it looked like, other than fucking amazing. You were doing a perfect run. Can you teach me how? I caught my breath and settled back into real reality, no matter how much more real the video game seemed, and gave him a half-hearted smile. Only after you get hit by lightning. The TV screen flickered and both of us snapped to attention. Servers going down for reboot. All current stats will be lost. Oh, shit, Darius said, half laughing. I pointed at the screen. See? No, you just need to practice more. Something easier that you can't break, like Juice Jam. Ugh. Juice Jam was what my little sister played whenever my mom would let her use her phone. It was an addictive matching app with a slot machine component, using different fruit you squished. Seriously, it's a small world, simple rules, easily confined. If you can manage that, then you know you won't break things anymore. Maybe. It made a certain amount of sense. Or ever get angry. That too. He leaned backward to look at me appraisingly. You're like the Hulk, only with electricity. I found him on one of the posters by Darius's bed, large and green. The Hulk, eh? He's Dash. I looked back at him. The way he was looking at me now, it was unfamiliar and it made me uncomfortable. I know who the Hulk is, Darius, I said, a little stronger than I meant to. He seemed to ignore it. Control your emotions and control your power. I rubbed my palms on the thighs of my Shaq's uniform. I'd been holding the controller long enough to make them sweaty, and I needed Tylenol like yesterday. You make it sound so easy to fix. Maybe it is. He stood. Come on, I'd better get you home. He offered me his hand. I didn't take it, pretending not to see it, and then he pretended not to have offered. And we were both back to pretending things, all the way up from his room and out the front door. Chapter 18. We settled into his car together, and the engine turned over on the first twist. It was almost dark outside. And then the clock on the dashboard came on. It's 8? How had it gotten that late? We'd just left the Shaq's 15 minutes ago at 7. Yeah, Darius said, backing up his car. But that means I was in there for at least 30 minutes. It had only felt like a few seconds on my end. How had I lost that much time? I'd just been sitting here on his couch alone with him for half an hour? You just sat there watching me? His skin went a shade darker. Number I was watching you destroy the entire game on the screen. Everything that I could see was like on fast forward times 100. And you skipped all the cutscenes. I had absolutely no memory of that time in my body at all. It was like I'd been abducted by aliens instead of killing them. I wrestled with the implications of that all the way home. Where had I been, if not in my body? Where had my mind gone? And how vulnerable was the rest of me while I was out of it? Maybe I could control my powers now, a little? But how scared did I need to be about being sucked away again? What if my mind went somewhere and it couldn't get back? You're being awfully quiet, Darius said. What if they rebooted the servers while I was still inside? He put his car in park outside my trailer. My mom's car was still in the driveway. Barbara must have given her a ride, and there was still a light on in Allie's room. Tsk, tsk. It was pretty clear they were rebooting them because of you. But yeah, I don't know. What was it like? I reached toward the waiting power of his engine and felt it idling there. So close and far both at once. Honestly, that was the first time I enjoyed it. Like maybe I was in charge of it instead of it being in charge of me. He smiled broadly. Good. See you tomorrow? I smiled back at him, briefly unable to help myself. Yeah, I said, and hopped out. I walked up my driveway with an unfamiliar twist in my stomach. Hanging out with Darius had actually been, okay, I wouldn't go so far as to say like nice or awesome, but it hadn't been half bad. It was more like confusing. And again, I really, really, really wished I could talk to Lacey. I unlocked my front door, expecting to find my little sister on the couch watching TV. Instead, my mother was waiting for me. She reared up from the couch and rounded on me. Her mascara had made raccoon eyes around her own, and she looked drawn and pale. I raced up to her. What happened? Is Allie okay? Where was my sister? Where were you? She shouted at me. What? The shacks. She pointed at the off TV. We saw it at the bar on the news. There was a fire there and I couldn't get a hold of you. It's been hours, Jessica. I'm fine. I'm right here. Yeah, I see that. But where were you? Darius, my coworker. We didn't get any dinner, so when things happened, he took me out to eat. I knew I had to lie. She'd never believe the truth. I called you 100 times. My phone didn't have any charge. I fumbled in my backpack for it and prayed that this was true, or that I'd zap it just like I had Sarah's. See? I said, holding it up, thumbing the power button frantically. Her glower dimmed a little and she surveyed me. He took you out? Yeah. Where? The diner, I lied, willing her not to call and cross-check me. And who paid? My mom was fanatical about our income. And now that I was out of a job? Oh man. He did. She made a defeated sound. You're so empty-headed, Jessica. You should have called me. I was safe. There wasn't anything to worry about. I didn't know it was going to make the news. I was just hungry. She looked me up and down again, like I'd grown an inch in front of her or something. Yeah. Well, just try and think harder next time, okay? And then she brought me in for a smothering hug. I hugged her back, completely surprised and mystified. I doubt the Shax is going to go up in flames a second time, I said. She kept looking at me like the aliens had abducted me and replaced me with a slightly off replica. I thought you died, she complained, and instead you were just off on a date. My eyes widened. That was not what had happened, but it was easier to let her think that. So I gave her a nervous smile. Next time, ask me, and I want to meet the boy, she decreed, and then flopped back down on the couch and turned on the TV. As confused as I had perhaps ever been in my life, I slowly backed away, toward the bathroom and my room down the hall. Psst, Allie said as I walked past. Did you get me fries? Nope, I whispered back and reached out to close her door. Alone in my room, I pulled my phone out again. "Lacey, I need you," I told it, like she could hear me. I could tell Sarah, but once the word Darius left my mouth, she'd either laugh or hang up on me, and I wasn't sure which one would be worse. I carefully plugged it in, using a combination of other implements so as not to touch it with my skin, and much to my relief saw it charging. I watched the bars bounce back and forth, and then I jabbed at it once to turn it on. Darius was right. I couldn't let this, whatever it was, control me. I had to learn to control it. So I sat cross-legged in front of my phone, like I was some kind of snake charmer and it a snake, humming tunelessly to myself, attempting to look like anyone meditating I had ever seen on TV. "Okay, I can do this," I announced to the universe, closed my eyes, and picked my phone up. In a second, I was there again. Flickering images of Sarah, new phone, told you. My mom crying, yelling from soft to loud, "Where are you? Where are you? Where are you?" Like echoes in a horror film. Pictures, so many pictures, Sarah, Lacey, and I on a swing set by the elementary school, jumbled together, shoulder to shoulder, wrapped in chains. All of us in front of the cafeteria mural, sticking out our tongues, the three of us crammed into the back seat of Sarah's mother's car before any of us could drive. Words drifted in and out like overlays, blurry against the rest until I concentrated on them. "OMG, did you see? Got a tampon?" "I know I heard. She's always kissing ass. Liam broke up with her." "Could Coach Stevens suck more?" "No, it's a technical impossibility. My mom hates me. Come over tonight and watch it with me." "I gotta get home before." "See you tomorrow, babe." "Love you, bye." "Love you." "Text me back." I had only been in the ocean once when I was 5, when we'd driven as a family all the way down to the Gulf. But I'd never forgotten the way it had felt, how the ground didn't seem groundy beneath your feet, always silting back out to sea. And that was how I felt right now. Like I wasn't standing on dry land. Memories raced up with the photos, bright as day, then faded twice as fast, and voices from voicemails I'd saved, Dad, Allie, Lacey, got loud then soft, drifting near and far like passing trains. I let myself fall into it all like I'd fallen into the sea that day, the waves taking me for a tumble, end over end till I made it back to dry sand. And then I was just me again, just looking at the screen of my phone, exhausted like I'd just swum to shore from a long way out. My phone was still on. That was something. I pulled up Lacey's number and sent her a note. Not grounded anymore. Then turned the volume off so I wouldn't hear if she responded, or more likely didn't, to me. And then I downloaded Juice Jam. Chapter 19. Lacey did not respond while I was playing Juice Jam, nor had she responded by the time I'd woken up. I turned the stupid game on and squashed a row of 3 apples in frustration before going to the bathroom to pee and brush my teeth. I had Allie out the door and was heading to the bus stop myself when Sarah pulled up. "Jessie!" she shouted, waving out her window like a prom queen. Her makeup was perfect, and her hair fell down in effortless waves, and I felt the sharp, familiar pain of loving her and envying her both at once. I walked over to her rolled-down window with a grin. "What are you doing here?" "Coming to rescue you from the bus?" She reached for her door, and I heard the passenger side unlock. "Get in." I got into her car without question. "What? Ryan's sick today?" She feigned exasperation. "I remember who my friends are, Jessie." "So it's not all about him, and how awesome he is and how great he is on the team?" I teased, doing my best imitation of her voice. "I don't sound like that," she protested, and then looking at me, "Okay, maybe sometimes I do. It used to be worse. You've gotten better, so there's that." She laughed. She had the kind of laugh that people wanted to laugh with, and so I did, rocking back into the seat and rolling down the window a little. It was easy to remember 100 different times, us driving along together just like this. And pictures from my phone flashed in my mind so clearly they felt real. "Think Lacey will be there today?" Sarah asked. The memories instantly faded. Don't know. If she wasn't, was it my fault? Jessica, can I be honest with you? Her voice was somber. Sarah was hardly ever serious. I turned in my seat, ready to hang on her every word. Of course, I said, and meant it from the bottom of my heart. I think we need to break up with her. Wait, what? Why? Hear me out, she said. I'm not a bitch. It's just that we've been growing apart recently. Because you're always hanging out with Ryan, I sputtered. It started before that, Jessica. We're just more mature than she is. We've lived more life, you know? She just acts so young. And her mom's embarrassing, and the whole church thing. I'm not surprised she blew that invite. What was I even thinking? Inviting her. She looked over her shoulder at me as if I had answers. And an image of the three of us in backseat of this selfsame car came to mind. Remember the time your mom took us to the mall and dropped us off and you accidentally shoplifted those leggings? And you just started crying because you knew your mom was going to kill you, but Lacey talked the manager out of calling her? She opened up her mouth, then closed it, leaving words unsaid. That's why. She may not be cool, but she's good in tight situations. Legging situations, too, if you know what I mean. Sarah refused to laugh at my dumb joke. She's been ignoring all of my texts, Jessie, she said, and I realized this was the actual crime. So it's like she wants me to dump her. Because when cornered, what assumed dumpy wouldn't want a pre-dump back? Oh, Sarah, that's not true. I'm sure she's just embarrassed is all. She could tell me that. We could talk, maybe. Like grown-ups. Maybe she wants to talk in person? I said, praying that I wasn't digging Lacey a pit. And all of this was assuming she'd ever forgive me for consorting with Liam yesterday. If she never tells me that, how the fuck am I supposed to know? I waved my hands between us in surrender. I'll talk to her. Just don't give up on her yet, okay? Please? Sarah harumphed. Yeah, fine, whatever. As long as she doesn't do anything else dumb. I laughed nervously, hoping to diffuse the tension. I think we both know I'm way more likely to do something dumb than she is. I lurked by our lockers when I could that day. Some enterprising cheerleader had put up a Fear Bison Power poster up above the lockers on the opposite wall, where I'd never seen one before, and I wanted to yank it down. Lacey didn't show. I wondered what her mother was telling the school, if she had a doctor's note, and what, if anything, anyone else knew. That feeling of otherness kept pulsing in me. I felt alone because I was alone, physically, but it was more than that, because there was this whole other world happening that only I could see. Hey, said someone familiar from a great height in between classes, startling me. I looked up. It was Darius. Hey, how's your day going? I can use my phone now, so there's that. Still have my number? Yeah. Good, if you ever need to practice again. Yeah, I mean, I might, you know. It could be useful. I tried to sound like I didn't care, even though I did, while searching his expression and bearing for equal and opposite signs of caring not caring. Precisely, he said, giving nothing away. A warning bell rang and I bowed out first, walking away with a strange tickling inside me, like the twitch of a rabbit's nose. Chapter 20. I was still trying to figure out what that was, if it was okay, if I was okay with it, when I was in chemistry class. And in chemistry class, there was Liam. He jerked his chin at me as I walked in the door, and since we sat in the same aisle, I had to walk right toward him. Hey, so about tonight. Practice finishes around 7. Can I pick you up on my way home? I'd known this would be coming up all day, and had alternated between talking myself into and out of it at least 100 different times. If Lacey didn't want me to do anything, I shouldn't. It was her decision. And yet, if there was something I could do, on the off chance she changed her mind later, I should do it, right? Even if that kind of sort of made me a jerk right now? Jessie? Liam prompted. Sure thing, I said, so much surer than I felt. He grinned and pulled out his phone. What's your address? I told it to him. and for a strange double vision moment, I could feel him typing it in. "Okay, see you then," he said, tucking his phone back into his pocket before going to his seat behind me. I made sure to leave class ahead of him. I was over my RDA of awkward interactions for today and headed to my locker, only to find that someone had written loser on Lacey's locker with red lipstick. I sighed, went to the bathroom, got paper towels and water, and came back to try to get it off, managing only to smear it around in great red streaks. It took so long that I almost missed the bus. That night, I helped Allie with her homework when I got home and did my own, while feeling the clock tick. Literally, every minute the number on the microwave's clock changed, I could feel it. I couldn't feel that yesterday. Was I getting more sensitive? Was my condition getting worse? Or better? What the hell was wrong with me anyways? I went for the bathroom quickly. "Do you have diarrhea?" my sister asked, loud enough that someone 3 trailers over could hear, and hid inside. I pulled my shirt up and twisted to look at my back again, and sure enough, the marks were still there. And they were even brighter than they had been. How could that be? I reached back and touched them, and now they were all raised, like old scars suddenly erupting. It was so strange. I was so strange. Now that I could use my phone, I sat on the toilet and typed in, "things that happen to you after you get hit by lightning," and saw the images it pulled up. People, just like me. I thumbed through each of their stories, and every single one of them had been hit by lightning. The marks were called Lichtenberg figures. I wasn't alone, oh my God. But none of their stories were like mine, entirely. The only website that said anything about gaining powers was one in Russian that my phone translated into halting English. It specifically mentioned exceptional math abilities. So I sat there and tried to do something crazy, like calculate pi out, and got stuck at 3.14 because no. "Jessie," my sister started on the other side of the door. I looked at myself in the mirror one last time. I was weird in an entirely not weird way, except for the one way in which I was. "I'm hungry," Allie whined. Okay, I said, shoving my shirt down and going back outside. We made dinner together again, me far more carefully than her, in time for my mom to emerge from her room with a yawn. Between the clock feeling and my eyeballs, I knew I had just an hour left before Liam came over. I wasn't sure how entirely grounded I was now, since she'd given me my phone back and we'd ended last night in hugs. She'd already had 3 beers since waking up, so right now was probably as good as any time to ask. Mom? Yeah? There's a study group for chemistry class tonight. You do great in that class, don't you? Her eyes narrowed as she tried to remember. Yeah, but only because I study. Not everyone's as smart as I am. And some other kids need my help. Other kids like who? Liam. She double blinked. Liam Lewis? Yeah. Colton and Taylor's brother? Like Lewis Lewis? Yeah. How do you know them? Everyone in town knows the team. And his brothers. She made a low whistling sound. If any of them had been in school when I was there, y'all might have had a different dad. What? My voice rose in volume and broke as I visibly cringed. The thought of my mom with our current dad was bad enough. I'm teasing, sheesh. I decided to double down in that case. Well, if I don't help him study, he might not pass. Oh, you can go. She cut me off. When is it? 7. You'd better get ready then. Thanks. Mom, I said the 2 words completely separately, bewildered but pleased. She waved me off with her beer. I went to my room and spun around, unsure of what to wear. It was the kind of thing I'd normally involve Sarah in, except she'd give me the exact wrong advice right now. I didn't own any thongs, and considering the situation, would actually be more interested in wearing a chastity belt. I wound up leaving my room 15 minutes later in a mock turtleneck and the baggiest pants I owned. My mother saw me in passing as she got ready for her shift inside the bathroom. Oh no, no, she said, and leaned out into the hall to wave me back. What are you thinking? What? I said, as innocently as I could. No daughter of mine is going to go out with Liam Lewis wearing that. She set her curling iron down and hauled me into her room. Allie and I didn't go in here that often, because she'd yell at you if you did, and also because it was smoke-smelly. But I stood, the dutiful daughter, as my mother waded into her closet's worth of clothes, most of which were on the floor, and found things she thought were suitable for me. Here, try these and this too, she said, handing over a collection of low-cut tops and one of her minis. Mom, I said, backing up. Jessica, you might not get a chance like this again, she said, going through a stack of barely folded jeans. This is Cinderella material right here. Every girl needs a gown. And this is it? I held up the last top she'd given me. It was a stretchy blue with a bow right where the neck dove lowest, so in case you weren't already looking there, you would be. My other hand held a purple top with a row of completely non-functional buttons, pre-opened down to a spot where your bra would peek through. It's better than what you're wearing now. It both was, and it wasn't. I don't think, I said, trying to give the clothing back. But I couldn't. Not without condemning her. Anything I said could be taken wrong and she'd veto my leaving it all. And I was protesting essentially what she wore every night. Because she wanted to? Or because she had to? If she didn't look good, she wouldn't get tips. And if she didn't get tips, what would happen? I look as good in purple as I do in blue, I finished, handing her back the purple top. She smiled widely at me again. If you hurry, I'll help you with your hair. I sprayed room deodorizer in my bedroom and then ran through the mist a few times like it was a sprinkler. After that, I put on makeup and let her help me with my hair and, well, I looked nice. Presentable. Not Sarah levels of fantastic, but pretty damn good for me. My mother and I looked more alike than I wanted to admit. We were shaped the same, plus or minus 30 pounds and a C-section scar. I leaned forward into the mirror like I'd often seen her do, and maneuvered my breasts front and center. The skirt I'd borrowed didn't hang much longer than my fingertips. Was this safe? Number? Was it wise? Number? But after what had happened to Lacey, someone had to do the right thing. I wasn't 100% sure this was it, but this was the only thing I could think of. I walked out to the living room for inspection. My mother made an appraising sound. Much better. Jessie, you look beautiful, Allie exclaimed. Thanks, I told them both. And just after that, I knew the doorbell was going to ring. I felt the charge of its spring and release. It was as if Liam was ringing me. Allie bolted for the door, and I caught her just in time. I've got it, I announced to the room at large, then eyed my mother. You don't need to meet him or anything, do you? If I did, then he'd fall for me and the whole thing would be messy, she teased. This is just a study thing, I repeated. Sure, she said, and reached for the remote. I gave Allie one more stern look, then opened and practically slid through the door, closing it to leave my family behind. Chapter 21. Hey, Liam said. He was wearing his practice gear, covered in a thin layer of sweat and dirt. He looked me up and down the same way I was him, and suddenly everything felt too short and too tight and like an incredibly bad idea. Hey, I managed back. Why hadn't I brought a coat? What had I been thinking? You ready? Always, I said, even though I wasn't, and followed him to his car. Liam drove his brother's hand-me-down truck. Colton had gotten a new truck from some pleased alumni. I tried to sit in a way that wouldn't make my borrowed skirt hitch higher. Haley'd always managed to. She'd had sexily wholesome down to an art. So what do you think you need help with? I asked, hauling my backpack up to cover my lap. He glanced over at me. Was that nerves? Couldn't tell now, his eyes were back on the road. This last chapter, the formulas just aren't clicking. What's your grade so far? A solid C. That I could work with. He pulled into the takeout window of a Shaq's competitor. I'm starving. You want anything? number, I'm kind of burgered out. He deflated. Sorry, I forgot where you worked. It's okay. I'll take a Diet Coke. He nodded and ordered for both of us, and we drove up. I'd been at the shack so long, I'd forgotten that we weren't the only high schoolers trapped rowing behind assorted burger stations, and so I was surprised when Emily leaned out to hand our order to us. Hi, Liam, she said with a smile and a wave and maybe a little leaning too far. Then she saw me in the cab of his truck and gasped. Hey, Emily, I said brightly. The night was getting better. Hey, she said, having apparently forgotten my name. Liam missed all of this and turned to hand my Diet Coke over to me. It was all I could do not to wave at her like a prom queen as we drove off. I started taking long sips of my soda, then realized that I needed to conserve it, that it might be the only beverage I could be sure was safe once I got to Liam's. It was a sobering thought, one that sent me staring out the window until we pulled up. These were not the circumstances I'd imagined visiting his place under. In my middle school fever dreams, there was always more let up, more flirtation in the halls, more him realizing I was amazing, and then him finally bringing me home in triumph, either to meet his parents and famous brothers or for more R-rated things. Or X-rated. I wasn't a prude, I was just picky. But knowing that this was where Lacey'd been hurt, I got out of his truck and slammed the door a little too hard. My mom's at her church group tonight, and my dad's watching the game, he said, opening up the front door. I could hear the muffled sound of a crowd cheering from a few rooms away and feel the waves the TV was putting out. Its power draw was several magnitudes larger than my trailer's tiny one. He led me up a wide set of stairs, announcing, "This is our floor." It took me a moment to realize he didn't mean him and I, but him and his brothers from when they'd all still lived at home. There was a den of sorts with another huge but currently off TV, a table with chairs spread around it, and the couch. I walked up to it with reverence and fear. The couch was the last place I'd seen Lacey looking happy. I'm gonna shower, but you can set up there. I'll be out in 10. Have some fries if you want, he said, disappearing into one of the side rooms. Cool, I said and sat down, not on the couch, but at a table, and brought out my phone. It didn't zap me again, which was good, and I started texting Lacey as I heard the shower go on. I know Er's still mad at me. Just wanted to be the one to tell you before you heard it on ZB. I'm at Liam's tonight. He thinks I'm helping him study, but I'm actually looking for clues, just in case. I turned the volume off again. I figured she'd text me back, mad at me, or she'd ignore me completely. Either way, I didn't want to know just yet. Then I got up and made a circuit of the rooms Liam wasn't currently in. The first one I found was his room. Everything in it was blue-themed. Curtains, pillows, desk chair, and photos of him and his team were all over the walls, looking down on his ribbons and trophies. Best runner, best second baseman. Even in elementary school, when he'd played soccer, MVP. I did the math for the year on the trophy. Most valuable player in second grade. What was it like to go through life being told you were a winner every time you turned around? I heard the shower turn off and raced back to the table like I'd never moved from it. There were intermittent bursts of sound from below as someone made a score, and minutes later, Liam came out, smelling like soap with still wet hair. And for the second time in a week, I found myself alone with a boy. So, I turned to the textbook. All business. What part don't you get? Where did it stop making sense to you? Because everything had stopped making sense to me about a week ago. Chapter 22. It was strange to be in the same room with Liam and not be ignoring him on purpose, to think that the whole reason I was here was to actually talk to him for once. We sat side by side, but far enough apart that both of us were actually a little angled, so we could see each other. I was overly conscious of the ways our knees almost but didn't touch beneath the table. So you think you get Boyle's Law now? I said, watching him do a problem on his own. Yeah. He pushed away from the table and looked at me. What's the next one? His hair had dried in disheveled waves, and right now his eyes were more gray than green, looking at me. And goddamn it, Jessica, get your head on straight. Avogadros, I said, ducking down to write it out. So, do any of your other teammates require tutoring? Why? He asked. I could feel him watching me write. You looking for a second job? Number, it's just that if they do, I want to know which ones are rapists. I don't want to help the one who pinched me that night. You're still hung up on that? He asked. I felt a flush start. I wasn't a prude, honest, and I didn't want to seem like one, but I also didn't want random guys thinking they had the right to grab my ass. Well, it was Danny. According to him, you should feel honored. He explained, matter of fact. It was his pitching hand. This from the same boy who'd apologized for their behavior 2 days ago? Once again, Liam Lewis did not make sense. And if I thought about being lucky Danny had chosen my right butt cheek, there was a chance I'd explode Mr. Lewis's precious big screen TV. Hoorays, I said, to diffuse the situation and myself. Then I shoved the paper with the equation on it toward him before I could get off track. Pick a volume, any volume. We solved more problems, ones in the book and ones I made up. For someone with just a solid C, he really didn't seem to need much additional instruction, and he contributed to the conversation just as much as I did, which over the course of the evening only served to make me nervous. He didn't need me here. So why was I? I kept a close eye on my soda all night, just in case. You tutor anything else? He asked as we were winding down. I could. I'm good at everything. I regretted my word choice the moment they left my mouth, and then I watched him wonder if I was flirting with him. Was I? Except being humble, I clarified. I totally suck at that. You don't have to be humble when you can back it up. That's something your coach says? No, Colton. He started closing his textbooks. What about English? I'm not writing your papers for you. If I do, you'll never learn to spell, and if I got caught, we'd both get expelled. At that, he outright laughed. I'm not just a dumb jock. No, he wasn't. I kind of felt safer in my fantasy world where he was. What are you then? I asked, watching him closely. He seemed taken aback by the question. I'm just a guy. A normal, everyday nice guy who is occasionally good at hitting to the outfield. By then, my bag was packed. All right, Mr. Normal, take me home. We went back downstairs and out the door. Had I learned anything? Other than getting confirmation of the widely known fact that Danny was an ass grabber? Not yet. Some detective I was turning out to be. I decided to go for broke in the car. You said your mom was off at church, but she's cool with you having big parties? After raising 2 other bisons, she knows we're going to drink. She'd rather we do it somewhere safe, like at home. Your house is safe? Sure. My credulous tone made him look at me. Last weekend was a fluke. I feel bad Lacey drank too much, but really, between my brothers and me, we've had at least 50 parties, and that's the first time anyone ever called the cops. You know Lacey? I asked. If so, how well? He twisted to give me a look. You two are only a few lockers down from me. I'm not blind. I just wish she'd come to me instead of calling the police. But everyone's saying you hate her. Well, everyone isn't actually me. I'm on ZB too, you know? 1 or 2 of those pictures were funny, but no one needs to be at the bottom of a dog pile. My brothers ganged up on me enough to know that. I don't suppose you could just tell people to back off? I asked, trying to look as charming and innocent as I could, entirely sure I was not pulling it off. How? Want me to take over the intercom some morning and tell the whole school to be nicer, kindergarten style? I opened up my mouth to offer suggestions and found there weren't any. If the cruelty cat was out of the bag, it was almost impossible to shove back in. I guess not. Yeah, you think of something, you let me know. He pulled off the highway onto my exit. I didn't think he'd done it, but I was sure that every guy who had done it had someone else who thought that about them. Their girlfriend, their sister, their mother, and each of those women were wrong. Whether Liam had done it or not, though, He was still the key to the baseball team, and I would find out more if I knew him longer. Rome wasn't built in a day, and most historical spy missions lasted longer than an evening. "What are you reading in English?" I asked. "To Kill a Mockingbird." I'm having problems with the themes. I'm only barely making a B. A. Half of every essay in English ever was just making shit up, which I could tell Liam should have no problem with. And B. Themes in that book? Really? He had to be kidding. Orient. He. Wanted. To. Hang. Outside with me for some. Reason. Well, if you need help, let me know. You've read it? Yeah, a few years ago. For fun. Figures. He pulled the truck into a right-hand turn into the trailer park, swaying slightly toward me. "You know, you're confusing." "How so?" "Most girls kind of worship me. You seem a little hostile, to be honest." "That says more about you than it does about me." "See, that there?" He pointed. "That's the hostility." I wondered if Lacey would agree. My hands found my phone inside my bag and pulled it out just as I got a text in from her. "Are you okay?" I started to text her back, then thought better of it. If she cared enough about me to make sure I was okay, I'd been forgiven. Ish. Or at least she'd finally hear me out in person. Liam put his truck in park outside my trailer. "See you in class tomorrow." "Yeah." I smiled and shut the door on him and waited till he pulled away. I knew what I was waiting for. My mom's car was gone and Allie's light was off, so I wasn't going straight inside. I needed to talk to Lacey. Chapter 23. When I got to Lacey's place, I circled around the back and texted her, giving her 30 seconds before I lightly rapped on the screen. Her blinds rose and I could see her there as she opened the window, haloed by her bedroom's light, and we stared at each other through the screen. "Can I come in or what?" We'd discovered the malleability of screens years ago, how easy both of ours were to shimmy out with screwdrivers, butter knives, nail files. "Yeah," she said, and I tried not to hear the reluctance in her voice as she popped the bottom corner out. I took it, unhinged the rest, and pulled it out, placing it carefully beside the window so I could replace it later. Her trailer was 3 feet off the ground, so this next part was the hardest. I tossed my backpack in first, then asked, "Ready?" "Ready." I backed up a little bit and then flung myself at her window, using my arms and kicking off the exterior wall itself to yank myself up high enough for her to grab me and haul me in. She lassoed her arms beneath my armpits and pulled, and we fell in together, in a tumble of limbs. Once upon a time, this part was the best part, when we lay on the ground together like shots were being fired, holding back giggles, making sure we hadn't been louder than Ms. Harper's CPAP machine, until we were sure we'd succeeded, flush with pulling one over on an adult. This time, though, we were both counting our own heartbeats, touching but still, as white Persian kittens sitting on white clouds beamed down from posters overhead. Eventually, Lacey said, "We're safe." "Cool." We untangled ourselves, and I tried to find some non-crotch-flashing way to sit on Lacey's floor while she looked critically at me. "That's your studying outfit?" "My mom dressed me." "She dress you for all your dates?" "It wasn't a date." "What the fuck do you think you're doing, Jessie?" She leaned across the floor. "Do you know how stupid what you just did was?" His parents were home. I knew I'd be safe. "You studied at his house? With him?" I gave up on modesty and fell back, my back against her bed. "Yeah. Lacey, trust me, I knew I'd be fine." If I'd gotten Darius to believe I had electric powers, how much harder could it be to convince her? "While you were there, did he use his phone?" "What?" "Did he?" She whispered louder. I shook my head quickly. Number not that I saw. I kept an eye on him the whole night. I made sure I knew where his hands were at all times. I hadn't seen her since yesterday, but even in that short gap, something had changed. She wasn't just sad anymore. Her eyes, she looked terrified. I lowered my voice. "What happened?" This, she said, pulling out her phone. She unlocked it and handed it over. I took it and fell in. You know you liked it. 50 pictures of animal butts. You know you liked it. 100 pictures of animal butts. You know you liked it. I have proof. The tide of butts relented into dinners, shoes, horizons, bridges, cars, faces, 3 chins, tongues out, laughing, and tell the cops you lied. A picture of Lacey, close up, eyes closed like she was Sleeping Beauty or Snow White. Her hair across her face like it was blown there, the background a soft rippling red that I was sure was fabric, but that looked like blood. Or else. I dropped the phone, coming to my senses just before I surged, power snapping between my fingers. The words were dancing in my mind, along with everything else I'd downloaded. All of her photos. Everything from today on ZB, tainting anything wholesome. The photo of a sunset, you liked it. A picture of a dinner out. Tell the cops you lied. Like poison in a well. Jessie? She asked, worried as she picked up her phone. The real world of Lacey's room slowly settled around me. I'm here. And I saw her eyes searching mine. Did Liam send that? The photo haunted me, and I could close my eyes and recall the timestamp of each text. I don't think so. We were doing homework. He wasn't anywhere near his phone. Okay. She rocked back to kneeling. I'm gonna call it off. What? The cops. They can't make me testify. They don't even want me to anyway. She looked from her phone to me. What if there are more? What if he has pictures of the whole thing? If he does, then they can catch him. But what if all the pictures are just of me, not him? My mind was racing. What if I'd kept holding onto her phone and I hadn't sparked? Would I've been able to somehow go through ZB and see who was posting the pictures on the other side? Lacey, don't give up. She shook her head, firm. Number I just tell them nothing happened, and it ends tonight. He won't post any more pictures, and I can go on and live my life. But no buts, she said. I'm tired of buts, Jessie. I'm tired of all of this, of wondering who hates me, of being afraid, of my mom crying all the time like this happened to her, not me. I need this to be over. Her intensity right then, her mind was made up, so I backed down. Okay. If you say so, okay. She nodded, encouraging herself. And then, while I watched, she messaged Mysterious Ajo Wani back. I could feel her typing the letters out. I knew what she was saying without seeing the words. Don't post any more photos. I'll tell the cops to call it off. It shot off into the ether, another green firefly, and we both waited, tense. And another green firefly flew in at the speed of light. It pierced my back and Lacey's hand until it burrowed into her phone and shared its message. Where had it come from? How could I find out? I knew what it said before Lacey read it aloud, too. Good. She sagged after reading it. What a nightmare, she whispered to herself. You think it's over? It better be. I can't take much more. She ran her free hand through her hair. You ever have that dream where you're running away from something all the time? Like you're in a desert, and then you're in a house, and then you're on the streets. But it doesn't matter where you go, something's always chasing you. I nodded. I feel like I've been living that dream ever since Friday. I'm mad, sad, and pissed off as hell, but mostly I'm exhausted. My mom is just... You don't even know, Jessie. She braced her head on her hands and her elbows on her knees. I thought my old life sucked. Now I dream of getting back to it. She was so angular, sitting the way she was, from the side. How many times had I been jealous of how thin she was, or how funny, or of the fact that her mom seemed to care, even if her way of caring was caring way too much. Are you going to be okay? I asked. Yeah. She looked over at me. Are we going to be okay? Of course. Good. Things slid back into place like they were meant to. Me and Lacey, Lacey and me, side by side. Except for one thing missing. I hate to bring it up, but Sarah thinks you hate her. Lacey groaned. Oh God, I don't. I just don't want to talk to her yet. I don't blame you, but she's freaking out a little. How am I supposed to talk to her? Hey, thanks for the party invite to the place where I got raped. I just can't deal with that yet. Or her, okay? Yeah, of course. I said and went to my knees and gracelessly stood up. I gotta get back. Allie's alone and I'm on thin ice. Are you coming to school tomorrow? Lacey stood too. Maybe. Depends on my mom. She's being her. You know how it is. I did. Ms. Harper was the kind of mom who'd rather buy all your Girl Scout cookies from you rather than risk you going door to door, which Lacey's room and life thus far was largely a testament to, against Lacey's heartfelt desires. Ms. Harper must have been really shocked when the real world broke rudely in. Okay, well, I stood in front of the window. I'd never managed getting out of here in a skirt before. Lacey grabbed my hand before I tried. She took an Ambien. It's safe to use the front door. Then why did I have to come in this way in the first place? I looked from the window to her and saw her with a tiny grin. Old time's sake. Also, I was still a little mad at you. Chapter 24. I got home and locked the door behind me before making a round of the house. Allie was still in bed and my mother wasn't lurking anywhere, ready to spring out and ask me how my date went, so I hopped into bed and pulled up Juice Jam on my phone. I'd always been good at it. As good at it as it wanted me to be, up until it wanted me to spend money. Playing it now, though, I could sense where the next plays would be, and watching pears and bananas squish under my thumbs felt particularly cathartic. Then I stopped using my thumbs entirely and the game went on. I saw a group of cherries in a corner and without thinking I squashed them. Or rather, with thinking, because the only thing that had squashed them was my mind. 1 second I'd been staring at it. The next, pixels of cherry juice everywhere. I'd known I wanted to squish them, and so I had with telepathy? No. What was the one where you could move things without touching them? Telekinesis? But not that either. Electrokinesis. Fruit danced across the screen, shaking as the counter ticked down, trying to tempt me into playing more. I focused on a grape. It went flat beneath my attention, juices squirting out on either side. I focused on a kiwi, and the same. Then I widened my attention and flatted out half the screen with all my kinesising. The sound was off on my phone, but I knew it'd be making a womp-womp sound right now. I'd defaulted the game. There was nothing wrong with that, though. Some games just weren't worth playing. I set my phone down and turned off the light. The next morning, it felt like a weight had lifted. I was still angry. Life was unfair, and the universe still had shit to answer for. But Lacey being okay was the important thing. As long as we were still friends, everything was going to be all right. I pulled on my clothes, got breakfast, and got Allie out the door, then went to wait at my own bus stop, praying to the God Ms. Harper believed in to fix her in time so that Lacey could drive me in. When that didn't happen, I just took the bus. Shannon, Emily, and Courtney were clustered at the back. They were doing that annoying thing where they were clearly gossiping as fast as they could text and laughing at one another's comments, but otherwise not making a sound. Made them seem like some sort of eerie robots. I pulled up ZB on my phone and looked up Lacey's tags. Her nickname on there was Jules1313, carefully selected when we were 13 and going to start a band. The photo of her in apparent repose had stifled the endless stream of animal butts. And if she just waited roughly 12 more hours, then the slate would be swiped clean of both, electronically. I stared at the photo. I didn't want to zap my phone either, but it really seemed like there ought to be a way to trace the image and figure out who'd posted it. I let myself slide sideways, letting go of the real world around me. Humidity, cracked vinyl, sweat, and went for the light and coursing power. But instead of going into my phone, I caught another Firefly text instead. You go talk to. No, you. Before I could do anything else, I felt the seat dent beside me. Hey, Jessica. Emily was there. Apparently I was the goat. I turned toward her, lips pressing flat. Yes? She leaned forward. How did the rest of your night with Liam go? It went. She smiled like she knew something I didn't, so I felt compelled to be snide. He just bought me a Diet Coke. I don't put out for anything less than a 20. What's Lacey cost then? A 5? I made a sour face at her, but then the bus parked, and she and the others flooded off before I could ask anything. I walked onto campus, heading straight for our lockers, hoping that the janitors had stopped by and done a better job than I had of cleaning Loser off, only to find that it had been replaced by the word slut. I didn't like that. I went and got paper towels and came back to smear the word into one big red blur. Between Emily this morning and this now, there was something different in the mood. I just knew it. Long before acquiring my electronic skills, my superpower had been knowing when my mother was going to blow. I could sense a mood change at 50 paces. I was like her personal geologist. And this now? I scrubbed until the front of Lacey's locker looked like a Picasso. It just didn't bode well. Sarah was lying in wait like a trapdoor spider the moment I entered biology, and she yanked me to our lab table. Did you know? I looked around in the vain hope she was talking to someone else. Come on, Jessie. She didn't tell me. So did she tell you? What the hell are you talking about? Lacey and Danny. She made a face when she said his name. How long has that been going on? How could she keep that from me? How could you keep that from me? I raised my hands up, innocent style. Whoa, when were they ever a thing? She slumped back a little. Okay, good. I couldn't stand it if I were the only one who didn't know. No, seriously, what the fuck are you talking about, Sarah? This past weekend? At Liam's? No. Wait, what are people saying happened? That they hooked up. Her expression was trapped between her prurient interest, her disgust at Danny, and her general feeling left out dismay. Apparently, our little angel decided to drop her halo for the night and let Danny Mayweather get some. Can you believe it? Putting out to him? She did a whole body shudder. Like, I want that to have been her first time, so I lost my virginity before she did, even if I know that's stupid. But if it was her first time, why, out of all the guys on campus, would anyone pick him? My throat closed and the bright lights behind my eyes came on again, a headache twinkling close behind. I fought to concentrate on Sarah. How does anyone know? Danny's telling the whole school. Because of course he would, which would be another reason not to fuck him. She didn't. That's not what he's saying. I didn't get the chance to finish my sentence. She didn't want to fuck him. He hadn't given her a choice. The light from Ms. Liebel's projector started to sting me, and the fireflies of all my classmates' texts, phones checking email, locations, all the pinging. Everything felt sharp and awful, and it was more than I could stand. I felt like I was about to throw up, and it must have showed on my face. Jessica, Sarah said from beside me, her voice sinking with concern. Don't be jealous. You'll get your turn soon. She patted my back, and that was the last straw. I grabbed my bag and ran out of the room as Ms. Liebel shouted my name. By some miracle, I made it outside without being noticed. If I'd been caught in the hall without a pass, someone might assume I'd been cheating and I'd get hauled into the principal's for sure. Our pass system was draconian and administration's fear of cheating constant. I hid alongside a brick wall, in an alcove, hidden behind a bush, out of reach of electronic lassos. I had to tell Lacey, but I knew instinctively if I touched my phone now, it would explode. What if I didn't touch it? What if I just left it in my pocket and used it like I'd been playing Juice Jam? I took several deep breaths first and then found it inside my bag, with my powers. Just sitting there, curled up like a sparkly electronic kitten. I touched it with my mind and felt the press into its charges, like I was petting one of the Persians on Lacey's ceiling, and turned it on, seeing it sparkle ever so slightly brighter. Message screen, Lacey's name, keyboard. It was amazing how soft it felt to move things when it hurt my brain so much. Lacey, people are saying you and Danny hooked up. Was it him? I felt the potential of the message there, waiting until I pushed it off and saw it go, a flash of green. And then, upon reflection, I added, "When they say that, what do you want me to say?" I waited 30 seconds. I was calm enough now. I reached back into my pocket and pulled out my phone, and sure enough, I'd really sent it. Just by thinking. I waited another half a minute, but I couldn't hide in the bushes all day. I walked back inside with the volume of my phone turned off. When she texted me back, I knew I would know. Ms. Liebel let me back in the room after I apologized and claimed to have had a stomach complaint. Everyone in the class snickered, but I didn't care. I just sat back next to Sarah. "Drama queen much?" she whispered. I ignored her. Chapter 25. Sarah waited until the end of class to resume our conversation. "Well, I'm glad your colon and I agree." "On what?" "That Danny's a shit." I still hadn't gotten word from Lacey. I'd even checked my phone with my own two eyes to be sure. I just think we should wait to hear Lacey's side of things. How did she want me to play this? How was she going to play it if she ever came back to school? "If she bothers to tell you," Sarah said, then went on, "don't you think it's trashy of him to talk, given the circumstances?" "Yes." I attempted to be as circumspect as possible. "Well, yes, but, I mean..." Sarah shouldered her bag and we walked for the door. She just did it. No dates or anything. Just saw him there and spread her legs wide open. "Sarah," I said, my voice low in warning. She turned and looked at me. "We really need to talk to her first." She gave me a look of disbelief. "It's just trashy. It's trailer trash trashy." Which she could say, because she had moved. "Oh, so you sleeping with Ryan is all rainbows and unicorns?" "For your information, yes, it is. I mean, we've been dating for 3 months. 1/4 of a year. Got it. That's the cutoff. 2 months and 29 days whoredom. But at the 90-day mark, you're free and clear." Sarah blinked at me. "I had no idea you were such the jealous type, Jessica." That wasn't it, but there was nothing I could tell her until Lacey told me I could. "I just need to go, okay?" I said, sidling past her into the hall. I flung myself into the river of students going to class, hoping to lose myself in their number. There was so much going on in the real world right now, and the other world pressed in on every side as phones chirped and lights beamed and air conditioners thrummed. What had the lightning gotten me into? I looked up, hoping to find some strength from somewhere, and saw someone standing tall in the waves of chaos, like an island. Darius. I headed straight for him. "Can I talk to you?" "Sure." We diverted off to an unoccupied patch of wall, and because I didn't want anyone else to hear what I had to say, I stood close by him. I feel like I'm becoming more sensitive. Is that a good thing? I'm not sure. "Can you use your phone now?" he asked, and I nodded. "Yeah, I managed to send a text without touching any keys just a little bit ago." He got a wicked smile. "That's badass." "Kind of. But also weird as hell." Juice jam helped. "I think I need to practice more, though." "Got it. When?" I doubted I could get away from my mother for 2 nights in a row. "Friday?" "Sure. Thanks." "You're welcome," he said, and pulled back, disappearing back into the herd once more. I walked around in a daze for the rest of the day, feeling messages pass through me. It was impossible not to snoop. I heard about people's sick cats, sick grandmas, condom purchases, homework assignments, and a series of what I was pretty sure were answers to one of Coach Stevens' history tests. There were plenty about Lacey and Danny. Which girl is that? The one with the tits or the skinny one? Him? Why does he get laid instead of me? But nothing useful. I could shut them out if I wanted to, but I was hoping I'd feel one from Lacey. At lunch, I went into the library, gave Mrs. Frost a pleasant nod, then took myself back to my corner to hide. I was briefly away from all that. And just when I thought I was safe, I felt a sting, a message actually meant for me. I whipped my phone out of my pocket like it was on fire, but I knew just as I unlocked it who the message was from. Sorry about the trailer trash comment. It's okay, I typed, then decided to throw Sarah a bigger bone. Next time I see you, I'll tell you about Liam. She sent me a string of emojis in return. I went into chem that afternoon not knowing what to expect. Were Liam and I friends now? He gave me a grin as he walked in the room, but then went straight to sit behind me. I tried to think of things to say, but before I could, the bell rang and Ms. Goodman announced, "Pop quiz," and began walking the aisles, placing papers on our desks face down. The entire room groaned, and even I, who knew I knew what I was doing, felt the pit of my stomach drop. 10 minutes? And 10 minutes only, she warned, then counted us down. 3, 2, 1. 30 papers turned over at the same time. I scanned all 8 of the show your work questions. They were pretty much the same as I'd done with Liam the prior night. I started working on the first one when, "You shouldn't have told anyone, Mason," zipped through. I chased after it in the other world, feeling it slip away like fine-grained sand. "I'm just watching your back, dog." This way, if she does talk. This one I tried to catch or to follow, but Lindsay sneezed 3 rows back and 5 people said, "Bless you," and half the class laughed and the moment was gone. I'd caught the butterfly, but it had disintegrated in my hand. I grit my teeth and threw myself back into the lightning place, harder and farther than I ever had before, until my classmates were red mazes of nerves and the bright light of the projector overtook the room. Who'd sent those messages? There was a quick drumming on my table that distracted me. I gasped in air like I was resurfacing as Ms. Goodman leaned over, her black fingers ending in the red nails that beat impatiently on my desk. 5 minutes, Jessica, she said, pointing to my currently blank quiz. I finished in time, barely, and didn't have a chance to check my answers. Hopefully I'd get enough points for showing my work to cover if I'd messed up the math. We passed our papers forward to Ms. Goodman, and I risked looking over my shoulder. Liam saw me and gave me a wide smile and a thumbs up. As Ms. Goodman lectured, I knew she was on to me. Anytime I started phasing out, she asked me a question. It felt like I was being picked on by the end of class. And it wasn't worth it anyhow. All the other green zings I went after weren't from the same phones from earlier, I could tell. Probably because they were busy now in class, just like I was supposed to be. I looked out the nearest window and realized that the science wing was closest to the gym, but when the bell rang, I was no closer to answers. I was packing my backpack as Liam walked by and paused. "Hey, Friday night?" I looked up at him. "English?" "No." He gave me a bemused look. "The baseball game. You going?" I was perhaps the only student at the school who didn't have the playing schedule memorized. Not that I'd need to if I were willing to read all the glittery Pep Squad posted signs in the halls. "If you go, I can get you a party invite afterwards." It felt like I'd been waiting to hear him say those words for half my life, and under any other circumstances, I'd have started screaming like a BTS fan. But, "Thanks, but no thanks," I said, attempting a charming grin. "Your loss," he said, unruffled. And as he walked down the aisle and out of the classroom, some small and traitorous part of me thought he might be right. I was practically hiding in the front of the bus when I finally got my text from Lacey. "Can I come over?" My thumbs reached for the keys, but then I slowed down. Lightning land, population me. Yes! I typed with my electrokinesis, feeling smug. Courtney said something cruel from the back of the bus, I could tell by the tone, and Emily laughed uproariously. I quickly sent another one. "You don't want to be waiting at the bus stop today? Meet me at my house?" Within seconds, I got back. "Kay." I slunk off the bus and practically ran to my house to find Lacey waiting for me on the steps with Allie, who was beaming from ear to ear. "So after you find them all," she was saying. She'd pulled out one of her old treasure maps for Lacey and was explaining all the X's. My arrival interrupted her, and she was visibly disappointed. "How are you?" I asked Lacey. "I've been better." She stood, extracting herself from Allie's attention. "Can I keep this?" "Sure." Lacey carefully folded the map up and put it in her pocket. I was just about to drag us around the trailer to go out back when my mother rapped at the window, startling all of us. "I made lemonade," she shouted through the glass. Lacey gave me a look, but we all dutifully tromped inside. "You feeling better now?" my mom asked Lacey solicitously. "Much," Lacey said. "Good. Appendicitis. Barbara got that once. It knocked her on her ass for a week." She poured our glasses expertly, out of habit, handing them over our kitchen bar one by one. "Did you hear?" Lacey looked back and forth between us for clues. "No?" "Jessica went out with Liam." I could feel my face turning beet red. "Mom, it was a study date." "Was it now?" "You were already in bed when I got home, and I didn't want to wake you." She looked pointedly at me, waiting for me to share. When I didn't, she prompted, "So? How'd it go?" I shrugged one shoulder. "It went fine. He bought me a Coke at the drive-thru, and then I helped him learn gas laws, which we had a pop quiz on today at school. He thinks he aced it thanks to me." "Good." My mom celebrated by taking a long swig, and I realized she hadn't poured a drink for herself in front of us. I suspected that her personal lemonade was spiked. "See, ladies?" she announced, putting her glass down. "This is how it all starts. You help him get good grades, he helps you be popular, and then everything starts to happen." She was drunk. I could tell. I glanced at Allie, who was doing her dear quiet thing. She knew it too. Lacey just looked at my mom like she always did, like she was from another planet. "Mom, even if we do wind up going out, which we're not, how many times does going out in high school equal staying together for the rest of your life? It's unrealistic. Your dad and I met when we were 19. And look how well that turned out," was on the tip of my tongue, but I resisted saying it as she went on. "I'm just saying both of you girls need a little more fun. Always studying or watching TV. Need to go out and live a little." "Yeah, we do," Lacey agreed. I looked at her and she shrugged. "Isn't that the point of high school?" The point of high school for me was to get good enough grades to get the hell away from here. And I knew Lacey agreed. We'd talked about it often enough. "Precisely," my mother agreed. She pushed herself back from the bar, logic triumphant, making her way into her bedroom again. Not long after that, we could hear the blare of her TV. I looked to my little sister. "Allie, you have homework to do?" "Yeah." "Then do it. I need to talk to Lacey some again. Outside." I opened up the sliding glass door to our backyard and pulled Lacey out behind me. Chapter 26. "I'm so sorry about that. She's so embarrassing," I whispered as we crested the hill and started down its far slope, lemonade in hand. "I hate her. At least she's sane." "That's debatable." Razor howled at us, throwing his body against the fence, trying to gnaw away the wood. We found the same grassy spot as last time, where the power lines stretched overhead like shining train tracks. I waited for a minute, trying to think of the right thing to say, and when I couldn't, I just asked, "Danny?" The distant look on her face toughened into an angry mask. "Yeah, Danny." "Did he do it? I mean, he's saying he did." "Yeah." She pressed the heels of her hands to her eyes. I don't remember everything, but in the blurs, some colors, and his voice, it sounds like him. Plus, if you had to poll the student body about which baseball team member was most likely to rape, I think everyone would agree. It makes sense, you know? "But now that you know it's him, can't you go to the cops?" "The police that I just told I wasn't raped? The ones I told to ignore everything?" "But how do they know you did that for sure?" "Because I freaking told them." She unlocked her phone and brought up ZB before handing it to me, and everything new on it flooded my mind before I could read. "I did what you asked. A long lag. Thanks. For calling off the cops. And for being a good fuck." A series of emojis followed, angels and devils, and one smiley face licking its lips. "Do you expect me to say you're welcome, asshole?" Lacey had responded and gotten nothing back. I handed her back her phone. "You think it's over?" "I fucking hope so. I just can't believe he told everyone." "Not about the rape. That's even worse, making it sound like I wanted him." She did a full body shudder. Do you know how many guys are going to assume that just because I put out for Danny, I'll put out for them? And then, if I don't put out for them, they'll think it's because Danny's dick set the bar for all other dicks in my life, and their dicks can't compare or some stupid shit? It's a win-win for him, and a lose-lose for me. I'm so sorry, Lacey. It just fucking sucks. All over again. It'd have been bad enough to not have anyone believe me, but now, I'm still a whore. I prayed to God that no one had written that on her locker this afternoon. You know you're not, right? Of course I know, but everyone's going to be thinking it. Not me. She thumped against me and put her head on my shoulder with a sigh. Thanks. Then she made an exhausted sound, leaned back the other way to right herself. I'd better get back home. I can't leave my mom alone for too long. What is she, a puppy? Close to it. She's just not handling things well. You know how she's dramatic, right? Yeah. Ms. Harper desperately needed to spend some time out in the real world. Well, this hasn't helped. She stood and I followed her lead. We walked to the corner of my yard furthest away from Razor. You coming to school tomorrow? Don't know. Probably won't till tomorrow. Not to sound callous, but if you do come to school, please, dear God, come rescue me from the bus. If I do, will do, she said, and waved low as she walked off. Dinner that evening was a difficult affair. I could trust myself to cook now, but now that I'd opened the door to Allie's participation, I couldn't close it again. So I herded her through the motions, and we triumphantly had hamburger meat and boxes of noodles that were only a little bit chewy. I was thinking, my mother announced halfway through her first serving. Yeah? You really do need to get out more, Jessie. High school's the best time of your life, you know that, right? I stared blankly at her. A, while certain of my classmates were awesome, high school was objectively terrible, and B, I always wanted the best part of my life to be ahead of me. Always. Looking behind you all the time was what got you trapped places like this. Here. I just want you to be like me, to have good memories to look back at. I know you're smart, but that's not the only important thing in life, you know? You need to be more social while you can. Uh-huh, I said, non-committal. You can try to do that some, can't you? For my sake? I nodded slowly. Good. I'd just be a terrible parent if you didn't live your high school life to the fullest. I said the only thing I could think of to end the conversation as quickly as possible. Thanks, Mom. She smiled at me like a benevolent fairy godmother. You're welcome, Jessica. The next day, I got a reluctant Allie out to her bus stop in time and was trudging over to my own when a familiar car pulled up and honked. I was grinning by the time Lacey's passenger window rolled down. Hey, pretty lady, want a ride? Yes, I said emphatically and hopped in. I settled myself into her passenger seat, aligned my seatbelt, and looked out at the world as it was meant to be seen. You have no idea how happy I am to see you. I mean, I'm happy to see you, yes, but OMG, I would rather gnaw my leg off than ride the bus again. That bad? You have no idea. Or maybe she did, since Emily had gone out of her way to attack her. You going to be okay today? Yeah, it's going to fucking suck, but I can't hide at home forever. And I'm over my mom's BS. I could only guess how bad Lacey's mom was if she'd rather be at school than at home with her. Well, I'm glad to see you. And things'll blow over soon. With prom coming up, you know someone will do something stupid and then everyone will forget about this. She rocked her hands back and forth on the steering wheel, white-knuckled. Yeah, they will. Absolutely, I said. On our own, neither of us were fully convinced, but if we stuck together, we could make it through the day. And I didn't tell you, I said as we walked in. There's been some additional redecorating of your locker. Lacey shrugged. Whatever. I cleaned it up yesterday, but if there's more, I can help out again. Cool, she said with a curt nod. I expected more from her. Fear, worry, softness. But I realized I was watching her put her armor on again. Lacey wasn't just my best friend. She was also like a RoboCop for our shitty times. If only she came with laser beams or machine gun turrets installed. I followed her through Redson High's front doors and entered Lightning Land. Texts flew with abandon, continuous streams of information back and forth from everyone's phones, the walls pulsing with power, the lights overhead glowing, snippets of conversations, corners of photos. Everything passed through me, and I paid attention to all of it and none of it at once. I felt a hand on my arm. "You okay?" Lacey asked. "Oh, yeah," I said, shaking my head and concentrating on the now. "Don't worry about me." "Okay, weirdo," she said with a slight grin. She led the way to our lockers. Some kind janitor had finished the job I'd started, scrubbing all the letters off all the way. And they hadn't been replaced. Prom was just a week away. Maybe we were right and things were already dying down. So she knelt down too and dialed her dial, while I dialed mine above her. And it was almost like old times, as old as last week when things didn't suck quite so bad. And then she gasped as her locker opened and pictures flooded out. Into her lap and over my shoes, sharp-cornered glossy squares, I recognized the red background from the ZB threat and saw her on all of them. Her mouth was open this time, and someone had his thumb in it like she was a hooked fish. I heard her gasping like she was drowning, trying to pick them all up and shove them all back. I looked around quickly. No one else had noticed yet. We were in the pre-class rush. "Jessie, this..." She sputtered the words, trying to shove all the proof of her assault back into her locker like she could go back in time. Those texts I'd snooped on yesterday. Danny. That asshole. Or Azo1E. This was supposed to be over, and he was a fucking liar. Even though she'd told him she wasn't going to talk, he was scared and wanted to keep her quiet. Or he couldn't stop himself from kicking her when she was down. Either way, anger flared in me, bright and true. I knelt down and grabbed her shoulders. "Do you trust me?" Her eyes went from being glazed to focusing on me alone. "Get out all the books you need now. Don't come back here for the rest of the day. We'll clean out your locker before we go home." She did as she was told, pulling half her books out with the faint stink of sulfur rising. Then she stood, slamming her locker shut. I knelt and redid the lock. All day long, pretend that nothing has happened to you. That you didn't even notice this. That you definitely, absolutely do not give a fuck. Can you do that? She caught her breath and nodded. "Yeah." "Okay." The warning bell dinged overhead. "I'll see you at lunch." I walked through the halls to biology with a purpose. I saw myself more as a creature of light than as human anymore. I didn't want to be human if being human meant hurting like this. I expanded myself, my consciousness. I didn't know what words to use for it, only that I felt wings unfold from me like a net to snoop taste spy on everything within range. Whoever had done that to Lacey, surely they'd stuck around to see her reaction. And surely they had to crow about it to someone. I stumbled into biology, feeling like I was leaving half of myself in the hall, and sat down by Sarah, conscious of the worried way she was looking at me, but too busy listening to the chaos of everyone else's phones. "You're acting weird, Jessie," she whispered. Ms. Liebel closed the door, same as teachers all around the school, and the level of "it's my birthday." "Is your brother's friend visiting from college this weekend?" "Look at my shoes." Dampened. I turned toward Sarah slowly. "It's been a weird week." Her nose crinkled. "Are you high?" "What?" I wheeled on her, condensing all of my attention back to the real world as she studied my pupils. "Just asking. It's a valid question." "Not of me, it isn't." "Sorry, I forgot you're all straight edge and stuff." There was this thing about having an alcoholic parent that Sarah could never understand. Booze didn't interest me in the least. "So, about Liam, you promised," she went on, whispering under her breath as Ms. Liebel began to lecture. "I think I got him an A on our pop quiz yesterday, and he invited me to a party on Friday." Her eyes widened and she made a silent scream. "Is this an invite like as a friend? Or something more?" "Doesn't matter," I said no. She punched me hard. "Are you insane?" Ow, I yelped and held my shoulder where she'd hit me. Ladies, Mrs. Liebel said, and both Sarah and I pretended to pay attention. Halfway through the first sentence she wrote on the board, Sarah elbowed me, muttering under her breath, "You have to go." Charge built in me. I was ready to take it out on her. How dare she say that when she didn't know what they'd put Lacey through? Then I immediately deflated, both because she was my friend and because she was right. "I'll see if I can go," I muttered back. Sarah beamed at me like she'd solved world peace and turned back to take notes, while I spent the rest of biology trying to figure out how I was going to explain my change of heart to Liam, and then wipe Danny's phone. Chapter 27. I didn't want to leave Lacey alone during lunch, but right before and right after lunch was when most people had their phones out. I found myself in a juncture between halls, festooned with crepe paper, half talking up prom, the rest declaring how Bison baseball was going to be victorious. My dress doesn't fit anymore. I got this eyeshadow. Do I have to buy her flowers? Want to split a limo? If she doesn't put out at the end of the... And then someone tapped my shoulder. I turned, expecting one of the coaches who doubled as traffic cops but found Darius, and was surprised by how relieved I felt to see him. "You were doing it just then, weren't you?" I opened my mouth to say I wasn't, but before I could, he said, "Don't lie." I was. Guilty as charged. I put a hand to my head to try and rub away my oncoming headache. Snooping came with a price. Guilty? Of what? Of being awesome. Awesome was not a word that I heard very often in conjunction with my name. I liked hearing him say it. "Hey, those marks on your back. They're called Lichtenberg figures. I found them on the internet." "Yeah, me too." And a lot of other strange stuff. Pictures of Storm, my old childhood superhero crush? Precisely, I said, and tried to stop from stupidly smiling. He'd been researching things on my behalf, about me because he wanted to. What could I say next to keep our conversario going? "Who's your new superhero crush?" I blurted out. He said for too long, eyes searching the lockers behind me for answers. "I'm too old for that now." "Oh, yeah, of course," I said, feeling stupid for asking. "Anyways," he went on, "all business. Sounds like your marks'll fade in a few days, so you should get them tattooed on fast or something. If I had any money and if my mom wouldn't murder me, sure." "So, just then," he said, waving his hand around us. "What did you hear? If that's the right word?" "All sorts of stuff." "Anything good?" "Not yet. Not for the values of good I was going for. Just same old, same old." "Oh well, what time did you want to come over tonight?" I had completely forgotten our plans, and now that I had more pressing matters with Liam... "I'm sorry, Darius. My mom won't let me. I meant to tell you." "Oh," he said. "But tomorrow, maybe?" "Yeah. It's not like we have a job to go to yet. What time?" 10? My mother would still be asleep then, making leaving a whole hell of a lot easier. "Perfect. I'll come by and get you." "Thanks. See you tomorrow." Then the bell dinged and I needed to get to lunch. Lacey'd already gone through line and was sitting in our corner. She was on our bench with her back was to the wall so she could keep a wary eye out on all our classmates, which oddly included Sarah, slumming it in our indoor courtyard instead of out on the fields with Ryan. She was 20 steps ahead of me, and by the time I'd caught up, they were already talking. "I mean, I know it's not your fault," Sarah was saying. "If you're not in adult situations, you just don't pick up that skill, you know?" "Yeah, totally," Lacey agreed, hovering perfectly on the edge of sarcastically sincere. The contrast between them could not have been more stark. Lacey looked homeless/goth, as goth as anyone with her limited closet could be, wearing some black and layers of bulk with a general air of malaise, whereas Sarah was wearing a Redson maroon shirt proclaiming bison pride. For the game tonight, dark jeans you'd have to use a can opener to peel her out of and outrageously cute matching maroon kitten heels. "Hey guys," I announced myself, hoping to take some pressure off in either direction. "How's it going?" "It's going wonderfully. Lacey apologized for getting in over her head, and I graciously explained that it could happen to anyone. Sarah wrapped her arm around me and announced, "The air is clear." I wasn't getting that from the look on Lacey's face, or the possessive way Sarah was clinging to me to imply me backing up her side of things right now, so I said the only safe thing I could think of. "Great. Now about you and Danny," Sarah began, and Lacey's eyes narrowed. "I just wish if you needed love life advice that you would ask me first." "We're not a thing," Lacey said, sudden as a snake bite, allowing no further conversation. Sarah stepped back from me, and I could tell she knew she was in the wrong somehow. It was a deeply uncomfortable place for her to be. She didn't have as much practice as Lacey and I had at it. "It's just, I miss this. I miss us," she said, looking between us for confirmation that we missed her too. "I do too," I said, because back when it was the three of us against the world, it had seemed like we'd had better odds, honestly. Lacey looked up at me and half shrugged. "Me three," she said flatly. "Well, good." Sarah clapped her hands in delight. "Then we need to plan a time to hang out. This weekend? But not Friday or Saturday, Sunday?" "Sure," Lacey said with the same monotone. "See you then," I said, excited enough for the both of us so that Sarah could go. "We'll figure something out. I can't wait." She beamed at the both of us, then departed fabulously stage right. Excellent. I grit my teeth. What did I miss? She started off by telling me I should practice drinking at home like everybody else does. Lacey mimicked, with air quotes. "Till you know where your limits are." Oh God, that's terrible advice. I know. Lacey slumped back against the wall behind her. "But," I said, inhaling to dive in, "she means well. She's just trying to be your friend still." "I know that too. It's just all of this." Lacey held both hands up, indicating the current wreckage of her life. "Yeah, it's hard. Maybe even insurmountable if nothing gave soon." I watched her stare off into middle distance as I sat down. "Like, why would he do something like that?" she asked, mostly to herself. "Stuff her locker with those pictures before school this morning?" We both knew the answer. It was the same reason he'd raped her. Because he could. I said, and saw her eyes widen alarmingly. Without finishing my sentence, I turned around and saw Bruce, the fourth or fifth teammate down on the team's totem pole, depending on who you asked, holding imaginary hips and miming sex with them, while looking directly at Lacey. "Come here, now," I demanded, and pulled her off the bench to sit beside me. Hooray, we were safer, now that we were both staring at the wall. "What am I going to do? When will it stop?" "Prom, for sure." Every other prom, someone had done something utterly dumb. One year, someone's hair caught on fire, smoking joints in the bathroom. Another year, there was a drunken brawl on the dance floor. And every year, there were multiple DUIs. Was it wrong of me that I was hoping that this year there'd be a fatality? Nothing would distract the school and get the gossip train to move along like a sudden death. We'd be wallowing in tears and flowers for weeks. I'd even be willing to nominate the victims. Is it going to keep being like this until then, though? Every day? I don't know. She picked the crust off of her hamburger bun. I just keep beating myself up. I shouldn't have gone. I shouldn't have gotten drunk. I shouldn't have been alone with him. And he shouldn't have done what he did. I know. It's just, Jessie. My whole life I've been dancing the dance, you know? Trying to get everything right. And then this one little time I missed a step and now everything's fucked. I know. Sometimes being a girl felt like there was a code to crack. Like there was one perfect way to be. And if you could only figure out what that was, your life would be so easy. If you were skinnier, or dressed differently, or acted more fun, or listened to the right music, or had the right friends, or your parents were rich, or you were smarter, or more athletic, or. But the only real rules seemed to be that you couldn't be perfect enough, no matter how hard you tried. It's not fair, Lacey. It's just not. But we can muddle through till prom. She looked at her burger, then looked at me. Yeah, she said, and took a bite. After lunch, we went our separate ways, and then chemistry loomed. I hadn't told Lacey about Liam's party invite. I didn't want her to worry about me, and luckily Sarah hadn't mentioned it. But now that I had to go, I could feel myself getting nervous, flushed, and sweaty. What if I'd missed my chance by turning him down yesterday? Before Haley had moved, she'd been the prettiest girl in school. Like I'd wanted to hate her? But it was literally impossible. She was just that pretty. And me? What the hell was Liam thinking? What if he came to his senses? How would I get to Danny's phone then? I spent most of English staring off into space thinking of disaster scenarios, which did not make me any more attractive, when a text from Lacey flew in. Can't take it anymore. Going home. It startled me back to my senses. You okay? I texted back with just my mind. Not really. People keep looking at me. I winced. Were they really looking at her, or did it just feel like that? She wasn't acting very Lacey-like. That could have people genuinely concerned. Maybe she was being a little sensitive. She had every right to be. Or maybe some of our jerkier classmates were judging her for looking disheveled, and still jerkier ones were, like Bruce, thinking about whatever story Danny'd spread. At least no one else had seen the photos from this morning. Had they? Panic fell from my brain to my stomach like a small, sharp stone. Sorry about the bus. Lacey apologized while I tried to keep from freaking out on her behalf. No, it is totally okay. Take care of yourself. I love you, I texted back at the speed of thought. Then the bell rang and I instantly texted Sarah a bathroom location and 911. Sarah arrived moments after I did and looked around quickly, like Liam might be hidden in a stall. I've got chem next and I need to go to that party, I said and gestured at my face. Help? It wasn't a question. It was a command. Her eyes lit up. Do you know how long I've been waiting for this moment? She lunged into her purse and pulled out a makeup bag. Within seconds, she was smudging subtly shimmering taupes across my eyes. I don't have much time, she muttered, as she poofed blush on me, slicked my lips with gloss, and then licked her thumb like a mom to use it to straighten my brows. There, it's not great. But it looks like I tried. I looked in the mirror. I thought Liam would be a man of his word, but if he wasn't, I wanted to make sure he had a reason to invite me. I expect you to put more on tonight, Missy, Sarah said, zippering her bag back up. And I'll be there. With Ryan, I said, my tone implying the closet they'd be making out in. She grabbed my shoulders. With Ryan, yes, but still, I will be there. I haven't forgotten about you. Promise. Good. The warning bell rang. See you, babe, she said, and air-kissed me before running out the door. When she was gone, I tugged my shirt a little lower so that more cleavage was showing and stalked down to the science hall. Ms. Goodman passed out yesterday's quizzes as we walked in. I had missed 5 points on the last question. I was in my chair frowning at it when Liam walked up and flashed me his 100%. Maybe I should tutor you. Ha, ha, I said, forgetting to sound nicer. He laughed and went back to his desk. It was hard not to fidget for the rest of the hour. I needed to seem nonchalant, like getting an invite to a party at his house would mean absolutely nothing to me. But the longer Ms. Goodman lectured, the more everything wore on my soul. The photos this morning, the texts I'd only caught snippets of yesterday, how impossible everything was seeming, and how I had to keep trying, for Lacey's sake. At the end of the class, I stood up and made sure to block Liam's path and tried to look adorable. Hey, about that invite, can I change my mind? His eyebrows rose, but his head bobbed. Yeah, of course. What time? Whenever the game is over. When is that? When it's over, he laughed, making fun of me. I don't know. Most people go to the game first. I pouted. A little. It was hard. I don't want to participate in your barbaric sports rituals to get to go to a party. Plus, I might have to babysit my sister. I'll shoot you a text when we're leaving, okay? Awesome. Thanks. Don't worry about it, he said and angled around me and out the door. Chapter 28. The bus was the bus. Courtney saw me first and elbowed Emily to make sure she saw. She in turn hopped onto ZB and sent me a message. I felt it ping through. It doesn't matter how much makeup you put on. You're still the friend of a whore. I pretended not to check my phone and stared resolutely out the window until my stop. Homework was completed at the McMullen residence in record time, the trailer spotless, and dinner on the table by the time my mom emerged. Well, this is nice, she said, coming out to the sight of me dusting. Thanks. I put the duster away under the sink and calculated out how long I needed to be nice versus getting what I wanted, without seeming like I was trying too hard. You know what you said last night, Mom? I asked, broaching the subject as I cleared dishes post-dinner and she tilted back, drinking something on ice. Yeah? Well, I did my best to be a little nervous in front of her. She reacted to cocksure poorly. Liam invited me to the post-game party at his place tonight. Yeah? She said, eyebrows rising over the edge of her glass. Yeah. Isn't the game on right now? Well, yeah, but I had homework to do. It's a Friday. You'd have all weekend. She sighed through pursed lips. How did I ever raise such a goody two-shoes? Mainly by providing disturbing examples of what had happened if I wasn't one. But I did my best to give her a charming, beats me, grin. Sure, of course you can, she said. I pre-winced a little to acknowledge the seriousness of my next question. Can I also borrow the car for it? She put on a show. I guess. Bring it back in one piece, though. Go get me my phone so I can call Barb. I raced back to her bedroom and grabbed her phone without thinking. In an instant, everything on it downloaded to me. If Trisha's late again, she's gonna get fired. Who cares? She's a cunt. No, I know I need her shifts. Jerry's late again. They're your kids too, Jerry. Who has time for that? Of course I'll come in. Yeah, she's always been trouble. I can't now that we're down Jessie's job. She said that? I can't believe her. Didn't your little sister go to school with her? What about later? Go home, I can close. I need the dollars. Do you think Don'll be there? I'm allowed to have needs, Barbara. Jerry, seriously, where's my cash? I bet your new kids get dental. I dropped the phone, then caught it, then set it down and squatted over it, racked with things I didn't want to know and a stabbing sensation in my temporal lobe. No wonder my mother mythologized her time in high school when her current life was an endless struggle to make ends meet. It might have been the last time she was carefree. Jessie? She called from the living room, and I picked up her phone carefully with my fingernails. Not my fingers. I knew why my mom drank. And it kinda made me want to drink too. I plastered a fake-ass smile on my face and went back into the living room. Here you go, I said, handing her phone over. She started texting Barbara for her ride. Just make sure to leave before the cops break this one up, okay? She said, smiling at me. For me. Sure thing, I promised. The second she left for work, I started plotting. If there were other pictures, how many there were? And who else had seen them? I wouldn't know if I couldn't get to the source, Danny, and so I dressed with him in mind. Danny always looked like a cover model for Midwestern Monthly. The hat band around his hair near permanent, one outfit change away from a camo shirt at all times. If it was his destiny to cradle rifles near slaughtered bucks, what should I wear as his wannabe corn-fed bride? I didn't remember what Lacey'd worn to her party, so I erred on the side of caution, with a tight red tank that showed off my chest shamelessly, a denim mini, and strappy white sandals. I checked myself out in the mirror. I'd never been so patriotic before. Then I did my hair and face and aimed for the natural zone where Sarah lived, landing somewhere south of it in... I'm not entirely sure what I'm doing here, so I give up land. After that, I sat on the couch, nervously playing with Allie's hair. Liam would text me any minute now, wouldn't he? I mean, of course he would. He hadn't forgotten about me again, had he? I could just drive over to his place. I remembered the directions from the other night. Besides, if I did that, I might be better off. I could get closer parking. Like, that's what was important tonight. Rational parking. Just when I'd written him off, I felt his text come through. Party's on. I stared at the phone for a long moment. Was I really doing this? Oh God. See you soon. Flashed across the screen, far more positive than I felt, but before I could change it, I pushed send. Chapter 29. I should have maybe worried harder about the parking thing. I wound up parking like 3 blocks away, although if I'd been blind, I still could have echolocated the party. The music was already up. Would all of the baseball team be there? Where else would Danny be? I pocketed my ID, keys, and phone and walked up. 2 seniors I didn't recognize were holding fort at the door. Who are you? One of them asked as I approached. A friend of Liam's. Sure, he said, like he didn't believe me, looking me up and down. I was cute, but not cute enough, this early in the night. And maybe after Lacey there was a general crackdown on sophomores, no matter that Liam was one. This twist hadn't occurred to me, to get so close only to be denied, and I was fumbling to pull my phone out for proof when Liam arrived on the door's other side. She's with me, he said, leaning forward to pull me through. Both of them grunted and went on staring at the lawn. Sorry, can't be too careful these days, he said. Too many people are too close to graduating, you know? Can't blow any scholarships. Of course, I agreed. Like the team getting off successfully to college was all that mattered. His house, which had seemed so empty when I'd last been there, was now filling. There were clusters of people over every surface shouting into one another's ears louder than the music. I kept following Liam and realized we were in his kitchen. Want something to drink? He said and started pumping a keg. Yeah. Without a cup in my hand, I'd stick out like a sore thumb. Where are your parents? What, you want to say hi to my mom? He said as he handed me my beer. They know better than that. They're off at a casino for the weekend. Plenty of time to party hard, then clean it all up tomorrow. With a hangover. Price of popularity, gladly paid. He took a long swig of his own beer, and I pretended to follow suit. Good. Come on, Jesse. You're going to have a good time here. I just know it. And then I heard my name shouted at high volume. Jessica. And Sarah flew into the room to hug me. Half my beer wound up on the floor as I fought her off. She clung to me, spinning a little. You're here. You're finally here. Sarah, Liam, Sarah, I said by way of introduction. See? You're already having fun. He gave me a grin, and then a teammate wanted a beer, and Sarah was dragging me away alone. Didn't I teach you to put on makeup better than that? She said, looking at me solemnly in the hallway to the living room. Yes, probably. I was glad to see her, even if I could almost taste the alcohol on her breath. How long have you been drinking? Everyone smuggles in vodka to add to their sodas at the game. Come on, let me show you around, she said, lunging forward like she owned the place. I think you're forgetting that I've already been here, I teased, pulling her back. And now you think you're cooler than me? I see how you are. With her by my side, I felt safe, and we walked into the next room arm in arm. We made a tour of the house anyhow. I ditched my cup on a table in the living room and then followed her lead as she looked for someone. The lights were bright here. I wondered how much my fellow classmates would pay for the drugs that had let them see the trip happening inside my head in Lightning Land. Everyone here had a phone, there were cellifies and groupies galore, ZB was pinging, and everyone was surrounded by a swirl of green. Beyond that were the lines running up and down the walls, across floors and ceilings, and the incandescent glow practically pouring out of each light socket. I reached out for a green flash, and Sarah swatted my hand down, laughing. She was drunk on vodka, and I was drunk on power, ignoring the price it had cost me later, my oncoming headache ticking behind me like Captain Hook's crocodile. Want to see something cool? she said, after we'd stumbled upstairs I hadn't taken with Liam together. Yeah? She pulled me aside and stood me in front of a door that had a kiddish "Do Not Enter" sign on it. Colton's room. I looked at her blankly. Colton? Liam's older brother? The famous one? So? So, no one's allowed in there. Ever. Did no one extend to all members of the baseball team? I put a hand out and tried the handle. It was locked. Stop that, she said, trying and failing to slap my hand away. What? Don't you want to see what's inside? It's always locked. But not locked very well. I felt charge build in my hand, pulling tumblers toward me. Holy shit, Iwasamini. Magneto Darius would be so impressed. I turned the knob and Sarah gasped as I shoved us both inside. We should not be here, she said, the second I closed the door. You're probably right, I said and hit the lights. The room was almost like a shrine. There were baseball bats mounted on the wall, signed gloves inside glass boxes, baseballs lovingly displayed on tiny gold crowns. Bored fish circled lazily in an aquarium on one side of the room, and the other had a bed, with Redson bison maroon-colored sheets that would look red under the light of a flash. I took a step toward it. Were there still clues here? Blood, or worse? I knew the second before Sarah's phone started to chime. Oh my God, oh my God. She fumbled for it to turn it off before anyone caught us. Turn that off, I hissed. Shh, she said, louder in shushing me than I had been. She got to her phone, hung up, and then returned her attention to me. We need to go. I looked at the bed one more time, anger rising just as my headache caught up and bit down. Yeah, we do. She wanted to bolt out of the room, but I made her wait. I pretended to listen against the door, which was actually impossible because of how thick it was and the party sounds outside, while I felt for people out there. I knew from biology I was sensing faint things, the differentials between cells that made life life. People walking past felt like diffuse batteries, charges that occupied the space of where they really were. And when the hallway outside was clear, I opened the door and we both ran through. I twisted the knob so that Colton's room would lock behind us, and I prayed that no one else would see the inside of it tonight. Sarah grabbed my hand, yanked it, and I followed until we were upstairs in the central den. Baby, there you are, Sarah shouted, dragging me forward. Half of the baseball team was lounging across the infamous couch. There was a game of GTA going, and the sound of machine guns intermittently broke through everything else. The TV bathed everyone in light, and I could feel the mesmerizing currents of the game behind it. I stood like a deer in headlights, and the temptation to kick all their asses at it loomed large. There you are, Ryan said, gathering Sarah into his lap without looking away from the game. Make room, Sarah said, swinging toward the rest of the guys. Please, she added, a pleading afterthought as she was ignored. She can sit on my lap if she gets me a refill, one of them said. I blinked back to awareness and saw him holding up an empty Solo. Danny. And there was my dear's car. Ah, come on, Sarah protested. Sure, I said, and stepped up. I took the cup and Sarah's eyes widened as I saluted the couch's worth of seniors with the Solo. Be right back, I said, and then turned to walk downstairs, listening to some of them laugh. I shut down my mind to everything else, hoarding my power for later and letting my headache roam free, as I threaded through clusters of people, holding Danny's cup out in front of me, clearly on a drink run. When I got back to the kitchen, Liam was still there, in deep conversation with Amy, a senior girl, and I pulled up short in the kitchen doorway. He saw me looking at the two of them, said something disarming and funny. I could tell by the way she laughed, and then walked past her and toward me with a smile. Having a good time? He asked. Yeah, you? I asked, tilting my head in her direction. I don't know, he said with a shrug. Gorgeous? I filled in for him. Yeah, well, she's not the only pretty one here tonight. My mother had wondered aloud more than once what it would take to make me shut up. Well, now I knew. Liam Lewis flirting with me. Ah, I stuttered, unsure what to say back, flushed with appreciation built on years of silent pining and flooded with anxiety. Thanks. You're welcome, he said, still polite even halfway to wasted. I'm glad you changed your mind about coming. Me too. He leaned against the wall behind him, and I was overly conscious of how close he was. We need these parties to blow off steam, you know? After the stress of a game, you don't know what it's like having a whole crowd shout down at you, rooting for you to win, ready to hate you if you fuck up. It's crazy. I bet. Did the roar of the crowd feel like the static in my head? But, he said, his gray-green eyes meeting mine, trying to say something with them, I was sure. It makes it hard to talk to people here when you want to have real conversations. Uh-huh. I was an expert at translating drunkies. You can always talk to me if you want, Liam. He gave me a slow, sad smile. I feel like you really mean that. I do. It's just that ever since Haley, he said, looking into his cup and breathing deeply, like he was about to fall into it. He began, pressing an earnest hand to his chest. And then a crew of juniors stormed through the hall, breaking the moment between us, hollering in the kitchen, and Liam snapped back to host attention, our intimate moment gone. Do you need a refill? He said, looking into my empty cup. I wanted to stay and hear what he'd been close to saying, but duty called. Yeah, I do. He took my cup and went into the kitchen. I watched him work the keg expertly, returning with it full, getting clapped on the back on his way there and back by friends. Take it easy, okay? I don't want any repeats. I gave him the world's most conflicted smile. Me either. I walked back upstairs with a full cup much more slowly. I didn't want to lose a drop, and I needed to gather my strength. Why was Liam into me? Was I the butt of some universal joke? I'd been hoping for a Cinderella moment my whole life. Why did it have to be now, when I couldn't help but question everything? And what was I walking into with Danny? I paused on a landing and let some other kids walk by. I needed to wipe his phone so he couldn't hurt Lacey again. But touching it probably meant touching him. I looked into the beer I held for answers. If it really was liquid courage, I would have definitely taken a sip. Machine gun sounds burst out again above, and I raced up the next 5 stairs, almost spilling until I reached the den. Then I did my best to saunter across the room, standing just out of blocking the TV range, and leaned over provocatively to hand Danny's cup back to him. Here you go. His eyes flickered over me. Guess I have to be a man of my word, he said and patted his lap. Against all my better judgment, I fell in. He laughed, adjusting me against him, and I was disturbed by the way that leaning up against him was easy. His chest was wide and warm, and his left arm looped carelessly around me. Everyone cheered as Mason took his car over a sweet leap and then wrecked it into a helicopter hovering above. Take that, bitch, Mason shouted, and I shuddered. This game is awesome, isn't it? Danny asked. I could hear the words and feel the rumble in his chest as he spoke them. Yeah, I made myself say. He smelled like aftershave or cologne, I didn't know which, but I knew the longer I waited, the more I'd smell like him when it was over. I threw myself into the other world before I could lose my nerve. His phone glowed. I could sense it through him, all the data it sent and captured, blossoming and retracting, a perpetual motion machine of green light. I tried to reach for it, sending my right hand back, inadvertently stroking his hip. Yeah, no. I felt myself jostled and woke up. Sarah was looking at me with concern, and it was her shoe I'd felt nudge me as she'd spoken. And Danny's hand was on my thigh. I could feel the heat and weight of it through my mini, which seemed to be getting shorter by the minute. I squirmed and then realized that probably wasn't helping things. God damn it. I'd been close, I think. And now he was touching me, and I I jumped off of his lap. I couldn't do it. I thought I could, but I couldn't. And Sarah nodded, uncoiling herself from Ryan and standing up. She bent over to pull the backs of her sandals back on. "Are you going?" I asked in a high-pitched voice as I saw Ryan stand. "Yeah, my folks want me back by midnight." "It's only 10. Yeah, we're gonna do some other things on the way," she said, flushing as she stood. "Grocery shopping," Ryan said with a smirk, and some of the other guys laughed. She leaned in to hug me goodbye. "You okay here?" she asked seriously. "You haven't had too much to drink?" "I'm fine," I lied. "Don't do anything stupid, okay?" she said, so low I almost couldn't hear. "I won't." "Good." She beamed at me and gave me a prom queen wave on her way down the stair. I was abandoned, and the whole reason I was here was currently sitting alone on the couch. Did I dare sit back down? With all the nerves I had in my stomach, I suddenly realized why everyone drank. "You work at that burger joint, right? The one that caught on fire?" Danny asked. "Yeah." "Because I could make things catch on fire. Yeah, if I got into trouble, I could just burn Liam's whole house down." Ugh. Danny looked me up and down. "This is why sophomores shouldn't come to senior parties. You all think you can hold your beer, but you can't." This was my opening, if I wanted to take it. "Can too," I said, dropping into the spot Ryan had vacated. Danny gave me a slow smile like he was a coyote spotting a loose yippy house dog. "Sure you can," he agreed, handing me the beer I'd gotten him. "Prove it." I took it and brought it to my lips, mimed a sip, and then handed it back. "Oh, come on, sophomore. You can do better than that." I licked the beer taste off my lips in what I hoped was an enticing way. "I know I can," I said, and gave him a shy smile over teeth grit tight. I opened myself up to the other world again and was surrounded. It was now or never, do or die. His phone glowed green and I slumped against him in an intoxicated fashion. "Sorry," I apologized, but didn't move at all, and my hand wriggled behind him and I felt him stiffen in surprise, him not in control and wondering what I was doing. My fingers grazed the edge of his phone and everything raced in. It was clearly his phone. Everything about it was his. All the pictures had him in them. Baseballs, motorcycles, cars, groups of teammates eating, drinking, laughing. Where was Lacey? Why wasn't he mysterious as O1A? "Hey," said a familiar voice from behind me. I pulled up with a gasp. Danny's lips were almost on mine and his hand was on my chest and I scooted violently backwards on the couch and looked up to see Liam giving me a look of concern. And then Danny growled, "Just because you're a Lewis doesn't give you a right to cockblock." I jumped up. His phone had been empty. Unless he'd deleted the pictures from it, he didn't have them. Or it hadn't been him at all. Either way, I needed to get the hell away from here. And Liam had seen everything. I ran for the stairs, diving through the crowd of onlookers as Liam chased me. He caught up and grabbed my arm when I hit the entryway before his front door. "Hey!" "I'm sorry, I never should have come." I tried to fold in on myself, like I could pull in time and space and disappear. "No, it's okay," he said, his face kind and his voice a little slurred. I knew that slur. My stomach sank. "It's not your fault. Danny always gets what he wants." "Yeah?" Had Danny wanted Lacey? He'd clearly wanted me. The memory of something stirring between his legs. Oh God. I flushed with revulsion and my headache donkey kicked me. "I just have to go now. Please." His eyes focused on me with difficult and he drew me towards him. "You're sure you're okay to drive?" "Yeah." I took a step back and felt the doorbell rang half a moment before whomever was outside stepped through. "Who wants to party?" Darius shouted, hands up in triumph, only to lower slowly after seeing me standing beside Liam. Everyone who'd been watching Liam and I roared, excited to see Redson's most valuable pot dealer. For them, the night was going from good to better. For me, I ran out the open door. Chapter 30. I ran past someone retching into one of Mrs. Lewis's rose bushes and out into the night until I was standing in the middle of the street, breathing hard, surrounded by nothing but cicada song and the lingering sense of my failure. What would I have done if I had found photos? Deleted them, that's for sure. I'd been so close to his phone, I could have zapped it if I'd thought about it, hopefully cost him a few $100s. But the whole night had been a wash. Liam probably thought I was easy. Darius probably thought I was a liar. And who the hell knew what Danny thought, oh God? I turned to look back at the glowing lights of Liam's house. Everyone in there was having fun. They all knew how to have fun but me. Well, me and Lacey. The only thing I'd learned tonight was that I wasn't good enough yet, which was something I already deeply knew. I stomped out to my car and drove my stupid ass home. Allie was waiting for me at the door. "Shouldn't you be asleep?" I asked her. "Shouldn't you be a boogerhead?" My younger sister occasionally tried to learn insults. She wasn't very good at them. I sighed aloud. I'd go with idiot. Why? Because I am. I kicked off my shoes and walked to the bathroom with her following me. No, you're not. Yes, I am. I stared at myself in the mirror. I'd done everything right, as right as I could. You can't be an idiot. Why not? I pulled some toilet paper off the roll and started smearing away my lipstick. Because you're the smartest person I know. Nothing personal, but you only know fourth graders. I looked down at her. Come on, you need to get to bed. "'Kay," she said, and let me shoo her with a minimum of fuss. After that, I washed my face for real, brushed the hairspray out of my hair, and walked into my bedroom. I'd take a shower tomorrow before. Well, who knew if Darius and I were going to meet up again now? I plugged my phone into its charger and a string of Firefly words zipped by. "Hey!" From Darius. I texted back. "Hey, you doing that with your thumbs or your mind powers?" Thumbs only. For the rest of forever. I imagined him showing his phone to whomever he was standing nearest at Liam's, explaining to them that I was some sort of freak. But his next text confirmed he was not. "I'm pissed you lied to me. That's fair. Did you at least have a good reason?" "Yes." A long pause. "Feel like telling me?" I did. I wanted to tell someone else. Knowing what had happened to Lacey was a big burden to carry alone, but I can't. A longer pause. What about in person? And I felt hopeful about one thing for the first time tonight. Tomorrow? Right now. I'm outside. I stared at my phone and then I really did use my mind. Come around back. My window's the furthest one on the left, facing the trailer. I hauled my clothes back on. Normal ones, not party ones, and then raised my blinds quietly as he came into range. I knew he was there because Razor was barking up a storm. His owners might curse at him if they were at home on a Friday, but I knew they wouldn't bother looking outside. "Your front door is broken?" he asked quietly as I raised the window up. My sister has ears like a bat and her room's by it. I worked my fingers against the bottom of the screen and it popped out, falling to the weeds and dirt outside in a metallic rush. "Want to come in?" Darius put his hands on the sill in answer and boosted himself up. I moved anything he might land on out of the way in a hurry, and he didn't take anything out with him when he fell in. "Where'd you park?" I asked in a whisper. "Down the street." "Not in front?" "Because if my mom came home to a boy's car outside..." He shook his head. "Good." By then he'd angled himself up to sitting, a long tangle of limbs, his face sharply framed by the light of my desk lamp, now sitting on the floor. "Now can you tell me?" The weight of everything I knew pressed on my tongue, but I shook my head, which made it hurt even more. "Why not?" "Because it's not my secret." His eyes searched my face, looking for some sign I was lying. "Are you ever going to be able to tell me?" "Not unless they say it's okay." He started back toward the window, and I moved to block his path, placing my hands on both his shoulders to stop him. "I want to." Please believe me, I whispered, embarrassed by how earnest I sounded. But then it was too late. I trust you, but until they say I can tell anyone else, I can't. Not and still be a good friend. I sort of thought friends didn't lie to one another. That was a mistake. I'm sorry. But I had to be there tonight. His head tilted. Did you find it? Whatever you were searching for? No. I rocked back, taking my hands off of him before it became weird. Probably too late. And I don't know if it's because it wasn't there, or if I'm just not good at all this yet. Which is why I still need your help tomorrow, please. He considered this for a long moment. All right. Good. And then we were alone in my bedroom in the mostly dark, and maybe I was insane, but there was more than electricity in the air. Then a green firefly blew in toward Darius's phone. You coming back? Amy, gorgeous Amy. Of course. I scooted back even further and shook my head at myself, my life, anything me-related. You might need to get that, I said at the same second his phone buzzed. Darius glanced at his phone, then looked at me. You see that? Yeah. He inhaled like he was going to tell me something, and then kept it to himself, whatever it was, and stood. Okay, tomorrow, he said instead, businesslike. If my mom asks, we're studying for history class, okay? Darius nodded and put one leg through the window, sending Razor into fits again. I listened for any sounds of Allie waking. When I didn't hear any, I relaxed. Until I heard something give in our neighbor's yard, the crack of a fence board. And felt feared a red dog-sized charge racing toward Darius in the dark. Razor, no! I shouted. In that moment, I saw Darius not as the image of him that light bounced off of, but the faint traces of his existence, the electromagnetism of his life. Heart pumping, blood surging, neurons firing as Razor raced rapidly for him. I threw myself out of the window at the dog and reached him just as he reached Darius. I didn't know what I was going to do, only that I had to do something, and power surged through me. Like when I'd charged up Darius's car, white and hot, I felt it crackle and Darius and Razor fell at the same time. No, 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 no. I got to my knees and crawled over to Darius. Are you okay? He seemed stunned. That fucking hurt, he whispered roughly. Oh my God, had I hurt him? I didn't mean to shock you, I said, my voice rising in panicked apology. Not you, the goddamn dog. He pushed himself up to sitting, and I could see a wet slash down the side of his leg. He grit his teeth together and pulled his knee up to his chin. Oh my God, we have to clean that. Are you gonna need stitches? I didn't have anything to press on it with. What could I get blood-stained and my mom not care? I looked to him for answers and saw him staring bleakly behind me. I turned slowly, horror movie style, and saw what he was looking at. Razor, lying stiffly on his side. Oh no. My hands went to my mouth. Don't scream, Darius warned. Only on the inside, I whispered. What the fuck, Darius? What the actual fuck? Did I do that? You do need practice. He took his shirt off and winced as he lashed it tightly around his bleeding calf as I watched him. Boy Scouts. Sure, why not? I crawled to a stand and dusted myself off. What do we do? He grunted softly as he stood, then pointed at the dog. You grab those paws? I'll get these ones. And? We'll put him in the street. He did get out. It'll make it look like he got hit by a car. It was a good plan, even if it was disgusting. Sounds like you've covered up murders before, I said darkly. There's a reason my parents exiled me to Kansas. I can smear some of my blood on him if you want to make it look more realistic. I hope that's a joke, I said, as I grabbed my assigned paws. Kind of, he said, grabbing his. Together we hefted Razor down the street and somehow no other neighbors came out or cars came driving by. Disgusting, I muttered, looking at Razor there, not sure if I was talking about the dirt covering my hands, what we'd done, or just plain old me. Practical. But yes, Also gross. Darius was lean in the moonlight, the wiry muscles on his arms and chest easy to see. This isn't how I thought my night was going to go. Welcome to knowing me. This wasn't your fault, Jessica. And if you hadn't done that, I don't think I'd be able to walk right now. He stepped closer. Thanks for saving me. My heart raced and my throat got tight. In other non-dog murdering circumstances, parts of me knew what they would do with parts of him, given half the chance. You're welcome, I managed to stammer out. He waited for another half a moment, during which I wasn't sure what I wanted him to do, but was desperately hoping he'd do something. And then he took a step back and unlocked his car. See you tomorrow, at 10. I nodded and waved weakly as he drove away in the opposite direction of Razor's corpse. Then I slunk back to my bedroom. Allie's light was still off, thank God. I hitched myself into my window, closed it, and closed the blinds. And for what felt like the first time in 5 years, the neighbor's motion-sensitive porch light turned off. Chapter 31. I woke to the feeling of my bed moving. Allie, I muttered, putting out an arm to stop her from joining me. It was hot enough already. Nope. Me. How was tonight? I blinked awake. My mom was sitting on the side of my bed and my cat clock said it was 2 a.m. Perfect time for a mother-daughter chat. Okay? Just okay? The scent of cigarettes and beer wafted off of her like strong perfume. I pushed myself up onto my elbows. Parts were fun. I got to hang with Liam a little. Good. I'm glad. She leaned in, kissed my forehead, then stood. I heard one of her knees pop, and suddenly she seemed more frail than she'd been the day before. And the day before that, and the day before that one. I didn't like this new knowledge I had of her. It made it harder to be angry and more frightening that someday she might leave me. Hey, Mom? I called after her. Yeah? She turned in the doorway. Can I go studying with some kids from history class tomorrow? At 10? Sure. Get Allie breakfast before that, though. Will do. I love you. It had been a while since I'd said it. Now I felt I needed to, just in case. We lived in Kansas. Tornadoes were a constant risk. I love you too. Good night, sweetheart, she said, then wandered down the hall. I woke to something very small buzzing nearby, like when a fly zips by your cheek. I jerked up, prepared to defend my ears and nostrils from assault, clapping my hands over anywhere a fly could land and lay eggs and initiate me into an urban legend. But when I sat up in bed, there was nothing, other than a vague recollection of almost being kissed. Twice. Plus a dead dog. Then it buzzed again. My phone. I had it on silent, but it was still getting messages for me. I picked it up and ZB opened in my mind in all its multi-tentacled glory. Every photo my classmates had taken for the past 24 hours inundated me. Plus a message tagged with my name. Saw Ms. Marmalade almost make out with Lefty last night. And beside it, Emily's nick and icon. A cartoon hand flipping the universe off. Could she just not be a shit-stirrer? For even a day? I glowered at the message and saw it for what it was in Lightning Land. A shining line of code. It would be so easy to... I clenched my free fist, because the action seemed to require it, and just like that, the offending message was gone. I stroked my thumb across the screen to refresh ZB. Was it really gone or just gone for me? The former, I hoped. I set my phone down and scrubbed at my face and felt the buzz sting again. I grabbed my phone and found the same comment with a new timestamp and the addition of the word slutty. Didn't she have better things to do with her Saturday mornings? I deleted this one too and counted to 60 and saw slutty Ms. Marmalade almost let Lefty fingerbang her last night. Okay, clearly she wanted my attention. Well, now she fucking had it. I sank into ZB, completely. Every second longer I took meant another classmate might see what she'd said, but I didn't want to be fighting with Emily all day long. I wanted to cut her off at the source. I found the thread of her nastygram to me, and instead of cutting it off, I grabbed hold of it and pulled. There was resistance. Something internal to ZB fought me, like a tug of war. But then I felt it fall free and I spooled the message and everything else Emily had put on ZB in the past day to me, and then pulled, like I was yanking an extension cord out of a distant socket. I heard, felt, saw the pop, and then the light I held, Emily's string of daily data, went dark. I didn't know if I'd deleted her ZB account or zapped her phone, and truly I didn't care. I counted to 60, and when my phone didn't get any new messages, I hopped into the shower. I got Allie breakfast and ate some myself. Allie wanted to know what I was up to and didn't believe me that Mom knew I was going. I could tell from the way she looked at me. But she wasn't about to wake up Mom to find out. Not if it meant watching cartoons unsupervised all morning. I was pacing around the living room by 9:45 and went out to Darius's car the second he drove up. "Hey," he said, as I opened the passenger door and dropped in. "Hey," I said back. He wasn't wearing his jacket today, just a short-sleeved black t-shirt with some band's logo. And for some stupid reason, I wanted to grin around him even though I knew I shouldn't. So I went for the most serious conversation topic I could. "How's your leg? Did you need stitches?" Number I had to break into Uncle Jimmy's field first aid kit for betadine, though. I think it's clean, but it might scar, and I've got a hell of a bruise. Oh. My urge to stupidly grin at him felt even more inappropriate. "I'm so sorry." "Don't be. If you'd been a second slower, I'd be walking with a limp for life." A small part of me deep inside leapt a little. "But if you hadn't been at my house?" It was my choice to be there. It had been, which was discomfiting to me, in a good way. "So, where are we going?" He looked out my window to check for oncoming traffic and flashed me a grin. "You'll see." We drove out of Redson. Old Jesse, who maybe watched too many horror films and had an overactive imagination, might have been scared by this turn of events, but knew Jesse just really wanted to see where this drive was headed. I rolled down the window halfway and made my hand dance in the air outside. Darius looked over, and I felt the car surge forward, and I laughed. There was no way we could talk with the air blowing, but we didn't need to. We were driving away, away, away with Redson in our rearview mirror. It felt right. And when the car started slowing down, I was sad that our old lives were catching up. I rolled the window up before he pulled the key out of the ignition and got out. My hair looked wild in my reflection in the window, and I liked it. Everything around us was flat in all directions. A few fields over, I could see a water tower with home of bison baseball, and state champions curved around its sides. Bisons were everywhere, even out here. "What now?" "See that tree out there?" he asked, pointing. One field over had a lone tall tree in the middle, oddly geometric, none of its branches waving despite the wind. "Yeah?" "That's where we're headed," he said, and then hopped the fence. I followed, glad I'd worn jeans. There were no cows here currently, but cow patties were scattered everywhere, like dropped punctuation marks, exclamation points, commas, and periods. "Okay, what now?" I said as he pulled up short. "You tell me." I was concentrating so hard on the here and now, on the way he moved in front of me, how I liked that he knew what he was doing and that he wanted to hang with me, dealing with the fact that I knew I had a crush even though it was a stupid bad idea, unless it wasn't, and then I didn't know, and I really didn't want to step in any cow shit. I didn't feel it till we were halfway out. "Oh, my God," I said, and stood still. "Yeah?" he said, turning with a grin. He was haloed by a beaming torch of data flowing behind him. The tree wasn't actually a tree. It was an information transfer system of some sort. I could feel the weight of everything passing through it, felt the pull of it bringing data in, like a yawning vortex, and then the shove of it pushing it out again. I felt trapped in between the two extremes, wavering, liminal. "You okay?" he said. I couldn't see him anymore, not really. "I think so. It's just so bright." "It's a cell phone tower. I thought it'd be a good place to try some things, but if you're not okay?" I heard the concern in his voice and tried to make my voice steady. "What did you want to try?" "Here, I saw him turn with the remnants of my normal sight, felt him take a picture of something, and then saw him send it. Fetch. The information from his phone zipped up into the tower and was about to get away. I lunged for it with my mind and got sucked in. It was like being a kid again, lost in a big electronics store, one of those huge ones with the blasting air conditioning. I wandered down an endless aisle of floor-to-ceiling screens, all the TVs shouting down with skipping channels, image after image, crashing like waves on a shore. Sports, elephants, people, naked flesh. The moment I figured out what anything was, it changed again, and my ears echoed with dissonant sounds. The cheers of crowds, a blare of trumpets, canned laughter, a grunt of pain, the softest moan. And at the bottom of all of these, the image I'd gone searching for, Darius's photo. I swayed with the effort of catching it. "Don't fall," he said. I blinked my eyes open and I was back to the field with a killer headache. I'm trying not to. I felt like I'd taken a sip from a fire hose, and it had almost blasted my lips off. But I knew what it was that he'd sent. "You took a picture of your hand, holding out 3 fingers. "Yeah." He beamed at me and held out his hand in real life. "Time to do science. Give me your phone." I handed it over, and he told me to go long. Over the course of the next hour, we discovered the limits of my range. I had to be between the phones and the tower to get information faster than the phones, and I could swat texts out of the air like flies, or just read them and let them flow on, as long as I was in the right place at the right time. None of what we found out explained how I was doing any of it, but it was nicer than I cared to admit to be working with him. At the end of things, when my headache won, I lay down on a safe patch of grass, trying not to let it show. Darius lay down beside me an arm's length away, propped up on his side, and put our phones between us. I reached out for mine and rested it on my stomach, staring up at the clouds billowing overhead, like massive ships sailing across the sky. "Kansas has clouds like God meant man to have them," he said, after his gaze followed my own. "Who said that?" I did. Just now. I made an agreeable sound. "It's poetic." "Thanks." The world felt like it was slowing, or maybe I just wanted it to be. The headaches I felt seemed to be commensurate with the effort I put out. The harder I tried, the worse I hurt later. With everything I'd attempted and failed at last night, I was lucky I didn't have a headache hangover this morning. But right now it felt like someone was learning how to play maracas inside my skull. "You okay?" he asked. "Yeah, it's just, anytime I do my thing, I pay for it in here," I said, rubbing my temples. "That makes sense. In comics, powers always have a price. If they don't, you turn into a villain." I pushed myself up on one elbow, facing him. "What about Superman?" "His price is he can never have a normal relationship." Huh. Who knew Superman and I had so much in common? I pushed myself up on one elbow, facing him. His phone was still between us. "You realize I could read your whole phone right now?" I asked. "Yeah, after you confessed, I deleted everything off of it that might have been questionable." "Like what?" "Some porn and a Taylor Swift album." I laughed. But if he was that smart, I'd seen Amy's message go through to him last night. And he himself had been going to Liam's party. In a work capacity, but still, he knew other girls. "Do you go to all the parties?" "Only ones I'm invited to." I never pegged Liam for a stoner. "Are you kidding me? Half the team would kill and eat each other if they didn't smoke pot. It smoothens out the roid rage. I'm practically doing a public service." "But why?" I'd seen his uncle's house. It was plenty nice, and he'd had a job until the incident at the shacks. It wasn't like he desperately needed money. "Because I want to go back to California." He gestured at the world behind me. "Nothing personal," he added, apologizing to me and Kansas simultaneously. "Yeah, of course." I knew all about wanting to be somewhere else. The cell tower kept blossoming like a volcanic eruption behind him, all the data swooping in and pouring out every time I closed my eyes. Images flickered in the flow before they were swallowed in or rushed away, twinkling like sunlight off a fast-moving stream. I just don't get it. Get what? How come I can see all of this, but I couldn't get what I was looking for the other night? Darius looked behind himself at the cell tower and then again at me. Maybe because it wasn't there? I rocked back. Why wouldn't it be there on Danny's phone? Because the pictures were on someone else's. Someone else had been in the room. And someone else had all the photos. Who? Which member of the baseball team would I vote most likely to document a crime? Danny's perpetual sidekick, Mason. I turned to Darius, my jaw dropped. Oh my God, Darius, you're a genius. He gave me a mockingly profound look. I like to think so. Without thinking, I leaned in and kissed him. I meant to kiss him like I kissed Allie sometimes, a fast smooch to show how much I cared. But when I pulled back, our faces were so close, and our lips even closer. I'm sorry, I stuttered. Don't be, he said, and leaned in. His lips touched mine, and I didn't know if I was good at it or if he was, but everything about it felt right. The way his tongue pushed into my mouth as our heads tilted perfectly. Electricity raced up and down my entire body, turning me into a creature of heat and light, and for the first time since the power started flowing through me, I wasn't scared of losing control. Then I heard an echo of Lacey's voice. I pushed Darius away, coming abruptly back to reality. I'm sorry? It was his turn to guess. Shh. What? He asked, looking worried, breathing hard. Had I really heard her? I looked up at the cloud of data roiling behind him. Please. I heard her voice echo like a ghost's in a horror movie, words stretching out, rising and falling as if from a great distance. It's my mom. You have to save her. I gasped and sat straight up. Jessie? Darius's voice had a note of concern. We have to go, now. I got up on my feet and then grabbed him. We were on a touching basis now, right? To haul him up behind me. You have to take me to Lacey's right now. Something's wrong. He glanced up at the cell tower and then again at me, holding my hand out, pulling away. He took it and we raced together across the field. Chapter 32. What's happening? He asked. The road was empty for miles on either side, so he threw it into reverse, whipping us both back the way we'd come, then stepping on the gas. I'm not sure, but she needs help. I'd tried to hold on to her voice as long as we could, but I'd lost it halfway back to the car. I think it was a 911 call. Shit, he said, and pushed the car faster. Our trailer park was on the outskirts where land was cheap. Darius decelerated and pulled us into the park as I shouted the directions for Lacey's trailer. He parked outside and we both ran in. The front door was already open. Lacey, I howled. Back here, she shouted from the back. We raced in and she registered that we weren't the cavalry she'd expected. Jessie? Darius? Where's the ambulance? Her cheeks were stained with tears. Ms. Harper's room was just like the rest of Lacey's house. All displays of glass kittens and lace doilies, a shrine to feminine fragility. In the center of it, Ms. Harper was sprawled across her bed. What's wrong with her? Darius asked, but I could already see it. She didn't have the light that everyone else in the room did. I didn't have a word for what it was that we had, but she didn't have it, because inside her chest, her heart was like an electrical storm in miniature, firing all wrong. Her heart's not right, I said without thinking, because it was. Lacey fell to her knees and wailed, the kind of cry that dragged through your soul. Darius whirled on me. Do it. I opened my mouth to ask, do what? But I knew what he wanted. He'd seen me charge a battery before. He was asking me to charge a heart. I backed up, shaking my head. He rose up to his full height. Fucking do it, Jessie. But, Razor. What are you gonna do, make her deader? He grabbed my shoulders and shook me. Last time I checked, when your heart stops pumping, you die. Lacey looked between us like we were insane, but then focused on me. Jessie, if there's something you can do, do it. I grit my teeth and mounted the bed, crawling over to Ms. Harper on my knees and straddling her. It felt wrong. I didn't think I'd ever touched her before. Or her me. There'd never been a reason, once I'd aged out of the spit-on-the-napkin phase. But I opened up her shirt because that's what it seemed like they did on TV. Saw the dingy elastic of her well-washed bra, and put my hand on her chest on either side of her heart, like I could cup it through her skin and tell it what to do. Her bouncing heart got worse every second I was scared. "I'm so sorry, Ms. Harper," I said. And then I zapped the shit out of her. I could see the passage of the light I gave her crackling through her body. Her back arced beneath me and her arms rolled away, and Lacey was shouting, "What did you do?" in my ear. I concentrated, seeing Ms. Harper for what she truly was, an organic battery created by life and electrical currents. Inside her chest, her heart still beat too fast, out of phase. So I did it again. Outside, sirens came in and stopped right outside the trailer doors. In the real world, I stared down at her, panting, praying. "Don't make me," I begged. And her hand came up to swat me back. "Mom?" Lacey shouted. "Mama?" She crawled onto the bed beside me as the paramedics brought their clattering gurney in. Ms. Harper's eyes fluttered open. "Lacey?" she asked, reaching out for her with one weak hand. Darius grabbed my shoulders and pulled me across to the bed's far side, trapping us inside the room. We watched the paramedics do their thing, loading her up as Lacey cried, then wheeling her out with us close behind. She wouldn't look back at me, which made sense. Her attention was on her mother, but I kept hoping to make eye contact, to let her know that I wanted things to be okay. We lingered, standing there, Darius's arms around me, and one of the paramedics looked back instead. "Next time, if there is one, drag the patient onto the floor first. It makes the CPR more effective." "Thanks," I said, just as he slammed the door. Chapter 33. I leaned against Darius because I could, but there was a crowd of onlookers gathering. Early Saturday afternoon EMS was better than TV. Darius led the way out and I followed him, ignoring questions from my neighbors until we got inside his car. Insulated from the rest of the world by his Corolla, I hitched my knees up to my chest and put my feet up on the seat. "Is she gonna live?" I said aloud because I needed to break the silence. "I don't know." He sank back into his seat and then looked at me. "What do you want to do now?" He waved one hand in the direction of where my trailer was and the other back out of the park. "What would happen if I went with him now?" What did I want to happen if I went with him now? Too much. I could still remember the way his lips felt, pressed against mine. I brought a hand up to them as if I could hold the memory there. "I should go," I said, nodding in the direction of my home. He drove very slowly on the path I told him to go, like he was making up for all the speeding that had gotten us here. Or he was hoping I'd change my mind. Then he parked us, oh so gently, right beside my front yard. Razor's body was gone. That was good, at least. "So," he began as I turned towards the door. I waited. "When can I see you again?" "I don't know," I said because it was true. "But soon," I added, because that was true too. He gave me a half smile. "Okay. Bye, Jessie." "Bye," I agreed and closed the door. All I wanted to do that afternoon was bug Lacey. I was trying not to freak out about it. I assumed she was busy at the hospital, sitting at her mom's bedside, calling relatives, etc. But I was also scared that maybe I'd done something wrong. That maybe the second the ambulance doors had closed, Ms. Harper died. For reals. At least worrying about that stopped me from worrying about Darius and what we'd done and what that meant. Maybe it didn't mean anything to him. But it had to me. I started and stopped myself from texting him 100 different times too. And when my mother got up, she interrogated me mercilessly, making me relive every one of my brief moments at Liam's party for her, which was almost impossible, because everything I'd done with Darius kept filling my mind. I kept trying to think of ways to talk about him to her, to get her off the subject of Liam, but couldn't. Not without having to explain way too much. And your study session? Was he there today? I was surprised she remembered. I smiled at her a little foolishly. With different kids, not him. Oh, well, pshaw, she said, waving the lesser kids away. My resolve didn't break until my mom was out the door and Allie was in bed. It was text Lacey or text Darius, and Lacey was safer. How's your mom? I felt the text lasso a thread between her and I, and it had occurred to me that maybe I could pull out the laptop and zoom in and go through the hospital's info, just like it was ZB, to see if she was alive myself. But I wanted to hear things from Lacey. Okay, for now. Anything I can do? I texted back with a sympathetically sad emoji at the speed of thought. Not tonight. But tomorrow? Can we meet? Of course. When, where? I'll let you know. Thanks, Jessie. Welcome. Love you. I texted back and set my phone down to charge. Conscience cleared, I lay back down and worried and daydreamed at the same time. Chapter 34. Jessie. Ma? I blinked awake and found my little sister peering at me mere inches from my face. There's a boy here. What? I sat up and reached for my phone. I hadn't gotten any calls or texts, and it was only 9. Is he supposed to be here? She asked. Is he your boyfriend? Well, was he? Excellent question, Allie. Where is he? Outside. Good girl. I rolled out of bed and started pulling on the same thing I'd worn yesterday. Darius had to know if he surprised me like this, I wasn't going to look amazing. Suddenly, all the girls I'd ever mocked for trying too hard were taunting me inside my mind, a cruel chorus. Tell him I'm coming. Don't let him in. Okay. I hauled my hair up into a ponytail and brushed my teeth and then went for the door. What are you... I began, and then saw who it was. Liam. He gave a low wave. Hey. Hey. I'd imagined this moment at least 40 million times. What's up? I said, stepping outside and pulling the front door very firmly shut behind me. I thought maybe I could bum some English knowledge off of you today. I grinned. All tutoring appointments have to be made 24 hours in advance. If you'd have read the fine print, you'd have known that. I crossed my arms and tried to look serious. Aw, come on, Professor. You got better places to be? I'll even feed you breakfast, or lunch, whichever one sounds better. Some small part of me trilled as he kept talking. Just us. No books even. Unless having books around makes you feel safer, and, well then, books. I couldn't help but laugh and do that thing where I tried to hide behind my hair, only I'd pulled it into a ponytail earlier, so I probably looked like I was having a seizure. He was 3 steps lower than me, holding out his open hand, and everything in me was tempted to take it. Up until a week ago, I would have gone with him without question. But now, I heard the front door reopen behind me. I turned to give Allie a death stare and found my smiling mother just inside. Liam Lewis? Well, I never. Come in, she said, and it was too late. Hello, Mrs. McMullen, he said cheerfully. Call me Rachel, she said, waving us both inside. Liam behaved like this sort of thing happened to him all the time. The line of recognizable people in Redson wasn't very long. The mayor, Rebecca Melange, the newscaster from Lawrence that started here and who came back to do exposes after each tornado, and all 3 members of the Lewis baseball dynasty. I wondered what it was like to be him and go to the grocery store. I would have cleaned if I'd known. My mother apologized, rearranging throw pillows on our shabby couch. Then Hip bumped me suggestively toward him and looked pointedly at the kitchen. Allie sat on the kitchen table with her colors out and was watching. Do you, want anything to drink? I asked, feeling like a robot. No, I'm good, thanks. So what brings you here today? My mother butt in, saving me from small talk. I was just hoping Jessie here could help me study. I'm sure she could. My daughter's probably the smartest girl in that school. I felt myself flush bright red, then saw Allie's mouth opening to tease me I was sure. And then my phone got a text. I pulled it out even as the words unfurled in my mind. Need you at the hospital now. Come here? Room 243? Oh no, I murmured. What? What? Allie asked, leaning forward and looking down. I made a disappointed sound. I'm sorry, I'd help, but I've got to go. Where? Why? My mother asked, turning sharp. I held my phone out where she could see. Lacey's mom's in the hospital now, and Lacey needs me. My mother's shoulders drooped sympathetically. That poor family, they just can't catch a break. I know, I said. I looked up and saw Liam make a face of some sort, one I couldn't quite catch or describe. And by the time I noticed it, it was gone, replaced by the normal Liam grin. I turned to my mother. Can I take the car, Mom? I watched her inhale to refuse me, but then she realized Liam was watching, and she wanted to be the cool mom. Sure, why not? She said, and went to her purse for her keys. When's your test? Can we reschedule? I asked Liam. Of course. Monday night? After practice? An evening study date was even more like a date, and I felt weird, but there was no time to delay. Works for me, I lied. My mother returned and held out her keys, and I made sure to follow Liam on his way out the door, grabbing my backpack from its home on the floor, so she couldn't stop and change her mind without witnesses. I'll be back as soon as I can, Mom. You stay as long as she needs you, my mother said, looking a little pained. And, Liam, don't be a stranger, okay? Sure thing, Rachel, he said with a suave nod to her and then to me. See you tomorrow? Chemistry? Yep, I said, cheerfully nodding and walking to the Buick and turning the engine over quickly. He got into his truck, and I couldn't help but realize that even though he'd ostensibly wanted to see me, he hadn't offered to give me a ride. I was just outside the trailer park when I realized I needed to explain myself to Lacey, especially if something bad had happened to her mom. I tried to think of ways that I could show her what had happened to me safely, but in the hospital, I didn't want a repeat of the shacks. Maybe it was just easier to have her trust someone else's word. Plus, I wanted to see Darius. And I wanted to know if he wanted to see me back. I'd spent last night hoping he'd text without having the guts to text him, but now I didn't bother pulling my phone out. Hey, can you meet me at the hospital? The words flew straight from my mind to the screen, and within seconds I had his response. See you there. We wound up parking within a space of each other outside Mercy. I got out of my car first and walked over to him. Hey, is her mom all right? Don't know yet. I hope so. Me too. And despite having an apparent arsenal of electrical powers, I felt better facing whatever was coming with him beside me. Let's go see. Darius stayed a little back as I introduced us at the nursing desk, and we stood apart from one another while we were waiting for Lacey. She came out, looking wan, with black circles under her eyes that not even Sarah's skills could fix. She was happy to see me, but at seeing Darius, she scowled. Why'd you bring him? It's a really long story. What's going on? How's your mom? My mom's, Lacey said, then inhaled and exhaled deeply. Here, they've got a room for families if no one else's is going to hell in a handbasket now. She pulled me down the hall and Darius followed at a polite distance. She opened the door for me to go in and then looked at him sourly. Why are you here? She asked me to come, he said, looking to me for instruction. He helped me save your mom's life, I said as her eyebrows rose. Unless we didn't, then I am totally cool with him going back out to his car and getting some things for the next 3 to 4 hours. Lacey made an exasperated sound. It's just that I can't talk to you about it in front of him. Darius stepped firmly into the room. Yeah, you can. I already know everything. Her head pulled back like she'd been slapped. You didn't, she said flatly as Darius quickly talked over her. That's how Jessie saved her. With her electrical powers, I know all about them. Lacey's jaw froze open, and I could almost see all the words that were trapped inside. Yeah, Darius, she doesn't really know about that, I said, tapping lightly on his arm so he'd be quiet. He blinked. Oh, yeah. Oh. I took a few bold steps inside the room and sat down on the couch there. It's time to talk. I'll go first, okay? And then you can decide what, if anything, you want to share, and with who after that. Lacey was still frowning, but she sat down in the chair closest to the door. First off, is your mom okay? For some values of okay, yes, Lacey said, crossing her arms. Oh, thank God. I felt a weight lift off my shoulders. Look, Lacey, there's something I've been meaning to tell you, but there never seemed to be a good time. Mostly because it doesn't sound real when I say it out loud. That's what he's here for. I looked at Darius. It's not the kind of thing you just believe someone when they say it. You don't say, Lacey said, her voice dripping with irony. And seeing as half the Redson High student body wouldn't believe what had happened to her if it got out, she had a point. On the way back from here that night, I saw you. There was a storm. I got hit by lightning. And ever since then, I've been able to do things. Her left eyebrow rose high. Like accidentally burn down the shacks? She dropped the irony and went back to being my friend. What? That's not like you, Jessie. I know, I was horrified. I don't get it, though. You felt compelled to grab matches? No, Dash. Just show her, Darius said, handing over his phone. Lacey, have you and I ever texted before? No. He waved his hand at me. Show her. Do it. I took Darius's phone and set it in my lap. And without touching any of the keys, I sent a message to the phone number I'd had memorized since I was 10. This is what I'm talking about. Lacey's phone chirped and she looked down. But you didn't do anything, she said, looking at my hands. Yeah, I know. I can do that now. And some other things. I shrugged a little. Darius has been helping me practice them. She stared at her phone mystified, and then she stared at me. So, after what happened to me, you got, what? Superpowers? Yeah, I said softly. They've been pretty useless so far, I said, trying to downplay things. Except for when you saved me from that dog, and defibbed Lacey's mom. Darius spoke up, standing up for me at exactly the wrong time. Lacey's face crumpled, and I fell to my knees on the floor and crawled over to her quickly, hugging up as she bent down. I could almost see the question mark hanging over Darius's head, but ignored him. Why? She asked into my hair. I thought I knew what she was asking. Why me? Why her? Why all of this? I don't know, baby, I said, holding her to me. I just don't know. It's not fair. I mean, I wouldn't wish what happened, but I know. I so completely know. Sympathetic tears sprang to my eyes and I rocked her. It's not fair. Not fair at all. I pushed up to sit in her chair beside her, her still wrapped in my arms, and saw Darius giving us both a worried look. So, is your mom okay? Lacey nodded into my shoulder. Yeah, thanks to you. She cried a little more, safe with me, and then pulled back. The room we were in was stocked with Kleenex boxes and little water bottles, and she helped herself to one of each. And then she dimmed again, going back into her protective, apathetic shell, jerking her chin at Darius. Is he safe? He sat a little straighter as I vouched. He's kept my secret. I can't explain what happened if he doesn't know. And if I tell him and he says the wrong thing, I'm going to murder him. She informed us both flatly. If you tell him, and he says the wrong thing, I'll murder him for you. You'd do that? For me? She asked. Her voice was 99% sarcasm and 1% sincerity. I concentrated on that 1% and took her hands. Always. Okay. She nodded and turned to face him. You know how everyone thinks I slept with Danny at Liam's last weekend? After I cut work? He nodded slowly. Well, I didn't. He raped me. I could hear her teeth clench in her mouth after she'd said the words, and she was staring so intently at Darius that I thought he might burst into flames. For his part, his brow furrowed and he looked at the ground. Oh. Oh? She asked challengingly. Yeah. Honestly, I was hoping you'd gotten a superpower too. I put my hand over my face, but Lacey... I watched her eyebrows crawl high up her forehead and made a laugh that turned into a bray. I fucking wish, she said. That bridge crossed. I relaxed, ever so slightly. So what happened with your mom yesterday? You know my mom. Ever since. And she waved her hands around in the air to indicate the incident. She's been moping around the house, talking about how she made some mistake parenting me. Apparently, I'm not actually a child, but I'm some sort of glass creature she blew out of her vagina that she intended to give to my future husband, mint in box. I gave Darius a quick look and saw him biting his lips. It makes sense if you've ever met her, I said for his sake. Then Lacey went on. Like, me going to that party without telling her was one thing and getting raped was another. But when I told the cops I didn't want them to press charges. And then that night you came over and we forgot to put the screen back in? I told her it was you, but she just assumed I had some boy over because of course I would. You know, just to show him the stitches. And suddenly she didn't know what to believe. Lacey wound up into a fair imitation of her mom. You're kidding, right? Number like, why would she even say that to me? I don't know, but it's fucked up. Maybe, Darius began slowly, because it was easier than admitting she made a mistake? How so? I said, my voice urging caution. Maybe your mom thought she was making a perfect run. Like in a game when you're doing everything right, the first time through. Like those people who can play the first 40 levels of alien atrocity blindfolded. Your mom was playing the game, doing what she thought was right, and then the right things didn't happen, and it can't be her fault, so it has to be yours. Lacey nodded. That makes sense. Twisted, shitty sense. Then she turned to me. I'm supposed to be the kid, though, Jessie. I know. I brushed her bangs back off of her face. Shit like this was why we parented ourselves. So what happened? She took too many of her sleeping pills. I mean, I just think she took a pill and it didn't work. So she took another. And then that one didn't work. And then maybe she took a third and then a fourth. Just in case. Lacey shrugged one shoulder. I don't think she wanted to die. I think it was just the easiest way for her to make it all about her again. My mother was bad, but Lacey's mom had taken it to a whole new level. This must be exhausting. It has been. It is. She sighed and rubbed a hand across her face. And then there's this. She reached into her pocket and pulled out her phone, holding it out to me. I'm gonna see everything once I touch it. Is that okay? Yeah, she said, and nodded. And so I took it from her hands. Everything new on Lacey's phone raced through up to me. All the images from her ZB that I hadn't seen on mine earlier today flew into my mind like bats. It was hard not to swipe them away. But it wasn't the pictures that were the problem. It was the words. Things focused in my mind, and then... Do you have a prom date? Mysterious asshole's icon sat by the words. Lacey was smart enough not to respond. Because you'd better get one. You're going to want to watch the slideshow. Oh no, I said aloud. What? Darius asked. It's someone threatening to show pictures of me at prom, Lacey said. What kind of pictures? Darius asked with hesitation. Those kind, I confirmed, and his expression went dark. What do I do, Jessie? Lacey just looked at me. I mean, what the fuck can I do? I pushed back into the couch. I'm not sure that you can do anything, but I just have to touch his phone. Whose phone? Mason Green. She blinked. Why does he have pictures of me? I thought it was Danny. I'm pretty sure it was Danny. I just also think Mason was there. I winced for her sake. I think Mason only does what he's told. Oh, God, Lacey said. She bowed over and put her head in her hands. Oh, God. I hovered my hands over her back, lowering them slowly to pet her like a feral cat. If it's him, I can totally get rid of them for you, I said. Breaking things is the one thing I'm good at so far. But after I did that, they'd be gone. You wouldn't be able to change your mind again, you know? Or you could, but there wouldn't be any proof left. Are you sure you want that? She turned to look up at me, her eyes dark. I want all of him broken, but I'll take making the pictures disappear. Okay then, I can do that. How? I just have to get near his phone is all. I said it like it'd be easy. Even though I had no idea how I'd manage it, I didn't want to make anything worse for her right now. I'll figure out a way. Okay. God, I can't believe everything that's happened. Me either, I agreed. But I'll fix it. Promise. You gonna be okay? Yeah, my aunt's coming down. Betsy? The cool one? Yeah, she said, then rose up. Don't tell anyone about my mom, okay? Even as shitty a mom as Ms. Harper was, she was the only mom Lacey had. She didn't want her to go anywhere. My lips are sealed. Lacey looked over at Darius. Mine too, he agreed. Okay. She rocked to standing, and her face went flat as she put her armor back on. Let me know when it's done. And hurry? Will do. I stood up and gave her a hug, while Darius lurked awkwardly behind us. Then we threaded through the door and walked out. Chapter 35. He didn't say anything until we reached the parking lot. Doesn't she need some counseling? Or something? Probably, yeah. Is she gonna get that? He sounded incredulous. You met her mom. I'm serious, Jessie. I am too. I'll try to be there for her, but she can't tell anyone at school. Why not? Think about it. Lowly sophomore gets raped by popular senior baseball star? It'll devolve from what was she wearing to she's a lying cunt in seconds. He began, and I watched the consternation on his face. You think you're gonna figure out some perfect scenario for this? You think she hasn't tried? Or that I haven't tried? You think you're smarter than we are? His eyes studied me, then he shook his head. But you can't blame me for trying. I gave him a sad half-smile. No, I can't. We stood between our cars in the parking lot. I'd been running through scenarios for the last 15 steps, and I knew what I had to do, but I wasn't sure how to say it, or if he'd go along, but he spoke first. So that was what you couldn't tell me the other night. Yeah, and it's why I was at Liam's party. I wanted to get close to Danny's phone. Even if that meant getting close to Danny, I said, and shuddered, before rubbing sweaty palms against my jeans. Why did other people get to have normal lives and normal relationships? Liam came by my place earlier today. Why? I'm really not sure. He wanted my help to study chemistry and then invited me to his party. Now he wants help with English, but he seems plenty smart. Darius tilted his head sideways. Why are you telling me? Because I have to get close enough to Mason to touch his phone. And I only have 7 days to do it. Liam's my in. I felt awkward in my own skin. I'm gonna have to hang out with him. His face clouded. You don't owe me anything, Jessie. Was that good or bad? I just didn't want you to get the wrong idea. He took a step back and shrugged his shoulders. No, I get it. It's okay. If he'd been a little more stoic, I wouldn't have caught it, but I'd worn that look myself 100 different times. The regret of watching someone else get picked ahead of me. I stepped in quickly and kissed him before he could pretend I didn't matter, like it had been his idea all along. He stiffened in surprise and then relaxed and kissed me back. This time, standing, I was amazed at the ways our bodies fit together. How easy it was to lean into him. How right it felt when his hands looped around my waist. I pulled back to stare up at him. I like this, even if I'm not sure what this is. Can we just put this on pause until everything else is over? He stared down at me, equally intent, and I could feel him breathing. I'll be waiting. I dared to smile then. Good. Now, can you do me one huge favor? Which is? I'm gonna need a date. You're the only junior I know. His lips curved up and flashed me a perfect smile. Jessie McMullen, are you asking me to prom? I stepped back. You're making this weird. I don't want it to be weird. Darius laughed. We're way beyond that. I bent my head, embarrassed and shy and also a little desperate, because he was the only other person who knew what was going on. Come on, Darius. All right, I'll go. You buying us tickets? I gave him a look. You're not the only one who lost a job, you know, he teased. I was the one who'd asked, and it was only fair, but I don't know how I'm going to get my mom to let me go, much less get a dress. There's no way I can afford tickets. I'm teasing. I've got it. Thanks, I told him earnestly. But you can't tell anyone. Not until I get close enough to Mason, too. I wiggled my fingers between us to indicate what I would do. I get it, he said, looking down. You have to save your friend. That's what superheroes do. Hooray, I said, in a voice that sounded slightly overwhelmed. You need a better catchphrase than that, he said, still smiling. Shazam's taken. I smiled a little back. Okay, so this was going to be the weirdest prom on record, but maybe I could keep a sense of humor about things. B-Zap? He put his hand to his chin to consider it in a scholarly fashion. Sure, why not? And then we were just standing there, both a little too close and a little too far. He broke away first, beeping open his car. See you on campus, Jessie. Bye, Darius, I said, and twisted away to walk to the Buick's driver's side. I got home, told my mom a palatable lie, and took care of the house and Allie until it was time her to go to work and us to go to sleep. Then I tucked Allie in at 9 on the nose and spent another 2 hours up, compulsively checking ZB. I wasn't friends with Mason, but I had a feeling I could get to Danny after Friday night, so I girded my loins and sent him a friend request. 30 seconds later, he accepted. Guess Sunday nights were slow for even popular kids. Hey, cutie. Hey, I typed back, with my mind. What are you up to? Not much. Want to know what I'm up to? I don't know, do I? I sent him a smiley, winking coyly. I could be up to something. If you gave me the right reasons to get up, he typed, followed by a few suggestive emojis. I squinted my eyes and thought I could feel the tendril of electrons that connected me to him. I knew exactly what he wanted, and worse yet, I was going to try to give it to him. I looked around my room. My bra landed on the floor when I'd undressed, and I hadn't picked it up. I took a picture of it before I lost my nerve and then inspected the photo. Was there anything of my room visible? Number. Was there anything at all linking the bra back to me? Other than the large cup size, not really. It was just a normal, slightly worn-looking white bra on a field of generic brown carpeting. It was the type of thing I could easily deny later, but that'd keep him intrigued for now. He sent me a string of emojis that not even the Rosetta Stone could decipher. You like that? I texted back. He only sent back one word. More. It's a school night. Don't tease. I sent back a series of smiles and butterflies. See you tomorrow, and turned my phone off. I turned my phone on again the next morning with trepidation. Sure enough, I'd missed 3 other of Danny's pleas, but he hadn't wound up calling me a bitch yet, which I thought was good. Who knew? I got Allie ready and out the door a little early, then went back in to try harder on myself. My mom and I were the same pale shade. Her makeup would look right on me, unlike Sarah's. And did myself up, waiting until I heard the elementary school bus land and take off again before going outside. I didn't want Allie to see that I was trying. I was too scared that she'd ask why. Then I walked outside and braced myself for what was sure to be a thrilling ride with the other friendless ingrates on my side of Redson, scanning the top of the street for Lacey's car, even though I was pretty sure she wouldn't be going in today. and being surprised when a familiar truck rolled up. Liam grinned at me from the driver's seat. Want a ride? I almost stuttered. What was he? Why was he? It didn't matter, he was. Hells yes, I said, and got in. He glanced at me out of the corner of his eyes. You, look nice. I hid myself behind a wall of hair. Don't wear it off by looking too hard. That can happen? It's a leading cause of death in 16-year-old girls, I said, looping my hair behind an ear. His eyes were on the road, but he was still smiling. That was what I wanted, right? Was I leading him on right now? I was, or I was trying to, and I felt bad. Why couldn't we just be friends without me having to signal my intentions like those people that waved flags on aircraft carriers? How come people like me felt bad for someone else assuming the wrong thing, even for an instant, when people like Danny never felt bad at all? So did you really want to study tonight or what? I tried to say in a flirty voice. Unless you wanted us to go out instead? He gave me a shy smile and I felt even worse. I do like movies, I said. Who doesn't like movies? Liars, I joked. If we go out, would it just be us? Why? Oh, I said with a shrug as we stopped at a stoplight. It's always fun when a bunch of people go out together. Because I so enjoyed hanging out with people I didn't know, especially when they were 2 or more echelons above me on the popularity scale. Well, yeah, he said, sounding as unsure as I was. I wanted to blurt everything out right there, but then the light turned green and I managed to stop myself in time. The rest of the drive-in was awkward, or maybe it was just me. I felt uncomfortable with everything, what I'd worn, who I was pretending to be, and I'd never been so excited to see the Redson High School parking lot before, not even on the bus. I'm sorry, I said as he parked, apologizing for more than just being bad at conversations. I bet Haley was much better at this. Liam gave me a rueful look. There's a lot you don't know about Haley, he said, and left it at that. See you in chemistry? I gave him a tight smile. Yeah, see you, I said, and fled from the cab. Chapter 36. Nice hair, Sarah said, sitting down beside me in biology, almost late. How was the rest of the party? It was good. I shrugged with both shoulders. Emily's attempts to discredit me on ZB aside, no one else seemed to know about my near miss with Danny. And, Liam drove me in this morning. Her eyes widened in appreciation. That is better than good. You do realize you're the first girl Liam's been hanging out with since he dumped Haley, right? She whispered as Ms. Liebel walked to the front of class. Thanks, no pressure, I whispered back. He came by on Sunday. Why? Wanted to study. I couldn't, I had plans. The height of her eyebrows said what she thought of me. What could you have possibly been doing that was more important than Liam? Ms. Liebel rescued me by clapping her hands. I caught Sarah at the end of class before she stood. Hey, I want to do lunch today. At the Fields. Her entire face brightened. Sure, I'll wait by the gates for you. Love you. My stomach was in knots by the time lunch came around. Had I brought my own lunch? Number and the pink card that got me free lunches wouldn't let me leave the cafeteria again. Maybe Sarah would let me have some of hers. I caught up to her by the gates and we hugged like we hadn't seen each other in days and then walked out to the Fields together. None of her classes overlapped with Ryan's because of their age difference, so this was her only chance to see him during the day, even if he was busy. He trotted over to us once we'd sat down in the bleachers like some kind of golden stallion, kissed her, nodded to me, and proceeded to be generally cool until Coach Griffin yelled at him to get back to work. Where was Danny? I leaned forward while Sarah chatted, scanning the field. There was a thundering coming down the bleachers behind us, and both Sarah and I squealed in surprise, turning to find him looming. Hey, he said. He was bigger than I remembered in daylight, and standing one step up made him huge. Hey, I said back weakly. Why had I sent him that picture? I could see him remembering it in his mind. I came out to watch. I'll try to put on a good show then, he said with a slow, steady smile, then bounded down onto the field, running across to join the other players. Sarah waited until he was out of earshot. I thought you were here for Liam, not Danny. I am, I protested. Too hard, too fast. She squinted at me like I was guilty. Nothing happened during lunch. Balls were thrown, batted, caught. Players ran all over the field, and Coach shouted a lot, but not a single one of them sent a revealing text. I listened to Sarah halfway, the other half of me waiting for a telling electronic transmission. I tried to watch who Danny hung out with. If I was wrong about Mason, I couldn't get close to every member of the baseball team before prom. There just wasn't time. But even on the field, I could tell Mason was almost Danny's, I don't know, puppy? Danny would make exclamations, and Mason couldn't help himself but to shout, yeah, afterwards, as though the words had come from his own mouth, and I could tell from the way he looked at Danny how eager he was to follow. I knew it was what it looked like, because once upon an embarrassing time in middle school, I'd felt that way about Sarah. At the end of lunch hour, I hugged Sarah and walked away slowly, heading back to linger outside the gym, hopefully someplace I wouldn't be seen, but where I could listen in if anyone said anything. It was hard to look nonchalant. Must have been easier back in the day when kids were allowed to smoke. Then the guys were inside. I heard their voices echoing up the hall. There was a lot of cement between me and them, and Darius and I hadn't tested that out yet. But a shower of sparks came through, ZB checks, GPS checks, and another trailer trash whore. Can't help it if she wants the D. Then this time, share the P after she gets drunk. Wants the D, the Danny, or the dick. My empty stomach roiled, but I waited another 30 seconds in case there was anything else. When there wasn't, I practically ran down the hall. I was super on time to chemistry, the first person in the class, and Ms. Goodman smiled at my eagerness to learn. I gave her a brittle smile back, trying to ignore the taste of stomach acid inside my mouth. When Liam walked in, freshly showered, he made a beeline for me. Saw you in the bleachers at lunch. Why didn't you come say hi? Because the look he gave me then, it was as confused as I felt. I can't figure you out, Jessie. Okay? Like, do you want to study or not? He seemed unsure and even a little mad. Yeah. When? Tonight? I'll come get you after practice. Sure, I agreed, and watched him walk back to his seat behind me. Liam walked away after class without further explanation, and I willed myself to ignore the bus ride home by texting Lacey. How's your mom today? Better, and Betsy's in town. Good. I'd met Lacey's aunt before. She had a solid head on her shoulders. If anyone could straighten Ms. Harper out, it was her. She wouldn't tolerate any foolishness. How's school? I knew what she was asking, if it was safe yet. I think I have a lead on Mason, but I haven't gotten a chance to get close to him yet to make sure. Hurry? I will. Believe me. Zokes, oaks, 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 oh. Do it, Emily hissed behind me. She'd been hissing it with increasingly louder volume that I'd been ignoring for Lacey, communing with my phone, so I had no idea what she was hissing it about or who to, until I felt someone yank the back of my bra, attempting to unsnap it. But it took 3 clasps to hold my breasts in and up, and whomever she'd sent over was an amateur. I turned slowly and saw Brad Tucker there, a freshman, turning bright red. Brad, I said, my voice low and full of warning. I could feel the air crackling around us as the light became brighter in my periphery. Then air brakes deflated and the door opened. We were at my stop. I stood, scanning the back of the bus impassively, and walked off at my own pace. I stopped when I got to the sidewalk and watched the bus roll away, listening to their raucous laughter out the open windows, and had a feeling I knew why Liam was pissed. My mother was more cool with me helping Liam to study than I was. I mean, I wanted to go, and needed to, if I was going to somehow touch Mason's phone before prom. But after today in chemistry class, I didn't know. Clearly, Danny had shown or told other people about the bra photo I'd sent him. How was I going to play that down? How could I? I heard Liam's tires when he pulled up and sprang for the door. "Be back soon, bye," I shouted and waved and closed the door behind me. I was wearing a combo outfit, jeans and one of my mother's tops I'd preemptively washed and sandals, and I pulled myself up into the cab, trying to pretend things were normal. "Hey." "Hey," Liam said back, his voice flat. His eyes only flickered in the rearview mirror in acknowledgement. We drove in silence for as long as I could stand. I pulled my legs up into the seat with me. "What's up?" "I thought you weren't like the other girls." I'm gonna need some more references for that sentence to make sense. "You know what I'm talking about, Jessie. Danny showed that picture of your bra to the whole team." Up until then, I'd been ready to play innocent and deny it. But the tone he had with me, it made me want to push back. "So what?" "So, Haley would have never done that." "I'm not Haley." "I know, that was the point." I watched his knuckles go white as he wrung the steering wheel. He was angry. Angrier than he had a right to be. I could almost feel the pressure dropping in the truck's cab like right before a storm, and I remembered Darius's warning about roids. "I think you should pull over now," I said, and to my surprise, he did. He turned to me when the car was in park, though the engine continued to idle. "What's the point of all this, Liam? I mean, you practically haven't talked to me since 5th grade, and now, what is this?" I gestured between us. "Why am I even here? Why did you choose now, of all times, to start with me?" I thought you'd be different." "Oh, I am different, believe me." "How so?" "Danny he always gets the girls." "Does he now?" I said without inflection. "Yeah, I mean, of course he does. He's the pitcher of a nationally ranked team. He's always swimming in—" He caught himself before he said something crude and finished with, "Girls. When we go to out-of-town games, you wouldn't believe what goes on." He stared off into space, remembering them. "I just didn't think you were his type. Or that he was yours. Lacey probably told you he was amazing." She said nothing of the sort. "Then why are you trying to get with him?" He was almost yelling, and the walls of the cab felt like they were closing in. There was no good way to explain anything. "Luckily for me," he went on, "when Haley left, I just wanted a friend, okay? And I'm not an idiot. You've spent the past 4 years crushing on me." Guilty as charged. "But of course you want Danny instead. Is it because he's older? Or more famous than me?" "Liam." There had to be some way for me not to blow this. "No, you're just like Haley after all," he announced, like he'd answered his own question. "Just another cheating whore." My jaw dropped and things fell into place. I didn't need to touch Liam's phone to know what I'd find on it. The desperate texts, photos, voicemails, crying. Despite what the Redson student body believed, I would bet Liam hadn't dumped Haley when they went long distance. She'd dumped him, and I was in the truck cab with a broken boy because of it. All the members of the Lewis family had gotten so used to winning they didn't know how to lose, which was why he'd picked me to replace her. Someone like me, unpopular and naive, was supposed to be a home run, or a hole-in-one, a slam dunk. Pick your metaphor. "It just wasn't supposed to be like this," he said with disgust. "There's a lot of that going around." I looked around outside. It wasn't dark out yet, and we weren't that far from Ventana. I angled back toward him and held up 2 fingers. "First, I don't actually want Danny, no matter what he's told you. He can go fuck himself. I'm sure he would if he could. Second, maybe you're a little too late. Maybe you should have wanted me sooner. Maybe you shouldn't have assumed I'd be waiting around all this time." I opened the door and hopped out. "Jessie," he said, and I didn't know if he was honestly concerned about me or the shreds of his own self-esteem. "Don't worry, I can walk from here," I said, and slammed the door in his face. 5 seconds later, his truck zoomed off, leaving me walking by the side of the road. I took my sweet time walking back. I wanted to make sure my mother was off to work before I got home. I sat down beneath a stand of silver maples, cursing the humidity and wishing I'd worn a skirt anyhow, and thought messages to my phone. Hey, I texted Darius. How's it going? How to answer him. I'm only 99% sure it was Mason Green who took the pictures, but I'm 100% sure I just pissed off Liam. Why couldn't I have just kept my mouth shut and apologized and begged? How many girls at Redson would have killed to get into Liam's truck cab? Why wasn't I normal? Or at least, why couldn't I fake it? Darius responded. I think I can get you close to Mason. Really? How? Can't text it, but I can tell you tomorrow. I wondered why he couldn't send it, then decided to push my luck. How about when you're picking me up? Winking smiley face. 'Kay. And after that, the humidity didn't bother me as much. For once, my mother didn't wake me up to interrogate me in the middle of the night. The next morning, I got Allie out the door in record time, then paced around. Should I still try to look nice? Did I want to attract attention? Not really, not after last night. But Darius was giving me a ride. We were paused, but what the hell did that really mean? I felt like all I did was run around in circles until his Corolla pulled up. Then I went outside with my stomach full of butterflies, and I started talking the second I hopped in the car. So how do you know Mason? Well, it may surprise you, but the baseball team's favorite miscreant is a stoner, and not just any stoner, but he considers himself a connoisseur. And I think I can tell him I got something special in. Offer to make him a deal before prom. Then you can come with me. He flipped the turn signal to get out of the park. Then I'll be a felon too, hooray. Darius looked over at me as he turned. You think all this hacking you're doing's legal? Just because you don't know how you're doing it doesn't make it okay. Huh. True, I guess. No, I guess. I'm sure the NSA would love to crack your head open and see what makes you tick. Pixie dust and bottomless rage? He laughed, and I decided to press my luck. So, about prom? I'm gonna get tickets today. Thanks. I'd say you're welcome, but I fear the price of being my prom date is probably meeting my uncle, so he believes you exist. As long as you're okay not meeting my mom, because the less she knows about everything, the better. Fine by me. We drove along, and I thought about what this might be like if it had a chance to be real, and then swatted that thought from my mind. Do I want to know what prom tickets cost? Roughly the same amount as a new battery. In that case, I solemnly swear to always charge yours for you. Deal. I leaned back into my seat. This was really happening. Shit, I whispered. I have to get a dress. Darius laughed again, and I liked the sound of it. It made me smile. Whatever you wear is fine with me. Chapter 37. So, you're going with Darius. Sarah repeated back to me like she hadn't heard me correctly. Yep. What about Liam? He's a sophomore. He can't go. But Darius, I thought you hated him. I did until recently. It's complicated. Uh-huh. She made a face. I don't suppose I can get you to wait until you're a junior and you can go on your own without a boy anyhow. I mean, this seems sort of desperate. He's not that bad. He has a reputation. Who doesn't these days? Yeah, I heard about you sending Danny photos, Ryan told me. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. As if you would ever do something like that. I wouldn't believe you'd sent him a picture of your bra even if I saw your own boobs were inside of it. And even though I was lying to her, my heart swelled with the power of female friendship. Thank you. You're welcome, she said matter-of-factly. So the thing is, now I need to find a cheap dress, between now and Friday. That's rough. She brought a finger up to her lips in pensive thought on my behalf. Unless, you're not going to be picky, are you? Psh, it's just Darius. Lying again, only this time to myself. In that case, I think I can bring you something to try out tomorrow. My sister's bridesmaid dress for my cousin. Sarah's sister and I were roughly the same size. It was perfect. Oh, Sarah, that's awesome. Don't get too excited till you see it, okay? It was a Christmas wedding, and she left it at home when she went to college. Meaning, if it was cute, she would have taken it with her. But beggars and choosers and all that. Whatever it is, it's perfect, I said, and Ms. Liebel started class. I ate lunch in the library again with my eyes and ears in the other world. By now, the gossip machine had made a full rotation. Danny himself had apparently taken my photo of my bra on his floor, me presumably naked in his room with him. Which explained a lot of the looks I was getting in the halls. Boys looking at me hopefully, and girls pretending that I didn't exist. All that, after one chaste and nondescriptive photo? No wonder Lacey was so freaked. I got to chemistry in one piece, though, and ignored Liam's purposeful ignoring of me right back. And when class was finished, I went outside as fast as I could, and wound up almost running into Darius. "Hey," he said. "Got tickets." I couldn't help it. I beamed at him, and for a second it was like it had been under the shadow of the cell phone tower, all shining white and crackling. "Awesome," I said, and fully meant it. I was so enamored in that moment that I hardly realized Liam roughly brushing by me. Darius was waiting for me beside his car after last period, leaning against it. It was hard to walk straight out to it and not do something stupid, like skip. He smiled at seeing me, then beeped it open so we could both get in. "So, you heard you gave Danny a blowjob this past weekend, right?" "Yeah. In between kissing you, saving Ms. Harper's life, and going to the hospital. I'm a busy girl." I fastened my seatbelt. I can't believe what a liar Danny is. The problem is this school is deprived of real gossip. If you had feuding gangs here, people wouldn't care who fucked who. My eyes met his in the rearview mirror. He was amused, bemused, serious, and I was trying and failing not to crush hard. "Let's start one," I said, trying to sound cavalier. "What'll we call ourselves?" "The Electric Company," he answered without a second thought. "I like it." "Me too," he said. Then he popped his car into reverse and we were on our way out. So Allie was playing at our neighbor's when Darius dropped me off, and the second she saw me getting out of a strange car, she raced over. "Who was that?" "A friend. Why haven't I met him yet?" "Because he's just a friend," I asserted, ignoring the way she was squinting up at me. "He gave me a ride, okay? I hate the bus." This confused her even more. "I like the bus." "Why?" "Because I get to hang out with all my friends." She looked back at the passel of other elementary school kids playing tag next door. Their tag game had likely began on the bus itself. I could remember when Sarah, Lacey, and I had been like that too. Heck, even when we'd used to include Emily and Courtney. Stay like that. Forever. It is so much easier than high school. Her tiny brows furrowed in confusion, and then she ran off, because tag was way more fun than me. I let myself into the trailer with my key and didn't hear any signs of life or see any fresh beer cans, so my mom was either still asleep or hiding till dinner time. Come to think of it, I wasn't entirely sure she'd even been in the house this morning. Barbara had given her a ride last night. I did my homework and worried. What if Mason wasn't interested in Darius's latest find? We were nearing the end of season. Did the baseball team ever get tested? I had a hard time imagining the team negotiating with underclassmen for clean pee. And then, when we were together, how would I get his phone? And then, what if did? And the pictures weren't even there. I wish there were a way to be more sure about a lot of things. Everything, really. The only thing I felt good about right now was Darius. So I tried not to think on that, because I didn't want to figure out a way to worry about him too. I was so busy worrying, not worrying that I missed the sound of another car pulling up outside, and a loud rap on the front door startled the hell out of me. "Just a second," I yelped, and turned toward the window to look out. Sarah's car was in the driveway, and my sister was racing back over, and I heard my mother's bedroom door open up. Oh, shit. I raced for the door and flung it wide. "Here you go," she said, handing me a grocery bag. I peeked inside, and all I saw was red velvet. Christmas wedding, I warned you. That's totally awesome. Thank you so much. I tried to sound sincere while pushing her back, but it was too late. My mother arrived. Sarah, it's been so long. My mother had clearly just gotten out of bed, her makeup from the prior night still on, all of it half a centimeter out of place. Hey, Ms. McMullen, Sarah said. What's that? My mother asked, looking at the bag. Sarah, God bless her, realized what was going on from the panicked look on my face and tried. It's nothing, she said. But I knew beyond knowing that if I got grounded again now, my mother would stay home on Friday personally to make sure that I couldn't go. And I had to be there. So I turned to my mom with a megawatt smile. Mom, Liam Lewis asked me to prom. My mother's eyes widened. Liam asked you out? And you didn't tell me? I didn't want to wake you up, I protested. My mother looked at me, completely baffled, and then took my head between her hands. Honey, this is the most important moment of your high school life. Next time, wake me. I will, I promised. Should such another imaginary date ever occur. And then I turned to Sarah, who was doing a very good job of hiding her surprise at my blatant lie. Yeah, so, she stumbled and then picked up steam. My sister went to my cousin's wedding and was a bridesmaid. My mother had already shucked the dress out of the bag and was holding it up. It was floor-length and high-waisted with cap sleeves and holly embroidered around the neck in green bugle beads. Christmas wedding? My mother asked, and Sarah nodded. The thing was easily a foot longer than I was tall, and for once my mother read my dismay and said the right thing. Honey, you would be surprised what scissors and properly applied hem tape can get you. Thanks, Mom, I said, and meant it. In turning to Sarah, I tried to say 100 different thank yous with my eyes. So, anyways, Sarah said, backing out. I've got to get home for dinner, she said, and waved, and I followed her. Thank you so much, I whispered. She shook her head. You owe me, assuming you make it past this weekend alive? How are you going to explain Darius showing up? Or the fact that Liam's a sophomore and can't buy prom tickets? I'll think of something between now and then. You'd better, she said, then hugged me quickly before getting in her car. My mother had me pull the dress on shortly after dinner. I hauled it on in the bathroom, thankful that it had a high enough back to hide my Lichtenberg figure marks. I was 10 days out from getting hit? They were definitely fading. I pressed a hand against the flare near my shoulder and watched it go from white to red, less bright than it had been a week ago, before contorting the zipper all the way up. By the time I came back to the living room, my mother was prepared with needles, scissors, and thread. This was a side of her I'd never seen before, but from the way she pinned and snipped, I felt confident she used to sew. What other things were there about her that I didn't know, that I might never know, because I couldn't glean them from her phone? It'll be hard, but it's not impossible. She'd clipped the dress to just under my knees and was pinning a hem, while Allie used the extra velvet as a springy trampoline to launch dolls into the air. Without the extra fabric weighing it down, it was almost swingy. Old-fashioned, yes, but wearable. You're on your own picking out all those beads. I'd start at the back where the neckline's hidden by your hair. And if the velvet underneath looks too ratty, stop and knot it off. We could maybe sew some trim on instead. It's not like proms are ever well lit. I'd been using my time under her inspection to formulate a decent lie, one that I knew was true enough, for other people. There's just one thing, Mom. She said, mouth full of pins. Liam's just a sophomore like me. He's got 2 junior friends going. He already gave them money for my ticket, but he has to go in with her, and I have to go in with him. And then once we're on the inside, we can hang out together. It sounded increasingly ludicrous as I said it. Essentially, we're crashing prom. Please, 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 please believe? She rocked back, holding the pins in her mouth like she held a cigarette and spoke around them. I figured there'd be some shenanigans involved. Seeing how last minute this was? She said, gesturing to my dress. Honestly, Mom, he may not even like me that much. In that way, Haley broke up with him. I think he just wants to have fun with a nice friend. Things like that can change faster than you expect. She reached out for the dress and shook it some, watching it spin. You're gonna be safe, right? And I can't be worrying about you all night. I want you to text me a photo of you. Home, in bed, holding up 3 fingers by midnight. I don't care what parties are going on or anything else. That's firm. You're still, she said, looking up, searching for the right word. My little girl. For another year or two. Here she was being so nice, so perfectly mom-like, and I was lying. I almost wanted to cry. I am the littlest girl, Allie informed both of us, looking at me unkindly. My mother reached over, ruffled her hair, and continued her strong run of momness. Don't worry, sweetheart. I haven't forgotten. Chapter 38. Darius picked me up again the next morning without asking. Good news, he announced as I slid in. What? Mason took the bait. I'm meeting with him tonight. Awesome, I said, even though the pit of my stomach dropped. I even figured out how you could come along. Yeah? You're going to be my sober driver. Haha. I'm serious, he said. We're gonna meet up tonight, smoke some shit, and when his defenses are down, you'll do your thing. It was a better plan than what I'd had, and it didn't involve almost kissing any member of the baseball team. So hooray. Awesome, I said, with a bit more conviction. Do you smoke often? Number 8 cuts into my margin. Plus, if my uncle found out... Darius shuddered, and I had a sudden image of him winding up taxidermied next to the jackalope. It's not worth the risk. Getting back to California is more important. I nodded like I totally understood, then changed the subject because I didn't want to think about him leaving yet. Hey, I have some good news too. Yeah? I got the dress situation worked out, miraculously. Cool. And I sort of explained how I was getting to prom to my mom, only she thinks I'm gonna wind up there with Liam. I told her you were just Liam's accommodating junior buddy. Darius fully looked over at me. That's not some racist thing, is it? Like, would my mom approve otherwise? I asked us both out loud, before putting my hands to my mouth. I didn't know. I mean, she's seen me hanging out with Liam. If someone she doesn't know, who, God help me, isn't a member of our beloved baseball team, tries to pick me up. Honestly, if you're asking if my mom's a racist, I don't think so. But I've also never gone on a real date before. So she could just generally dislike all boys who aren't named Liam. He appeared to be in deep thought long enough that I thought I'd ruined things, then asked, You've never been on a date before? And I realized that I had, only in an entirely new and different way. I shook my head mutely. Well, we'll have to fix that, he said. I felt my ears get red, and I couldn't quite look over at him for the rest of the drive-in. The day passed by in a blur. I read, I listened, to everyone's texts, in addition to my teachers, and I performed just enough to give the illusion that I was really there. But I wasn't. I was in between again. Halfway in school, walking the halls, listening to the clamor between classes all around me, and halfway already gone. My confidence that there was someplace better than this that I could someday get to, leaving everything here but Lacey and Sarah behind. It was the only thing that got me through each day. And now, with the pressure of Mason and photos and prom, of Danny and bras and blowjobs, I found myself living more in that dream world, the one where I could somehow afford college and only take classes I wanted to take, and professors trusted me to be a grown-up instead of hounding after me like a child. Just 2 more years here. 2 years would only be 1/40th of my likely 80. I could survive anything for 2 more years. College and the opportunities for freedom it might provide was my California. I was considering this and trying to figure out who I could borrow a leave from, blundering late out of the library on my way to chemistry, when I walked past Bruce. Hey, Jesse, he shouted, and I turned. We were the only people in the hall. He grabbed his crotch and shook it at me. Anytime you want to suck a nut dry, let me know. Things went white. Electricity poured out of the walls and crackled all around me. He would have felt it if he hadn't been so eager to shame me. I could see the loose hairs atop his head start to rise. "Wouldn't wait by the phone if I were you," I said, trying to stay calm as he laughed on his way down the hall. I did the math in my head quickly. Just a little over 730 days to go. Liam ignored me in chemistry, which was just as well, and I beat Darius out to his car in my eagerness to escape. I leaned against the passenger door, watching him stride out to it like he owned the whole parking lot. Somehow the self-confidence that I used to think was egregious had become a massive turn-on, and I wished that he were walking toward me instead of the driver's side. He beeped it open and we both got in. "You ready?" he asked. "If you have a plan." "Mason's cutting practice today for me, and you're coming with. He'll want to play a video game with me, he always does. We'll do that, then I'll go pee and you'll ask to borrow his phone, then wipe it." But I checked out the clock on his dash. I had maybe an hour of leeway, if that, and if my mom caught me, I was going to have to lie again, raising the chances of me getting caught and grounded 200%. And if I got caught doing this, of all things, in a room with two stupid stoned boys. Darius read my mind. "It's gonna be fine." "You're completely sure about that?" "Yeah, as sure as I can be. All you have to be is cool, Jessie." Easier said than done. I closed my eyes. I may never admit this outside of this vehicle, but I am not cool. You can control electricity with your mind. You are cool. Trust me, he said, with far more confidence than I felt. And then I felt us turn in the opposite direction of Ventana. Mason lived in yet another nice house on a lot surrounded by acres of yard. I found myself envying his ability to go about his life never having to hear his neighbors shouting as we knocked on the front door. He answered almost instantly, excited to see Darius and confused to see me. "What did you bring her for?" "To drive me. Think I'm going to let you try the special shit alone?" He made a show of swinging out his keys, and like a faithful DD, I caught and pocketed them. Mason took another look at me then, slow and greasy, head to toe, with a slight sneer. "Guess you can come in then. And hey, who knows what'll happen?" "Thanks," I said like I meant it, and followed the two of them in. Mason led us through his house to a room upstairs. It was clearly his. It smelled like boy, and it was decorated with mementos from his past, much the same as Liam's had been. He and Darius took the chairs in front of his flat-screen TV, while I was forced to sit on the unmade bed. "Sorry to make you come over during daylight hours," Mason apologized to Darius, not to me. "But this is the only time that works out before this weekend." "You know me, I'm always available," Darius said, holding out his hand for an intricate handshake punch. "'Kay, let's see what you've got." I realized then the utility of Darius's overly complicated jacket. The thing was studded with pockets, and from inside of these, he pulled the tools of his trade, a bag full of green wads, rolling papers, and a lighter. "So what's this stuff again?" "California Prime. It's a Bruce Banner variant. Smokes smooth, but will fuck your shit up." Darius created a joint in mere seconds. "I got it from my cousin, out on a special road trip. He brought it out for his spring break, and I am honored to share it with you." He twirled the joint along his fingers like a magician danced a coin, then proffered it out dramatically. Mason took it, clearly pleased with the show. "Should I open some windows?" "Nah, we've got a few hours and a strong fan." He leaned back in his chair and lit the joint, inhaling slowly, then talking without exhaling at all. "My mom's at Grandma's and Dad's pulling an extra shift." "Excellent," Darius said, as Mason handed the joint and lighter over. I did not have a few hours or a strong fan if I got caught walking into my place smelling like pot. I bit my lips and wrung my hands in Mason's sheets. I had to be strong for Lacey. Even if in doing so I was never allowed out of my bedroom again, was homeschooled and likely fed through a straw. Mason exhaled a cloud of smoke at long last and gave Darius a look. "The usual." Darius grinned. "You're on." Mason dug through assorted piles of electronics and emerged with two steering wheel-shaped controllers, one of which he tossed to Darius. This is going to be just like last time. Carnage. I only let you win so you'll keep buying from me is all. Mason booted a game on. Cheerful music blared and cartoon characters started dancing across the screen. Dibs on the cloud carriage. Anything but the fucking desert. Deal dash. And with a sound between bullets and puttering engines, they were off. It was a racing game. A ludicrously hard one, and neither of them seemed to mind. They were more interested in setting each other on fire or flinging banana peels than actually using skill. They were horseplaying on the screen and dicking around in real life, and none of this was getting me closer to Mason's phone. They paused between courses to take another drag. Mason looked at the joint afterwards. This isn't doing anything special for me. Give it time, Darius said, glancing back. That was when I realized the discrepancy between the two of them. Mason was 3 times Darius's size. It'd take 3 times as much stuff to get him high, and by then Darius might be on the ground. I came off the bed and crawled to sit between them, daring to be in the smoke's path. I want to see better. Go again? I asked, and Darius hit the start button. They made fresh laps around the course, with non-player characters whizzing by. This route had jumps and oceans and starships. Mason's character careened off the route, and I knew what I could do. I tapped into the game and kept it there. It bobbed in midair, fighting against all of its former programming, and I made it zoom this way and that. Mason leaned forward, jaw dropped. Shit, D, did you see that? Nah, man, but I told you. Stuff comes on, Darius said, giving me a subtle nod. After that, I let it fall, and from then on took great pleasure in fucking with him. I don't even feel that high. This is impossible. How can I be this wasted? Mason complained as his thick fingers jammed against the controls. I was taking a little too much joy in things and making it nearly impossible. How come you're not dying too? I'm being careful. Also, my tolerance is much higher than yours. Hazard of the trade. Mason grunted as his character flew off into the ocean again. Did you see that? He reached out to trace its path through the air. Yeah, I gotta piss. Be right back. Darius said, and stood, leaving me alone. That's insane, Mason muttered to himself. Left to his own devices, he picked up the joint and took another drag. I pulled my phone out. Hey, I gotta make a call, but I don't get any reception here. I hit my phone against my opposite hand like it was empty. Can I borrow yours? Mason blinked at me, his face dopey, his eyes a little red. Yeah, sure. He leaned to one side and pulled his own phone out. Was it really going to be this easy? Heard about you and Danny. He pulled his phone back as I reached out for it. You mean his lies? Between him and Liam, seems like you're working your way through the team. He ignored me, then hovered the phone in midair before landing it on his crotch. If you want to skip ahead to me, feel free. My teeth grit, but I kept a smile plastered high and rose up onto my knees, crawling around to face him. Is this what you want? I asked, while slowly reaching my hand forward for the phone. He chuckled and leaned back, wide-pupiled eyes on me, and I reached for his phone faster than he could stop me, and yanked it back. Chapter 39. Information assaulted me. It wasn't just Lacey, there were other girls on there. Ones I knew, ones I didn't. Bras, underwear, blurry pictures taken of unaware women sleeping at the end of parties, drunk or drugged, crisp or blurry, ones taken with too bright a flash, with boys near them, in them, and without. But the ones that were most clear in my mind were Lacey's. I knew her. I loved her. And I watched Danny, over and over and over and over. It felt like I was on that ride at the carnival, the one that spun you around until the floor fell out. Only the floor was already gone, and now I was stumbling dizzily through the maze of mirrors. There weren't an infinite number of photos. In fact, I was sure I'd already seen them all. But they weren't just here. There were some elsewhere. And others out beyond that. And even further beyond. I was seeing reflections of refractions, and each one I shattered into deletion revealed two more. How many people had he sent them to? How many more had they sent them to? It was like playing whack-a-mole, and I hated him more with every subsequent frame. And then, the end. I was standing in a room alone, panting, with sparking pieces of code all around me. What I'd seen, all I'd seen. The horror of it caught up with me and felt like an ice pick stabbing me between my eyes. I gasped, landing back in Mason's room and found him leaning over me. "Are you okay?" he asked. I was on his carpet in his bedroom. I blew breath tainted with stomach acid at him, and he rocked back. "I'm gonna throw up," I said, rolling to a crouch. "Don't puke on my phone." I wanted nothing more than that. To puke on his phone and everything else in his room right now, to baptize him in it until he drowned, because he was there and he didn't do anything and then he'd sent out so many pictures out. "Fuck you," I said, throwing his phone at him, and then I ran out of his room to hurl outside. Darius caught up to me, catching my breath against the side of his car. "You okay?" "You're a cunt, Jesse. Who's gonna clean that up?" Mason leaned out of his house, pointing at the mess I'd made near his driveway. "You can't even see it, really," Darius said, trying to calm both of us. I looked over at Darius. "I have to go. Now." He didn't know what I'd seen, but it's free. He fished the rest of his stash out of a pocket and tossed it to Mason. "On the house, just this once." Mason caught it and considered this. "All right, I'll get a hose. Don't bring her back here again." "I won't," Darius said, and opened up my door. I slid in and curled into a ball in the seat. I was trembling. I was crying. Snot was leaking. I was not in charge of who I was. Things were happening to me, while my mind just kept trying to get away from seeing Lacey. Every time I blinked, though, she was there. "I thought I was supposed to be your sober driver," I whimpered. "Maybe next time," he said and backed down the driveway. He didn't pull over until there were miles between us and Mason's. "I take it worked?" he asked, twisting in his seat after he did. "Yes and no. I got his photos of her." I'd managed to wipe Lacey out of Mason's phone, but who was going to wipe her from my mind? Or from anyone else's? I put my head against my knees. He'd already sent them out. Oh no. I got those too. But all of those people saw already. And now there were other girls there too. I hadn't gotten their pictures. I didn't have time. I pressed down, waiting for the strange lights that lived behind my eyelids to overtake the shiningness of everything else. The Corolla's idling engine, the bright sun, my pain. "You gonna be okay?" His voice sounded distant. "I don't know." He decided to turn the car completely off, and once the engine died, I could hear cicada song outside. I wished they would sing louder so they could help block everything out. "How can I help?" "Not sure." I worked a hand up inside my me-ball to wipe my nose with the back of it. "Is it okay if I touch you?" I didn't want to let him in. I didn't want to let anyone else in. I wanted to keep everything alone, unhurt, pure. But life wasn't like that. It was stupid and messy and unfair and cruel and all the pictures I'd seen. I started getting that overfull sensation in my mouth again of too much spit and bawled. "Oh, Jesse," he said, with just the right sound of sympathetic pain, and his hand chastely touched my back as I unspooled toward him, sitting half on the center console and half on him not caring, pressing my face against the safety of his neck, weeping. "I'm so sorry," he whispered, holding me awkwardly as I sobbed. "I really am. I'm so sorry." I nodded into him. Me too. When I could breathe right again, I pushed back but didn't look up. I got overwhelmed. "I don't blame you," he said, as I migrated back to my side of his car. I was an ugly crier. I knew it. "Oh well. But concentrate on the good stuff, Jesse. It worked. You did it. I shook my head, rattling my already aching brain. No, I didn't. It's not like I can wipe their minds. All of them already saw her. But now there's no proof. And with no proof, there's no danger at prom. The gossip will suck, but it's bound to die out eventually if this stops here. You think so? I know so, he said. I wanted to believe him, even though I was pretty sure we both knew he was lying. Want to go home now? More than anything. Darius dropped me off down the street from my trailer. We did this awkward look at each other, no contact bye thing with a wave. I sniffed my jeans, arm, hair, and didn't smell pot, but didn't know if my snot-filled nose could currently be trusted. Worrying about that, I was halfway up the driveway when I realized the Buick was gone. Oh no, was my mother off at school looking for me? I ran into the trailer, called for Allie, and got no answer. Had she taken Allie with her? Or had something happened to Allie? I was dialing my mom before my phone was in my hand. I danced the phone around as I stripped my clothes off and threw them in the wash, then pulled new and definitely pot-free clothing on by the time I got to my mother's voicemail. Mom? I couldn't keep the panic out of my voice, not after Mason's. Where are you? Where's Allie? Seconds after I hung up, the Buick pulled into the driveway and I ran out. Where were you? I asked, before she could ask it of me. She and Allie stepped out of the car with grocery bags and a brown paper bag from the sewing store. We went shopping for groceries. My heart's thundering slowed. Oh, what are you all worried about? She asked. I looked between her and Allie. I don't know what I thought. I exhaled with a rush. I'm just so happy to see you both I could cry. My mother gave me a sympathetic smile. Hormones are so cruel at your age. Get inside, she said, and swatted at me with the sewing bag. With the exception of attending dinner, I'd hidden inside my room most of the night, blaming homework and nerves. What I'd really been doing was pacing back and forth, with my phone in my hand. Mason hadn't posted anything snarky on ZB about me. When would he realize Lacey's pictures were gone? I hoped however much weed had been in the bag was enough to keep him stoned. For a week. And then I wondered how much more it meant I owed Darius. The one thing I hadn't done, the one thing I had no excuse for not doing, was tell Lacey what had happened. I'd wanted to, all afternoon, but every time I got ready, I got scared. I didn't want to think about what I'd seen of her, much less tell her how many other people had seen it too. But then my mom was gone and Allie was in bed, and it was just me and my conscience and the phone. I sat cross-legged on my bed and held my phone inside both hands. Hey, I sent her with my powers. There was a long pause. Maybe she wouldn't see it tonight. Maybe dash. I saw the text fire fly in. Hey back, I have news. Good or bad? Both, I thought, and then texted everything else in a rush. I got Mason's phone and wiped it, but he'd already shown some other people first. How many others? 5. And that didn't count anyone that they might have physically shown the photos to, straight off their phones. I waited while she dealt with that information, wishing that I could see her face. So, slightly less than the whole baseball team, for better or worse. Yeah. I was forced to wonder how those conversations went. Did Danny do this so often he had regulars he knew wanted to see? Were there guys who didn't want to see but still looked, because it was Danny asking? A revelation made me gasp out loud. But probably just members of the baseball team. I texted as I thought. Is that supposed to make me feel better? No, but Lacey, I saw the photos. Danny's in them. I know. No, they prove he was there. Mason too. Someone had to take the pictures. So, of course they couldn't send them out to everyone. Only people that they can trust not to say anything. There was a pause while she digested this. Until prom. I don't know, Lacey. Maybe not even then. Think about it. It really is evidence. And if someone, a grown-up, found out about it, he'd be in just as much trouble as you. Worse, like jail trouble. What about my locker? I flew through the images in my mind. That's like the only photo that wouldn't get him busted. And he already posted that one to ZB. No one cared about it, remember? They just thought you were thirsty. But if they can't share them, then why threaten me? Because they're assholes? I guessed, then considered. Or because they were scared you'd go to the cops. Because I scared them, they had to re-scare me? I don't know, Lacey. I only know what I saw. I swear to you, I got all of the pictures I found. And like 98% of them aren't really slideshow safe if they want to stay out of jail. Okay, followed by an even longer pause. It's not perfect, but it's better than nothing. Definitely. I fell back onto my bed in something like, but not quite relief. Darius had been right. I'd have to let him know tomorrow. The next morning, Allie and I had our standard eggs versus Eggos fight, and this time I just let her win. She mistrusted this. It was unlike me, but I was too wrung out after everything that had happened yesterday. My head still hurt, and all I could think about were those other boys. Which ones were they? Was there any way for Lacey to know? How many people had they showed or talked to? It was like the photos were some sort of virus, far worse than the flu or mono, and who knew how far it had spread. I got Allie out and then went outside myself, hoping I'd see Darius. But what I saw was 100, no 1,000 times better. Lacey's blue Impala. She pulled up beside me, rolled the passenger window down, and said, "Want a ride?" Yes. So very yes, I said, and hopped inside. The sun had already been up long enough to make the vinyl of the passenger seat hot. I got inside and twisted over to hug her. "I'm so glad to see you. I know how much you hate the bus." I grinned at her. That was true, but it was seeing her. Here, in the flesh again. Living proof against all the stagnant pictures in my mind. If I concentrated on her, I'd blot them all out eventually. I knew it. "Are you sure you're ready to go back?" Mrs. Ellis called my mom. It's either attend or repeat 10th grade. One more year in that hellhole? I don't think so, she said, and put her car into drive just as the bus pulled by. Was Darius intending on picking me up again? Or not? I didn't know. If he was, I reached into my bag and touched my phone and tried to sound like I wasn't assuming anything. "Hey, don't know if you were coming over this morning? If you weren't, it's okay. If you were, I'm riding in with Lacey." "Were you, doing it then?" Lacey's brown eyes glanced over at me in the rear view. "Yeah, sorry." "Don't be. I'm glad you can do that, even though I'm still a little jealous. You might be less jealous if you knew what it did to my head. When my mom realizes how much Tylenol I'm going through, she's going to freak out." I felt stupid after I said it, like my head hurting even began to compare. Luckily, she pressed on. "Are you going to be able to do that for the rest of your life?" "Don't know really. I'm just glad it worked yesterday." "How did you even meet him?" "It was Darius, really. Turns out Mason's a stoner. Took me with him on a sales call, and I was able to get his phone." "Cool. No, not cool." She corrected herself. "Useful. I wish I'd done it sooner is all." I pinched the bridge of my nose, remembering my latest headache. "You know you weren't the only one." "What?" "Who?" I could see them, burned in my mind. Shauna, Jenny K, Leslie. I'd seen their faces, and I'd been in locker rooms with them before. I knew their naked skin. I don't know if I should tell you their names. The ones I know, that is. Because they're in the exact same situation as you, where they don't want people to know anything either. Lacey nodded quickly. "I probably don't want to know, but how many?" I closed my eyes, taking myself back to Mason's phone. 3 for sure. Plus maybe a couple others. Limbs, mostly. I put a hand up to my neck to indicate where pictures had stopped. "Headless girls." "God," she said. "What are you gonna do?" I don't know what I can do. Telling them Mason has photos of them won't help anything. Maybe just make things worse. I mean, some of them may not know. And some of them may think they know, but not remember and just feel dirty and wonder. My stomach turned anew as she balled one hand into a fist and pounded it against the steering wheel with surprising force. Damn it. I wish there was a way to make them pay. Me too. Instead, we'd have to just be happy dodging prom. But look, after prom, it's just a few more weeks of school, then summer. Yeah. She wrung the steering wheel with both hands as if winding it up could wind her down. I had 1,000 other things I wanted to ask her. How her mom was. How she was, really. How she was going to manage to get through the school day today. But for now, I was okay with pretending that everything was fine until we got to campus. Chapter 40. Darius was waiting beside our lockers when we walked in. Got your message. He said to me, and good to see you. To Lacey. Thanks for helping, Lacey said. You're welcome, he said. Can we, he asked, and angled away from Lacey. I met him there, all of 2 feet away. Are we still going to prom? That's a really good question that I don't have the answer to just yet, I whispered. If Lacey wanted to stay home on Friday watching movies and eating chocolate, I was best friend contractually obligated to stay with her. Is that okay? I mean, unless you wanted to invite someone else? No, I just like knowing the plan. The plan is there is no plan yet, I said. Okay, well, second awkward question. Are you going to want to ride home? I didn't want to not ride with Lacey, but... I can hear you both, Lacey interrupted. She appeared cool and collected. I'd been so rough this morning I hadn't realized it, but she had makeup on and was wearing what was for her high fashion. Tight enough jeans and a scoop-necked shirt. Armor, definitely armor. She needs a ride, Lacey told Darius. Because I have plans after school. Which are? I asked, surprised. Private. At seeing the look on my face, she went on. Please, I mean, private for about 24 hours and then I tell you everything. Like normal. All right then. I'll see you in the parking lot about 3:15, Jessie, Darius said and stepped away. Have a good day, I called after him like a kindergartner's mom and immediately felt stupid for doing so. Lacey gave me side-eye but loved me enough not to say anything. I walked to all my classes leaving myself open to lightning land, ignoring the way that using my powers made me feel like someone was scratching to get out inside my skull. I was trying to listen for anything Lacey-related, but I only got prom madness instead. It was bad enough that every right angle in the school was festooned with crepe paper and that poorly glued signs were creating perpetual glitter rain. The trash on all the walls was just as present on the airwaves, and in biology class, where Sarah was waiting. How's Operation Dress Recovery going? No need to tell her that my attendance odds were currently a coin toss. Surprisingly well. Apparently my mother minored in home EC or something, and it fits, so tell your sister thanks. I figured you needed it more than she did, and it was one of those forgiveness versus permission situations. You break the news to your mom about Liam? Not yet. I just told her I'd have to go in with a junior accomplice since Liam and I were both sophomores. And she bought that? It does happen, I protested. That's how Courtney got in last year. Sarah gave me a look, one much the same as my mother would give me if and when she found out. My mom believes what she wants to believe, I said. And if she wants to believe that I'm going with Liam, who am I to correct her? I am not sure who you are anymore, Jessica McMullen. What? Who are you and what have you done with the old Jessie? Old Jessie was blah 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 college, blah 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 grades. I felt sheepish. If you only knew. Yeah, well, sometimes things change. Sarah gave me one of her wolfish smiles. Don't apologize, I like it. Lunch found Lacey and I sitting on our bench, making a concerted effort to only look at each other. How's it been? I asked. She picked at the crust of her turkey sandwich. Weird. I feel like everyone knows Jessie. That's not true. Can you prove that? I racked my brain. Not really. Good, because I was being rhetorical, she said, sagging against the cement wall behind her. If it makes you feel better, all I've heard so far is a lot of party planning, condom shoplifting, and Rosie's getting Plan B. I don't know why she can't make Todd use a condom. Or get herself on the pill. Maybe she's just paranoid? Lacey rocked her head back and forth on the cement behind her. If you started telling everyone's secrets, the whole school would be in trouble. Honestly, I'd rather not know all this. It was fun at first, but now... I did a full-body shudder. It'd be different if scanning didn't come with a price, like the continuous Brillo pad scratch my brain felt right now over my left ear. The only person who enjoys this much gossip is Sarah. Lacey's eyes widened. What? I asked warily. What if she knows? And she's just not saying anything? That's super not like her. Up until 3 months ago, I would have said that ditching us was super not like her too. She had a point. But, Lacey, there's no way. First off, I already accidentally read her phone. Secondly, Sarah would say something. When Danny showed Ryan a picture of my bra, she told me right away. If she hasn't heard anything, then the word's not really out there yet. Or she's an amazingly good liar. Do you really think she's like that? Number but. I didn't think Danny was like how he turned out to be either, and apparently he's like a serial monster. The only person I trust right now is you, Jessie. She dropped her sandwich and grabbed both my hands. Can you just ask her? For my sake? If she's heard anything? How am I supposed to do that without telling her anything? I don't know. The makeup she'd put on couldn't hide the dark circles under her eyes, and she'd only pulled off the crust of her sandwich, flicking it out to the pigeons. Not a bite of it had gone in her mouth. If making it through half the day here, as circled by her fears as we were by hopeful sky rats, had done this to her, I squeezed her hands. I'll try to think of something. No promises, though, okay? I said as I texted Sarah, Hey, can I get a ride home today? And to Darius, Hey, I don't need a ride anymore. I have a good reason. Sarah's, of course. Came in just as Lacey squeezed my hands back. Thanks. You're welcome, I said sincerely. The class bell rang and Lacey and I went our separate ways just as I got in Darius's sure. Then 3 tiny, frightfully shivering emojis. You and your good reasons. I walked through the halls to chemistry, still listening in. I'd always felt a little superior to other kids in my grade. Had to, really, to maintain some semblance of self-esteem. But snooping on everyone's texts, posts, and photos really confirmed it for me. I mean, how much could they really care about one stupid night? It wasn't like it was going to change the rest of their life or anything. I mean, it wasn't like they'd be going out with some boy or girl that they really cared about and hoped things would go well. For some values of, well, what were those even? Although they'd never really been on any dates before ever and had no idea how one should act on them except for what they'd read in magazines or watched on movies or TV. Okay, maybe I wasn't so superior after all. I sat down when I got to chemistry and Liam stopped by my desk on his way to his own. And Mason too? Really? Whatever he was talking about didn't deserve an answer. I rolled my eyes and ignored him until he went away. I was out at Sarah's car at 3:05, and she wasn't out till 3:20, making me wonder if Lacey was right and she really had forgotten about us, or if I'd forgotten her car. I was peering inside to make sure that the trash in the back looked Sarah appropriate when she walked up. Hey, sorry about that. I had some things I needed to take care of. Like what? I asked. Oh, things, she said, playing coy, hitting the open button on her car. Important hide from your old best friend things? Or stupid things like having to change a tampon? Although Sarah was really likely to go ahead and tell me if it was a tampon story. Well, I appreciate the ride, I said, sliding into her car. Me too. I mean, I'm sorry we didn't hang out this past weekend. Things got busy, but I'm so glad that dress is working out for you. I can't wait to see you at prom, Jessie. Do you know what you're going to do with your hair? Updos are in this year. I listened to her with half of my brain, just like when I was in the other world, only I wasn't. The rest of me was trying to figure out how to gracefully segue our conversation without crashing it. Have you heard anything about prom itself? I interrupted. It's the Wizard of Oz themed, and a bunch of senior girls are going to show up with wicker baskets and stuffed Totos. Don't copy them, though. If you do, they'll get mad. I meant more like slideshow type stuff. Well, look who wants to be popular now. Her tone was teasing, not cruel, right? It's a junior-senior prom, Jessie. We're not cool enough to be in it. Who picks the photos? I don't know. The yearbook committee? The school paper? There's nerds involved for sure. We can turn in photos next year. I've got a special file for ones I'm saving on my phone. All of that sounded innocent enough, but I needed to know no, for Lacey's sake. Does anyone ever play jokes on anyone else? I heard the DJ's a joke, but it's Kansas, what can you do? She said, lifting her hands off the wheel for a shrug. And soon we were in Ventana. I was no wiser, but it was too late. I sat down on the front porch of my trailer and sent Lacey. Sarah doesn't know. Or she was so dense she didn't understand where I was leading, or she really was the world's best actor. Sharing those thoughts with Lacey wouldn't help, though, and I really didn't think Sarah knew anything. I had to give her the benefit of the doubt. That's what half of friendship was. My mother finished the dress that night, chattering about Liam all the while. She told everyone at the bar, and I prayed to God that it wouldn't somehow get back to any member of the Lewis family. We were the same age. Had my mom and Liam's mom gone to high school together? If they had, I was sure they didn't hang out anymore. When my mother had finished hemming, she sat on the couch and sent Allie to bed. But it's only 7, Allie protested. My mother got that look in her eye. Go, she said sharply, and Allie ran. Then she turned back to me, sweet as pie, patting the seat beside her. Come over here, Jessie. Sure, Mama. Obedient and slightly frightened, I sat down. It's just... She took a sip of the beer she'd been milking on the end table and twisted her head in the air, apparently looking around for words. You know I want you home by midnight, right? I nodded. Good, I mean it. Or I will leave the bar and hunt you down. I nodded again, more briskly. Good, but I'm not stupid. I know that there's a lot of trouble you can get up to between the hours of 7 and 12 p.m. I know that there'll be a lot of parties, and that Liam's a very, very popular boy. Oh God, this was going to be that conversation. I felt myself flushing as red as the dress I had on. I just wanted to talk to you now, before you get all boy crazy. I know there'll be chaperones at the event and that they'll keep a Bible's length between you two, she said with a look. But I know they can't be everywhere at once, and they're not out there with you with him in his truck cab. Mom, I'm not going to... Shh, she said, pinching her fingers in midair to cut me off. Even though you say that now, tomorrow night you might feel differently. And who knows how he'll behave. Her face took on a solemn expression. I don't want you to do anything you regret later. I don't want you to do anything at all. I think you're too young. But if you're going to be stupid, at least be smart and make him use a condom. There were no words for how badly I was dying inside right now. How much I wished my body were an inanimate object, like a cushion on the couch. She leaned forward, looking me directly in my eyes. And if he does anything you don't want to you, I don't care how popular he or his family is, sweetheart. I'll find him and cut his dick off. I blinked, resurrected from merging with upholstery. Thanks, Mama. You're welcome. She leaned forward and smooched my forehead the way that I smooched Allie's. And then Barbara's car honked once and she was out the door. Chapter 41. I woke up the next morning to 2 texts from Darius. Ride? Prom? Let me ask Lacey. I texted back as I texted her. She responded seconds later. You can ride in with him as long as you meet me at our lockers. Prom is go. A nervous tension I'd been holding somewhere inside my chest uncoiled and then recoiled even tighter as I messaged Darius. Prom is happening. Come get me? He responded with a thumbs up emoji and I got my act together. I met him half a block down from my trailer after Allie's bus had gone, and I apologized the second I got into his car. I'm sorry. My mom. I can't get grounded now. Not when you can wait to get grounded tonight. Ha, hopefully not. Darius pulled out of the trailer park just behind the bus. So what was your good reason yesterday afternoon? Lacey wanted me to check in with Sarah. She's feeling a little paranoid after finding out the pictures were loose. But Sarah doesn't seem to know anything, not even rumors of things. Which means whoever does know something, the circle must be pretty small. What did I tell you? It's not even that, Darius, I said, gaining speed. Mason's not the world's best photographer. Danny's in almost all the photos. So why would they put up anything at prom if showing her incriminates him? It'd ruin her reputation, but he'd definitely be in trouble too. Much bigger trouble. That's awesome, he said. So prom is now just prom? I nodded slowly. Hopefully. He looked over at me, and I felt the corkscrew inside my chest wind half a twist tighter. That's awesome too. And then the car felt both too big and too small at the same time. So, how was your day yesterday? I asked, just to make small talk. Good. Just like you suggested in the morning, so thanks. I made a strangled sound, and he laughed. It's okay. Easy for you to say, I said. Have you ever been to a prom? Prom, no. School dances, yes. You? I shook my head. Ah, that whole date thing. I felt myself flush. Prom is not a date. And besides, we're paused, remember? Yeah, I remember, he said, in a slow tone of voice that made me flush even further. But afterward, the movies or something? With dinner? No hamburgers? Not a one. Darius had just asked me out. Not under duress or while facilitating me being a superhero. It was all I could do not to smile myself silly. Is everyone out in California so forthright? I bet half of them wouldn't even know the word, he said, and pulled into Redson High's parking lot. I beat Lacey to our lockers and wondered for a dark moment if she'd decided to skip again today, risking Mrs. Ellis, the counselor's wrath. Then she appeared out of the back of a crowd. I hadn't seen her because she'd been skulking along their edge, using them for cover. Hey! Hey! She straightened up in front of me, gaining 2 inches. Heard anything else? Haven't started yet this morning, I said honestly, and my head was thanking me for it by not hurting for the first time in a week. And you're sure about Sarah? As sure as I can be. I watched relief spread across her face, and the circles under her eyes weren't quite so dark. So, what's your news? I'm going to prom too. What? Who? Jonah Price, she said as my mouth fell open. You're not the only one with junior friends, Jessie? But Jonah? I knew without snooping anything from Jonah's phone that he was gay. Everyone did. He'd been gay since he was 10. I know, she said, confirming me. But his parents are clueless. He wants to go, he needs a date, and I needed to go. And we've been friends since choir in 6th grade. I should have never let you be that nerdy. What are you wearing? Betsy's taking me out today, right after school. It won't be fancy, but it'll be new. She's the best. I know. I wish she were my real mom every day. I thought back to my last talk with my mom and how awful it had been, but at least it proved she cared in a willing to mutilate teenage boys way. So, Lacey went on, I'll see you and Darius there, right? And I can come hang with you when Jonah inevitably ditches me for Sam? Totally. For the first time in a long while, it seemed like everything was going to work out. The only weak link was that my mother, for once in her life, might care too much. Unless I get grounded. Lacey grabbed my shoulders and shook me. Don't get grounded. I grinned at her. I'll try not to. Swear. I spent that day listening in the halls and trying not to look for Darius. What we had and how I felt about it was nice and new, and I didn't want to wear the shiny off of it just yet. Just thinking about him made me smile to myself like an idiot. If I hung out with him in person, who knew what stupid things I'd do? What if he didn't feel like this? What if I was alone in my stupidity? He said he wanted to take me out on another date. But despite my mother's ineffectual attempts to warn, protect me, I wasn't stupid. A lot of guys said all sorts of things right before prom. I knew because I was reading a lot of their texts right now. However things turned out, they didn't bear thinking on, until after tonight. I goofed off with Lacey during lunch, trying to cheer her up with the electronic foolishnesses of our classmates and discussing where her aunt would take her after school, and then went to chem, in which Liam ignored me entirely. About damn time. Lacey and I met at her car at 3:05, and she had me home at record speed so that she could go shopping. And when I got home, beauty preparations began. I knew from snooping that most girls had already gotten their nails done and were hitting the Sephora makeup counter before prom. But I didn't have that luxury. Whatever was in my bathroom now was what I had to arm myself with, and it did feel like arming. While most people would be too busy having fun or wrapped up in their own drama to notice anyone else, there were a few at the edges who I knew would hunt down slower herd members without mercy. I had no interest in trying to keep snark about me or Lacey off of ZB for the rest of the night. I hopped in the shower and had rollers heating before Mom got up. When she was up, she went into full fluster mode. She was crabby because she needed to drink some water and likely another beer, but she smiled when she saw I had every makeup palette she owned open. Want help? God help me, but yes, please, I said, and she smiled. She scooted me over with her hips, brushed her teeth, washed her face, and then had me sit on the toilet seat, just like I had as a child. Red's a hard color to pull off, sweetie. Why was she telling me this now? But luckily, you've got the skin tone for it, which for some reason she then entirely covered with foundation. But hey, by the time she was done, I didn't recognize myself in the mirror. My skin was even, then blushed, bronzed, and highlighted. My eyes had lashes for miles, and my lips were a perfectly shaped dress-matching red bow. She'd rolled my hair and started pulling it up, but I fought with her to keep it down. I was afraid the dress would gap and show her the lightning marks hidden inside. She complained, but then she sleeked my hair down in beautiful rippling waves. I felt gorgeous in a way I never had before. Was it because I was doing all this for a boy? Did that make me the same as every other girl? I leaned forward into the mirror, not sure that the girl in it was me. I'd have never let my mother do all this without prom. But God help me. For the first time in my entire life, I wanted to be looked at. Since the dress is old-fashioned, I went old-fashioned all over, my mother said, surveying her handiwork. Thanks, Mom. A lot. I mean it. She reached in to rearrange one lock of hair delicately. You're very welcome. After that, I sat on our couch feeling completely out of place. Allie kept looking at me like I was a different person, maybe because I was. Maybe this dress was Electro Jessie's outfit. All I was missing were some spandex tights. I'd have to consult with Darius on the name. Then tires crunched outside and I stood up, as did my mother and Allie. Oh, God. Darius walked up to the door and rang the doorbell just as I was opening it, and at seeing me, he blinked in surprise. Hey, Jessie, Liam's waiting. Ready to go? I gave him a relived smile for remembering our cover story. Yeah. Just a minute, young man, my mother said, coming forward. She'd already gotten herself ready for work. Tonight would be a busy night for her. The drama of prom driving many of Redson's parents to drink, and she leaned forward just as I was walking out onto the porch. I braced, waiting for the inevitable barrage of interrogation, but instead all she did was reach out and adjust Darius's tie. So, your girlfriend is already there with Liam? He just picked her up. She's on her way. And what's her name again? My mother asked, seemingly harmlessly. But I knew better. If Darius stumbled in the least. Hannah, he said, and got a beatific look on his face, as though he dreamt of her every night. My mother said. The Darius turned toward me, full of vim and vigor, like he couldn't wait to see Hannah again. Ready? Yep, I chimed and stepped out. The night was amazingly cool for Kansas. I could feel it against my arms and my legs. Then Darius gallantly took my elbow and we walked across the lawn together. We slid into his car and I couldn't believe we'd done it until we were out of the park, grinning at each other in the rearview mirror. Hannah's gonna be pretty disappointed. I'm just glad your mom didn't ask me her last name because I would have said Montana. I laughed and he laughed, and then we were driving in the evening light to prom. I got out of the car when we reached Redson High's parking lot before he could run around and open my door. I forgot that was a thing. I never even knew that was a thing that happened. Expect for in really old movies. You look nice, he said, standing by my door. Thanks. His suit fit him nicely, making his shoulders look sharp and his waist narrow. You look nice too. Thanks. This is the suit I wore to my grandfather's funeral. My eyes went wide. Oh, I'm so sorry. Don't be. He was a jerk, he said, then winced. I have no idea why I said that. Please forget that I said that. Done, I said with a smile. Then he smiled back and, in a perfect world, now is when I would kiss him. But we were still officially paused. After prom. I would kiss him after prom. He took a step away from me, giving me an expectant look, and I went after him, following him in. Other girls more tied into the social hierarchy than me, ones that seniors and juniors could bully into caring, had spent the last few hours gussying up the gym for us. But not everything was running smoothly yet. There were couples queued outside, waiting to give their tickets and go in, holding hands, leaning against each other. Whereas Darius and I stood, close but not touching. I let my hand bump against his. And then he caught it, and I caught his back. And then I was marveling at the wonder of where his skin was smooth, and where his fingers were bony and how warm his hand was in mine. I looked over and up at him out of the corner of my eye, and saw him looking back, and suddenly this was a full-on crush. Then someone shouted, "Darius!" once we got inside, and attempted to take him away from me. Alcohol was not allowed at prom. This did not stop some people from drinking before they got here. Mason's friend Bruce lurched in, trying to have a private conversation with Darius. Got any more of that stuff you gave Mason? He thought he was whispering. He wasn't. I'm off the clock tonight, Darius said, pulling me closer by example. Come on, man. I'm busy, Darius said, louder, and then took me and pulled me completely aside, so we both turned our backs on him, stepping out of line. Sorry about that. Hazards of being with a popular boy, I guess. I am not popular. I'm a necessary evil, but popular is not the word. We remerged with the line where we had been. You could be, if you wanted to, though. It seemed to me, though, that popularity wasn't a choice. You could try, up to a point, but after that it was something that you had or that you didn't, that you were or were not. Darius had that extra something innately. It wasn't just the dealing. Number? That's what got me into trouble back home. It's easier not being popular. Believe me. Maybe. If being popular meant dealing with people like Danny. Or worse yet, being him. Do you miss it? Home? Every day. The people, the weather, the places. I hate to tell you, but it's 1,000 times better out there. Anywhere was better than here, by default. I believe you. You only see half the state on TV. Not everyone's tan and not everyone surfs. But the vibe is just different. When you're there, you know. He stroked his thumb down mine, and I missed the fact that the line started moving until he pulled me forward. I know you just want to ask how come I got stuck out here. I pulled back but didn't let go. I was working up to it. I kind of figured you didn't start dealing in Kansas, what with our state's friendly drug laws. You're right. My parents thought a location change would give me a fresh start. But why did you need one? I pressed against him as other couples crowded us. Because I was stupid and young and running with a rough crowd. I was smarter than that. I just got caught up in having something to prove. We could finally see into the gym ahead of us through the open doors. With the fog machines cranked, it looked like a cave of wonders. And now? He handed over our tickets and we went in. I'm still dealing, but I'm safe. Out here, there wasn't anyone worth proving anything to until I met you. Suddenly, I knew exactly how Dorothy felt when she got whirled up into that tornado. I was definitely not in Kansas anymore. Do you want a drink? Darius asked, helpfully covering my awkward silence. Yes, please, I said, letting him lead. The corners of the gym were anchored with emerald towers comprised of balloons, along with life-sized cardboard cutouts of iconic Oz characters, ready for you to take selfies with. Even the Wicked Witch made an appearance, twirling slowly overhead on a broomstick where for other dances I assumed a disco ball would be. A yellow brick road had been carefully taped down across the gym's surface to lead to the dance floor, only to disappear and reappear on the far side, leading to a table full of tiny cans of sodas, water bottles, and a carefully supervised bowl of what was labeled Flying Monkey Punch. Water, soda, or whatever that is that I'm frightened of. Diet Coke, I said, and he finally let go. The third wall of the gym had a stage set up with a projection screen showing someone's images of Oz screensaver set, hopping through important scenes every 10 seconds. I followed the light back up to the projector, hanging from the ceiling in a wooden shield, and then followed its cables back up into the darkness of the gym's ceiling. Here you go, Darius said, returning to hand my soda to me. Thanks, I said, taking it from him. I'd been stupid to get a drink. Now I had something to actually hold instead of him. Kids kept coming in, 2 by 2 and then 12 by 12, if the excited screaming was to be believed. I saw the intermittent flash bursts of the photo booth starting. Sorry, Mom, but I was not going to get one with Liam. And the DJ, trapped in one corner behind his equipment wearing a green sequined suit, started playing, which led me to making my second most stupid decision of the night, asking, "Back in California, did you dance?" "Anytime I could," he said seriously. Then he set his drink down on a table. "Come on." I had never danced except for in the privacy of my own room with the music turned up. I was just about to explain this to him when the DJ's mic came on and shouted, "Redson High juniors and seniors, welcome to your prom." Lasers jetted out from the DJ's booth like we were in a space war. More tornado-like fog billowed out. And then everyone was clapping and screaming, and we were on the dance floor. Something fast with an electronic beat came on, and Darius swayed from side to side, and I did my best to imitate him, and then I just closed my eyes and did my own thing because maybe if I couldn't see anyone else, they couldn't see me. One song in, I felt less stupid than I had. 2 songs in, I was actually enjoying it. The way that we were near each other moving. Even without touching or the other world, we were projecting energy back and forth. 3 songs in, I was having an amazingly good time, which was why I didn't know Lacey was there until she tackled me. "Jessie!" she screamed in my ear. I startled, then hugged her back. "Hey! Look at you!" she shouted over the song. "Look at yourself," I shouted back. "I know," she said, and twirled so I could see. Her dress was floral and long-sleeved because it still had to pass Ms. Harper's inspection someday, but it had a low-cut neckline and an oddly, for her, short skirt. "Safety pins," she shouted. "Jonah, help me," she whispered. "Don't let me go home without ditching them." I laughed and turned to Darius. He was just about to say something when the lights, already dim, dimmed further, and the music took on a slower pace. "Ladies and gentlemen, the first slow song of your prom." The DJ's booming voice echoed overhead. And at that, Darius put his hand out for me. Before I could lose my nerve, I took it. Chapter 42. I looked back over my shoulder once, but Lacey was gone, abandoning me to the dance floor. Darius's hands circled my waist, and I put mine carefully on each of his shoulders, bringing us as close as Redson High official regulations would allow. I didn't need to be closer to feel him near, though. After dancing earlier, I was overly conscious of the space between us because it felt like it was full of static, a roiling potential between us that the music spiked with each slow beat. And it wasn't just us. I let myself phase out and see the other world all around me. I could feel the speakers pump and wave, the misty heat of my classmates swaying, the lights that shot overhead, the wires that ran them, the glittering fireflies of everyone's phones. If I could ignore my headache, I was in a fairy world, and the magic was all around me. "This doesn't feel real," I whispered. "Why not?" Darius whispered back. I blinked and all the other lights blurred as Darius came into focus. We'd stopped dancing and he was looking intently at me. "You know why," I said. He hadn't said a wrong thing all night and where his hands were on my hips, and I would have sworn I felt a current running between the two of them, directly through me. I tilted my head up and saw the projector overhead, hanging like a spider. This, me and him, was a lot. And it wasn't why we were here, although it would be if I let it, and I stepped back with an apology. "I got it." I looked around and saw people as people again and started weaving through them out one of the doors in the back that the chaperones had opened to let the fake smoke out. Darius was beside me in an instant, with a look of concern on his face. "Did I do something wrong?" "No." "Are you sure?" "Yeah." "You're not just saying that?" "You can just believe me when I say things. Really." He looked a little wounded. "It's just that, knowing what happened..." Darius glanced back, and I knew what he was thinking. Somewhere out there in the swirl of kids, Danny and Mason and all the rest of the team were having the prom night of their dreams, half drunk and groping their dates furtively on the floor. I'm worried about doing the wrong thing. "So am I. But you're not. I just don't trust myself when I'm around you is all. But that's on me too, not just you." He gave me a sly grin. "How should I help you? I'm afraid I can't be less handsome." I laughed. "Try. And be less funny and less considerate and kind. Really, your only flaw is the whole pot thing. If we do start dating after all this and you get caught, I'm not going to visit you in jail. I already live in a trailer park. It'd be too trite." I leaned back a little, tilting my face down while looking up at him through mascaraed eyes. "Would you really be into me if I didn't have this?" "Be honest," I said, holding up my hand. A billow of fake smoke roiled out, and I imagined little bolts of lightning flickering between my fingers inside of it. "I was into you before, but until this, your game was too tight. You didn't need someone like me." "And now?" I asked. I didn't need him. But now that I had him around, I didn't want to give him back. "Every superhero needs a sidekick. As long as you promise not to make me wear tights, we're good." "Oh yeah, I've totally got my suit on me here somewhere," I said teasingly. "Yeah, you do," he said, reaching around to draw his hand down my back, following the path the lightning had taken. I shivered just as Mrs. Ellis loomed out of the fog. "That's enough. You two get back inside." We were walking very close back to the dance floor when I was pounced on my free side. "That dress!" Someone screamed in my ear, and I found myself engulfed in another hug. Sarah, the epitome of prom gorgeousness. Her makeup was perfect, her hair was perfect, her shoes were just this side of crippling, and her dress was on point. It hugged her body and had a huge window in the back in a way that mine could not. I spun for her sake. "Who knew your mom was such a Martha Stewart?" "Not me. I love it. And you're wearing it so much better than Charlie ever did." She was shouting 3 inches from my face over the DJ's blaring tunes. From the alcohol on her breath, I knew Bruce hadn't been the only person pre-gaming. "I can give it back." "Whatever. Ever since she went to college, I hate her." Sarah was beaming at me, but then her jaw fell in shock as she stared behind me. "Lacey?" "Hey, Sarah," Lacey said. "How did you— Oh, it doesn't matter." Sarah leapt past me to hug Lacey next, teetering precariously on her heels. "The trailer trash trio rides again." Lacey looked over Sarah's shoulder at me, baffled, as she pat-hugged Sarah back before extricating herself carefully. "Look, I'm sorry about us not hanging out Sunday. And about everything. I know it's been weird since the party, and I'm sure Jesse told you that I was a jerk about things, but that was stupid. I was wrong. Facts I hadn't known about Sarah. She was a cheerful, overly honest drunk. The truth is that all the senior girls are bitches and you two are the only ones that matter to me. I miss you both so much, she said, voice rising into a squeal as she hugged Lacey again. Lacey gave me another bug-eyed look as I pulled Sarah gently back. I took her head between my hands, careful to not smudge or tangle anything. Sarah, we love you. This is prom, and you're here with Ryan, and it's everything you've ever dreamed. Go have fun. We'll hang out later, promise. Her contoured face took on an even more beatific glow. Tonight at Rosie's, her parents are out of town. Come, she said, as she wobbled away, waving and air-kissing the whole while. Lacey leaned into me. What the hell is she talking about? Sarah and her big, perfectly lip-lined mouth. After the party, she was mad. She was thinking about ditching you. And you didn't tell me? Lacey's voice rose over the crowd. You had a lot going on, I shouted into her ear. Plus, she didn't really want to ditch you. She just didn't know what to do. You getting into trouble made her uncomfortable. We both know Sarah doesn't deal well with that. A series of complicated emotions roiled over her face. Yeah, which is why I didn't tell her. I didn't want her to feel responsible is all. Well, she doesn't, because she has no idea what went on. I spun her around like we were dancing. None of these people do. See? Everyone was wrapped up in their own story, living their own lives, making their own memories. No one cared what two silly sophomores were doing. We didn't matter in the least. It was 49% existentially horrible, but 51% liberating. We finished our circle, and I turned to Lacey, and for the first time since Liam's party, saw a smile creep across her face. Fuck it, I'm at prom, she shouted, gave a loud, woo, spring break style, and we all started dancing to the very next song. We danced to every song after that, even when they weren't good or we weren't good at it. At least we weren't Bruce, who'd cleared half the floor attempting to do the worm before a chaperone intervened. And adding Lacey took a lot of the tension away between Darius and I, which was a good thing. We were both willing to sing the words to our favorite songs, occasionally pretending we were holding microphones and laughing at the end of each karaoke dance. If this was what prom was like, no wonder kids liked it so much. Ladies and gentlemen, can the man behind the curtain have your attention? How is your prom night going? The DJ shouted overhead at the volume of a monster truck rally MC, and everyone inside the gym screamed in appreciation. If you'll just clear a path, it's time for us to appreciate the glories of your junior and senior years before we crown our court. More wild cheering, and even I found myself yelping and clapping my hands like I cared. Then the Oz images on the projection screen stuttered and a blank screen went up. Lacey was by my side in an instant, her hand holding mine before the first slide showed on the screen. It was Amy and Robbie on a swing set, looking gloriously lean and tan, her sun-bleached hair fluttering in the wind, and Amy, Robbie, and all their friends cheered. Photo after photo. The creme of campus at their most silly or beautiful. Candid shots in the halls, pose shots after teams played, each moment of triumph lovingly displayed. I realized it wasn't just cameras taking those photos and storing those memories, that each photo image was doing the same inside our minds, the photons filtering in through our eyes, coloring our perceptions of other people's lives, pressing other people's memories into ours like they were our own, giving us endless opportunities to compare that we'd never had before. Were we as happy as they appeared to be? Were we as half as tough, as smart, as beautiful? And then, out of nowhere, blocking my view, Mason. Lacey took point. Out of my way, mysterious asshole, she said, stepping forward, and I was glad she had sensible ass-kicking shoes on. Another photo came on. Rosie and Todd at some sort of car wash function. She was in a bikini and he was soaking wet. So that's what you do for fun? Take pictures because you can't get any on your own? He turned toward us, the projector's light making his eyes glitter cruelly. I get plenty on my own. He didn't look dismayed in the least, and he'd sought us out, to relish in the last moments of our fear? Or, I threw myself into the other world. People's phones hummed, reporting in, GPS information, data backups, furtive messages making party plans. I scanned everything I could and caught nothing in midair. Another harmless slide went up. "What I do for fun," he went on, "is teach stupid whores lessons." Lacey shrank back against me as Darius stepped up. "Say that again," Darius dared him. Other kids heard his tone and stepped back. Pre-fight. Mason leaned forward. "You aren't the only dealer in town." "But I got them all," I said out loud, trying to convince myself. My eyes latched onto the projector, and I followed its cables back with my other sight. The cables reemerged from the ceiling, down the wall, and plugged into a laptop, guarded by not only 2 adults, but 2 upperclassmen from the baseball team. The bottom of my stomach fell out again, just like it had when I was back in Mason's room. "I deleted them all," I told him, like saying that could make it true. "And Danny's dick was in half of them," I said, volume rising, not caring who heard. Mason returned his attention to me. "2 words," he said, holding up fingers to count. "Originals, Photoshop." Lacey squeezed all the blood out of my hand. "No." "Don't do it, Mason, please," I begged. "After I washed away your puke?" "Hardly." The slideshow flickered again, and in the moment between images I knew, I could feel it, one of the photos, like a bullet being shot from a gun. The screen went dark, and I knew in a second it would flash Redson red. Lacey gasped, Darius stiffened, and I did the only thing I thought I could. I closed my eyes instead of screaming, sending out energy to flash fry the computer and make the projector show the only slide I was interested in seeing, which was why everyone gasped as they read what was on the screen. "Danny Mayweather is a rapist." Then 200-some-odd cell phones started to ring with a cacophony of ringtones, as everyone within a 500-foot radius got a text message that said the same thing. "Oh my God," Lacey whispered. "Jesse?" Darius asked, a note of warning in his voice. "Your nose—" I swayed as I opened my eyes. Everyone's eyes were still focused on the screen, or their phones, or using their phones to take pictures of the screen, as I reached up and swiped blood as red as the velvet I wore away from my upper lip. "We need to get out of here," Darius said, grabbing both Lacey and I's arms, hauling us toward the door, just as our principal's voice boomed over the loudspeakers. "Prom is canceled. Everyone go home." "What?" someone shouted. There was a series of groans, a few smattered laughs, but mostly an undercurrent of people murmuring about what they were reading, what they couldn't help but read because it was in letters 3 feet tall. The lights flickered on, stunning everyone still, destroying whatever magic prom had, exposing everything for cardboard and balloons. "Chaperones, please escort everyone out of the building immediately." The 3 of us looked to one another, me clutching my nose desperately to keep the blood inside. We each knew what had happened, although none of us could admit it. My eyes met Darius's, and I said, "B-Zap." Chapter 43. Darius started hauling us again immediately. "You heard the man. Ladies?" he said, making a beeline for the parking lot. We obediently followed, walking just as slowly as the rest of our dazed and frustrated classmates. It was only 9. The prom was supposed to go on for at least another hour. I had a feeling the parties would go on tonight regardless. I wondered what had happened to Danny at them. I wondered where Mason had gone. I wondered what was wrong with me, as the blood burbled down the back of my throat, thick and salty. Darius beeped his doors open when we were 15 feet away and herded us inside, locking the doors the second they were shut. Then he started to dig around inside his car until he found some Snack Shack's napkins for me to shove into my nostrils. "Lacey," I said, turning toward her, sounding nasal. I so did not mean to do that. She held her phone out to me with my text on it. "I think I know." "Oh God, Dash. Don't apologize." "I got so mad I didn't know what else to do," I said. Darius was uncharacteristically quiet. I hoped he wasn't judging me. No, I mean, it sucks. Don't get me wrong. But if any of those pictures get out now, people will assume that's who sent them. So he can't post them, right? She reached inside her skirt to start undoing safety pins. But he can still send them? I hadn't gotten them all, when I'd been so sure. God damn it. I was having a good time tonight until then. It made me realize I'm tired of being scared, Jesse. I don't want to be anymore. Good. The car slowed to a roll as Darius navigated around another wave of kids leaving the gym. I heard a lot of shouting and cursing and recognized a ton of the voices. The entire drunken baseball team. They wanted to know, who the fuck did that? And to, fuck that lying fucker. And my heart started beating 1,000,000 miles a minute. I could see the swirling lights of data surrounding their cell phones, illuminating them, like they were the torch-holding villagers in a pitchfork mob, and a fresh wave of blood leaked down my throat. Whatever you're doing, stop it, okay? Darius said, and I wanted nothing more at that moment than to crawl over into his lap again and feel safe. He was concentrating on driving, though, getting us out of here safely. I looked back at Lacey in the rear view. With the napkins up my nose, I looked like a bloody walrus. Should we tell Jonah? Last time I saw him, he was making out with Sam. I don't think he cares, Lacey said, and finished unfolding the bottom of her dress out to a church-appropriate length. We drove back in near silence, me swallowing blood, which seemed commensurate with the horror of the evening. I had no idea what the repercussions would be, only that I sure there would be some. Darius remembered where Lacey lived and stopped in front of her trailer. Talk to you tomorrow, yeah? Lacey said, after she hopped out. Yeah. I agreed, and she closed her door. Then Darius took us to his traditional spot, well down the street from my trailer. That was crazy. Tell me about it. I tugged the napkins out, relieved no new geysers erupted. No, really, Jesse, you've got to stop. The overhead light showed his earnest expression. Huh? I lifted my chin, showing him my likely blood-smeared face. I'm fine, see? No, what you did tonight, it's not safe. Darius, headaches are one thing, spontaneous nosebleeds another. I read enough comic books to know where this ends. I get the power of flight and hide on Mars, I said, trying to deflect him. It's not like my brain's going to explode. How do you know? Because that's impossible. As impossible as being able to send out texts to 100 people at once? I sank back under the force of his logic. After tonight, what other reason would I have to use them? I don't know, but you shouldn't. It's not safe. Promise me. I looked down at my hands. I could feel the slight pull of the battery I'd charged, the strangely delicate distance between Darius and me, the xylophoning of news pinging ZB on both our phones. It's my power. I'll be careful, I'll be safe, but I don't want to make any promises that I can't keep. His dark eyes met mine, and it was hard not to look away. Are you mad at me? Of course not. I am, however, disappointed. Darius. It's the worst, I know. That's why I said it. I'm just worried about you now is all. Well, don't be. I'll be fine. I wished I weren't in this silly dress, so I could curl up in the seat like I always did. I could go inside if I wanted to, but I still had hours till my curfew. He rocked against the window behind him, too, putting us as far away as we could be from each other while still in the same car. But instead of trying to hide like I was, he was taking up space as if to better survey me, like I was something best appreciated from a slight distance. The thought that that might actually be the case. Does this mean our pause is off? He asked, his voice low. I looked over at him from behind a protective veil of hair. Was it? Things were irrevocably over now. The entire school knew about Danny. There wasn't any point in hiding. Yeah, I said. His lips curved in a slow smile. Come here. I leaned toward him as he leaned in, and kissing him again was as beautiful and good as I thought it'd be. The overhead light had gone out, leaving us in the dark, so I didn't have to worry about smudging lipstick or the probable disarray of my hair. His hands reached for my head to bring me closer, and I felt the soft fuzz of his as I reached up behind his ears. And I was far more likely to die from all the feelings I felt now than from anything I'd done earlier on in the night. And then his hands wandered slightly lower, and I pulled back. He yanked his hands back like I was a flame. "I'm sorry." "Don't be." I wished I hadn't moved. Why had I moved? Stupid body. Mistrustful body. Then his attention flickered over my shoulder, and I turned to see the light in Allie's room on. In reality, cold and unwelcome, washed in. I sighed and sank back, still able to taste his lips against my mouth and feel where his hands had tugged my hair. "A real date. First," I said, putting a definite hand on the door's handle. "In a week or two. Give my mom a chance to get over the dream of Liam." He laughed, and it made my heart swell. "Fair enough. Dinner and a movie, but maybe then we sit like at the back of the theater, in the dark, watching something neither of us are really interested in seeing." "Sounds good," he said as I got out of his car. "I can't wait." "Me either," I said, carefully shutting the door quietly and waving as he drove away. I was in bed well before midnight and sent my mother the photographic evidence she'd requested. She texted back asking for a new photo of me, holding up 4 fingers and sticking out my tongue. I obliged, feeling silly, being ever so glad my mother wasn't on ZB, and then tried to wind down. Darius was amazing, and most of the night before that, largely so. If I just concentrated on that, I could almost blot out the rest of the evening. Then a firefly zipped into my phone. I read it at the same moment my thumbs pulled up my screen. Dead. It wasn't from a number I knew. I jumped into ZB and scanned. There were a jillion new photos of everyone's prom, and then a lull during attendance, a spike during the slideshow, a lull during the parties, and then a ton of curse words in all caps promising violent retribution as assorted classmates got drunker. Oh no. I knew there was no point in reading or responding or anything. The advice I'd given Lacey a week ago was the only advice I'd had. I'd had to do it tonight. For Lacey's sake, and also because Mason and Danny couldn't win. But being right didn't stop me from spinning in my sheets after I turned my phone off, like I was spiraling down a drain. I got up the next morning and my phone's dead screen taunted me. For as long as it was turned off, as long as I had the strength to keep it off, I could pretend that prom hadn't happened. I made myself get up, eat breakfast, and hang out with Allie. In the middle of one of her cartoons, there was a commercial for the evening news, full of teasers for that night's show, and Rebecca Melange popped up, her concerned face looking straight into the camera, saying, "Local prom ruined by master hacker." I stared at the screen, jaw dropped. "All that and more at 6, she proclaimed before a toy commercial came on. I couldn't stand it anymore. I walked back to my room and turned my phone on. Information flooded in. ZB was busier than it had ever been before. People rehashing what and who they'd done at the parties. At least that part of prom hadn't been canceled, or there'd likely be a mob outside my door. But interspersed with all the gossip and the trash was an obsessive level of threats against me via texts and ZB, as whoever had decided that I was dead got increasingly upset that I wasn't responding, until about 5 a.m. when I assumed they'd finally passed out. If that was happening to me, I sent Lacey a quick text with my mind. "You okay?" And paced my room in circles till she sent back, "Yeah. You?" "Yeah." I lied. "Just checking." I stared at the vitriol on my phone. I'd started getting texts from more than one number, but the messages were all the same. They wanted to hurt me, wanted me dead because I was a whore. If I was a whore, me who hadn't ever done anything ever, like just had gotten kissed for the first time this past week, what chance did Lacey have? And it pissed me off. I'd been reading enough guys' phones this past week. I knew they all wanted sex. They were dying for it. So shouldn't they be happy if I was actually as hoary as they claimed? Damned if I was, and damned if I wasn't. I sat on the edge of my bed. Did I actually need to be afraid? Not after what I'd done to Razor. But I didn't have eyes in the back of my head. And sometimes I was in cars that could be run off the road. And I wasn't with Allie or my mom all day every day. And what if they did something to the trailer while all three of us were gone? Despite the fact that I'd personally wanted to burn the trailer down before didn't mean that I really wanted it to happen. The threats hadn't branched out yet. But what would I do if they did? I doubted the same cops that had ignored a bleeding Lacey would give two shits about anonymous text threats to me. It hadn't started up again this morning, though. Maybe it wouldn't. Maybe I'd get lucky and he, whoever he was, would move on to the next girl. I frowned at my phone for thinking that. And then the doorbell rang and I jumped up. It was too late. Allie'd beaten me to the door. I had visions of the baseball team reaching in and pulling her out, hoisting her over their head like a virgin sacrifice to a volcano god. Barbar. Allie flung the door open, revealing Barbara standing outside, looking a little bit like a horror movie actress with her scissors in one hand. Barbara was my mother's best friend, fellow bar employee, and had been cutting all of our hair since I was 5. "Allie, Jessie," she announced as Allie let her in, and there were hugs all around. "Go get the tarp, will you?" she told Allie, who obediently ran off. "Mom's not up yet," I said. "Rachel, I'm here," Barbara shouted, loud enough to get through the walls to my mother's room. "Get your lazy ass out of bed." I stood in awe of this woman who could get away with that. And then she beamed at me. "I'll start with you two, until the bear wakes up." "Yeah, Rachel, wake up," Allie shouted. 2 never had a pack-a-day habit octaves higher. I reached out and planted my hand over her mouth, and then we unfurled the tarp together. Barbara cut Allie's hair while Allie danced in her seat, animating cartoons she'd seen that morning for Barbara with her dolls. She was definitely a moving target, but her hair was wavy enough to forgive a few inches here and there. Mine, however, was still sprayed and teased from prom. Barbara sent me to the shower to wash it out as she finished up on Allie. I did what I always did when I was in the bathroom now. I turned to look at my naked back. The lightning lines were definitely fading, but it was easy while I was in there to remember what it felt like when Darius had touched them for the first time and against last night. "Jessica?" Barbara shouted. I quickly returned to the living room with my hair in a towel turban over my head. "Don't do that. It's bad for your hair. Stresses the strands." "Sorry," I muttered while tugging the towel off. She tapped the seat and I sat down. Within seconds, she was pulling a comb through and finding all the tangles that I'd missed. "Your mom told me all about prom," Barbara said, scissors snipping by my ear. "You and Liam Lewis, who would have thought?" "Not me," I admitted. "I feel so bad about what happened, though," she went on. "That poor," she began, and the moment stretched out as she measured my hair. I imagined all the right things she could say, before she didn't with a snip. Boy, I mean, just think. Everyone in town? How is he going to hold his head up high anymore? Doesn't matter how good he is at baseball now after that. Everyone's going to be thinking things when they see him from here on out. "Yeah, they are," I agreed, because I hoped that it'd be true. Chapter 44. My mother got up, took a shower, and had her turn in the chair. She wanted every eyewitness detail from me, and I gave her what I could. I claimed not to have any photos of Liam or myself. I said we'd been in the photo line when the hacker ruined it, and she was surprisingly cool with that, instead going out of her way to pity me and rail against the circumstances that had led to prom's quick end. Then Barbara left and my mother retreated back into her bedroom and her own TV, leaving Allie and I to do homework while cartoons blared in the background, and every time anyone updated ZB, I jumped. "Are you okay?" Allie asked, squinting at me. "Yeah." Her lips twisted like she didn't believe me, just like mine did sometimes. It was like I was looking in a tiny mirror, and then went back to coloring. That night, I texted Lacey again. "Still okay?" "Yep." "You've checked ZB and everything?" "Yep." "Why? What's happening with you?" "I'm a whore. Death threats. The usual." "Ugh." She inserted a string of angry and then outrageously sympathetic emojis, ones with tears streaming down their tiny faces. "I am so sorry, Jessie." "Me too." "Try to ignore them?" I am. But it's hard. I know. Believe me, I know. And she sent another string of angry sad emojis after that. After that, I texted Darius, I don't suppose you're getting death threats today? And then the unexpected happened. He called and I picked up. Hello? Are you okay? The concern in his voice made me melt a little. Yeah, so far. When did it start? Last night. And then again this morning and most of the day. Jesus, Jessica. Have you told anyone? No. Are you doing anything about it? Other than hoping it'll stop? No. Good. Thank you. While I appreciate the concern, I'd do it in a heartbeat if I thought it would stop things. I said. I just don't think it will. Between texts from unknown numbers and the anonymity of ZB, if I started fighting back, I didn't know when it would end. Or if it would. At least this way I could pretend it wasn't working and not give them the satisfaction of my ire. He was quiet on the far side of the line. What are you thinking? I asked him. About how pissed I am that this is happening to you. Heh, me too. Another petal on the tight bloom that lived inside my chest loosened, unfurling out to him. What are you doing tomorrow? I have some business calls to make. You? Wearing black to properly mourn the travesty of prom, at least according to my mother, who's told me I have 2 proms left to go at least 30 times. He laughed, and the sound made me smile for the first time that day. So I'll see you on Monday then? Definitely. Save me from the bus, Darius. You're my only hope. I'm going to pretend you're almost quoting Star Wars on purpose and not by accident. I smiled silently at the phone in response. See you then, okay? And if you get any more threats, please call me. Will do. Good night, Jessie. Good night, I said quietly and hung up. And 30 seconds after that, I got a message on ZB telling me they ought to sew my cunt mouth shut. I stared at my phone after that, torn between laughing till I cried, or crying till I laughed, or throwing my phone across the room and smashing it to bits, or running through the house and out into the street, leaving it behind. No matter how hard I tried to ignore it, to not feed the beast of their ego on the other side, it was crazy-making and embarrassing. To admit that someone else had even the slightest power over me. God, it chafed. And the knowledge that if I did complain about them, I was going to have to say that they thought I was a whore. It was one of those things that you couldn't defend yourself against. No matter how it was put, to whatever authority I appealed it to, the first thing whoever I told would think was, well, are they right? Is she? I stared down at my phone. Fuck you, I whispered, and went in after them. There was the ZB I knew and saw, that I participated in, the photo collages, the idiotic endless ticking, and then there was the ZB below, and falling into it was like falling into a haystack. I could feel it all around me, jabbing me with lines of code, but without the context of ZB, lines, light, moved, but from here to where I didn't know. I felt my brain stretch, trying to encompass it all, and thought Darius might be right. This might be the exact moment when my brain did explode, when a slippery line flew by, meant for me. I caught it, not knowing what to do with it, feeling like I did when I was a kid and my dad took me fishing and had given me a flopping fish to hold, still on the line, and the hook had gone through the gills and pricked me. I tried to ignore the words. Stupid fucking whore. To understand it, to see where it had come from. But when I finally let it go and tried to trace it back, nothing. Just more sharp, painful jabs as I stretched the boundaries of what I could do to the max. I caught other fish, ones not meant for me. Those I could trace back to owners, their phones and computers, easy. They hurt less too, although they still hurt. Everything hurt. It was harder and harder to stay focused. Why couldn't I trace back that one? Because they, whoever they were good. Very good. Almost like they'd done this before. The realization made me resurface into the real world to discover myself laying on my floor. All my clothes were on, and there was light filtering through my closed blinds. I stood, shaky. It was dawn? No. My cat clock said it was 9 a.m.? It couldn't be. But my back was stiff. My tongue tasted like last night's tater tots plus mold, and I felt like someone had been punching me repeatedly in the head. Was this what a hangover felt like? No wonder my mother was always so angry. My last memory was realizing that Danny, et al., had had time to practice. Shauna had graduated last year, but Jenny Kay was just a grade older, and Leslie, God, was she our age or a freshman? And that wasn't counting whoever the disembodied girls were that I'd seen, or ones who weren't still on his phone but on his computer in some originals file. Clearly, Lacey was just the latest in a string that stretched back. Who knew how far? I sat down beside my bed again, cradling my head inside my hands. There was time travel. And then there was this. At least 8 hours gone. I was lucky my mom hadn't come in. Would she have been able to wake me up? I reached out for my phone, more out of habit more than anything, and 100 new texts poured into my already aching head like acid. I dropped it, watched it bounce, and wished I could step on it like a bug. Allie knocked on my door. Hey, Jessie, there's a boy here. I stood so fast it made my head spin, then grabbed her and pulled her into my room. Stay here. I walked to the front door. There were no windows in the hall. I couldn't see whose vehicle was parked outside. I hoped it was Darius, but after everything on ZB, I pushed the curtains to our living room window open just enough to see a truck parked outside. Liam's. It's me, Jessie, he announced through the door. My heart started revving up. You alone? I asked, ashamed of how my voice broke. Because if he wasn't, I didn't know what I'd do. Yeah. I rested my aching head against the door jamb. I didn't sense more than one person outside, and I didn't think he'd driven over just to insult me in person, but who could say? I opened the door slowly as he stepped back to give me room. What brings you here on this fine morning? I asked with all the sarcasm I could muster. We need to talk. I carefully closed the door behind me so as not to wake my mom. About? Away from here? He asked, gesturing toward his truck. I looked between him and the cab, and then he realized I was hesitating. Do you really think I'd hurt you? I tilted my head as I looked at him. As I believe you know, there's about 200 insulting messages on my phone right now, the most memorable of which threatens to sew my cunt mouth shut. Seeing as sex ed isn't so good in this state, I'm not entirely sure if they mean my mouth, which they're comparing to a cunt, or my vagina, which they possibly think has a mouth, because they're that fucking stupid. Either way, you don't get to feel offended. I crossed my arms. So, what is it that you want to talk about? He shifted his weight from foot to foot and couldn't quite meet my eyes. I just wanted to tell you that it isn't all of us. Not everyone agrees with what's happening. Wow, I find that so comforting, I said, completely flat. Jessie Dash. No, really. Now, if you could just talk all your asshole friends into signing their anonymous threats, then I'd feel really, really safe, as opposed to the 0% amount of safe I feel right now. Liam looked exasperated. I should have known you'd make this harder than it had to be. Make what harder? Unless I don't want to know. I'm trying to be nice to you, and tell you not everyone hates you. You fucking haw, Liam. Do you realize how goddamned hollow that is? I tried to warn you. You shouldn't have gone fucking with Danny. What did you think would happen when you messed with Redson's new golden arm? I leaned in. I actually didn't fuck him, but he is the fucking problem, so to speak. Liam opened his mouth to say something, then stopped. I stared, watching him, breathing hard, and inside my head, tumblers clicked. You knew, I said low, almost a whisper. You told me he gets what he wants. He began. Then his jaw clenched and he swallowed loudly. You knew, I said again, my voice like a snake rustling through the grass. I don't know what I knew. You know how people talk. He threw his arms wide, spreading blame. He says he's awesome in bed, says girls line up to fuck him, and then he's got these photos to prove it, You've seen them? If he had, I was going to strangle him immediately. No, I've just heard the other senior guys talking. Bragging rights. I deflated a little, and Liam pressed his case. He's trouble, and he's an asshole. But when you win as much as he does, you don't have to be nice. And that was what it came down to, really. What incentive was there for Danny to be human or humane when all of Redson acted like he was Colton Lewis's second coming? Still pissed, I said the only thing I could think of that might hurt Liam. Your brother has a nice aquarium. Too bad he couldn't take it with him to college. How did you know? Because I saw it in the photos Mason was about to share at prom. The color drained from Liam's face. Colton's room? They were in Colton's room? Yeah, bison red curtains and bison red sheets in every photo. Something changed in Liam then. Anger rippled through his body. His jaw clenched, his shoulders pulled back and down as his arms came out, hands in fists, ready to fight someone. I took an involuntary step back. Those fuckers, he muttered. Run Colton's name through the dirt? They're not fit to lick his cleats. He started pacing in a small circle, swinging his arms. He was more upset that it had happened inside his house than that it had happened at all, which I would have called him on. Only I was worried that he would fly off the handle. At least someone else finally felt as impotent as Lacey and I had. Another filthy message zipped home into my phone and it buzzed. What did I have left after this? Nothing. I'd shielded Lacey for a moment, or I hoped I had, but at the cost of everything. I didn't have a goddamn thing left to use against Mason or Danny. But as I watched Liam grapple with the betrayal of his teammates, I realized maybe he did. I need something on them, Liam. I took a step nearer to him and tried to look as sincere as I felt. Both you and I know this'll never end, if I don't have ammo to fight back. You know what's right, Liam. You're not like they are, not deep down inside. He looked over at me, eyes the color of a cloud-going tornado, dark gray. They're my teammates. For what, 4 more weeks? Their season's almost over, but you've got 2 more years. His chest heaved and then he looked away. I can't. I have to protect the team. I'd lost him. I knew it. He started for his truck. Jesse? I heard my name yelled behind me at the same time the trailer door slammed open. Oh, Liam, I'm sorry. Want to come in? No, Mrs. McMullen, I was just leaving, he said, polite until the end as he walked away. A wind struck up, and my mother's robe fluttered against her as she reached out a hand, looking like the old-timey wife of a sailor going off to war. Sorry to hear about prom, she shouted, so that Liam would hear her inside his truck's cab. For a heart-wrenching second, I was afraid he'd race out and ruin things, but then he gave us both a confused nod and peeled away. My mother waited on the porch for me and gathered me up like a duckling. I'm still so sorry, honey. It's okay, I said as she herded me inside. I'll, see him on Monday. She wiped a hand across her eyes and yawned. In that case, I'm going back to bed. Chapter 45. I had dinner on the table by the time my mother woke up. She scratched herself like a bear coming out of hibernation and grabbed a beer on her way to the table. We were eating tuna casserole tonight, and she helped herself to the cheesiest corner. I have tonight off. I think we should do something fun. Allie and I looked at one another. Like, what? Hey, beautiful. My phone was in my pocket, and after all the crass messages I'd gotten, Darius's stuck out like a diamond. Hey, yourself, I texted back, while pretending to pay attention to the conversation at hand. You better be using your thumbs. I am. I lied. Can we go to the movies? Allie asked, bouncing. Things get better? Yes and no. You were supposed to let me know if they didn't stop. I didn't want to bug you. Too expensive. We could rent one on the TV, though. Jesse? I looked around. Sure, why not? I want to pick, Allie declared. My mother made a face. I don't think so. It wouldn't be bugging. I'm your sidekick, remember? Huh, I do. What are you up to tonight then? Trying on tights? And what if I was? I'm out at Highway 13. You. Mom, please, please. Allie was pressing her luck, since our mom appeared to be in a good mood, sitting at the dinner table, listening to my sister attempt to get my mom to rent the latest SpongeBob. What's on Highway 13? Nothing currently. Bruce was supposed to meet me here 10 minutes ago. Bruce. Ugh, why? Everyone else has already seen it but me. Mom, please see? You know why? To sell him pot. I sighed. See? Jessie doesn't want to see it either, my mother said, pointing to me. Allie looked at me like I'd betrayed her. No, I'll watch whatever you two decide on, I said, waving my fork between them. My mom gave me a look for not taking the adult side. There was absolutely no winning tonight. Have fun doing that then. I texted back to Darius slowly. Always do. He texted back. Cavalier. Maybe I can pick this time and you all can pick next time? Allie suggested. Maybe the person paying should get to pick all the times, my mother said, a little stern. Allie folded in on herself a little, and I tried to think of something to diffuse them both when I got a string of curse words in my phone from Darius. Shit. I was texting back. What? When his next message came through. The cops are here. Oh my God. If they search my car, Jessie dash. I pushed my chair away from the table and ran to the back of the trailer. I slid into my mother's room and reached under her bed for the laptop. It was where I'd left it. I grabbed it and ran for the bathroom and locked the door. Jessie? Allie was already outside. Are you okay? I sat on the toilet and opened the laptop. Yeah, just upset to my stomach is all. I reached over to run the water in the sink as the laptop booted. Come on. It turned on. I felt it connect. And then I fell into the lightning place like I was on a water slide of light. Our net joined the router, joined the cable, joined the fiber, in bigger and bigger rings, becoming bigger than myself, feeling myself peel into 10, 100, 1,000 different directions. Fractals of connectivity, matching the marks on my back, spreading outwards, searching for something, anything, that'd attract all the police in town. Redson's Bank, where Sarah's dad worked. I assaulted it. Everything on the inside was under lock and key, under shining walls I couldn't get through. But it was nothing to flip all the external warning switches electronically. I simultaneously hit the theft alarm, the fire alarm, and emailed an anonymous bomb threat. I instantly saw the call to action go out to all the local police. Jessica? My mother's voice came through the door. What's going on? I closed the laptop and flushed the toilet as I opened up the cabinet under the sink and shoved the laptop back behind the extra rolls of toilet paper. I'm fine, I promised as I stood, turning off the faucet and unlocking the door. My mother looked me up and down. You had better not be pregnant. The rest of dinner was incredibly awkward. I didn't know what was going on with Darius, and I didn't dare text him. I didn't want his phone lighting up in an officer's hand. I'd done what I could, and I was pretty sure that everything I had done was illegal. Sure enough, I saw a mysterious system error being reported on the evening news, alongside a video of people running out of the bank building, drenched by sprinklers. Then my mother changed the channel and Allie got her wish. The latest SpongeBob came on. I lay down on the floor in front of the TV and tried to pretend that everything was okay, and that I wasn't scared. Halfway through the first act, I got another text that wasn't obscene. Hey, I texted back instantaneously. Is it really you? My heart thudded in my chest again. It's me. What happened? Just as I was regretting all my life choices and the cop was 10 feet away, he got a call on his shoulder radio. He told me to stay there and then drove off. Did you stay? Hell no. I went home as fast as I could and cleaned up. Everything. I wondered how he'd done that. If he'd flushed it all, or taken it outside to quickly burn while praying he was downwind from everyone. I could hardly ask him via text, though, not when he had a target on his back. Good. How did you, he texted me. Watch the news? I tried to figure out what I could safely claim. I created a distraction. 3 fast texts in quick succession. You are awesome. I flushed with satisfaction. My sister laughed at some antic on the screen, and I faked a laugh too for her sake, then tried to ignore the heated way my mother was watching me. But, he texted, with a long line of periods after it, and it felt like the world was falling away from me again, despite the fact that I was laying on the floor. And the next series of texts he sent didn't make it any better. That was close. I mean, they set a trap for me, Jessie. They endangered my livelihood. There's no way I can do that anymore. Ever again. When Mason said what he said at prom, I didn't think it had come to this so quickly. It was all I could do not to bitterly laugh. Welcome to my world, I texted. Huh, he responded. Now that I'm on their radar, though, everything I've ever hoped for, all my dreams of saving up to go back home, I could have gone to jail. They threatened everything. I bit my lips not to cry out. I'd been getting nothing but threats for 48 hours, but I'd chosen that for myself. If Darius didn't want to stand by my side, I couldn't shame him into it. Tears started welling at the corners of my eyes, and I couldn't blink them away fast enough. What are you saying? I texted back, as my sister laughed in the background. I don't know yet. I just need some time. So much for being off pause. Sure. I understand. I texted, even though I didn't want to. I'll get a ride from Lacey tomorrow. I waited the entire rest of the movie for him to text me back after that. He didn't. Chapter 46. When I woke up and turned my phone on and discovered the only texts I'd gotten overnight called me a bitch, cunt, whore, I pulled up Lacey's number in my mind and asked for a ride. I got Allie out the door, and then I waited well away from the bus stop for Lacey, and when she got there, I got in. So where's Prince Charming? She asked, then caught the look on my face. Not so Prince or Charming anymore. What happened? In addition to threatening me pretty much constantly, Mason had a member of the team set him up. He's in jail? No, thanks to me. But he's worried for himself right now, and so he needs some time. Yeah, I can't blame him, but it does make me sad. She made a few turns in silence, and my phone got its first new texts of the day. I hadn't turned the volume down yet, so Lacey heard it go off. More? Yeah. She slowed as we neared campus. I didn't want my target to transfer onto you, you know? I know. I chewed on my lip as the road went by outside. But none of this is your fault. It's mine. I still feel bad. Don't. I picked at a loose thread on my jeans. I spent the whole walk home from the hospital, the non-lightning part of it, thinking that if only there was some way if I'd been there instead of you, I could have gotten out of it. Like what happened to you was something you could escape from, like being tied to railroad tracks or sinking into quicksand, you know? I have the escape plans for 40 million different ways to die inside my mind. Plague? I've got a plan. Zombie apocalypse? I've got 3. But there was nothing I could do until the lightning hit. So I'm glad I can do something now, even if it sucks for me. Her voice was so low I almost couldn't hear it. I could have not been drinking. I turned in my seat to look directly at her. Or they could have not been raping, so fuck that. Her eyebrows rose into her bangs. You do realize the awkwardness of putting the word rape in a sentence and telling it to fuck itself? Yes, I am fully aware. I stand firm by my grammar choices. This is why I love you. And that is why I love you and not Darius, who is currently kind of stupid. Lacey pulled her car into a spot and parked. He's a boy. He's stupider than we are by definition. Totally, I agreed, and we both got out of her car. After the weekend I'd had, school felt surprisingly normal. No one had taken down the prom decorations, so signs urging us to follow the yellow brick road were still hoisted overhead. Yay school, yay Redson, yay prom. Lacey and I went to our lockers, and despite feeling like there was a target on my back, nothing was weird. Yet. You want me to walk you? Lacey asked. Her class was at the opposite end of campus from mine. It didn't make sense. Number, I'll be okay. You sure? Yeah. I won't be alone all day. You'll walk me in. You'll walk me out. I'll eat lunch in the library. Mrs. Frost won't let anything happen to me there. I'll only pee with hall passes during classes, not between. You've put a disturbing amount of thought into this. Maybe, but you saw what I did to your mom. I rubbed sweaty hands against my hips. I may or may not have accidentally killed a dog doing something similar a mere night before that, so I'm not real worried about them hurting me. But I don't want to get cornered. Yeah, I don't know why I'm worried about you, not them. I'll be fine, I said with false bravado. Trust me. Okay, she said, slowly backed away, facing me in case I changed my mind. Really, I said, and waved her off. Shortly after that, the attacks began. I took 3 steps out into the river of kids going to their first classes and caught a backpack to my left shoulder. I whirled a little, said I was sorry, and then walked on, and got hit by another. Same shoulder. Then my right shoulder, coming the other direction. Hey, I shouted, and Andrew walked on like he didn't hear me. And then the next one landed. A messenger bag swung at my hip. This one I danced away from in time, but I looked over as Andrew stared right on by, like he didn't see me at all, and I got clocked by another one from behind. I turned. Excuse you, I shouted. But it didn't matter. They were all so careful not to do anything that couldn't be construed as accidents, just 20 accidents piling up here on the accident line. I hunkered down and started stomping as quickly as I could to history, hoping none of them would hit my face, because if they did, I didn't know what I'd do. These were people who didn't know me, who didn't know anything other than the fact that Mason and Danny had said to gang up on me. Underclassmen I'd never met, upperclassmen who previously would have never given me the time of day. It was like I was one of those salmon swimming up a river in Alaska and all the bears had claws and tasers. Just stop it, okay? I said aloud between buffets, knowing none of them would, hearing the way the words come out of my mouth, knowing they made me sound weak. I made it into history, ready to cry, and sat straight down. And just then a text flew in. Source anonymous. As always. Everyone hates you. I stared blankly at the chalkboard. Yeah, I know. Biology was just down the hall. I slunk there, doing my best to keep a wall to one side. 15 hits and a few near misses later, I slid into the door with a physical sense of relief, and then I saw Sarah, sitting at our lab desk, doing a righteous imitation of my mom. I couldn't run out now. She'd seen me, and besides, where could I go to? Mrs. Frost would kick me out if she caught me in the middle of the day. So I crept over to Sarah and sat down. Hey. In response, she crossed her arms and didn't say a word. I don't even know what Ms. Leibel lectured us about. All I could feel was the anger radiating off of Sarah, and I didn't need my powers for that. I spent most of the hour trying to become small, hoping she'd start ignoring me any minute now, or that I'd miniaturize and fall through the holes on my chair and scuttle out the door like the roach I'd apparently become. When the ending bell rang, I expected to head out and run another gauntlet in the halls, but instead I found myself being dragged to one side. Sarah, I protested, as she hauled me into the nearest bathroom. Everybody out, she demanded, and the 3 freshmen present followed her command. She then leaned against the door so that no one else could come in and looked at me. What the hell, Jessica? What? Ryan told me that the entire baseball team is supposed to send you threatening messages because you're some kind of master hacker talking shit about Danny. I find that only slightly less believable than the bra picture thing. But since everyone else believes it, you need to explain. There was no explanation. I shrugged. It's true. So, you're the one who ruined prom? The expression on her perfect face curdled. Do you realize that that was the only prom Ryan and I were going to get to have together? You've still got 2 left, as my mother was so fond of saying. I'm not an idiot, Jessica. Ryan's hot. No matter how much we love each other now, he's going to college half the country away. I'll be lucky if he waits until Thanksgiving to dump me. So, yeah, thanks for ruining what should have been one of my most important memories for my entire life. Are you kidding me? Did you even read the screen? Kids were beating on the door outside the bathroom, trying to get in. She stared at me, still pissed, and then realization seeped in and her voice dropped so low it was hard to hear. He didn't, did he? To you. Not me. Then why the fuck did you do that, Jessie? Back up to normal volume, even louder. Just because he didn't rape me doesn't mean it's not true. I was shouting and I didn't care. Let me in there now, an adult voice shouted through the door. Sarah leaned forward and then was shoved aside as Mrs. Ellis pushed in to look around. Is everything all right in here? Yeah, everything's fine, I said, and slipped past both of them to head back outside. I made it to lunch somehow, but I wasn't hungry. My arms were bruised from being hit, and my pride, well, I never knew just how much I'd had of it till then. But seeing that Lacey'd saved me a seat in the back of the library to quietly study, choosing to spend her lunch hour essentially in detention in the library with me. Thanks, I said. Shh, Mrs. Frost said, from 3 stacks away. Lacey pulled out a piece of paper and wrote on it before handing it to me. The original form of texting. Danny's not at school today. How's it been? Bad. Kids keep hitting me in the halls. She scowled. What? Yeah. And I'm pretty sure Robbie was going to spit in my hair, but I hit him with my backpack accidentally first. She stared pensively down before writing. This is why I didn't want anyone to know. I know. Although, I almost told Sarah. What? She dragged me into a bathroom, blamed me for ruining prom. I should tell her. I will tell her. But what if this happens to her next? She drew an arrow pointing toward my phone. Its screen lit up like it had heard us and delivered the latest text. You should just kill yourself, bitch. And someone rapped on one of the windows behind us. We both jumped and turned, and Mason was there, alongside Bruce. Lacey turned back to the desk immediately, going pale, but I couldn't look away. There was a phone in Bruce's hand, and Mason was smiling wickedly. Bruce was to Mason as Mason was to Danny, and he mimed hanging himself with a noose. I flipped the paper Lacey and I had been using over and wrote on it quickly and in all caps, "This has to stop." Then I walked over to slam it up against the window where they could see. Mason read it and shook his head, walking backwards away from me, flipping me off with both hands. I could hear his laughter through the window pane. When he turned the corner, I sat back in my chair and was so stunned almost didn't notice Lacey taking the note away from me. She wrote underneath, "It really does. But how?" "I don't know," I said. "But there has to be a way." "Shh," Mrs. Frost demanded, and we sat in silence for the rest of the period. I spent the rest of the day in classes ignoring lectures as I considered my options. What would it take to end things? The easiest way would be to prove that Danny was a rapist, only I didn't know how much proof was out there anymore. Or if Lacey would let me do anything if it was. And it wasn't like proving that was going to make me a ton of new best friends. How could I turn the tide? Was it even possible? I couldn't see a way. After what I'd done for Darius, I was fairly certain I could smear Danny's name up one side of Redson and down the other. Maybe even make the local paper print his name. But without something other than me just shouting, no one was ever going to believe what had happened. It was like he was getting away with it. Again. Fuck, I muttered to myself. Excuse me? Mr. Young looked over. I glanced up at him and the clock. I really had to pee, and it wouldn't be safe after class. I'm sorry, Mr. Young. My period just started. Can I go to the bathroom? Classmates tittered, and Mr. Young seemed taken aback, but then strode over to his desk to hand me a green laminated piece of paper. Sure. Here's the pass. Maybe next time keep the news of your bodily functions to yourself? I will. Sorry. I rustled through my backpack, pulled out my purse as pretense, and walked to the nearest bathroom. My hand was pulling on the handle of the door when I heard, "Hey, Jessica," from halfway down the hall. I turned and saw Darius there, and he jogged up to meet me, his own hall pass in hand. How's it going? Seeing as I probably had a bruise from how hard Chase's backpack had hit me in the kidneys? Pretty bad. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, well, I'm sorry that you almost got caught doing illegal things you shouldn't have been doing in the first place. Jessica, he said, you don't know what it's like when cops see me. It's some scary shit, all right? I know. I didn't really, but I could imagine. It was hard to look at him knowing there was a space between us, one that hadn't been there before. And I wanted to ask him how much time was, but was too afraid of the answer. I didn't want to get hit by anything else today. So, he said, flashing his hall pass and edging past me for the boys' restroom. Yeah, I said, and slunk into mine. I was in the same bathroom Sarah had accosted me in this morning, and the mirror showed me my haggard reflection. I was really going to have to up my game if I wanted my mother to keep believing I was seeing Liam. I splashed my face with water and went into the last stall. If I heard anyone outside, I'd have plenty of time to yank my legs up. But I did have to pee. I sat down, listening to myself, nervous that someone else would come in, and looked around. The light this side of the bathroom was always dim, and no matter how often our janitors painted over things, there were words etched in, messages from bygone classes about how awesome they were, or people's names written in equations like Janie plus James really would equal forever. But when I reached to my right for toilet paper, I saw something new, written in fresh Sharpie. Danny is. It was the period that let me know it was a complete sentence, not a mad lib left by another girl waiting for a verb. Someone had agreed with me. And below that was, he is. I know. Everyone knows. Fuck baseball. Each line's handwriting was different with different inks. I put my hand to the stall's cold metal as if I could reach through to them. Then the bell rang overhead and I realized I needed to get back to class. Chapter 47. Without my backpack, I made it to English in record time, but not fast enough. I burst in and looked over to where my desk was. My backpack, with all my notes in it, was gone. And my phone was in the front pocket. Mr. Young stood there in all his tweed-jacketed English teacher glory. Ms. McMullen, my hall pass? I handed it out to him, sputtering. Did you see who took my bag? He looked to where I was looking and understood. Oh, no, sorry, maybe a friend grabbed it? Yeah. There was no point in explaining to him that I almost didn't have any. I went back into the hall. I knew they'd leave a lookout. What good was taking my stuff without getting the joy of watching me be upset about it? Sure enough, I saw Andrew across the hall. He gave me a slow nod. Don't panic, Jessie. Don't panic, Jessie. Don't panic. I walked over to him, hands out like I was placating a feral dog. Hey, Andrew, have you seen my bag? Maybe? He did his best impersonation of someone acting like an idiot. It wasn't hard, seeing as he was one. Could you tell me where? I asked with a fake smile plastered high. Over there, I think. By the gym. He pointed deeper into campus. Waves of kids walked by in the other direction, toward the parking lot. Most people were too busy leaving now to pay any attention to hassling me. I knew Lacey'd be waiting at our lockers, but... Okay, I said, and started walking toward the back of school. I made it to the hallway that ran the length of the gym. My bag was nowhere in sight, and neither was anyone else. The doors of the boys' bathroom pushed open and Mason came out. Looking for something? I did my best to stand tall. Yeah, my bag. Have you seen it? It's in there, he said, pointing to the bathroom behind him with his thumb. I knew with every cell in my body that that bathroom was unsafe. I am not going in there to get it. Oh, don't worry, Mason said. Eventually it'll come out to you. Nathan came out of the bathroom, chuckling. I ignored him. Mason, this has to stop. Why? He asked, looking me up and down. I felt like a piece of meat, like I had that night at the shacks when Danny'd slapped my ass. 3 other members of the team emerged from the bathroom, each of them with smug grins on their faces. It was clear I couldn't speed this process up, and acting anxious would only make them laugh harder at the end of it. I flickered between anger and civility. I wanted to do something to them. Even though we were near the gym, there was still power here, running through the walls and inside me. But there was nothing I could do until I got my bag back. If I was going to get it back. Chase finally came out, my bag in hand, giving it over to Mason, and I knew instantly what they'd done. I could smell it. They'd each taken a shit into my bag. Mason walked over, holding the bag out like the trash it now was. This is what you were looking for, right? Yeah. I knew exactly what was inside. A year's worth of chemistry notes, and the book itself, gone. My favorite pencil. A note Lacey'd sent me where she'd done a funny drawing that I'd kept with me since the 7th grade. Electricity flourished around me. I wanted to zap them just as much as I wanted to puke. How could they? My disgust and revulsion showed on my face, and they knew that they'd done. Here you go, Mason said, flinging it at me. It was heavy, what with the book and the excrement. I danced back, and it landed at my feet with an uncouth sound. I knelt down in safe range. My phone had been in the front pocket. Did I dare hope? Did I dig around in there looking for it in front of them? How would I explain losing my phone to my mom? The end of the school year was coming up. How was I going to afford another chemistry book? They were all laughing, hard, and I felt the lightning move inside of me, rising like a tidal wave. I could feel it charging, churning, rising up. You'll be sorry, I said. Then the tidal wave disappeared. I stumbled back, feeling its loss. What had happened? Oh yeah? Mason said. Where had my power gone? It was right here. I turned around, looking for it like it was something physical I'd lost, like a puppy. And then Sarah saw me. Jessie, there you are. She came running down the hall, blonde hair streaming out behind her. I tried to call my power back again. All it did was strobe, like a car battery that wouldn't start. And Mason and his friends were still laughing loudly. I couldn't concentrate. I've been looking all over for you, Sarah said, the second she was near. Why? I asked her honestly. Because, she said with a nod, encouraging me to get with the program. We're going home together today, remember? I'm your ride. She gave me a smile just as fake as the one I'd worn earlier with Andrew, swooped down and helped me stand. She glanced around and gathered what was happening with everything else in a heartbeat. Goodbye, gentlemen, she said, cheerful as always, even though I felt her hand claw into my arm. Yo, Jessie, Mason shouted. I turned without thinking, just in time for him to hurl my phone at me, and I caught it on instinct. It's more fun for us if you keep this. If you got a new phone, you might change your number? I looked down at it, wondering what he'd done to defile it, too. If he'd somehow managed to stick it up his ass, I hoped it'd hurt him. I turned it off before I could read any of the horrible things on it that I'd missed. Come on, Sarah muttered, hauling me away to the sound of their laughter. She pulled me around corners and down halls until we were in front of my lockers, where Lacey was waiting. Oh my God, are you okay? It took me a second to realize she was worried about me. This was not how this was supposed to work. Although I was worried about me too. Why had my powers deserted me? Where had they gone? You're okay, right? Lacey repeated. Yeah, I lied. Talk in the car, Sarah said, pushing us both along. It's not safe here. That was an understatement. What about you? Lacey asked her. Ryan's my ride. I'll go out to practice like always. I'll be fine. You're sure? I asked. It ain't Thanksgiving yet, she said. Go, she commanded. We did as we were told, looking nervously over our shoulders. What happened in there? I asked Lacey once we were safe outside. Sarah found me while I was waiting for you, getting worried. She told me to stay put and went searching. Her hand found mine. We practically ran to her car, and when we got inside, she locked the doors. What happened? I told her, and when I got to me facing Mason down in the hall, she smacked my shoulder. You were supposed to play it safe today, Jessie. I know, but I got distracted. The West Hall bathroom, in the last stall. I wished I had had my phone so I could have taken a picture. Someone wrote on it, Danny is. Danny is, she repeated, leaving the rest of the sentence left unsaid. It's new? Has to be, and there's more comments underneath, saying that they know that everyone knows. About me? Her voice rose in panic, and I spoke quickly. No, about him. I was starting to calm down, trying to be rational. We knew there were others. This is just another confirmation. And to think how alone I've felt, ever since it happened. She bit her lower lip. I was watching my best friend find out she was part of a not very exclusive club. I just can't believe he's gotten away with it for so long. The entire school's behind him, and he doesn't even have to do his own bullying. Mason's his fucking lapdog. But what if one of them had tried? What if they'd stopped him before him and me? She turned to face the steering wheel, clenching it in her hands. I didn't have to. It could have been different. Hey, I said, unsure what I'd follow it up with, just trying to catch her before she spiraled. It could have, but it wasn't, I said gently. There's no Santa Claus, and there are no alternate timelines. If there were, different mom or a better dad would have totally manifested inside my closet or under my bed by now. We can't change the past. All we get is what we have right here. And the future. My mythical college future that I'd been holding on to for so long. Sure, that too. She took a few more turns in pensive silence. He's already in its state, you know. Of course he is, I said with heavy sarcasm. A year from now, I'd have to fill out embarrassing forms with my mother's income or lack thereof on them, while all Danny had to do was smack a stupid ball. And if I was lucky, I might get into the same college as him. Hooray. How would anyone there know? Lacey said, mostly to herself. They won't, unless we win the lottery and can afford an advertising plane. Lacey pulled to a stop in front of my trailer. Something has to change, Jessie. I completely agree, only I have no idea what that something is. I think I do. What? Her gaze behind her glasses was cloudy. Let me think about it. One more day. Kay. She exhaled like she was blowing out a candle, or blowing dangerous thoughts away, then looked around. Where's your bag? Don't ask. Chapter 48. After I watched Lacey's car drive away, I sat down on my front porch. I could feel the trailer lurking behind me. Not all of my powers were gone, but like a battery running down, there was less and less charge. It was like getting hit by lightning had opened up a door, and now I was watching it, feeling it, close. I just hadn't noticed until I'd asked more from it than it could give. While I was pondering this, a familiar truck drove up. Liam got out and looked over both shoulders before coming over to talk. Heard about your bag, he said quietly, like someone might listen in. Oh, you did you? I hadn't turned my phone back on yet, but I had no doubt pictures of my abandoned backpack were all over ZB. He walked toward me, head bent, and I had to fight not to back away. I was scared, but there'd be no reason for Mason to send him over when there was so still much carnage he could wreak himself. If I give you something, will they ever know it was me? He asked, his voice low. I swallowed my heart back down. I'd die before I told them, Liam, and you already know how stubborn I can be. I can't give you anything on Danny. No one ever has anything on him besides Mason. But Mason? He runs a cheating ring. What? How? We were almost close enough to kiss each other's shoulders without actually touching. You know how a lot of our teachers teach more than one of the same class? Mason finds kids who are taking the same tests earlier on in the day and bribes or bullies them into texting him the answers so that when he takes the same test in the afternoon, he manages to pass. He's smart enough not to make A's or anything. No one would believe that. But it gives him good enough grades to pass. He already has scholarships lined up for baseball. He just needs to graduate. Do you have any proof? Other than the fact that he told me? Number? But you're the hacker, right? I thought back to everything I'd siphoned off of Mason's phone and pulled up perfect images of all his texts inside my mind. Sure enough, several of them were listings of numbers along with letters AE, Scantron ready. Yeah, I am. Good. Fuck his shit up, he said, then turned to walk back to his truck. I couldn't help myself. I chased after him. What changed? I asked as he hoisted himself up. You know how there's no I in team? Well, there's no rapist motherfuckers in team either, he said, reaching out to firmly slam his door. The second his truck drove off, I ran to Lacey's. I went through my neighbor's yard, down a path between trailers, through another backyard, dodged around a beat-up truck on blocks, and ran up the hill to the back of her place. I shouted, "Lacey!" just as I started beating on her window. Lacey, guess what? She'd only dropped me off 10 minutes ago. Come on now. It's me, I shouted, in case there were a panoply of other options. The blinds zinged up, revealing my best friend through the screen's tight-woven mesh, with my other best friend standing beside her. Hey, I said. It's about time, Sarah said, as Lacey pulled open the window and popped out the bottom screen with a well-placed punch. Come on in, she said, and offered me a hand. Two people pulling on a third made the trailer wall easier to scale, although I still landed like a brick inside. I looked between them afterward. The mood was somber. There were tears in both their eyes. I'm sorry, I guessed. I told her, Jessie, Lacey said. And now I feel like the world's shittiest friend, Sarah said. That was the whole point of not telling you. I didn't want you to feel bad. Too late, Sarah said. Plus, I feel even worse now that you thought you couldn't tell me. I don't need to live in a bubble. And then, I was such a bitch, oh my God. What the hell, elbows, what the hell? Hey, I said, patting her. It's just, if I'd known, I'd have... I can't believe it, she said. And Lacey's eyes flashed with worry until Sarah said the exact right words. He just does that and then keeps acting normal? All the time? I settled in beside her. Yeah, that's kind of his thing. I'm not even the first, Lacey said, taking a spot on Sarah's far side. It fucking sucks. For me, I can't even begin to imagine what it was like to be you. She threw her arms wide in disbelief. How have you, school, prom? Jesus. I met Lacey's gently bemused expression over Sarah's head. It hasn't been easy, Lacey said. It's been like the worst thing ever, actually. Knowing that nothing bad was going to happen to him. That what he did to me doesn't count. It's made me feel pretty worthless, honestly. That is not true, I said, reaching behind Sarah to grab Lacey's arm. No, I know, but that's how it feels inside, yeah? Which is why I changed my mind. Sarah raised her head again and smudged running mascara aside. About what? I'm going to the cops. For real. I'll tell them everything that happened. Really? I asked. Yeah, I'm done hiding. I can't stand by while you take bullets for me, Jessie. That's not fair. If the word gets out it happened, so be it. At least then people will know. But why would they believe you now when you said they didn't want to before? Sarah asked. It doesn't matter if they believe me. What matters to me now is that I tried. I pushed myself up onto my knees. What if there was a way you wouldn't be going to the cops alone? I had Lacey and Sarah's full attention. "You could ask other girls to go in with you," Sarah shouted. "I can get Mason to turn in Danny," I said, at nearly the same time. "Wait, what?" "If there's other girls," Sarah said, looking between us, "why not ask?" Lacey's brows furrowed. "What's your Mason thing?" "We know Mason has pictures, and we know he didn't delete them all. I think I have something that'll make him turn in Danny. I just need a day." Lacey's eyes locked with mine. She knew what I was capable of, and things about me that Sarah didn't know. "You're sure?" I nodded strongly. "Yeah, I've got him. I just needed to get between him and a cell phone tower tomorrow. If you're gonna turn in pictures, they'll have other girls in them by default." "All the more reason to ask them first," Sarah said. It made sense, but how? "How we do everything, silly," Sarah said, pulling out her phone. We crafted the ZB message together, under my login, since I was already the most hated of the group, and because no one sane would respond to a completely anonymous request. "It doesn't sound like me," I complained. "It sounds like an infomercial," Lacey said. "Don't worry, it'll do," Sarah said, and hit send. Then she and Lacey went and boosted it, so within seconds, everyone in 2 friends' length of reach on our network saw, "Been harassed by a member of the baseball team? Want to talk about it in a safe setting? Informal support group forming. Message me here for details." Anonymous messages, okay. I set my phone down in between all 3 of us, like it was an Ouija board. I knew we'd just done the right thing. I could feel it in my bones, but said, "There is like no way that this can end well." "Maybe it'll end a little less badly?" Lacey said. Sarah's phone buzzed and she turned on her screen. "Uh-oh, Ryan wants to have a chat with me." "Sorry, Sarah," Lacey began. "Don't be. I'd rather have him pissed at me than lose you." But she did stand up as her phone got a fresh text and then another. "I should go now. Homework." "Dinner," Lacey said, offering her another excuse. "Dinner, shit, I gotta get home." I looked out the open window, praying my mom was still asleep. I swiped my phone up, and then all of us were standing. My phone started buzzing, but I didn't dare use my powers to look. If they were fading, I needed to save them for tomorrow. Lacey took both our hands. "Thank you two for joining me in the ranks of the soon-to-be really unpopular." "Speak for yourselves. Somehow I will weather this and rise above," Sarah said, swanning her neck before pretending to notice us again. "And then take you two with me." She went back to normal. Show over. "Just don't hide anything from me anymore, okay?" We all hugged in agreement. Sarah went out the front door for her car while I got ready to make my peace with the window, so I could help Lacey put the screen back. "What dirt did you get on Mason?" Lacey asked as I rested on her windowsill. "He's a cheater. I think I can bust him tomorrow. There's some details to sort out first." "Holy shit," she said. Redson High fancied itself an honor system campus. To get caught cheating was to get expelled, and not graduate. "How'd you find that out?" "Can't tell you, but it's legit, I swear. I just need to figure out where he's going to be tomorrow." Which was going to be harder than I wanted to let on. My powers, when I was getting bullied today, they stuttered. "What?" I tried to play it off. I was going to zap Mason or something. And when I went to reach for them, they weren't there. Oh my God. "It'll be fine. They're not gone." Gone. I could still feel the energy pulsing around her trailer. "I just think I have to be careful is all. Besides, this went better than you thought it would, huh?" "Yeah, even though talking about things isn't fun." I swung my legs out the window. "Aren't you scared, though?" she asked me as I jumped down. "What if no one comes forward? And you've just pissed more people off at you?" "It's okay," I said, popping her screen back into place, tapping down each corner. That's what superheroes do. I raced back to my trailer and opened the door, out of breath to the aroma of hot dogs being microwaved. my mother's go-to dish. "Oh, Mom, I'm sorry I'm late." "I saw you and Liam out in the yard," my mother said. "You did?" I said, my voice high. "Love birds," she said, then cackled. "That's why you had to go off and talk to Lacey, wasn't it? Did he ask you out again?" I flushed bright red. "Not yet." "Well, don't worry, he will. Here you go, dear," she said, stabbing a hot dog and offering it up on a bun. "Eat up." I took the most phallic edible we had in our house from her, waved it, and ran off to my room shouting, "Homework." The hot dog sat uneaten on my nightstand while I listened at my door, waiting for a swell on the TV. Someone said something funny to someone else, and I bolted for the bathroom, then locked the door. I sat on the counter and hitched my shirt up in an instant. The Lichtenberg figures were still there, but faint now. Oh, so faint. Shit. I grabbed the laptop out from underneath the toilet paper rolls and hustled back to my room. Chapter 49. I spent the rest of the night staring at a piece of paper with a pencil in my hand, pulling up every text I'd downloaded from Mason's phone inside my mind, one at a time. I didn't think pulling them up was using any powers. I thought they were just sitting there inside, like the War of 1812. I wondered what other actually important knowledge they'd replaced. Like Brown verses, Board of Education of Topeka. By the end of it, I was exhausted and pretty sure I couldn't remember the state flower, but I had him. I'd found evidence of at least 3 months of tests from 2 different classes based on their different dates and times, and I was right. One of them was every first Tuesday, and I knew the time. 10:55, I had the timestamps. I just didn't know where Mason would be, and without knowing that, I had no way of getting between him and a cell phone tower. I didn't have any other homework. Well, I'd had some, but it had gotten left in my locker at school, what with my bag trauma. I lay down on my bed and held my phone on my chest like a corpse in a cartoon holding a flower. Then I turned it on. Texts hadn't eased up, and someone had put a photo of my bag on ZB. The subsequent captions were charming, but interspersed with all the other useless data were 3 anonymous private messages. "Hey, from Starlight Pixel 333, are you for real? From the Drama Llama That's Your Mama, I hate those fuckers. From One Ice Cream Incident 2. From entirely different accounts. I concentrated on them to the exclusion of all else and sent back, I'm here. Completely for real. And I hate those fuckers too. They were out there." It was time for phase 2, figuring out where Mason would be. I moved to sit with my back against the door so anyone disturbing me would wake me, and I tossed my phone a few feet away. I didn't want anything incoming from it to mess me up. Then I turned the laptop on, felt it boot, and nothing. I knew my powers were still there. Just not working, like a battery that wouldn't turn. I put my hand against the screen, revved up mentally, felt everything shift and stop. Come on, Jesse. I had to get in. To break into the school system to find Mason's schedule. Otherwise, how would I get in the right place? And I needed to do it between now and the next commercial break, most likely. There was no way Allie wasn't going to bother me again tonight. Come on. Everything in me jumped forward and then dropped. I was just like Darius's battery pre-me on lightning night. Only now I was scared I was going to blow it, which I knew wasn't helping. If I couldn't do this, how would tomorrow go? My phone buzzed. "What?" I asked it, as Allie tried to come in, whapping the door against my back. "Hey," I shouted at her, closed the laptop, and slung it under my bed in the moment of surprise that bought me. "Aren't you going to come and watch TV?" she asked from the fraction of the door that was open. "Yeah, in a second," I said, standing up and sweeping up my phone. I'd gotten another text. This one was all poorly spelled versions of "You are gonna die alone," as if they'd gotten too excited to type properly. I wasn't sure what I felt more threatened by, the actual threat, or the implied illiteracy. Then I hopped into ZB, into my message file, typed out a message once and copied and pasted it 2 more times to spam all 3 of them. I really need to know where Mason's gonna be tomorrow. At 10:55. Help? There was no proof that the people who'd responded on ZB were real. Some of them, maybe all of them, might be from the baseball team, trying to figure out what I was doing. But 30 seconds later, I got a message back from Drama Llama. He'll be in room 501. I hoped she or he was right, but it felt too easy. Awesome. Thanks. I messaged back. NP. I've spent the last 8 months avoiding him. That sounded legit. I walked out into the living room with a warm feeling about llamas. Lacey picked me up the next morning with her ratty backpack from 8th grade in the passenger seat. I dared hopping on ZB last night. Heh, thanks. I picked it up and put it in my lap. If I visited my locker in between every class today, maybe I wouldn't lose any more notes. Or many more notes. As long as you're not attached to it, I can't guarantee its safety. Gotcha. Did anyone respond? Yeah. I told her about the 3 mystery people, my question, and Llama's response. You think that's right? I don't know what else to do if it's not. Me either. Jessie, are you really going to be able to do this? Hope so, I said, to try to shut it down. I wondered if this was how Liam felt on game days, when everyone was slapping his back in the halls, telling him to hit a home run. What did you do last night? I texted with Sarah about 300 times. Really? Yeah. What about? Everything. Ryan, her sister, her mom. That if it was up to her, she'd figure out a way to have Sprite chew Danny's balls off. I felt overly familiar with Sprite after my time with Sarah's phone. She could probably train him to do that. They're very close. It was nice. Like the first time I felt like things might really get back to normal, you know? Yeah, I said, with a deficit of conviction. Lacey took the final turn into campus. Jessie, no matter what happens today, things are going to be okay. Okay? I turned toward her as I realized she was pre-forgiving me. Yeah, I said bravely. Just don't forget to meet me in the cafeteria. I'd almost forgotten how awful school was going to be because I'd been not thinking about it so hard it had almost worked. More people knew about my ostracization since yesterday, which was good and bad. More kids felt free to take pot shots with their bags, but others avoided me like I had the plague, giving me more room to maneuver. And when I got to biology, Sarah was there looking angry at me. What? I asked as I sat down. Don't talk to me, she said loudly, and then under her breath, Ryan saw your ZB post last night. He's freaking out, says I can't talk to you. And you didn't tell him to shove it? I whispered back. Not yet. Don't worry, I'm going to. I just want to see where this thing leads first. Hedging your bets? Hell no. But if your thing works, I'm going to write an amazing exposé for my personal essay, she said, while looking over my head at a crack in the ceiling as if I were invisible. I've got your back, but I'm not blind. Everything that's going down is also journalism scholarship material. I sat there momentarily bewildered by Sarah's ability to always land on her feet, no matter the situation. And right after that, Ms. Leibel started teaching. I spent class drawing a map of campus. If the nearest cell phone tower was west of us and all the history classes were all clustered on the north side, then I needed to be northwest to be between the two. And to make sure I got the text, I needed to give myself at least a half hour, maybe more. By the end of class, I'd missed most of lecture, but I had a plan and I already knew where I'd hide. Sarah elaborately sighed for the back of the room's sake, so everyone knew sitting beside me was awful, and was currently making a constipated face as we picked up our bags. Keep your phone on, okay? I might need you, I said. Will do, she said, and winked. I walked down halls like I was headed somewhere for the entirety of break, and then dove into the appropriate bathroom at the end of it. The one with the writing on the far wall was the most northwest bathroom in school. A little north-northwest, but it'd do, if I knew a hawk from a handsaw. Mrs. Jadeberry would be so proud of me. As the final bell rang, the bathroom emptied, and I faced a wall of mirrors alone. It was impossible not to do what I'd done in front of every mirror since that night. I pulled up my shirt a little and turned around and confirmed what I already knew. The marks on my back were almost gone. I went into the last stall, slammed my bag up on the coat hook, and sat down on the toilet. I just needed one more day. "Come on," I said to no one, and phased. Instead of being the bright fireflies and fireworks it had been prior, Lightning Land was dimmer now, like trying to see the stars beside a street lamp. I could feel the cold pressure of the seat beneath me, sense the claustrophobic metal walls, visualize the checkered laminate flooring under my shoes. Everything in me wanted to be distracted because if I didn't try, I couldn't fail. "This is the last time we're doing this, okay?" I said, trying to coax my powers. And as if sensing the truth in that, the engine turned and purred and they finally unfurled like gentle wings. I knew texts lulled during classes as teachers enforced no cell phones policies, but kids found ways. Right now, I envisioned my powers as some kind of net, reaching up wide behind me, a filter-feeding organ made from my own body, capturing texts like whales caught plankton. And despite classes occurring all over campus, there was a beautiful steady stream. "Why won't you—" "I hate you, fuck that." "Hey, can you blow me? Mrs. Holloway sucks. This test, OMG. What's for lunch? Please?" The net. My mind billowed full almost to the point of tearing, messages overflowing, faster than I could read them, voicemail full. I blinked and found myself curled over, chest on knees inside the bathroom, gasping for air, like I'd been netted myself and been dragged ashore. I was at toilet paper level, and I could tell it was 10:45 without looking at my phone. How fast a test taker was Mason's accomplice? Did someone who was barely passing take their time to try to pass? Or just guess as quickly as possible? All the better to goof off. My headache made me see stars, brighter than the other world, and they danced like uncaught fireflies, mocking me. Behind them, though, were the same notes on the wall that I'd seen yesterday, and one new, written much more faintly beneath the others in pencil. "He is. My sister warned me." My hands clawed at my calves as they turned into fists. I sprung back into action, unfurling anew. "Tomorrow? Who else is going?" "That is an ugly dress. Your mom is such a bitch. They're my favorite band. How do you know what Chisnumbary Magana Faili wish where they'll never find out if we don't tell them?" Everything was jumbled and blurred into one giant seething, undifferentiated mass of high schoolosity. And I was drowning in it then. 1A, 2C, 3A, 4D, 5B, 6D, 7C, 8D, 9A, 10B, 11, C12, a 13, D14, C15A. Came through, a string of numbers and letters, like the nucleotides of an alien DNA. I caught it, all of it, kept it for myself and resurfaced into the bathroom with a gasp. Oh my God. My head felt like it was on fire and I wasn't done yet. I leaned sideways against the cool steel metal stall, not caring how gross it was from probable flush spray. I just had to make some changes and— "What are you doing in there?" The cheap locks of the stall gave and the door swung into my knees. I jumped 3 feet to standing, straddling the toilet seat, staring directly into the chest of our janitor, who had Mrs. Ellis peering over his shoulder. "Jessica McMullen, are you high?" I blinked. I could hardly focus on her. My head felt like one continual explosion, and I still had to— "What?" "Why on earth are you hiding out a toilet stall?" She pushed the janitor back to take charge of the situation. I had to send Mason a text back. I knew he was waiting. He took his history class next. Was he texting his accomplice right now for a resend? I tried to think of something to buy me more free time. I felt sick to my stomach. I clutched my belly to prove my claims. One of her eyebrows rose. "So you thought you'd sit there with your jeans on?" "I flushed a few times already," I said. "Why don't I believe you?" I don't even know how long I've been in here." If I could maybe get her to feel my head. It felt hot on the inside. Maybe the outside felt hot too? "Well, Mr. Juarez does," she snipped, and I could see the janitor's name embroidered on his shirt. "He's been waiting patiently for you to leave so he can repaint the stall. Then he started to get worried that you might be dead or something." Mrs. Ellis sniffed, as though that might be a more preferable state of affairs. The warning bell rang, and Mason was still waiting. I reached for my powers desperately, like I was grasping for straws. "Sarah, I need a distraction by the science bathrooms now. I just need another second." I put a hand to my head. I was going to phase out again. Audience be damned. I could see the answers Mason was supposed to get in my mind. I pulled all the letters and reversed their order, so the first question had the 50th answer, when I heard, "Fight! Fight!" outside in the hall. "Fight!" someone else shouted, still loudly, but a little down the hall, along with the sound of fast running, like an oncoming storm. Mrs. Ellis turned on her heel and tromped out to sea as I heard the jeers of kids on either side emptying out of their classrooms. I could imagine them all so clearly. Each of them had phones out just in case. What was better than watching a fight? Live? Videoing it so you could share it on ZB later. I sagged against the bathroom stall, and in a second, a glimmering second, I crafted my own firefly and set it free. "Sorry to rat you out, but I'm supposed to paint that stall by the end of the day," Mr. Juarez explained from a distance as I re-woke up. "It's okay. I get it. I'll go to class now, thanks," I said, stepping out and around him, running down the hall in the opposite direction. Chapter 50. I wasn't hungry at lunch, but that didn't stop me from chewing on my fingernails. I was sitting on Lacey and I's bench in the cafeteria courtyard, and all around me my classmates had their phones out, and I knew I couldn't listen in anymore. Had it just been a matter of time, predestined from the moment the lightning hit me? Or did each time I use my powers eat them up? If it was the latter, I regretted a lot of my prior snooping. I spit out a nail and switched hands. Was there a way I could recharge them? Would licking a battery help? Running out in the rain? "Hey," Lacey announced herself, sitting beside me. "I need you to do me a favor." "Anything." "Look at my back for me." I turned away from her and hitched the bottom of my shirt up. Okay. What am I looking for?" If she already couldn't see it. "Are there any lines there? Red ones? Maybe pink now, I don't know." I felt her hand run across my skin, looking for what I was asking before answering. "Maybe a little." "Are you okay?" She leaned over so that I had no choice but to see her, and I inhaled to lie to her, then realized not lying was the whole point of having friends. "I don't know if it worked. He's taking his test now." "Is he passing?" "Not if he's using the answers I sent him." If he'd gotten them. And if he didn't realize halfway through that the answers he'd gotten were bogus. But I had confidence in his overconfidence. His scheme had been successful for an entire year. Indeed, years, perhaps. So why would he get paranoid now? Paranoia was for people like me, whose lives had trained them to have one eye on the exit and a disarming quip just in case. Lacey caught my wrist and gently pulled it down. "Maybe you don't need them anymore. Maybe they served their purpose." Maybe. I had Mason dead to rights for cheating. How could he not turn on Danny with his scholarships at Sake? I mean, yeah. He's taking his test now. It either worked or it didn't, you know? Everything else from here on out I can't control, no matter how much I might like to. Lacey nodded. "Totally. I'll be back to just being me," I said, looking at the horror of my ragged cuticles. Never had I felt so mortal, not even before the lightning. "That's not so bad, Jessie," she said. "Yeah, you're right," I agreed while bringing a traitorous hand back to my mouth. Lunch passed quietly, with Lacey trying to distract me every few minutes until it actually worked. The heat made the day seem to stretch out. This summer was going to be a hot one, like every other summer ever in Kansas, not a damn cloud in sight. Maybe Darius had taken all the clouds with him. She shared her bottled water with me, and the headache that had gripped me ever since my time in the bathroom finally began to relent, and the bell rang. I hadn't felt it coming on, the current surging from administration outward to all the bells conveniently located in every public place on campus. Lacey stood, but I grabbed her wrist, pulling her back down. Class is over. If it did work, it's time. She nodded and I pulled out my phone, opened up ZB, and started typing quickly with both thumbs. I know something you don't know. I sent mysterious Azo1, followed by a sweetly smiling emoji. We sat on the bench as the cafeteria cleared out, and I worried that his phone wasn't on. It had run out of juice, or that today was the day he'd finally been caught cheating by his teacher anyhow, rendering the point of all this moot. That your mom slurps cock? I already know all about that. He sent me with the same beatific emoji back. That's the Mason I knew. Nope. It's that you're gonna fail that test in history. I waited 30 seconds for him to come up with a witty retort. Had he read the screen? Was his phone in his pocket again? Didn't matter. And you're gonna fail the 12th grade if you don't agree to meet me privately somewhere by the end of the school day. Because I'm gonna tell Principal Michelson that you've been cheating. Then I doubled down, flipping through the emoji screens to send Mason a row of smiling poops, finished by one last smiley. Do they represent what he's doing right now in his pants? Or is it a commentary on the fate of your backpack? Lacey asked. I looked up and over at her and caught her smiling at me and realized that even if this hadn't worked, it had worked, you know? And dared to smile back. A little of both. Let's go, ladies, Coach Stevens shouted from the cafeteria door. With the crowd so thin and everyone rushing to get to class, I made it to chemistry unmolested, sitting down just in time. I didn't have my notes with me or the book, so I just pulled out a blank piece of paper, and Mrs. Goodman could totally see that I was unprepared. She gave me a raised eyebrow, but let it slide as she started lecturing. I'd set my phone on vibrate, so I'd feel whatever messages I got, if any. What if Mason didn't check his phone again until 10 o'clock tonight? Out of fingernails, I started gnawing on the end of my pencil. Then I felt a light buzz, my phone wriggling in my back pocket like it was a living thing, rattling against my chair. I tilted forward before I could get busted for it. It was Mason. It had to be him, right? I wanted to phase out just a little to read my phone, but what if that snuffed out the last of my powers, when I could read my phone with my dang eyeballs? When I thought Mrs. Goodman wasn't looking, I snuck a hand back and brought my phone out to hide under my desk on top my thighs. And while I made sure I appeared to be paying attention, furtively turned it on and opened it up and waited until she turned to the chalkboard to look down, scooting back so that I could see the screen where 2 messages waited. Okay, my dad's body shop. 10:30. I hadn't expected him to call the spot, but the time, it was good. Late enough that my mom would be at work and Allie would be in bed. So help me. A shadow crossed my desk. I looked up as Mrs. Goodman looked down. Jessica. Really? Mrs. Goodman said, drawing out the R. Sorry, I said, giving her a timid smile and putting my phone away in my bag. She cleared her throat, looked disdainfully at everyone, and continued. And to think, chemistry used to be my favorite class. It took me longer to gather up my notes than usual. I made sure to keep a firm hold on my bag the entire time, and stood, only to find Liam waiting nearby. He did a friend check over both shoulders and out the door before talking to me. Saw your thing on ZB. Team's pissed. Anyone respond? I shrugged one shoulder. Some. Who? A, like I'd tell you. B, they're all anonymous if they want to be. You know how ZB works. How many? He pressed. Some, I said again. I couldn't tell from the expression on his face if he genuinely cared or just needed to know how many times Colton's shrine had been violated. I put each shoulder through the 2 small straps of my backpack. Who's pissed most? Who do you think? He said, and walked out. Chapter 51. I met Lacey at her car that afternoon and showed her Mason's text. That's on the other side of town. What time do you want me to get you? I exhaled in relief. Not just at getting ride, but knowing I wouldn't be alone. Is 10:15 long enough? I had to make sure Allie would really be sleeping. The way I drive? Oh yeah. Lacey dropped me off, and I noticed the Buick had moved fractionally from where it had been parked when I left this morning. My mom had been up and out at some point in time, probably to get more beer or smokes. Hopefully, she'd gone right back to bed. I unlocked the front door and tossed Lacey's bag to where my backpack usually lived. I didn't think my mother would notice the difference, and found my mother sitting on the couch, flipping idly through a People magazine. "Hi, Mom," I said, as innocuously as possible. "Guess who I ran into at the gas station?" she asked, without looking up. I bit the inside of my lip, trying to judge her current mood. Our dad? Our dad's new wife? An old boss? A new bartender? Who? Guess. Jen, Fur? Dad's new wife seemed the safest bet. Her? My mom blew air through her lips, making a braying sound. Why would you guess her? Number Sasha Lewis. Liam's mom. I could feel the color drain from my face as all my blood, bones, and internal organs fell to my feet. So, do you have anything about this past weekend you'd like to tell me? She flipped another page, and a reality TV star with fake boobs, fake teeth, and a fake life smiled out. I'm sorry. You should be, Jessica. She closed the magazine and looked up at me. I told her how excited I was that you and Liam were dating. She looked at me like I was an idiot. And then I mentioned prom. Do you know what she did then? I shook my head. She laughed. Oh, Mom. How could you lie to me like that, Jessica? To my face? And after I helped you with your dress and everything? Do I deserve that? Now that she was looking at me, I could see that she'd been crying. Mom. I sank down on the carpet. I'm so sorry. How can I ever believe anything you tell me again? You can, Mom. You can. I'm a good kid, really. I want to believe that, but how can I? She was holding back tears. Why, Jessica? Why would you lie to me? I crawled closer to her, placatingly. I hated sad mom so much worse than angry mom. Angry mom you could just get angry back at. Sad mom made you wish that you had died. I was afraid you wouldn't let me go otherwise. Who'd you wind up going with? The boy who picked me up. So he lied to me too? Because I told him to. It was all me. There were still tears swimming in her eyes at my betrayal. Why? You've got 2 more years to go, Jessica. Why this year? What was so important? Unsaid. That it was more important than being truthful with me? My heart crumbled. I said, unable to honestly explain. I had to be there. I didn't want to miss anything. It was just as true as it sounded bad. She bent over and started sobbing. Oh, Mama, I said, trying to get under her to see her face, putting my head down on her knee. I'm so sorry, Mama. I didn't mean to. I'm so sorry. I just don't know what to do with you sometimes, sweetheart, she said, her voice cracking. That she still somehow loved me kept making it worse. You're so smart, I know that. And then you go and do something so dumb. She gathered herself for a moment, then started brushing the hair back from my face with her hand, and I could smell the nicotine on her fingers. That boy, are you still seeing him? Number, he just wanted to have a prom date was all. We're just friends, like I'm just friends with Liam too. I suppose that's for the best, she said in a faraway voice, wavering with her disappointment in me. I grabbed hold of her knees in an awkward hug, clinging. Everything had been so hard since the night of that party. I'd been freaking hit by lightning 2 weeks ago. And ever since then, I'd had to lie and spin. I'd killed a dog and kissed Darius, and seen all those pictures. And then this weekend's worth of whore slut texts and getting hit in the halls, and what had happened to my poor old backpack. The amount of shit I'd had to put up with, literally. I knew Lacey had it harder, but that didn't stop me from hurting too. I finally let it all go, sobbing helplessly into my mother's lap. Oh, baby, I know, I remember. She pet my hair back as I blubbered on her knees until I reached the end of it. It's so hard your age. All the hormones and everything seems like it's so important. But the truth is, it's not, baby. It just seems that way. And that was where she was wrong. It was important. It had to be, or all of this was for nothing. I lifted my head up and wiped my eyes. I know. I said, agreeing, well aware I was lying to my mother all over again. I sniffled, half real and half for dramatic effect. Mama, what now? She contemplated me, and I could see myself so clearly in her face. Well, now I know two things. That Sasha Lewis is a bitch, and that Liam made the biggest mistake of his life, not asking you to prom. And also that you're now grounded forever. She pointed at the fridge. Go get me another beer and then get to your room and do homework or something, okay? I nodded, hang dog, and went to retrieve another can. When Allie came home, she knew something was up, from the way the residual tension in the living room mixed with the ambient tears. She veered from needing too much attention, proof that life was going on and that things would be okay, to needing too little, as if understanding that bouncing on the fragile truce my mother and I now shared might break it. I hid in my room for most of the evening, minus Allie's interruptions, and when she brought me a peanut butter and jelly, until I heard a knock at 6:30. I'm going now, my mother said as she came inside. I told Allie to keep an eye on you. Awesome. That'd mean being subjected to an evening of my sister's demands. I expect you to come out here and hang out with her. I don't want her burning the place down unsupervised. I will, I promised, standing up. My mom was gone by the time I reached the living room. I did my best to hang with Allie and trying to hide the fact that I was thinking about my phone. After 15 minutes of enforced sister bonding, I went to the bathroom to clean my latest texts out. 10 minutes later, after doing a sweep of everything worth seeing on ZB, which took a lot longer manually, I pocketed my phone and opened the door, almost stumbling over Allie. What on earth are you doing? Mom told me to watch you. Oh God, dash. Mom also said I could have soda and ice cream, she said with an entirely straight face. If Mom thought she had problems now, with me, I'll let you pick the channel tonight, but that's it. Fine, Allie said emphatically, then went back to the TV. I watched the minutes tick by the old-fashioned way, on the microwave. I didn't want Allie telling Mom that all I did all night was look at my phone, in case it'd remind her to go and take it away. That didn't stop me from thinking about it endlessly, though. What was going to happen tonight? I'd tell Mason I had proof he'd cheated. He'd trade me the photos. And then Lacey and I would go straight to the police. Danny would get carted out of Redson High in handcuffs by noon tomorrow if he bothered to show up. I could see it all now, ending just like one of those true crime shows my mother was so fond of. Everyone would play their part and do their job, and backstage we'd be all high fives and smiles. A rainbow would burst out overhead. Kittens would spontaneously erupt from the earth in purring mounds. A unicorn would run by in the distance, pause, look at us majestically, and then gallop off, leaving a trail of undeniable happiness in its wake. Or Orient. The microwave ticked over to 9:24. Okay, bedtime, I announced, trying to hide the quaver in my voice. Allie twisted back to look at me, half her face in TV light, the other half in shadow. One more show. Please. One more'd push it to 10, and then what if she couldn't go to sleep? But if I tucked her in too early, she'd wind herself up playing games with the stuffies on her bed. Aren't you tired at all? Nope. Damn it to hell. One more, but that's it, Allie. It's a school night. Fine, she said, greatly put upon, and turned back to the TV. She snuggled up against me, probably still a little traumatized from earlier today, and I managed to find a position with my arms slung out on the back of the couch where I could still casually scan everything happening on my phone. The show she picked had a laugh track in the background and was easy to ignore until the end when I realized at long last my sister was asleep. Against me. Oh shit, I whispered. If I woke her now, would she just go back to sleep? I only gave that even odds. She was too big to carry to her room. I'd have to make her stand and shuffle her back. But if I were willing to leave her on the couch, maybe, just maybe. I pseudopoded away from her, one fractional inch at a time, replacing myself with couch pillows so that she was leaning against an equivalent amount of bulk. She brought one hand up to scratch her nose and then settled back. It had taken 10 too long minutes, but I was free. I left the TV on and the lights dimmed and ran back to my bedroom. I was out on the street at 10:14, knocking grass off my knees and pulling it out of my hair, after having made an only somewhat graceful exit through my window. Lacey's car pulled up. She barely braked, and I hopped in. Her face was flushed by the dashboard lights, and we didn't say anything. Mason's dad's shop was on the other side of town, where he profited from working not only on cars, but also on the forklifts that they used to move pallets at the chemical plant. It was more of a fortress than a store, with chain-link fences on all sides topped with razor wire. But the gate was open, and only one truck was parked inside, in front of a mural of a bison. We parked 3 spaces down from it. "We're really doing this," Lacey said. I didn't know if it was a statement or a question. It could have gone either way. "Yeah, we are," I agreed, and got out of the car. Mason got out of his truck, big and blue beneath a street lamp, and walked over as Lacey got out. Watching him see Lacey there was like watching someone see a ghost. "You said alone. I thought you meant it." He stepped back so that he was cast in shadows. I said privately, "I never said alone." I don't," he started, and I got scared that after everything we'd done, still he might go. "It's okay," Lacey said from beside me, barely audible. "Really?" "Yeah." She let go of a long breath and then sank back into her car. "I'll wait out here." "Okay." I snapped my attention back to Mason. "Let's talk." He pulled out a keyring, walked into the garage, and I followed him at a deliberate pace. Mason turned on the lights and kept walking, while I stopped near the door. The garage smelled like metal and oil. There were pits and hoists, racks of tools, drills, compressors, gauges, and an entire machine shop at the back, with huge grinding wheels and metal plates. One wall had a stack of tires leaned against it, and behind that, I could tell there was another mural of a bison, just waiting to be revealed. "What I want to know is where the hell you got a stingray from. Did you blow a cop or what?" He stopped when he reached the back, and I stopped looking around, focusing on him. "What?" "A stingray. The thing that cops use that mimics cell phone towers when they're doing wiretaps. You got it, and you don't know how you're using it?" "It doesn't matter," I said, watching him nervously pace. "Well, I'm here, aren't I? What do you want? For the guys to stop harassing you? I'll see what I can do." "Photos," I said sharply. "All of them. Everything you've got. We're going after Danny." "What?" "No." Mason laughed nervously, like this couldn't be happening to him. "I'll delete them, but I'm not giving them to you. You've been cheating all year long in history, Mason. And unless you give me what I want, I'm going to administration with proof. You'll fail, you'll get expelled, and all your baseball scholarships will disappear." I opened one hand like I was letting a bird go. Poof, there goes Mason's entire life. His nervous pacing switched to stalking tiger energy, as if I'd flipped a switch. "How'd you get it? Who told you? I beat the shit out of Jeremy, and he swears he didn't talk." "Crap, I didn't mean for anyone else to get hurt." Then regrouped. "It doesn't matter who told me. What matters is it's true." He slowed down and turned toward me, attempting to be suave. "I just can't turn him in, Jesse. Surely we can make some other arrangement." "Like what?" "What on earth would be the price of my pride and friendships? My dad gets good cars through here now and then. Your mom's car is a beater, right? I mean, look at you. Of course it is." My jaw dropped, and what was worse was that he actually thought it'd work. "So in exchange for you not bullying me anymore, I should let you and your rapist friend go free for..." "What? A used Volvo?" "You have got to be fucking kidding me." "I'm not kidding you. Come on," he shouted. Don't you realize what you're asking? Danny's been my best friend my whole life. Then you've been best friends with an evil person, I said, voice calm. Give me the pics. Mason threw his hands up. I even didn't do anything. It's not fair. I took a step closer. Am I supposed to be feeling sorry for you? Because you stood nearby while a crime was being committed instead of doing it yourself, and then you had proof and which you didn't turn in. Is that supposed to somehow make you the good guy? Are you shitting me? His jaw clenched, but he didn't answer. It's pictures or you fucking fail. You fucking failure. In hindsight, I should have left off the last 3 words. I think those were the ones that broke him. And then broke me. He shouted incoherently and ran at me. I screamed and ran backwards, hit the wall and fell to the ground in surprise, curling up in a ball, expecting to get hit or kicked. My body went into tornado mode on muscle memory, hands protecting my neck, elbows my head, breathing fast into the shallow space between me and my cleavage. Which was why I didn't hear it at first. I was too busy panicking, my own blood echoing in my ears. But when I realized I wasn't getting pummeled, I relaxed and dared to feel. Stationary drills Z-eared and grinders spun and compressors hissed out fits of air like spitting cobras. The fact that my powers were rapid cycle failing made everything even more fearsome. It was like being stuck in the strobing part of a haunted house. Mason looked around for an accomplice and, finding none, stood above me, staring down in abject horror. I uncurled, pressing my hands against the wall for strength as I stood. My head was pounding, my vision swirling. What the fuck? Mason whispered, dancing back as a light bulb burst overhead, showering us both in broken glass. This was it, the bottom of the well, the last few sputters of my powers. I had to make it count. I don't need a stingray, Mason, I whispered. You're going to give me your goddamn pictures, or I'm going to get you expelled and then come to your house and steal them from you. Something at the back of the shop inflated too far and popped. Okay, just stop this, okay? I can get you a USB tomorrow. The next time my powers flicked off, I left it there. The sudden silence was even creepier than the sounds had been, and Mason looked over his shoulders again. Tomorrow, I threatened. Yes, but not at school, though. No one can see us together. I'll text you somewhere safe. As soon as I figured out where that might be, I walked toward the door of the garage, my strength ebbing, and heard Mason lock up behind me. Then I saw him run to his truck, peel out, and miscalculate, scraping the side of his truck on the open gate. Lacey got out of her car and rushed over. How'd it go? She asked, and the very last thing I heard was, Are you okay? Chapter 52. I blinked to life and found myself on asphalt, with Lacey looking down worriedly. What? I looked around, first fast, and then as my headache hit, much more slowly, and saw that we were still in the confines of Mason's parking lot, what with the razor wire halo behind Lacey's head right now. I should have never left you alone. I should have gone in there with you, Lacey was saying, mostly to herself. I moved enough to attract her attention. What happened? You fainted, Lacey protested. Ugh. I strained to sit up and somehow managed. My head felt like it had a time portal inside it and a T-Rex struggling to crawl out. And before that, Mason ran out like he'd set a fire and raced away in his car before I could even get out. I came out and then you fainted. I thought he'd hurt you or something. Or something indeed. She hauled me up by my shoulders. Are you okay? Yeah, I think. How long was I out? She let go of me with one hand to grab her phone. It's just now 11:10. You were down for 7 minutes. God. A Corolla zoomed in, then squealed to a halt 5 feet away from crushing us both. Darius leapt out, leaving his blinding headlights on. It was him or 911, Lacey explained. What the hell happened? And why didn't you tell me? Darius demanded, kneeling down. You've missed a lot. I put my fingers to my temples, trying to squish the T-Rex back in. Mason's gonna give me the pictures tomorrow. What? Darius said. It was that, or fail. I caught him cheating. I'll fill you in later. If we had a later. And this? He said, gesturing to my current state. Mason didn't agree so easily. I told you not to do this anymore, Jesse. You didn't mind when I was doing it to save you now, did you? I snapped. Jesse! Without warning, Lacey embraced me in a body-shaking hug. What? We did it. My head hurt so badly I hadn't had a chance to think yet. Mason had agreed to hand pictures over. I hugged her back. You're right. She started to jump up and down, but I held her still. I'd rather you didn't. Come on, Jesse, we won. Come tomorrow we can go in and parts of it will still suck, but at least we'll have real evidence, so fuck him. She took a step away from me and started doing a silly dance. I looked at her and laughed. If my head didn't hurt so righteously, I'd be dancing too. Darius, however, was still pissed. You took on Mason and didn't tell me? My headache was too bad to have this fight now. You seemed preoccupied the last time we talked. Yeah, but I'm supposed to be your sidekick, he protested, and I gave him a look. I only said I needed some time, Jesse. Not that I was going away. I would have shown up for this. Well, you're off the sidekick hook now, okay? I'm not a superhero anymore. Says you, Lacey said. No, I mean it, for reals. I held my hands up underneath the streetlight. There was no power in them anymore, just marks where the gravel had pressed. I used the last of it in there, scaring Mason. I'm out. Really? Darius asked. I reached toward him, waiting to feel the give of his charge, and felt nothing until my hand touched the skin of his chin. Yeah, it's gone. I'm sorry, Jesse, Lacey said. It's okay, I lied. It did what it needed to. Mason's gonna give us Danny. We just have to come up with someplace not at school to meet up since he can't be seen near me. I told him I'd text him where. It wasn't like we had a clubhouse, though. And we have to warn the other girls, Lacey said. Once we turn in pictures, the cops will have to figure out who they are. Yeah. You've met the others? Darius asked. Not yet, but we will. I hope. Maybe. I'm not sure, Lacey said while Darius thought. My uncle has a hunting cabin outside of Milford. It's not nice or anything, but it could work. It was just 20 minutes away from Redson. It'll do. My mom worked again tomorrow night. Could I just keep pushing my luck? 10:30, okay? Yeah. This is your number, right? He asked, flashing Lacey his phone. I don't have the address memorized. I'll text it to you tomorrow. Okay. I slowly deflated, despite my migraine, and smiled at Darius. Thanks. Honestly, it doesn't feel like much. Isn't there anything else I can do? I leaned against the hood of his car. Does pot help headaches? And if so, do you have any left? Lacey and I hugged again, more carefully this time, while Darius rolled a joint. She gave me a look and I nodded, sending her off, and after she drove away, he looked around. We're probably on some security cameras here. I'm pretty sure the show I put on earlier wiped them out. Let's only get busted for trespassing, not trespassing plus drugs. Sounds good, I said, and got into his car. Halfway down the street, he rolled the windows down, set the joint into his mouth, and lit it with one smooth hand. Ever done this before? No. You breathe in and keep the smoke in as long as you can before you exhale, he said, passing it over. I did as I was told and started coughing immediately after, feeling dumb. Happens to everyone, he said as I tried to pass the joint back, and he shook his hand. I'm your designated driver tonight. Try again. I did, and was slightly more successful. Besides, concentrating on breathing gave me something useful to do. I don't feel anything. You will. But it's okay if you don't. It'll probably just make it easier for you to sleep tonight is all. I breathed in another long gasp, and the T-Rex in my finally head turned. "So I thought you destroyed all this?" I said. "I did. That's the last of it." "Really?" I pulled the joint out of my mouth, where I'd been holding it like a piece of hay. "Yeah, I was gonna save it. For a special occasion." "Sorry." "Don't be," he said, his eyes flicking up to meet mine in the rear view as he pulled into the park. I took one more long inhale before we reached my street, and he parked in his traditional spot, safely down from my trailer. The second the car stopped, the sound of singing cicadas became omnipresent, and the humidity of the night swirled in. He turned toward me, and I saw him through a haze. "Sorry I got scared." "You want to go back to California? I get it." "No, it wasn't that. It's just I'd spent so long here being the guy who doesn't give a fuck. Finding out that I did was a surprise. Also, how the hell was I supposed to know how much trouble you could get in less than 48 hours? I turned more toward him. 48? You should see me in less than 24. I regretted it the second I'd said it. That sounded way cooler on the inside. He grinned. Blame the drugs? I grinned back. Done. I wanted to ask him all sorts of things, silly and serious, but my brain was having none of it. The T-Rex had stomped it to pieces, or the pot had fogged it like a bug bomb. Either way, everything boiled down to what I really needed to know. "Are you staying this time?" "Yeah, I don't think you can get rid of me now." I smiled simply at him, and for 1 second he, not the pot, chased everything else away. I leaned forward and was stunned by the headlights of an oncoming car that looked all too familiar. "That's my mom," I said, and hurled myself out the Corolla's passenger side. Chapter 53. There wasn't any point in trying to run back behind the trailer and dive into bed. I stood in my front yard, frozen, just like a deer. "Jessica Mary McMullen," my mother began the moment her car door opened, and its slam could be heard from 3 states away. "Mom." Even if I hadn't had the pot on board, there was no lie I could tell that'd get me out of this mess. "I cannot believe you. Twice now you've snuck out. How many times have you snuck out and Allie hasn't caught you?" She strode across our lawn toward me, and her hand rose to slap me. "Darius ran in front of me. Ms. McMullen, it's my fault." My mother stopped. "You're that boy," she said low, recognizing him from prom. "Encourage my daughter to lie to me, will you?" "My name is Darius." He stuck his hand out and added, "Ma'am." My mother looked at his hand with dead shark eyes. "Son, get back in your car." "We weren't doing anything, Mom," I tried. "Get the hell off my property." She bellowed at Darius, taking out on him the anger that was rightfully mine. Lights turned on up and down the street, and dogs blocks away began to bark. I turned toward him. "Please go," I said, nodding to prove I meant it. He frowned, but slowly backed away, keeping eyes on us both, and I turned toward her and made myself small. "Mom, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." "To what?" "How many times do you think I can skip shifts to check up on you, Jessica?" She watched Darius, waiting for him to get in his car, and then slowly drive off. Then she grabbed my arm and yanked it. "Were you with him that night that you didn't come home? Did you already sleep with him?" She hissed as she hauled me to the front door. She dragged me inside and threw me to the couch. I caught myself before I ate a faceful of cushion. "Spend the night— what? When you didn't come home 2 weeks ago with your idiotic concussion story?" She started to pace in front of me. I saw Allie run from the bathroom to her room, a pink pajamaed blur. "No," I said with disgust. She lunged forward and got into my face, and I could taste tonight's cigarettes and disappointment on her. "You're lying, because you are a liar, Jessica. Just like your father." "What?" Instead of answering me, she inhaled deeply. "Jesus Christ, is that weed?" She grabbed my chin and stared into my eyes, nostrils flaring. I jerked my head back. "So? You smell like Jim Beam, and I still managed to love you." She looked stunned, like I had hit her. I always love you, Jessica, she said, enunciating each word. I pushed forward toward her. Do you? How am I supposed to tell? When I'm making dinner, or when I'm going to the grocery store, or when I'm babysitting Allie and teaching her how to read, or when I'm some the fuck how making A's, or when I'm going to work and giving you half my pay. I'm doing the best I can. Sometimes that's all you can do, she shouted at the top of her lungs at me. I sat there, clinging to the edge of the couch, panting with emotion. I know, Mama, but can't you ever believe that that's what I'm trying to do too? She reared up slowly, like a dragon readying for an epic blast, and then a blanket of chill fell around us both, emanating from her heart. Ground me forever. I don't care, I said, and braced to get walloped. That's good because you are, she calmly stated. And if you ever leave this house without permission again, I hope you get used to sleeping outside real fast. Then she whirled and hit the fridge for a beer on her way back to her room. I flew into my room seconds later, crying. Chapter 54. I landed on my bed and curled up into a tight ball. If I hated her so much, why did I have to love her so hard? I grabbed fistfuls of sheets and sobbed into them, from my gut, doing that quiet crying thing where I was screaming as silently as I could. Jessie? I twisted and saw my little sister peeking in through the door. She saw me seeing her and reached a finger in to wave it at me like a tiny worm. You aren't mad, are you? She whispered. I was. I was horribly pissed off with every fiber of my being, at being trapped in this sad and powerless body, at being totally dependent on my mom for everything, at school for making me learn facts I'd never use, and at everyone in school for not waking up and seeing the truth about Danny when it was right in front of their eyes. High school might as well have been a jail where we sat out sentences for 4 years, praying to be granted freedom for good behavior at the end of it. Are you? Allie asked again, her voice rising. What do you think? I said. She retracted her finger. Sorry, Jessie, she said, and she had the wisdom to close the door instead of coming in to bug me. I woke up the next morning and checked my phone. There were still a few straggling texts telling me to fuck myself or other inanimate objects. It was like they weren't even trying anymore. I set the phone down and decided against showering. Just getting to school would be an accomplishment today, although Darius would be there. At the thought of seeing him, some small part of me felt light. And then my mother opened up my door. Good morning? I guessed, hopefully, although I could tell by looking at her it wouldn't be. You're staying home, she said flatly. What? Your grades will be fine. I have chores planned for you. Are you kidding me? Do I look like I'm kidding? She said, and held out her hand, snapping fingers. And give me your phone. I don't want you whining on Insta whatever about what an awful parent I am. I hesitantly handed my phone over. Without it, how would I plan tonight? But I couldn't act like I cared, or she'd know that I cared, and you can start in the kitchen. Clean out the fridge. Everything, I mean it. And when you're done, come tell me. Okay, I said, and waited until she was out of striking range to go into the hall. By the time Lacey came to pick me up and knocked, I was scrubbing grout in the bathroom, and I heard my mother calmly explain that I was too sick to go to school today. Lacey sounded confused, but didn't break rank, and I was abandoned. Mopping wasn't enough. I had to scrub the kitchen floor on my hands and knees. When the kitchen was done, she made me start in on the bathroom, and halfway through the morning, she went outside to smoke. The second she left, I dove under my bed for the laptop and logged onto ZB to message Lacey. Grounded. My password is Orange Cat. Do what you have to without me. Then I raced to my mother's bedroom to replace the laptop under her bed where it should have been all along. I heard the door open and ran to her closet, starting to sort the laundry on her floor into quick piles, and she caught me on her way back. Did I tell you to do laundry? No, I was just thinking it needed to be done, I said, all innocence and smiles. The only thing you're supposed to think about today is how sorry you are for upsetting me, she said. Is the bathroom spotless? I still have more. Get back in there, she said, her voice low, her arm an exclamation point. By the end of the day, I was one pissed off Cinderella, and whatever surface I was scrubbing at was my mother's face. I wished I could figure out a way to run away, but where could I go if I did? I didn't have Darius's stash of money or relatives in other states. My dad's house didn't have room for us to even visit, much less move in. If I went to Lacey's, my mom would find me. Same for Sarah. Only it'd take a little longer. I knew what summer was like in Kansas, winter too. Neither of them were fit seasons for living outdoors. No one except for me gave a shit about my brain, and only pervs cared about my body. I ground my teeth and scrubbed at a stain on our carpet harder, and then my mom stormed out, phone in hand. Mine, not hers, I realized as she shook it at me. Who are all these from? I blinked and realized she'd meant the texts. I don't know. Then why are they sending them? She was still shaking my phone like she could strangle the senders on the far side. They think that I'm the hacker that ruined prom. Why on earth would they think that? They're idiots? I don't know. I rocked back onto my heels. Well, that's enough of that. Why? I said, standing, my knees sore. Because we're going to the police. I almost laughed, but caught myself in time. And telling them what? I asked, sounding sincere instead of sarcastic. My mother paused, trying to come up with something rational. Mom, if I knew who they were, I'd have told you. As it is, I don't think there's anything the cops can do. Is this why you've been acting weird? Believe it or not, I've been trying to act normal. I wiped pruning hands against my thighs. High school's changed a lot, Mom. It's a lot harder now than it was when you went. It was still pretty hard back then. I nodded. She looked as exhausted as I felt, and I knew I hadn't been the only person crying last night. I love you, Mama. Can this just be over? I don't want to miss any more classes tomorrow. You're still grounded. I know. She looked at my phone again. You still want to go back there? After all this shit? Amazingly, yes. Sometimes I think you're even tougher than I am. I had thoughts on that weren't worth sharing, but I was sure navigating a smoke-filled bar every night letting drunk guys lech on me for tips wasn't easy. We're tough in different ways. A portion of her anger wilted. Finish up the living room floor then, and then read a book or something. Thanks, Mama. The book that I read? The Count of Monte Cristo. I had found some semblance of zen by the time Allie got home from school. Lacey would have gotten my message, and she had Darius to back her up. It was in their hands now. And Mason would get back a failing grade on his test today, which had only served to remind him of what had happened if he didn't play along. I heard Allie creep in, drop off her bag, and go back outside. I could hear her playing tag through my open and currently screenless window. A storm was blowing in, moving enough air to mimic a ceiling fan, riffling through the homework scattered in piles across my floor. Dinner was a subdued affair. Both my mother and I performing our conventional roles, like the playbook hadn't been torn to pieces by both of us and burned recently. Then I went and sat down on the couch and played with Allie's hair while we watched the evening news on TV. I wondered if after tonight what we'd done would show up on TV, if they'd send out Rebecca Melange. After news and another hour of random TV, my mother stood to go get ready, and when she was, she returned to the living room. I can't have you leave again, Jessie. I won't, I promise. Your promises don't mean much right now. You can handcuff Allie and me together? I said lightly. My mother didn't smile. You forget that not only are you hurting me, but you're hurting Allie too. She needs to be able to count on you. And if you set a bad example for her, you may be smart enough to stay out of trouble, but she's young. My sister and I had markedly different priorities. As much as we'd talked about stranger danger, if someone in a van offered her candy and a pink dress... I know. Hey, Allie protested, belatedly realizing she was being disparaged. I'll stay right here. On the couch. I can send you hourly texts of me on the couch, like we did for prom. And that turned out so well. Hey, I was home on time. My mother sighed like she was left with no good options. Okay, she said, and fished her own phone out of her purse, handing it to me. What? I don't think you have all your friends' numbers memorized, but you do know mine. A phone was better than no phone. Fine, I agreed. Allie and I said goodbye and waved as she went out the door. Then, like always, Allie swiped the remote for the TV. Allie, come on. Just one show, she said, because it always worked. Yeah, I said, and got up. My book was in my bedroom. Currently, Edmond Dante had nothing on me. I flipped the light switch on, and there was Lacey. What the hell? I said, louder than I meant because I'd almost had a heart attack. We saw your mom take off and came to rescue you, she whispered, then looked around. It's a lot easier sneaking in now that Razor's gone. You're gonna get me busted, I hissed. It's going down tonight, Jessie. At Darius's uncle's place. Mason's meeting us there, and so are the girls from ZB. But we have to be there by 8 or none of this is gonna happen. I can't leave Allie alone again, Lacey. At least not before she goes to sleep, I said, crowding her back. She grabbed at me. You have to come with us. You're the reason this is working. Everyone saw your message on ZB, Jessie. And your bag. These girls trust you. They know you're real and you mean it. You have to be there. The front door slammed, and when I heard footsteps in the hall, I knew who it was I'd heard. Jessie, where's your charger? My mother bellowed. I pushed Lacey toward the window. Lacey, go. She stopped letting me push her back. I need you, Jessie. I can't do this alone. The world paused around me. So often in life, decisions you made had consequences you couldn't see. What would have happened if you'd sat at that other lunch table in 3rd grade? If you hadn't missed the field trip with the bus crash? But this ones were clear. I'll be out in a second, I said, just as the door to my room opened. Jessie, didn't you hear me? Where's your damn charger? My mother said, then saw Lacey throwing herself out the window into the backyard. Her eyes flicked straight to me. I'm so sorry, Mama, I said, running for the open window and hurling myself straight through. I belly flopped onto the dirt outside, feeling all the air leave my lungs in a whoosh. Jessica! My mother yelled sharply from inside my room. Jessica! Lacey helped me up to standing. So help Matthew. Leave now, Jessie didn't bother coming back, my mother howled. I love you, but I have to go, I panted as Lacey dragged me around the side of the house. My mother stuck her head out the window to see us. I'm telling your mother about this, Lacey. Please don't. She might try to kill herself again, Lacey called back, and then we were running and out of shouting distance. We threw ourselves into Darius's waiting car, Lacey in the front seat, me in the back. I lay there instead of getting on a seatbelt, still trying to catch my breath. Chapter 55. Sorry, Jessie, Lacey said. I lurched upright when I could breathe. It'll be okay. I'll figure something out. You can crash at my place tonight, she went on. Let's just get through the next few hours whole. Then we can worry, okay? 'Kay. How was today? Normal. But I got your message on ZB, and Darius and I coordinated everything. I even messaged Mason, God help me. That was super brave of you, I said, finally fastening myself in. Not as brave as that, she said, pointing back toward Ventana. My mom. She caught us last night. And before that, she ran into Liam's mother, who ratted us out about prom. I leaned in between the front seats. Sorry, Darius. If she doesn't like you now, it's not racist. It's just poorly aimed maternal instinct. He glanced over at me. We'll worry about that in a few hours, too. The roads we drove on got more rural as time went by. Street lamps disappeared and headlights ruled. The moon was just a sliver when you could see it, mostly covered by scudding clouds. Are all the girls coming? Did you tell them about Mason? No, I just said that we'd be formulating a plan. We meet the girls at 8 and then him at 9. That way, anyone who doesn't want to talk to him can leave. Okay? At a tree with a smiley face of reflective lights embedded in its trunk, we took a right. Then the road wound left. paralleling the highway for a time before diving deeper into the woods and dead-ending in a clearing with a shack. "Are you sure your uncle's not a serial killer?" "Mostly," he said. "Let's go in." Darius popped his trunk first so we could grab assorted flashlights, and Lacey picked up a grocery bag of snacks. "Way to think ahead." "There's tissues too," she said, ducking into the path of Darius's flashlight. The door swung forward with an ominous creak, but everything inside seemed normal. There was a pump sink from a sunken well and a pot-bellied stove, along with an unplugged radiator and some electrical blankets folded up on a ratty futon that had clearly seen most of its use as a bed. "My uncle brings a Jenny up here for longer trips, but I didn't know how to safely haul it in my car," Darius said, knocking a layer of dust off a card table with his sleeve. I swung my flashlight around and spotted a way out-of-date calendar on the wall, edges crinkled with time, and realized it had been made in honor of Bison Baseball 1999. "Even here?" I said, and went over to tear it off and toss it in the sink, bison side down. Lacey pulled fake candles out of the grocery bag, the kind that looked like tea lights but with no real flames, and turned them on. She put 2 more in each small window, which made the cabin look more welcoming and less murdery. And then after that, we sat on the futon and waited. Lacey checked the time on her phone. I grabbed some Doritos instead of attacking my fingernails, and we all heard the sound of a slow car driving up. "What do we do?" I whispered. "Just wait. We don't want to scare her off." "Or him," Darius said. There was a foot on the stair as every urban legend I'd ever read downloaded into my head, and then the front door opened. "Hello?" It was a female voice, attached to a girl I recognized. "Hey, Shauna, right?" She was wearing a hoodie from the college 3 towns away, baggy jeans and flip-flops, and her blonde hair was in a messy bun. "Yeah." She seemed surprised that I knew her. If only she knew how I knew her. "Is this the right place? My sister told me this was happening." "It is," Lacey said, standing up. "Please come in. We're waiting for a few more to get here." Her eyes ran over Darius. "Who's he?" "I'm just a friend of a friend. But this is my uncle's place." He looked around between the 3 of us, the odd man out. "I can leave, though, if you want me to." I wanted him to stay, but that might be best. Lacey answered him. "Sure, I'll just take a flashlight and go wait in the car." He stood and turned, looking directly at me. "I will just be outside if you need me. Don't use this as an excuse to leave me out." He grabbed a handful of chips on his way out the door. Shauna gave him a wide berth and then took his place on the futon. When the door closed, she said, "I always knew there were more." "That's why we're doing this," Lacey said. "We've got some evidence, and we wanted to let everyone know." "Evidence?" "Mason Green's going to be here in an hour." She winced as I said his name. "We got some leverage on him. He's giving us the photos he took." "That lying sack of shit." Her whole body tensed as she cursed. "He took them of me too," Lacey said. "You're not alone." I watched Shauna grapple with what to say after her admission. "Thanks?" "We're gonna take the photos to the police tonight, and as many people who'd like to go in with us if they do." Shauna's looked away, as though she were more intimately concerned with the cobwebs on the walls than either of us. "You know, I told myself I wouldn't think about it anymore." "You think it didn't happen. You wish it didn't happen, so you pretend it didn't happen, you know?" I was so messed up in the head I even went out on a date with Danny afterwards, because some part of me wanted to make what had happened normal again. If we were dating, then he couldn't have raped me, right? Then that messed me up even more and I just left. For college. I thought everything was behind me, but my sister, she's beautiful. And one of the guys on the team started asking her to parties. Shauna put a hand to her mouth. I couldn't not let her know, but it was so hard. The hardest thing I've ever done. And then I got mad at myself that I was letting some asshole from a year ago have so much power over me. We'd been listening so closely everyone jumped when the door reopened, and this time a familiar face walked in. "Emily?" I said. She stared like she'd been caught. Hey, hey, you're in the right place, Lacey said, standing again to welcome her in. Thanks, she said, folding down to sit beneath a window. I had to reassign everything in my head now. Here I was, thinking Emily was just an awful person. Little did I know that the reason she was awful was because Danny had gotten her too, which might explain why she was so keen on outing Liam and me, and then me and Danny. Maybe. We were just talking about what happened to us, Lacey went on. And fair warning, Mason's going to be here in a bit. You can totally leave before then. At that, all the color drained from Emily's face. Perhaps for her it was Mason, not Danny, who had something to answer for. I don't want to talk about things, she said, squeezing her knees in tight. Okay, that's fine too, Lacey said. But she couldn't leave Shauna's confession hanging, so she didn't, explaining everything that had happened to her just 2.5 weeks ago too. She skipped prom and electric me, but left in the hospital. Jesus, Shauna exclaimed when she got to that point. Then Jenny walked through the door and joined the crowd. I don't want to say that it was like a party, because it wasn't, but it did have a mood to it. Maybe it was closer to a good funeral. What are those Irish things called? Wakes. Where everyone felt safe enough to cry and commune and be angry or still, and by the time I'd ridden an entire roller coaster of emotions alongside them. My mother's phone buzzed at 8:50 p.m. I pulled it out of my pocket to flash it at them. He's going to be here in 10 minutes if anyone wants to go. Everyone looked from side to side. Alone, any one of them might have run away, and rightly so, but side by side on the couch, 4 of them against 1 of him. I'm good, Jenny said first, and then everyone else quickly nodded. Okay, I said. Then the door opened for one final time as Mason stepped in. All right, I brought it. I saw the cars. I'm not interested in talking to anyone. His voice was robotic. He'd clearly practiced both his words and his poker face on his way up the stairs. He saw me, and he pitched the USB over. I caught it, and then he deigned to look around the room. When he saw Emily, he frowned. Why is she here? We never did anything to her. We all turned. She'd been quiet, but it had felt like her right to be, not anything suspicious. And then whooping sounds and metal banging metal started outside. Shit, Mason said, running for the door. It burst open as he reached it, revealing Danny right outside, shoving Mason back. Danny took in the room. You're having a slumber party? And you didn't invite me. Other voices laughed from outside on the cabin's small porch. Everyone else went jackrabbit still. I thought we outnumbered them. And Darius was still outside. I knew it. I was sure he was weighing his options. When Emily jumped up. They were going to go to the cops. Mason gave her pictures, she said, pointing at me. Then she ran to Danny's side. Good work, baby, he said, leaning in to grab her for a dramatic kiss. Emily danced back. She hadn't been running for him. She'd been running for the open door. She flashed us a fearful look, then sidled out. Emily believed us now. Hoorays. Danny chuckled at her fear, as though it gave him power, and then lounged in the door jamb, contemplating all of us. All right, whatever you've planned isn't happening anymore. Says who? I said. Says me. Give me the photos. He stuck his hand out, and all the girls looked to me. No. I looked at them. We're the right ones. They're the crazy ones. We can't let them win. Lacey stood and walked over to my side. Give them here, she said. A slow smile crinkled Danny's face. The same greasy smile I bet he got every time things went his way. Then he watched Lacey reach in through her shirt collar and stick the photos in her bra. Take it from me. He leaned in. Fine. Mason finally found words. Danny, they were going to tell them about the cheating ring and fail me. Get outside, he said, pushing Mason through the door. You've already taken enough, Lacey said, stepping forward as Danny stepped back onto the cabin's porch. So number? You don't get these. I mean it. What are you gonna do about it? Lacey said, taking another step. I was a foot behind her, just in case. We're all here. We all see you. We all know what you did. Headlights turned on behind Danny, casting him in sudden light. And I already called the cops, Darius announced, getting out of his car. Danny flung an arm up, covering his eyes. All of us were on the porch now, and Danny's friends were hard to see in the darkness. Yeah? Fuck the cops, he said, running down and swinging his bat and taking out the Corolla's right headlight. Hey, man. Darius dove away from the shattered glass. What? Danny asked, pointing his bat at Darius as if to aim. The cops aren't here yet. A lot can happen between now and then. He stalked over to the other side of Darius's car. You think they're gonna take the word of a drug dealer over me? Or a bunch of whores? With another swing, he aimed for the second light. Why the fuck would they listen to you? Any of you? Do you know who I am compared to you? I am Danny fucking Mayweather, and I am fucking famous. Not as famous as Colton. Liam appeared out of the darkness, and Danny whirled. Shut up, Liam. Is that why you used his room? Colton gave me the key. So it's true, Liam said. And I realized up until that very moment he'd been looking for reasons to doubt me. Danny swung the bat his way. You're the only member of the Lewis family who's a pussy. A cloud rolled in, thick and fast, completely obscuring the stars. The only light was from the lanterns in the cabin, which gave everything a jack-o'-lantern glow. Time's ticking, Danny. Lacey patted her chest where the USB was. I think you need to just give up. Danny looked behind him and saw Darius, to the left, and saw Liam. His friends, Bruce and Nathan, I could see now that my eyes had adjusted, and Mason were out there. But everyone had taken steps back when he'd gotten bat-happy, and all of us on the porch were staring at him. He stood in the clearing, completely alone. Danny, we have to get out of here, Bruce said. No, this isn't happening. This is not how I go down. Just give us the bat, Danny, Liam said, walking up. He swung it out at Liam in warning, and Darius tackled him from behind. They both fell to the ground with a grunt and started wrestling just as rain began to fall. Don't hurt him, I screamed. It was so dark now the storm overhead was suddenly intense. In that way, only Midwestern storms could be. I couldn't see all of what was happening because of it. Just hear the violence when they hit, and the sound of their feet and knees scraping in the mud. Then I heard Darius groan. Distant lightning flashed, and I saw Danny's arm wrapped around Darius's neck with its light. No, I shouted, running out. You don't want to do it, man, Liam said. Danny got on both his knees, still holding Darius down. Actually, he growled, I do. He twisted him and Darius to face the porch. If Danny were a normal man, just some other high school kid, I wouldn't have thought he could go through with it. But after hearing all the stories tonight, I dropped to my knees. Don't, I begged. Enough, Lacey shouted. She flung the USB at him. There, let him go. Danny dropped Darius, who sat there like a dropped puppet, arms and legs out, and then stomped where the USB had landed and everyone heard it crunch. There, he said. Done. He surveyed his handiwork, Darius on the ground and us women on the porch. Have fun explaining this to the police without me, he said, turning to walk back to his truck, after leaning down to first swoop up his bat. I will, Lacey shouted at his back. He walked on like he hadn't heard her, and she stepped out in the rain. The cops are still going to show up tonight, and I'm still going to talk to them, and it won't matter that there's no proof because I'm not going to stop talking until I'm dead. He kept walking. Do you know what that means? She screamed. Even if no one else comes forward, no one fights but me. Every time anyone ever mentions your name, there's going to be an asterisk beside it. Because people who don't know, I'll tell them. I'll make a whole website about it tomorrow. You'll be the famous Danny fucking Mayweather who also rapes girls. The real question is, Shauna said in a perfectly calm tone of voice, will you get the chance to be great? Are you so very good at baseball that fielding you will be worth the hassle of your coaches wondering when you're going to rape again? Because I'm overhiding your secret for you. Shut up, Danny said. Surely there's at least 50 other kids out there just as good as you are and 100% less rapey. Jenny found her voice, and I saw Lacey nod. Lacey took another step forward, and her voice went deathly calm. Danny Mayweather, I am going to ruin the rest of your life. Shut up, he shouted, whirling, bat held high. Just fucking shut up, you fucking cunt. Thunder reverberated from not that far away. The air around us was crackling now, years of entitlement clashing with unforeseen anger, the tension between sophomores coming into their own versus seniors with one foot out the door, people who played sports ball against believed losers like Lacey and me, the energy between doing something and not doing anything at all. I felt like I could survey everything and know everyone's hearts, like time was still. I even felt a little weightless. Again. Oh shit, I said. Danny still stood in the center of the clearing, challenging us. Danny, no, I screamed. Fuck you, Jessica, he shouted, bat still held high. I ran for him. He raised it as though he were going to swing at me. Don't, Liam shouted. I wasn't sure at who as I shouted, get down. Darius rose up and grabbed Danny's bat from behind, and I hit both of them head on with all my strength, taking everyone clumsily to the ground. Lightning cracked overhead, but instead of finding Danny's bat, it hit Darius's car, dancing along its back as the world around us was electrified. I heard distant shouts and smelled things sizzling right before I went light blind. But when the lightning was done, I knew it. The feeling of weight came back. I was crushing someone as Danny shouted, "Get off me!" I blinked and saw who I thought was Bruce run up to grab the bat. To hide evidence or to stop Danny from doing anything else stupid, I didn't know. I rolled to the side in the mud, panting, waiting for my eyes to see. Are you okay? Darius asked. He grabbed me and held me tight. One of my new life goals is for you to never have to ask me that again. That's not an answer, he said, pulling back. I am. Are you? Yeah, he said, standing, taking me up with him. I told you. The roid rage is real. I laughed harshly and kept clinging to his side as sirens became louder than the storm. Chapter 56. Darius had called to warn me when Danny'd arrived, but gotten my mother instead since she had my phone and been compelled to do some explaining due to the bodily harm she'd threatened him with if he didn't. Then she'd called 911 and sent out the cavalry, which actually wound up being very timely, seeing as they were saving us a trip. The pictures are gone, guys, Danny said as he got on his knees, trying to take control of the situation again. But we're not, Lacey said. You don't have any proof. This isn't proof enough? Shauna threw her arms wide. Come on now, you know better. Danny's head scanned from side to side. Liam had his arms crossed, and Mason just looked horrified. Chase and Bruce were huddled together, talking quietly, likely figuring out their own cover stories. Flashlights scanned the ground as police in rain ponchos walked up. What the hell is going on here? The first one asked. I'll tell you what's going on here, Liam said, and started talking. I held my arms out for Lacey, and she came over to lean against my side. You want I should cut him off? She paused to think, then said, No. It'll make it easier for us if he talks first. Thank God we had a boy translating for us. Otherwise, how would anyone ever hear us speak with all our vaginas in the way? I may have said that last part out loud. Lacey may have snickered in response. A cop gave us a poncho to share. And another recognized Lacey from her own incident 20 days ago. He gave her a nod. Her being here corroborated Liam's story. Danny'd sunk back onto his ass in the mud, silent and sullen. I wondered if this was the first time he'd ever lost before. One by one, we got assigned police. The team did too. I could tell by Mason's gestures that he was trying to put everything on Danny, but that didn't stop the cop from arresting him. They also arrested Danny. The only thing I heard him say was how he wanted to talk to a lawyer. I told everything I knew. including the part about Mason's cheating ring because why the hell not? I was still talking when a car pulled in past all the cop cars. Visible only by its headlights, I was sure it was my mom. "Jessica, what the hell did you get yourself into?" she said, stepping out in the rain. I said, completely unsure where to begin. I'd missed my chance to ask Darius what he'd told her, so our stories would be the same. My heart beat in my throat almost as hard as it had been when Danny'd showed up. I hadn't really lost my mom, had I? Then my mother reached out to pull me into a bone-cracking hug, and I knew it didn't matter. "You are grounded, forever. I'm gonna put locks on your windows and chain you to the bed," she whispered into my hair as she was crying. "I know, Mama," I said, hugging her back. "I know." I didn't want to go until they were all the way done with everyone. I was right. Chase and Bruce had concocted some scheme to make themselves innocent, but the police took their phones and I knew I'd only deleted Lacey's photos. I hoped they'd been too smug to delete anything else. By the end of the hour, our stories, plus Liam's, were the story, and the only thing the rest of us wanted was to get out of the rain. "I can take her home now, right?" my mother asked the nearest officer when he was done writing all our contact info down. He nodded and my mother engulfed me again. Then she pointed at Lacey. "You're coming home with me too." "Thanks," Lacey said, getting into the back seat as I made to follow before looking back. Darius stood behind us, keys in hand, and took a step forward as my mother walked over to the Buick's driver's side. "Ms. McMullen?" he said, and she waited. "I know you don't think very highly of me right now and all, but your daughter is amazing." "Believe it or not, I know that," my mother said. At that moment, maybe for the first time ever, I believed she did. "I know she's in trouble now, but can you please tell me when she'll be through? We still need to go on a real date." I inhaled softly, like I could pull his words into my chest and keep them there. My mother made an unintelligible sound, then said, "A month. From now. One day earlier, and so help me." "A month." "Thanks, ma'am," Darius said, and gave me a long, wistful look before walking off. My mother settled into the car after that, muttering phrases like, "Oh my God," "teenagers," "hormones," but kept to herself as she drove us back. At Lacey's, my mother didn't even turn off the engine. "Please, Mom, we've been through a lot. I just need to say goodbye." She threw her hands in the air, exasperated. "Fine." I ran around to Lacey's side and hugged her. "What now?" I asked. "I don't know. I'm not sure if that was the hard part or the easy part." "Hard part." It had to be, because getting Danny thrown in jail wasn't going to make us any friends, and tomorrow was a school day. "We'll see," Lacey said. "See you tomorrow? Am I picking you up?" "Yeah, and if my mother says I'm sick again, call the cops. I'm buried in the backyard." She laughed, and for a moment it felt like we were young again, hanging out in the rain before all this, puddle-splashing age, when the only things we wanted in life were cartoons and candy. "We made it," I breathed, my desperate longing for the past squeezing my heart too tight. "Yeah, we did," she said, and hugged me before racing into her trailer in the rain. My mom insisted I take a hot shower and then sat me down across from her and an amber glass of something on the rocks. "You get one chance to tell me everything. Go." So I did. Everything I thought she'd believe and that she might hear about secondhand. About what had happened to Lacey and Lacey's mom and everything after that. The pictures, the lockers, the words on the bathroom stall. I left out how come I kept being in the center of it, made sure to make Darius sound awesome, and left out my electrical powers entirely. At the end of it, she pondered me. She hadn't taken a sip of her drink once. "I still feel like you're hiding things, Jessica." "I'm not, Mom." I lied. "That's all right. Someday you'll tell me everything." I strongly doubted that. Everyone knew there was only so much truth that parents could take. She stood then and picked up her drink. "Get to bed." I'm going to school tomorrow, right? Which was in, 6 hours from now. Of course, she said, like there had been no question. I walked down the hall to find Allie in my room. She was sprawled out across my entire bed, along with 3 of her stuffed animals. I'm gone one night and you move in. I chucked her stuffies to the floor to try to make room, and then shoved her across the bed until I could claim a sliver of the edge for myself. She looped an arm around me and pulled me close in her sleep, like I was the biggest stuffy of them all. Chapter 57. I wound up being glad Allie was there. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Danny, on the pitcher's mound smug, Danny in Colton's bedroom, Danny rising up behind us, bat in hand. What had started off as Allie holding me switched to me clinging to her. And I wished I was sick. Because anytime I tried to figure out how school was going to go, all I saw was dark, like the funnel of an oncoming twister. So it was only right when my alarm went off that morning, I felt as rusty as a tin man. I debated showering even. Did I want to look good today? Like I was pleased with notoriety? Or did I want to look haggard like I'd been through a lot? I stared at myself in the mirror as I brushed my teeth, and finally realized it didn't matter. People were going to believe what they wanted to. Either way. In some ways, there was still no winning. Even now. I got into Lacey's car and could instantly tell that she felt how I did. Neither of us knew what lay ahead, and what had felt like a win last night was cold comfort this morning. You ready? I asked. For what? She asked back. I literally have no idea. Me either, but it's going to be all right. Yeah, it is, I lied. We parked at the back of Redson's lot and walked in side by side. News of our arrival traveled fast. Conversations near us quieted as people who hadn't seen us were elbowed into silence by those who had. I hadn't logged on to ZB last night. I didn't want to know what people were saying, but maybe that had been foolish. Maybe it'd have been safer to know what we were walking into. Together, we walked for our lockers, where the word sluts had been written on both of them, for all the world to see. Did they miss the part where Danny was a serial rapist? We'd all said as much last night, and the police had appeared to agree. The problem was that we were just girls, and to a lot of people, even some other girls. Girls didn't count. And I realized at that moment our true job in life was to make sure we mattered. Only 3 weeks left, right? Lacey said, ignoring the word, opening her locker to switch out books like normal. Yep, I said with forced cheer. Hey, don't sound so happy about that, Darius complained, walking up. At least I can see you here. Once school's out, your mom's gonna lock you in a cave. I beamed at him. Hey, he said back, with a smile equal to my own. I don't suppose you want to make out fiercely in the hall until an authority figure stops us? I stepped back so he could see my locker and gestured at the graffiti. I think I have to. I mean, it's almost like a command. He laughed and came in, and I stepped back, and it didn't matter that everyone in the hall was looking at us. His lips met mine, and my head turned so that we fit better, and the electricity between us this time was something we shared that didn't need any powers. Get a room, someone shouted from nearby. I turned to see Sarah. Oh my God, Ryan and I were never that bad. Don't count on it, Lacey said darkly, then smirked knowingly at me. Whatever, ladies, I came to help, she said, shoving us both aside so that she could swipe at the lipstick covering our lockers with a fistful of towels. I think they're just gonna have to repaint, I said, watching her smear red. Do you want any help? An unfamiliar voice asked. I looked over and saw Amy, looking not at Darius, but at me, and then Lacey. Other kids in the hall were watching her, and us, and while some of them were still waiting to mock us, and some of them only here for the show, a few others went out of their way to hold my gaze. I'd seen them, they'd seen me, and we all knew. Yeah, Lacey said, giving Amy a tentative smile. Thanks. You're welcome, Amy said, and Sarah made room at our lockers for her to scrub too. You just finished listening to Electricity by Cassie Alexander, copyright 2025, audio copyright 2025. See you next book.